Konoha Ninja Village in the Land of Fire. Since the death of that adult, the Uchiha family has been clearly arranged by the second generation. However, in the whole, there are always some special individuals. The summer wind is as melodious as the song of a cowboy. 7-year-old Uchiha Shuyu, holding his younger brother who has just reached the full moon, is sitting under a large locust tree. Under the locust tree there is a stone table and stool, and on the table is a covered tea set. On the side of the tea tray is a pair of tailor's scissors. "Stop the water, your eyes look so good, just brother cut off the little tintin for you, and be a girl in the future." The water stopped just after the full moon was suddenly frightened and shouted, "Yo yo! Don't cry. Provoke your grandmother, Lao Tzu will be beaten." Uchiha Shuotsuki is a traverser, he has never seen the father of this world, and it is said that the person who crosses the Hokage carries the attribute of the Lone Star. However, he fortunately has a younger brother. It's called Stop Water. However, the thought of raising such a young child with Konoha's pension was a pang of sadness in my heart. It is not unreasonable for the ancients to be poor and rich in martial arts, and the poor family cannot produce excellent ninjas, and even if they do, it is the kind of people who bought the second half of their lives in exchange for the rest of their lives. He didn't want to lie on the cold Kong for the rest of his life, wailing about incontinence. In other words, why hasn't this month's money arrived yet? As soon as the words fell, a Konohanaka shinobu wearing a forgiveness vest stepped into the courtyard with a small package. His gaze only glanced around the courtyard, and he spoke expressionlessly, "Uchiha Shiyu, yes. Give. Good." Before the money bag landed, the ninja disappeared with an instantaneous technique. I'm afraid it's not a dark part, but also disguised as an ordinary person. While muttering, he hooked up the small package with his feet, and did not bother to use his hands to open it, directly took scissors to cut a hole in the package, and reached out to escape the living expenses of this month. After counting carefully, this is only his share. Could it be that the ape flew to the sun and cut that old monkey forgot to stop the water? So nostalgic? Come, stop the water, shhh. The real boy's urine was poured on the already cracked package. The need for sleep of infants is equivalent to the need for money of 20-year-olds. After shushing, Shui Shui also forgot about this demon brother who was going to cut his little Tintin just now, and fell asleep. Shuoyu was relieved at this, and the life of being a father and a brother sounds awesome, who will really try it? While Xiao Shui was asleep, he dared to carry him into the room and gently placed him on the couch. Alas, when is this day ahead? Hammered the sore back of the hammer. The elderly often say that children do not have a waist. It seems that it may not be. There is not enough money and food, and the nanny can't afford it, not to mention the funds for his own cultivation. Under such pressure, he had no one to talk to. In the past, it was common to see 5- or 6-year-old crossers rushing straight into Hokage's office to reason, and she just wanted to say something awesome. Real bull batch. People will bring a system when they cross, directly reward the opening and hanging upgrade to shadow, and even more awesome is to send a pair of reincarnation eyes. You can also use the pupil technique of the Eye of Reincarnation. That's a lot of. The power of the Eye of Reincarnation did not burst the head. Just by awakening a jade chakra eye, he felt like a fire in his eye socket. Just when he was complaining infinitely, suddenly a crisp sound appeared in his mind. Ding! The God-level fusion system has been verified and successfully activated. Groove. System, quickly give me a big gift package. I want to have the power of 6 immortals. Oh, what a fragrance. Ding! This system cannot provide the host with the power of the 6 Dao immortals. Then what's the use of you? This system can help the host become stronger. How to become stronger? Can there be someone else's system strong? Shuo teased. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the host's ability value. Listening to the system start to draw a pie, Shuoyu's mood became cold. The first time I saw the system lick the dog when the host, hee. Analysis. This system is a god-level fusion system, which can fuse ninjutsu, physical arts, illusion, blood succession limit, blood succession elimination, blood succession snare, etc., and the host also has a chance to burst the opponent's abilities and items when killing enemies, and can be fused. Therefore, the host's ability value is indeed incapable. Fusion ninjutsu? I've heard. Then now give me the fusion of my doppelganger and avatar. Sorry, you don't have enough fusions. The host can get the number of fusions through the daily tasks issued by the system, and each daily task can get a fusion opportunity, as well as active values. Active values can be used for daily check-ins, and daily check-ins can randomly get bonus items. Let me see the mission. Daily task list. 1. Run 20 laps around Konoha Village. Reward the number of fusions *1 2. 5,000 push UPS. Bonus fusion times *1 3. 10,000 sit UPS. Reward the number of fusions *1 4. Tease any beauty. Reward the number of fusions *1 weekly task list, insufficient cumulative time monthly task list, annual task list. I'll kill you a monkey. Isn't this the kind of lifeless cultivation method that Mater died? Don't you see that his son has been made mentally ill by him? My small body is obviously from the ninjutsu department. How can I learn that kind of rough physical arts faction? Yes, Oh, what do weekly, monthly, and annual tasks mean under daily life? Complete weekly tasks and sign in for a week to get richer rewards. The annual rewards are even greater. How rich, Shuo Yu asked very directly. The system didn't seem to expect that Shiyu was such a chat ghost, and there was a 10-second downtime. It is richer than the power of the 6 immortals directly obtained by the host. This system guarantees that after receiving the annual reward, the host must be happier than directly obtaining the power of the 6 Dao immortals. Listening to the system's explanation, Shiyu was overjoyed in her heart. Then this one has a head. Immediately, he looked back at the daily task list, and excluding the first 3 tasks in the series of unscrupulous people, the 4th was very good. Teasing any beauty? With Xiao Ye's face of the wind god and jade show, there will be a large group of girls who are upside down with a casual beckoning. Then the host will take the 4th task and test the water first. Not bad, this system is quite authentic. Ding! You get the beginner pack, plus 1 fusion, plus 1 lucky grass, plus 1 common ninjutsu scroll. Looking at a ninjutsu scroll that appeared out of thin air in his hand, Shuo Yu did not have any doubts, such as this. Isn't this the basic operation of the system? However, the so-called lucky grass made him a little puzzled. Since it did not appear in his hands, it meant that it was a virtual prop. Is it that 4-leaf clover on top of the green head? Lucky grass increases the success rate of fusion by 10% and cannot be reused. This is the answer given by the system. Since this kind of prop has appeared, it seems that the success rate of fusion should be very low. System, let me ask the question, what is the success rate of fusion? Back to the host, according to different fusion levels, the success rate will change differently, such as Fusion D level ninjutsu, the success rate is more than 90%, Fusion S level ninjutsu, the success rate is below 15%. Your system must not be made by some fox company. So if I fuse the blood snare, is the success rate 1%? If the host is not confident in his luck, he can increase the success rate through props, lucky grass, 10%, lucky orb, 25%, extreme rate pearl, 100%. These items can be obtained by checking in. Shuo Yu nodded and realized a very serious problem, that is, signing in is too important. Ma Dan, remember to check in even if you don't eat in the future. After reading this, his gaze returned to the scroll in his hand. Common ninjutsu scroll, a scroll tailored to the host, 100% of which best matches the host. As the elder brother of Shui Shui, Shuyu's talent is naturally not bad. He has tested his chakra attribute for a long time, and like Shui Shui, it is the 3 systems of fire, wind, and thunder. In addition, he also learned the art of fireballs, which the Uchiha family must learn. However, due to the age limit, there will only be such a ninjutsu at present, and the rest of the time, you can only practice the art of shuriken. As for physical skills, how tired it is, it can be used as an artillery battery, and it is definitely not cannon fodder. This is a basic rule of Salted Fish Moon. As long as chakra is more, using chakra feedback to enhance the body, can also increase his own speed, so that even if there is a ninja close, he can quickly escape. Let me con this ninjutsu scroll open. What treasure? Slowly unfolding the ninjutsu scroll, one after another tadpole-like fonts wanted to come to life, shining with white light. Shuyu only felt that there was an instant more ninjutsu in his mind. You have obtained the sea-level thunder ninjutsu, Thunderball. Although it is only a sea-level ninjutsu, Shuoya is already content. With his current amount of chuck, a more advanced ninjutsu will drain his small body plate at one time. In case of a miss, he can only lie on the ground and be disposed of. It's better to have one more skill that can be used, one more guarantee. Moreover, he has another chance to integrate. System, just gave me the number of fusions, right? I want to fuse my fire and thunder ninjutsu. By the way, after fusion, the original ninjutsu will not disappear, right? No, will the host start fusing now? Fusion. Ding. Add the fireball technique. Grade C. Ding. Add thunderball. Grade C. The success rate of integration is 70%. Does integration start? Melt it. With a mixer-like sound in his head, soon, a brand new ninjutsu came out. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing and obtaining the ninjutsu Purple Star Wave Flame Explosion 0 style. Ninjutsu level, not evaluated. Shuoyu closed his eyes and felt the new ninjutsu fused. From the principle to the inferred manifestation, the power is probably not weaker than the B-level ninjutsu, but the chakra spent is only the consumption of a huge fireball. That's perfect. Only, what the hell is the name? Is it a reference to the name Ghost Wave Feng Shuman-sama? System, just rename ninjutsu and call it Ninjutsu Thunder Explosion. Name change successful. Although he now really wanted to find a place to test the true power of the new ninjutsu, time was no longer allowed. Because he coaxed the water to fall asleep, he wasted a lot of time, plus the system was so delayed just now, he was late for school at noon. The prep bell has rung, and if you don't arrive at the classroom before the official bell rings, there will be a lot of trouble. Glancing at Shisui again, Shuotsuki quickly locked the door and rushed towards the ninja school. A ninja, even if he has not yet obtained the qualification for the next ninja, the speed of carrying the chakra is far faster than the world long-distance running champion. The moment he stepped through the classroom door, the ringing of the official bell came like a tail. Shuoyu wiped the fine sweat on his forehead, took a few sharp breaths, usually did not pay attention to physical cultivation. This is the end. Yes, the lesson is profound, but just don't change. The teacher on the podium glanced at Shuoyu, thinking that he didn't know anything, and he didn't dare to ask anything. Every teacher prefers the top students in the class. Who doesn't want a ninja of the level of Sanchin to appear under their name in the future? In his class, there are two students who can make him infinitely tolerant. One is the little white hair of the Kimmo family, and the other is Shuyu. But a few days ago, Kakashi had graduated early, and now, there is only such a baby left in the class. Shuyu-san, get back to your seat. The classrooms of the ninja school are very large. Obviously the scale is like a multi-purpose teaching hall, but there are not many students present, and there is often a considerable gap between the same table. Shuoyu grinned and found a seat in the back row, because he was tired from coaxing the water and needed to take a nap. However, before he sat down on the bench and was not warm, a sand sculpture with goggles next to him reached out and poked him. Hey, feed, cousin. Shuoyu turned his head with an unhappy expression. Take the dog, climb for the master. People in the Hokage world have an average of early love, early marriage, early childbearing and early birth. And now that he is nearly 7 years older than Shisui, his parents' world line has long changed, so the ONI has almost become cousins with the Uchiha Obito family. Wow, old watch, I decided not to be a dog today. I'm going to confess to Lin. Go, success counts as a loss. Speaking of Nohara Rin, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a daily task of teasing any beautiful woman. After the first class, Shiyu began to cross classes. The system says to tease any beautiful woman, then, he must also take snacks, and he can't just find an idiot girl to come over and fill up indiscriminately. In his heart, there seem to be only a handful of people who can be called beautiful. The class flower Nohara Rin, in his opinion, is just the type of sister next door. Take advantage of this opportunity to play with the little sisters in your mind. How can you be worthy of yourself? For example, the young daughter of the Sunset family is good. The Ziri family is not a big family, but the treasurer of their family is just a superior forbearance. There is a shinobi father, and Sunset Red belongs to that kind of precious little flower in school. The tasks that Shangnin can take have relatively high remuneration, and the Sunset family can be regarded as a small bourgeois family. In the crowd, it is easy to distinguish the little girl with outstanding temperament, especially the pair of ruby eyes. Hey, Sunset Red, bring me over. Shuoyu stood at the door of the classroom and shouted so shamelessly. The smiles on the faces of a few little fart children who were still surrounding Shirihong instantly froze. Hey, Uchihas, don't be so rude. Why did you guys let the red pass? Uchiha Shugetsu. Don't think you're awesome, we won't dare to hit you. Shuoyu's clothes are very recognizable, and it is the inky blue short sleeves that are standard for the Uchiha family. In Konoha village, wearing this outfit, you can be as pressed as the city management. Shuoyu directly ignored these little broken children, and if he didn't learn and have no skills every day, he would gather around the little girl as a licking dog and waste. He shouted again, Sunset Red, come here, I have something to ask you. Me? I don't know if it was fright or shy, and two crimson clouds quickly appeared on Xiao Ziri's red face. Of course, not as serious as a certain field. Although a little timid, Sunset Hong still walked to Shiyu at the door of the classroom under the suspicious gaze of a few licking dogs beside him. No, Hong-chan, he's a bad guy, a certain short-haired girl advised. I pursued Red for a semester, she didn't even say a word to me, and now the bastard of the Uchiha family screamed, she actually. Scumbag. Xiao Zhang, you chase your horse, I threw the half of the pineapple when you put on the red sauce table every day. No matter how disappointed the licking dogs were, Sunset Hong still stood in front of Shiyu. The licking dogs also reluctantly followed behind, which means that whoever dares to bully Sunset Red, they will, standing on the moral high ground, strongly condemn. What are you bastards going to say to Red? The imps of Konoha village are precocious and excessive, and Obito knows how to pursue girls, not to mention these people. Their sense of crisis is still quite strong. This man standing at the door of their classroom, tall than them, more handsome than their backstage stone. The most hateful thing is to be better than them. This is a man comparable to that white-haired demon. Then, Shiyu looked at the Sunset Red calmly and asked something that made people scratch their heads. What's your name? Sunset Red. Have you eaten? Eaten. What kind of food? Onigiri. What are you making of rice balls? Rice. Who did it for you? Father. The licking dogs were stunned. They couldn't imagine that there were such hardcore flirtatious gods in the world. Obviously I know the name of the person, and I have to ask again. I know that I must eat when I come to school, and I have to ask again. Shouldn't such a person be doomed to a lonely life? Sure enough, heaven is fair to the world, and giving you a strong ninja talent will weaken your abilities in other aspects, such as that white hair, which is a dead fish eye and intermittent mute. It seems that this Uchiha family is a mental retard. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Such a person, even if he is very good, should not replace me in the heart of red sauce. Just when they were self-righteous, Shuyu and Sunset Hong had already asked and answered nearly 50 sentences. Then can you call me husband? How could the little head melon of the sunset be able to bypass the Shuyu, and was quickly entered by the Shuyu routine, husband? Yes. Wait a minute. Well, that's good. Daily tasks, 1/4. You have obtained the number of fusions *1, active value. Shuyu nodded in satisfaction. This is probably the simplest girl he has ever prodded. How nice it would be if every woman could maintain this innocence. The Sunset Red who reacted was red with shame, but there was no intention to refute the blame. It was this default attitude that made a group of licking dogs in the rear almost explode in place. What do you mean? Ran to their class, did not pay anything, took away the most beautiful girl in their class with a few words, killed this day. Hey, Uchiha Shuyu, you dare to tease red sauce, I must go and tell the teacher. That's it. How can you do this to her? It's you who the scum is talking about. Shuyu slowly raised his head and cast his gaze to the group of rabble behind him. I saw that 1 second he was still criticizing righteously, and the next second he looked away, not daring to look at Shuyu. The task has been completed, and he could have left dashingly. However, it seems that something has happened. How did Sunset Hong agree? This is not in the scope of the script. According to the hardcore flirting of a certain anchor in the past, at this time, shouldn't the girl be coquettish with a bad guy, get out of here, and the like? Senior Shuyu, in fact, I was already seeing the Sunset Red fingers crossed, plucking up courage, and a serious face about to respond to the confession. Shuyu's brain was trembling. In those thousandths of a second, he even thought of the setting sun murderously rushing into the ninja school and beating him to 2 blossoms. Attack the little girl who has just entered the school, are you a beast? At this moment jingle bells. A piercing bell sounded, completely drowning out the red and soft voice of the sunset, only to see her mouth move, and she couldn't hear anything at all. This ringing is simply a life-saving sound for him. Ha! What did you say? It's not good, it's class, let's talk about it next time. After saying that, he quickly slipped away, and it is estimated that the Wei Feng Shui gate does not have that kind of speed. Sunset Hong looked at the back of Shuo Yu's departure, and looked at the class bell hanging in the corridor with some annoyance. Hey, old watch, did you just go to find the Sunset Red from the next class? As soon as he returned to his seat, the goggles next door came over with a head. To be honest, Lao Tzu really wants to give you a Naku's guillotine. Dry crush your glasses. Texas guillotine? What is that? New ninjutsu. Shuo Yu covered her face, obviously playing the piano to the cow. Although Uchiha Obito did not perform well academically, he was really a very hard-working player. If nothing happens, he may be another Uzumaki Naruto. It's a pity that the girls in this year are more realistic, and they have face control, money control, and ability control at a young age. Or how to say that the girl is getting better and better. If you don't have these premises, he won't be with you, so as not to make you suffer. By the way, Obito, what did you and Rin say? Hearing the girl's name, Uchiha Obito immediately became nervous, and snorted, I didn't say it, or you change your target. I see that girl doesn't mean that to you, at most send you a good person card. We can't hang yourself on a tree, right? Shuo Yu turned a pen and said leisurely. You really stand and talk without back pain. If it were you, would you give up on your beloved girl? I'm sitting. In other words, how do you know that Rin doesn't mean that to me? You must know that I am Obito-sama of the Uchiha clan. You've got it. I tell you, chasing girls never starts with confession, remember that. Hearing what seemed to be some secret experience, Obito's ears pricked up, and he quickly asked, so, what should I do then? Old watch, you teach me. Shuo Yu smiled, looking high-spirited, and in an instant, he suddenly raised his hand. In the classroom, any top student, as long as you raise your hand, the teacher on the stage is 100% concerned, for fear that you will have some confusion. With this move of Shuo Yu's hand, the teacher immediately asked with concern, Shuo Yu-jun, do you have any doubts? Teacher, this guy with Obito always disturbs me to listen to class, and said that he likes a girl in our class. Shuo Yu stood up and said. Obito was so frightened that his face changed drastically, and he almost woke up to roll his eyes, and almost became incontinent. Wait. Shuyu, what are you talking about? I don't. However, who will the teacher believe? Obito. A heaven-shaking roar made the Earth Tiger's body tremble, and it seemed that he had realized what kind of storm he would meet next. At this time, it was no longer useful to go and make peace with the teacher, so he could only look at Shuya next to him, trying to find an explanation. Obito, the world is difficult, you want both fame and love, that's impossible, since you have chosen your own ninja, go on firmly. Chosen. Yes, you chose. Uchiha with soil, you give me a punishment station outside the classroom. The same Uchiha, how are you so much different from Shuyu? The teacher said with a sharp breath. From beginning to end, Obito did not understand what he had chosen and what he had gained. However, as soon as class ended, the girls who had awakened the gossip attribute in advance gathered around Shuyu, chattering and asking non-stop. Nami Odiro, Shuo-yu-kun, who is his crush on Obito? Can you tell me? Yuka Yutni, Shuyu-kun, you tell me quietly, I promise not to tell others. Rin Nohara, Shuo-yu-kun, who does Obito like in our class? Do you have anyone you like in our class? Reina Shuji Rin, I just saw that Shuyue-jun went to someone else's class and found the girl Sunset Red. Does Shuyu-kun like a girl like Sunset Red? Rin Nohara, huh? Shuo-yu's gaze skipped the girl's encirclement, and he vaguely saw Obito's distorted face that had just been painfully criticized by the teacher. Cough, I tell you, don't talk nonsense. In fact, Obito likes linear. Raiko, I didn't hear clearly. Raiko, the devil knows which trick this is. Objectively speaking, it is the ugliest one in my class. As soon as these words came out, one by one the little loli was stunned. Uchiha with soil, good villain is also a Uchiha, how can it be? Forget it, bless. Obito, whose ears were pricked up to eavesdrop, naturally heard this name, and his inner infatuation collapsed instantly. The kind that almost opened the Sharingan. He also thought that Shuotsuki would use this method as an intermediary to confess to Nohara Rin on his behalf. As a result, God to Raiko. Hey, Shuyu bastard, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand, okay? Obito finally said dissatisfied. Seeing the party appear, the gossipy girl circle can immediately disperse. Obito sat next to Shuoyu with an unhappy face, pouting and asking, Old watch, why are you punishing me? Shuyu asked unhurriedly, Obito, do you understand psychology? Psychology, that's right, a big writer once did an experiment to gather students in a class and tell them that there was a boy who had a crush on one of the girls, and in fact the target of the crush was A, but the big writer told everyone that it was B, and for a while, all the girls were envious of B, including A. Later, the boy easily confessed to A successfully. This is precisely to take advantage of the common comparison psychology between groups, which is the famous narrow G bully law in history. So, awesome. Old watch, you know a lot. Obito was stunned, with some unstable adoration in his eyes. We are both in the same class, why are you so good? Shuyu smiled and did not explain. The point is that it can't be explained. He understands the psychology of a woolen hammer. The main thing is the old watch pit old watch, natural righteousness, daily operation. I just want to tease the soil, and in case it is blackened in the future, I can't amuse it. So, does it mean that if I go to confess to Lin now, I will definitely succeed? Obito showed a strong desire to mate, and did not know if the hair had grown. Love Master Shuyu shook his head, no, I mean, licking dogs is really a cow. There is obviously a large forest, but in the end it hangs on a tree, and it nags to create a world with you. Huh? Obito, yeah, is here to tell you that he has just been tempted, and that girl really means less to you. What does less mean? You explain it to me. Otherwise I'll whistle at your door in the middle of the night. Make you change diapers 10 times a night. However, he still did not give up, and almost moved Shuyu to cry. When I came out of ninja school after school, it was already dusk. At this point in time, the granny should also take the initiative to take care of Xiao Shuishui. After all, it is a task personally assigned by the 3 generations of Hokage. Because he was thinking about daily tasks in his heart, he really wanted to get the remaining 3 times. After all, there were only 4 times a day, and he didn't do it today, and after 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, it would be refreshed. Today I saw from Licking the Dog with Soil, the so-called young strong do not work hard, old and large movies. He does not want to be a Luthor when his body grows mature in the future. Open the system checklist and the task list will appear. Daily task list. 1. Run 20 laps around Konoha village, reward the number of fusions * 1 2. 5,000 push UPS, bonus fusion times * 1 3. 10,000 sit UPS, reward the number of fusions * 1 4. Teasing any beauty, completed. Although the remaining 3 tasks are a bit excessive for a ninjutsu ninja, who doesn't want to let their times be a little more? Let's finish this relatively simple first article first. Konoha village said that big is not big, said that small is not small. With Shuyu's physique, when he just ran 2.5 laps, he felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and even felt a little sick to his stomach. This sudden increase in the amount of exercise is really a huge burden for a normal person. Just when he couldn't hold on and was about to give up, a strange voice came from behind. Oh, young man, since you have chosen this path, you must keep going. Youth is like that. It's a vigorous encouragement, but it sounds very weird. Shuoyu's mind couldn't help but flash the figure of a perverted uncle. Looking back, sure enough, it was Matt wearing that old short leg. At this time, Matt Dai was taking his son Matt Kai to carry out a hellish physical cultivation that ordinary people could not reach. Uncle, you're so disgusting. Shuoyu looked at the pair of tight-clad father and son and complained. Worthy of being a genius of the Uchiha clan, talking is so inspiring. Kai, did you hear it? You should work harder. Continue to run 50 laps around Konoha village tonight. Matt Kai wants to cry without tears. When does Konoha village open a mental hospital? He must save money to send his father in. He has no family blood, his physique is an ordinary ninja, and he doesn't know when he will die of exhaustion on the road of cultivation. Father, he is a good classmate like Kakashi. Matt Kai was pessimistic. He had been working hard for a long time, he had used Kakashi as a comparison, but Kakashi had now successfully graduated early, which he simply could not do. Uchiha Shugetsu, this genius with the same name as Kiki Kakashi, although I don't know why he chose to stay in the ninja school, but if he works hard, can he really catch up with these geniuses? At this time, Matt Kai was not as mature as the later life, and he also hoped that he could have a father like Konoha Whitefang, and he could also teach himself powerful secret skills. But obviously, Dad talks about his efforts all day long, but he himself until now, let alone overtaking Konoha Whitefang, is not even a shinobi. I know what you want to say, a genius will cultivate so hard, what reason do you have not to work hard? Shuoyu looked at these two, and he was really a little speechless when he sang, and he just recovered his strength and continued to run forward. Running 20 laps around Konoha village, although it has only been 2.5 laps now, but if you think about it from another angle, this is more than 1/10 of it, so thinking about it, it seems, got ahead? That Uchiha imp, is very motivated. Triumphant. Mater looked at Shuoyu's distant back and praised, so, cheer up. Yes, Matty replied dejectedly. So, the two chased after Shuyu. I have to say that ninjas who specialize in physical arts have physical strength, whether it is physical strength or physical recovery speed, which is beyond the reach of Shiryu. When the Mat father and son caught up with Shiryu once again exhausted his physical strength and could only jog slowly. Dan, this person will be able to obtain the title of a Konoha Blue Beast in the future. Shiryu looked at Akai, who was already in parallel, and couldn't help but complain. What are you talking about, Shuo-yu-kun? Metkai still has a respectful attitude toward Shiryu. He usually prefers to use Kakashi as an imaginary enemy. As for Shiryu, then forget it. After all, the person's surname is Uchiha. Although the current Uchiha family is not as domineering as when Konoha was founded, it is also the first tycoon in Konoha today. The impression of the Uchiha clan on the young Akai is still the kind of underworld force that cannot be provoked. So, he still used honorifics. As the saying goes, respect is mutual, and Shiryu, who has good virtues, will not be disgusted. In Konoha village, discrimination against crane tails is quite serious. Akai, how many laps have you run? Shuo-yu asked a little breathlessly. Hearing this, some cute little Meti instantly blossomed. Akai, this is an acquaintance, and it can even be said that it is a kind of overture. Usually everyone else is looking at him with the eyes of garbage, but today, he is actually recognized by this recognized genius. A warm current suddenly flowed in my heart. There are still many good people in this world. Shuo-yu-kun, I've already run 15 laps. Matkai said loudly, as if he was afraid that Shiryu would not hear him. Whether he is a good person, Shuoyu is not sure, but to say that he cheats children and does bad things, he is the best. 15 laps. You're amazing. How is it done? I'm the same age as you, but I feel tired after running 2 laps, and I would like to call you the strongest in terms of brushing WeChat steps. Shiryu, who was named a genius, was exaggerated, and little Matkai couldn't find the north in a flash. No, I can't find the northern capital times. It should be said that I almost flew into the sky. Where there is. Matkai was humble, but the child could not hide the words, so he continued. In fact, practice also requires skill, physical practice. You must pay attention to breathing, speed, persistence. I saw that you ran very fast at first. That is not right, that is very fast for physical exertion. You should. After reciting almost 2,000 words, Meti's breathing became a little disordered. By the way, when practicing, it's best not to speak. Otherwise, it will be more tiring. Shuoyu laughed. Mater Dai is a big old man. The experience summarized is very simple and easy to understand. As long as you can understand people's words, you can understand. Much simpler than high school English listening questions. As he changed according to those cultivation styles, sure enough, he felt much more relaxed. Even, in the process of running, you can feel that your physical strength is gradually recovering. In this way, after running 18 laps with Akai, the daily task was finally completed. As for that old short leg of Mater, that guy actually used the upside-down method and ran around Konoha village for 50 quick laps. When the two stopped, he had just finished part of his practice. Hey, Kai, it seems that this classmate of yours is also working very hard. Matkai sat on the ground and replied with some envy. This is the first time Shiyua-jun has practiced physical arts, but he ran 20 laps the first time. Wherever, didn't you run 40 laps? After a commercial blow-off, the evening Konoha Hokage Rock was filled with jolly air. In that case, Kai, you are going to move on to the next step of cultivation. Hearing the continued training, a thick dissatisfaction immediately appeared on Akai's face. 500 push UPS again? No, I'm going to teach you the real physical skills. Under the light of the setting sun, Mater Dai looked like a mountain of fatherly love. Seeing this situation, Shiryu wanted to get up and leave. There is an unwritten rule in the ninja world: it is immoral to peek at the scene of other people's preaching without permission. However, as soon as he got up, Matte reached out to stop him. Uchiha hard boy, oh, I haven't seen a teenager like you for a long time, so, stay. The meaning is clear. He invited Uchiha Shuotsuki to stay and learn his physical skills. Whether you can learn it or not, whether you can see his physical skills or not, there is always a fact that will not change. That is, he taught the teenagers of the Uchiha clan. This may not be anything for an old scrap material Matte, but it definitely has a profound impact on the young Matkai. Shuoyu nodded. This middle-aged man, interesting. Is Shuoyu-jun really willing to practice physical arts with me? Although I'm more inclined to the ninjutsu department, there are no advantages and disadvantages to learning some physical arts, right? Shuoyu said slowly, as everyone knows, a few hours ago, who said that physical skills are something that barbarians will learn? Sure enough, some of the people in this world can't escape the law of true fragrance. Madardai took a few steps back, and then began to perform his most basic physical technique at a slow pace. Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Whirlwind is a Konoha fluid technique. As long as the requirements are met, everyone in Konoha Ninja can learn, which makes Shuotsuki somewhat disappointed. He also thought that Madardai would teach Akai some secret skills. But think about it, even if it is to teach secret skills, 7-year-old Akai is estimated to be unable to understand. Being able to learn Konoha Whirlwind here without any trouble can be regarded as some compensation after hard cultivation. Shuotsuki looked very carefully, and the Konoha Whirlwind was a continuous kicking technique, which coincided with the Uchiha clan of the Uchiha clan's Uchiha fluid technique. Its essence is not difficult, the emphasis is on repeated practice. He struck while the iron was hot and rushed directly towards Maturde, casting a Konoha Whirlwind. The first Konoha Whirlwind did not take shape at all, let alone hurt people, basically using the most difficult operation, hitting zero output. But after the second, third, and 10th consecutive attacks were parried by the physical expert Matt, he figured out the way. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who obtained the Madardai teaching body art Konoha Whirlwind. It's worthy of being a teenager of the Uchiha clan, just watching it once, and learning the Konoha Whirlwind so quickly. Madardai praised. Shuoyu-jun has already learned? Akai was still stunned. I can barely learn a fur. In actual combat it is better for me to rush up and stab the enemy, I still need more practice. This is already remarkable. Juvenile. Madardai held out a shiny thumb, then turned his gaze to his son. Kei, it's your turn next. Daddy, I haven't seen it yet. Madardai is very patient with his son, and does not criticize his son because Shiyu is much ahead. Judging from this is actually a very good father. While Akai was practicing by himself, Shiyu took the initiative to ask Madardai for advice. Senior, I just discovered that Konoha Whirlwind is a physical technique that focuses on the upper disc. Is there a corresponding physical technique that focuses on the lower disc? Shiyu came prepared. There are only a few names that can be called by Konoha fluid techniques, and the basic physical arts are not only Konoha Whirlwind, but of course, the well-known Konoha Fierce Wind. Sure enough, Matte gave another thumbs up approvingly. It's you. Yes, there is, I'll show you now. Madardai is still very proud in his heart to have someone ask him for physical skills. Anyway, these physical skills are open to Konoha Ryu, and these junior ninjas will learn them sooner or later. Teaching this extremely talented teenager in advance will not have any psychological baggage. Konoha Fierce Wind. This time, Shuoyu opened a jade writing wheel eye, although this writing wheel eye did not have the ability to copy, but its blessed pupil power allowed him to understand every trace of Konoha's Fierce Wind power technique at a deeper level. When Madardai finished demonstrating, and did not even need Shiyu to practice, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who obtained the Madardai teaching body art Konoha Fierce Wind. Mainly because Konoha Fierce Wind's move is too simple. Analytically speaking, it is just a move to sweep the legs, which is an operation that can be made with legs. How, did you learn it this time? Matte asked. I'll practice alone again. Shuoyu closed the Sherinan eye in advance and replied. Hey, Kai, come on. Your classmates have already learned the second physical technique. You can't lose. Putting aside the father and son for the time being, Shiyu sat back on the fire shadow rock and turned on the system. The fusion system also requires at least 2 techniques, which is why he took the initiative to consult Madardai. Konoha Whirlwind and Konoha Fierce Wind, 1 attack and 1 down, disassembled to see that they are just 2 mediocre physical techniques. However, after integration, it is not necessarily the case. Since both physical techniques are basic physical techniques, there is no difficulty, and the random success rate is surprisingly high. With a 90% success rate, he no longer needs any prop blessings, and if he fails, he has to wonder if he is not possessed. Fusion. Ding! Congratulations on the success of Host Fusion. Get the Konoha Spirit Whirlwind 1-foot style. Physical grade, not assessed. Ignoring the system of naming the ghost, Shuyu corrected, it's called Konoha Lai Whirlwind. Name change successful. Konoha Cyclone continuously attacks and knocks down targets, causing a brief stiffness. Skills with control? I don't know if I hit Kagayahan with such a physical technique, will it cause stiffness? Isn't this a divine skill like the art of the reverse harem? Back to the host, this body technique is not a fixed skill, and the chance of knocking down and stiffening Kagayahim is 0.01%. Then when I didn't ask. As a realist, let alone a 0.01% chance, even if it is less than 5% chance, he will default to failure. After all, 5% doesn't mean that you always succeed once in 20 times, and it's very likely that you'll always be in the midst of that 95% failure. To put it bluntly, he is a ninja who is good at ninjutsu, so he can conceive the effect of thunder flame explosion, but there is really no accurate concept of the physical art Kanaha spirit whirlwind, which he is not good at. Therefore, he would prefer to verify it now. So, he rushed towards Maturday. Senior. Out of politeness, he still gave a warning in advance. As a result, Maturday was very confident, and he definitely thought that Shuotsuki was going to test the Kanaha fierce wind. Like a novice using the basic body technique, he can follow it with one hand. This was the case with the Kanaha whirlwind just now. However, he never imagined that Shuo Ueshi exhibited an unusually tricky set of physical techniques. As a master of physical arts, Maturday understood in an instant that this was a combination of Kanaha whirlwind and Kanaha fierce wind. However, this is not a simple physical fitness. It's more like a complete fusion of two physical techniques. As long as he is given time, he can also fuse the Kanaha whirlwind and the Kanaha fierce wind together to form a unique physical technique, but he can't do it that perfectly. What kind of talent does this teenager have to make the two into one so perfect? He could be sure that Shuo Yu had just learned these two physical techniques, and before this, there was not even a systematic physical technique practice. How exactly did it happen? At this moment of surprise, Shuo Yu's attack had arrived, and Maturday was forced to use his other hand. However, it was still one step late. When he used his hands to block the frontal attack, Shuo Yu's figure suddenly flashed, fell to the ground, and rushed to attack the lower plate. Maturday was not slow to react, and the body that had trained countless times instinctively reacted to avoidance, but Shuyu seemed to have expected it in advance, sweeping across his ankle that had just jumped. Syllable. Without suspense, Matt Day fell to the ground in disbelief. He was actually knocked out by a teenager who had not yet graduated from ninja school and had just learned the three-legged cat body art from him. Although he has dozens of defensive techniques to deal with after falling to the ground, they are useless. This is not a life and death battle. What he cared about was that he had always been proud of specializing in physical arts, but now he was ruthlessly knocked down by a teenager who had just come into contact with physical arts, when his body instinctively defended him with all his strength in an emergency. This, Uchiha Shuyu, you are really an individual genius. Matt Dai howled dryly. This howl startled Akai not far away, and he wondered if his father's mental illness had worsened. Maturday hurriedly got up and said eagerly, "Young man, be my apprentice, learn physical skills with me. I promise to teach you everything I have." "No, why should I learn to cook with you?" "Oh no, learn physical skills." Shuo Yu looked at this somewhat crazy physical arts enthusiast, very helpless. "Senior, it's not that I deliberately rejected you, it's just that I'm good at ninjutsu." Maturday's obsession with physical skills is no less than that of Akai in the future, but his talent is worse. Suddenly, seeing Shuo Yu performing such a physical technique, he thought for a while that Shuo Yu's physical skills were excellent, and many pictures of infinite scenery appeared in his mind. But after the passion cooled down, he suddenly understood, this is the genius of the Uchiha clan. How could he follow him to learn physical skills? Such a qualification is not exaggerated to worship the legend of the three Enders. He is a little bit of a mighty, even his own son can't teach well. What qualifications does he have to be someone else's teacher? Loss is a common human feeling, but Matt Dai is the kind of extremely optimistic family vitality uncle, and he quickly recovered his state. "Haha, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing in a moment of excitement." Mater Dai scratched his shiny hair. Youth is easy to get confused. Youth? No matter how you look at it, youth can't get along with this person. Youth is practice. Matt Dai didn't mention which pot. If Shuo Yuejun is willing to join our youth cultivation, Kai and I will be very welcome. Shuo Yu's mind quickly flashed So-and-so's youth cultivation manual, and he quickly shook his head to strangle this terrible thought in the cradle. And seeing Shuo Yu shaking his head, Mater Dai was a little stunned. Doesn't Shuo Yuejun want to join us in this grand practice? No, senior, you misunderstood. In fact, I will join. Shuo Yu was afraid that this uncle would continue to add drama to himself, so he quickly agreed, so as not to bring himself in. Akai is taken away. It is okay to have a Konoha blue beast in the future. In case of a Uchiha fierce competition, it is estimated that there will be no face. It's amazing that you can join us. I want you to assure you, this is definitely a wise choice. Mater couldn't help but give another thumbs up. The sunset had already set, and even if his hair was shiny, it would not shine. It was not early. Shuo Yu said goodbye to the frog father and son, and looking at the green tights on their bodies, he was a little afraid. After all, he agreed to practice with them occasionally, and the devil knows if Matt Day will give a standard green tights on a whim. It's scary to think about it. If the handsome image of my protagonist collapses, how much will I have to lose? Back home, Xiao Shui Shui has fallen asleep. After all, it is a baby, and the need for sleep is very large. Forcibly completing such an inhuman practice, the consequence was that the next day, his whole person collapsed on the couch as if he was dead. The pain in my body cannot be described in words, because ordinary people who achieve that level of cultivation have already died suddenly in the middle of the way. Fortunately, there is spiritual energy in the Hokage world. In the scientific world, what relies on the spirit to support the body is all a fallacy. Your spirit or soul, in fact, is composed of one cell after another. You are still alive, because the cell is still alive. You can still support the work, because the cell is still working, and after reaching the limit, it is physiological death. The Hokage world is different, and the rebirth of filthy earth is an example. However, although Shia now feels that his soul is still alive, his body really seems to be hanging up. As for going to school in the morning, people can't move, and a yarn study. When he brought the soil to the door in the morning, he asked him to help take leave. This trip was a day and a night. The beautiful young lady who stopped the water did not say anything about milking him. Rubbish. The next day, his body recovered a little. At least he could get a nutritious meal for himself. This leads to a disconnect in the day's daily tasks, without which you cannot get active points, and without active values you cannot check in. But it doesn't matter, just miss a day, and you can recalculate check-ins from tomorrow. In the last check-in, he randomly obtained a lucky grass with a plus 10% success rate, and he didn't dare to think about it. That's at least a peerless treasure that can only be obtained with an annual signature. After eating a nutritious meal, the day begins. Before going to school, there was still a time when he walked into the ninja shop along the road. Looking at the dazzling array of iron tools, he was not very interested. If you want to talk about these short swords and long swords, how much role can ninjas play in actual combat? Unless it's an artifact, it's useless. However, the detonation charm of the rune paper system intrigued him. As long as the detonator is used well, there is no difficulty in knocking it down. Zionen's 600 billion detonation charm almost killed a certain soil. If it weren't for his Inage, it would have ended Hokage in advance. The second generation purpose multiplies each other's detonation charms. Can it be blown up so that a certain soil almost can't take care of itself? If it is not that the 10-tailed human pillar force is too strong in nature, then can it be laughter and play GG? A small detonator is not ordinarily strong. However, Shuo Yu's gaze was more than just an explosive charm. It is precisely because the role of the detonation charm is so efficient that even a ninja will know how to avoid the detonation charm. Therefore, he set his sights on the side of Kuwu and Shuriken. Many ninjas like to hang the detonation charm on the ring of Kumu, but Shuotsuki is different. He is a big thinker who takes an unusual path. If you fuse Kuwu with the detonation charm, then someone like Tuanzang Old Dog who likes to use other people's things is estimated to die a miserable death. For example, how do you wear other people's clothes and use other people's suffering? Tuanzang, since you are looking for excitement, you must follow through to the end. You're so dead. Boom, it's very graphic when you think about it. So, Shuya raised his head and said to the owner of the ninja shop, "Boss, I want 10 detonation charms, 5 kunao, and 5 shurikens." "I'm sorry, little friend, I can't sell you iron kun here. The horse is hot." The dog's eyes looked down on people. Shuyu complained in his heart that he left the ninja shop door, used the transformation technique to change his outfit, and then successfully purchased supplies. In addition to the detonator charm and kunao, he also purchased a talisman and a 25 kilograms load. When he was walking on the road, he had already used the mind manipulation system to fuse. Ding! Added normal detonator *5. Ding! Add ordinary kunao *5. The success rate of integration is 100%. Is it starting to converge? Fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host, obtained the explosion of Kuwu *5. Holding the explosive kunao in your hand, you can't see any difference from ordinary kunao, but as long as you inject some chakra into it, this is a real grenade. In fact, at the beginning, Shuya wanted to fuse the Kuwu and the detonation charm in boxes, so that what he had was not such 5, but a box of grenades, but these things were not white, they all needed to be purchased with money. He's short of money. As for the remaining few, he intended to use them for daily cultivation. After all, today's daily tasks have been refreshed, and one of them is a throwing task. Of course, weights and talismans are not bought blindly, the same as a task requirement. Otherwise, how could he, a salted fish who was tired of light training, take the initiative to request an increase in weight? Ding! Add talisman *1. Ding! Add 25 kilograms. Fusion success rate 95%. Is it starting to converge? Fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the fusion was successful, and the weight jacket, 25 kilograms, *1 was obtained. The protective clothing was originally lined and was light and snug-fitting, and comfortable and durable. After fusing the loads, the clothes are not deformed, but the weight is increasing. 25 kilograms of weight is already difficult for him. After all, that's half the weight of an adult woman. Wearing such a weight-bearing clothing to school, the muscles that were already sore suddenly felt a steady stream of strong sourness. It is estimated that teacher Juan will have to die here when he comes. Today's ninja school class was another topic of unnourishment, and the lecturer stood on the podium and asked a group of students what their future dreams were. Shuoyu peeked at it, licking the dog Obito, and sure enough to write that he wanted to be with Rin. The girl in the front row wrote a wife who I want to be a father, and it really thundered people. The girl on the other side is even more bullish. She directly wrote a ER9 who wants to be X month, and I don't know who this X month is. I didn't see the full name. Anyway, it is estimated that this person will go crazy when he sees it. For this boring dream tea party, she just looked at it casually, and then took a nap on the desk with a sore arm. Dream? Is his dream ninja world in peace Shinshin? After another beautiful morning of rest, I felt that my body had recovered a little. At least it was no longer painful, but I just felt a little sore. After class at noon, I went back to take care of the water stop, because the room was relatively hot at noon. If no one brought it out to cool down, this little force would get sick, and if you were sick, it would cost more money. On that day, Shisui remembered again the fear of being dominated by his brother and the humiliation of the chicken being too beautiful. When I was tired of crying, I fell asleep. 1. Practice throwing 5,000 times, reward the number of fusions *1 2. 12 hours of 25 kilograms activity, reward the number of fusions *1 3. Repeat practice of Lei Yen explosion 250 times, reward the number of fusions *1 4. Tease any beauty, reward the number of fusions *1. Looking at today's daily tasks, Shuoyu couldn't help but complain. System, how come there are daily tasks to molest women from good families every day? I'm a serious person, don't give me this. Back to the host, the daily tasks of this system are really randomly generated, and you may be born with a lack of teasing. You scold again? Doing daily tasks, Shuyu likes to start with the simplest. After once again teasing the sunset with the hardcore flirting method of abstract art, he easily broke the first time of today. However, there is a little that Shuyu cares about. He was not an iron-blind man with soil, and as a wise man with a keen eye, he thought about a serious problem. For example, the 3 generations of Hokage's sons, ape-flying Asema, who now rushed into the classroom door and walked towards him. To say who is the most stone in the Konoha village ninja school, Sarutobi Asema is called second, and no one dares to call it first, because his dad is the village chief. Sarutobi Asema admires the sunset red, just like Obito likes Rin, Nohara. That emotion is almost like writing on his face. Hey, Uchiha Shuyu. Before anyone arrived, Asema cried out through gritted teeth. What's wrong? In fact, there is no need to ask, Shuyu knows what this young man wants to do. He just came back from molesting Sunset Red. What can Asema do? I warn you once, it's best for people like you to stay away from Red. Red won't take a fancy to you from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha? What happened to Uchiha? Shuoyu was still laughing at this childish warning, and Obito on the side couldn't listen to it. I said Asema, do you want to fight? Ha, have you beaten me? Sarutobi Asema is the son of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and the 3 generations are not outstanding in other aspects, but teaching this aspect has an absolute position in the ninja world, and Asema has a sure grasp of the current Obito. But there are not so many soil pipes. Fighting this kind of thing is full of accidents. Who knows if Asema will have a stomach ache in the middle of a fight? Cut. Uncle Ben has long been upset with you. Let's go. Let's do it. With the Earth Covenant. Seeing this, Asema really nodded her head in disbelief. You wait for me after school. Shuyu is really speechless. Obviously this Asema is looking for his stubble, and now he is engaged with Obito. It is really iron. Old watch, wait for school to be over. Let's beat Asema together. I have long seen him unhappy. Don't, I'm afraid of Asema, I'm afraid of death. No, old watch, with me what are you afraid of him doing? Even if he is the son of Naruto-sama, it does not mean that he can look down on us Uchiha clan. That, I'll think again. What do you think? Do you still need to think about this kind of thing? You made an appointment with someone to single out. Now let me help you. It's not reasonable. I'm talking about fighting with him, not singled out. I'm just making a deal for you, and Asema guy is obviously coming at you. But I said 3 words to him, and you started the topic. Shuyu helplessly spread her hands. From Asema's angry entry to a warning, Shuyu exchanged 3 words with him. What's wrong? And the rest seemed to have nothing to do with the theme at all. I can't find the angle if I want to complain. After school, Shuotsuki was the first to sneak out of the ninja school. Joke. Fight with ape-flying Asema? What if you beat that kid to death? Killing Hokage's son alone at the age of 7, Jesus couldn't keep his life. The muscles and flesh on his body have not yet recovered, and he is still carrying weights. In this state, he simply cannot control his strength finally, and fighting is really risky. As far as he knows, although Asema is not very old, he has a D-grade fire ninjutsu in his hand, and his physical skills can be regarded as the middle of the class, and if Obito plays beyond normal, he should be 5 or 5. he doesn't mix it up. Adults have their own worlds. The daily task is now 1/4, the remaining weight-bearing task is just time-consuming, and the remaining 2 are practice training. To practice throwing, you necessarily need a field. To practice ninjutsu, you also need a venue. There were many of these venues in Konoha village, and Shuotsuki chose a training ground closer to his home. The first thing to do is the throwing practice. As we all know, chakra is the root of ninjas, and ninjutsu will consume a lot of chakra. Once chakra is exhausted, then, even if there is still physical strength, it is equivalent to putting on a weak buff. So, between throwing and ninjutsu practice, of course, there is an order. The Uchiha clan has a unique throwing technique, known as Uchiha Ryu Shurikenjutsu. This is not the other, otherwise, the inner one is really difficult to get. One of the so-called Uchiha Ryu Shuriken techniques is to use the Sharingan to accurately determine the trajectory of the shuriken, and then use the collision of the other shuriken to change the angle and hit the target hiding behind cover. Of course, no one has patented this technology, so many people in later generations have learned it. The practice that Shuotsuki is doing now is to turn the shuriken and hit the target on the back of the tree. First of all, when the body is inched, the wrist shakes at high speed, giving the shuriken an extremely fast acceleration, so that the thrown shuriken will, according to the physical theory of gunfighting, the first wave of practice ended in failure. Just standing and throwing, yourself and the target, are standing still, this alone is already very difficult, not to mention the fickle enemy in real combat. If you want to hit the target, you need at least 2 shurikens, then the angle of the first shuriken must be controlled just right, and predict what time and force the second shuriken needs to use and where to collide with the first shuriken. Just such a theoretical basis is a big head. However, fortunately, he has opened the chakra eye, although there is only a hook of jade, but the enhancement of dynamic vision is very significant. This is equivalent to an auxiliary script, and even he does not need to delve into the technical principles, but only needs to practice continuously with the assistance of the Sharingan. As long as he is familiar with the feeling, he can slowly find the door. After the throwing practice, he threw his arm that kept calling and began to perform ninjutsu Thunderflame Explosion. There is no pressure to perform this ninjutsu, after all, it is something engraved in the memory of the system. However, he did not notice a man who was a little stunned in the distance. This is Shuyu, a good ninja. In the future, my son will be like him. The ninja world is a world with an average short life, so most people here like to save themselves early. However, Fugaku Uchiha is an exception. On the one hand, he wants to inherit the position of patriarch, on the other hand, he also has to establish himself in the Konoha Police Department, and now 25 years old, Uchiha Fugaku has no descendants. But it's fast, now that he has achieved career success, he can work hard with his beautiful wife. Just when I went out to breathe fresh air, I happened to see a scene of Shuyu's cultivation. The Uchiha clan is not as rigid as the Hinata clan, but they still value the information of their own clan very seriously. The name Uchiha Shuyu has long been on the patriarch's focus list, but he is too busy to have time. That kind of shuriken technique, it looks like you've just started cultivating. It actually worked. That kid is obviously throwing around without order, how can he succeed? Could it be that he has already opened the Sharingan? However, what shocked Uchiha Fugaku was not only the art of shuriken. After Shuotsuki completed 5,000 throwing exercises, he took a break and began to deepen the refinement of ninjutsu Thunderflame Explosion. This is a ninjutsu that has been fused by a system, and it is the first time that he has performed it substantively. I saw that Shuoyu only made a way seal with one hand, and chakra quickly converged and produced a change in nature. Wait, this is a one-handed seal. Uchiha Fugaku, who peeped in the distance, was shocked. If a teenager who might open his chakra eyes at the age of 7 would make him feel relieved and proud, then it was surprising enough to master one-handed imprints at such a young age. Ninjutsu requires sealing. This is common sense. He didn't know if there would be any Muji ninjutsu in this world, because he hadn't thought about it over there. However, one-handed imprinting is definitely a talent. This is equivalent to one more chance in battle. As far as he knew, there were very few ninjas in Konoha village who could seal with one hand. Uchiha Fugaku's mentality gradually changed, and he didn't want to say the phrase "my future son will be as good as him now," but he wanted to directly grab this person and firmly accept him under his command. Such a ninja has unlimited prospects. This kind of thing should not be taught in the ninja school. He has not consulted the people in the clan. Such a young child, it is impossible to realize the one-handed seal by himself. Can it be that someone outside the clan has already set eyes on Shuyu? Uchiha Fugaku became suspicious for a moment. As a person who has defeated all competitors not long ago and has a life and career that has blossomed, it is normal to be suspicious. At this moment, several hypotheses popped up in his mind. First, Shuotsuki is the junior of Uchiha Kagami, and that person is a ninja who once worked with the 3 generations of Mikaku Hibiki. They used to serve together as the guards of the 2nd generation Nika Senjima, and they practiced together under the name of the 2nd generation meme. Now, the 2nd generation is dead, and the mirror has died early, and the special care of the ape flying son to the Shuyu family can be seen by anyone who is not blind. Second, that disgusting person underground, Shinura Danzo. This old puppy does not have so many secrets in the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, and the Konoha Police Department often receives reports, and some cases are inseparable from the old puppy, of course, because there is no evidence, it can only be understood and cannot be spoken. Third, some of his competitors in the clan. Fugaku is the patriarch, not the emperor, not so powerful, it is impossible to command the world alone, although he is now in this position, but those competitors have not given up. Just let me see who is secretly contacting you, Shuyu, as long as you fight me, I can see it. Saying that, Uchiha Fugaku took out a mask and put it on his face. However, just as he was about to make a move, Shuoyu in the distance had already cast Ninjutsu Thunder Flame Explosion. It was a purple sphere, and the flame was like a wave, and the fire was not like fire, but like water. Even if it is strange, from the category point of view, it should belong to Hwaju, right? However, the speed of this fire is also too fast. It's all equivalent to thunder. Uchiha Fugaku unconsciously opened the Sharingan. Yes, he was confused by the ninjutsu used by a 7-year-old boy, and he was already forced to observe the secret. However, when he opened that pair of 3-hook jade riding wheel eyes, the expression on his face instantly became very exciting. Boom, this is... What the purple streamlined body that originally seemed harmless exploded on the surface of the lake instantly, and that power had far exceeded the How Fireball technique popularized by the Uchiha clan. No, it should be said that even if 10 Uchiha shinobi come to use the How Fireball technique together, there is no such a terrifying power. What the hell is this? The Uchiha clan has such a technique? Or does Konoha have such a technique? He hasn't seen it. In the explosion of flames, there is also the ravages of thunder and lightning. Such a technique cannot be developed by an ignorant teenager, it is absolutely impossible. 3 generations? It is also impossible that person cannot give such a dangerous technique to a child. Uchiha Fugaku looked towards the lake, the steam slowly dissipated, and the water level had dropped by more than 10 centimeters. This is terrible. Such ninjutsu, as long as it is completely hit, will definitely die. Now his feelings about Shuyu are no longer curious and surprised, but have become a question. He first had to figure out what was going on with this child. How could he have this? Who the hell touched Uchiha Shuyu? Fugaku closed his eyes and closed his chakra eyes, and then his eyes widened. It seems that I need to ask clearly. When the words fell, he didn't stop anymore, and directly attacked towards Shuyu. The speed of a Shangnin, even if the water is deliberately released, it is extremely fast. Shuoyu, who had just released a ninjutsu and was satisfied, suddenly felt a coolness and subconsciously avoided it. But he only saw a black shadow, and a huge force came from his arm, knocking him out more than 10 meters. He was just practicing a ninjutsu outside, doing a daily task, and he was attacked? Afraid of damaging the environment and wasting water? When did Konoha village have this rule? What kind of dog is coming? Boy, your technique is very special, I have never seen it in Konoha village. Uchiha Fugaku deliberately changed his voice and asked. Seeing the adult who stopped in front of him, Shuoyu smiled slowly. You're still wearing a vest of Konoha and a mask with wool? Everyone is Kakashi? How about your master's ninjutsu? Since you kicked me, then I will kick it back. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. This is the basic rule of Shuoyu. He was just kicked by a sneak attack, so now he must return it no matter what. Konoha's spirit. Shuoyu's body suddenly moved. It was a physical technique that had been successfully fused the day before yesterday. The fruits of his cultivation were revealed here, and his explosive speed was very fast, more than twice as fast as before. For him, who usually doesn't pay much attention to physical skills, this is already very remarkable. This new set of physical techniques, first attack the upper set and then attack the lower set, the interval is very short, Modern Dai's kind of 10,000 years of patience cannot react, and Uchiha Fugaku, who released water, also did not react. At the same time, he didn't expect Shuoyu to have such a tricky set of physical skills, which he had never seen before. Based on his years of ninja experience, this body technique looks a bit of a shadow of Konoha fluid jutsu, but he can't figure out what it is. At that moment, he put down the idea of using the avatar technique to circumvent, that is, he wanted to see how far Shuyu's son had developed. Thereupon, he was knocked out, and the sluggish stiffness probability also unfortunately appeared on him. Chakra sluggishness. The body has nowhere to borrow. Every moment of the battle between ninjas counts, and during this short period of stiffness, even if he is a shinobi, it is a shinobi who can be slaughtered. Seeing this, Shuyu smiled cruelly. Konoha Whirlwind is a kicking technique, which means that his hands are free. His right hand immediately dug into the ninja bag on his waist, felt out an exclusive secret explosive kunao, and threw it towards Uchiha Fugaku without mercy. And his left hand, one hand formed a way seal, and some powerful ninjutsu was brewing. Oops, Uchiha Fugaku said secretly, feeling that he had lost his play. Although he was testing Shuyu, he didn't use even half of his strength at all, but Shuyu seemed to be feeling MO and getting it to death. That seal, there is no doubt that it is that technique. If this continues to be tempted, he may be dead. With quick eyes, he took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag, wanting to block this kunao of Shiyu, and then quickly turned around to dodge. Shangnin's combat experience is here. As long as he knows what Shiyu is capable of, then everything is in the calculation. That ninjutsu is indeed very powerful, but as long as it is not hit, it is equivalent to 0 damage. However, there is a question: does he really understand Shiyu? Seeing that Kuwu and Kuwu were about to collide, at that moment Shuoyu, who was sealed with one hand, took the initiative to retreat towards the rear. What is this operation? At this time, shouldn't you take advantage of the victory to pursue and take away a ninjutsu shot at close range? Why did you voluntarily give up the first opportunity? Uchiha Fugaku's expression paused, and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late, and his Kuwu had already blocked Shuoyu's Kuwu. Kuwu, who should have been bounced off, did not bounce off, but, boom, that's an explosion Kuwu. Nothing has changed on the outside, but the inside has long changed. Ordinary ninjas, at the moment of seeing the detonation charm clearly, have time to dodge, a simple stand-in technique can do. Or like Deodara's kind of detonating clay, the shape is not too obvious, and those who can avoid will inevitably dodge. However, this is an original Iron Bitterness, who knew that this thing would explode. Who would have thought that an ordinary kunao would explode? Isn't it all blocked? Such a close explosion, let alone Uchiha Fugaku, even if the way Feng Shui Gate came, it was impossible to completely avoid it. How fast the explosion was! The smoke and dust cleared. Uchiha Fugaku was already embarrassed, his ninja vest had been blown into cloth, and his body was covered with black blow wounds. He now suddenly understood why Shuoyu had to take the initiative to retreat at that moment. It turned out that everything was in Shuyu's calculation. Uchiha Fugaku, who had rolled several times on the ground, had not yet recovered from the high-energy shock of the explosion, when he suddenly thought of an even more terrifying thing. Oops. This time it sucks. When he hurriedly opened his chakra eye and looked back, he happened to see a purple chakra group. That chakra looked like a dream, but he knew how deadly it was. Things are really bad. But as mentioned above, everything is in Shuoyu's calculation. A ninja who has made up his mind to take the ninjutsu route, if he can't even pinch the time of ninjutsu connection, then don't live. Shuoyu calculated the power of the explosion Kuwu, calculated how far the target would be blown up, and calculated where ninjutsu should be released. Everything is based on that probabilistic rigid control. The beating of the falling water dog was vividly interpreted by him. Uchiha Fugaku has not yet escaped the shock of the explosion, and looking at the ninjutsu with the eyes of the writing wheel, there are some ghosts. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he knew that if he didn't use that whole card again, his beautiful wife Mikato Uchiha would have to consider remarrying. Boom! The white light flooded the line of sight, and Uchiha Fugaku was blown out of the distance, directly breaking several large trees before falling into the deep forest. Ha! Didn't die? Shuoyu, who opened a jade writing wheel eye, caught the figure of Uchiha Fugaku flying out upside down. If it blows up the body, then with the human body, it should be mosaic, because it is too cruel and bloody. However, Uchiha Fugaku's body seemed to have some shield that saved his life. Lei Yan's explosion only blew him up, but did not hurt him. But that face seems familiar. Shuoyu muttered. The detonation charm shattered Uchiha Fugaku's mask, and Shuoyu saw the other party's face. For that Sema face, he still had an impression. So, he had to take a step and run towards the opposite side. In the deep forest, the scarlet glow in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes slowly dissipated, and he covered his eyes in severe pain and stood up. Even if it is hit by the detonation charm, it does not have such pain. Suddenly, he heard a burst of footsteps and quickly shouted, "Stop, Uchiha Shiyu." "Well, senior, I stopped." Uchiha Fugaku sat up and looked at the boy with a harmless smile, mad, who wanted to make his son like him. "Senior, I'm sorry, and very sorry. I thought you were a spy who infiltrated from another ninja village, so I fought with the determination to die, but I didn't expect it to be you. If you deceive the ghost, Shuyu Zankao will come. I know, this time it's my fault, suddenly attacked you, just to test you." Shuoyu stepped forward and took the initiative to stroke Uchiha Fugaku, and those who didn't know thought that there had been some earth-shattering invasion battle here. However, simply because one person looks at one more person. "Shuoyu, you are a child of a clan, I want to ask you, who taught you your ninjutsu?" Uchiha Fugaku showed the majesty of the patriarch, and this kind of thing, he, the patriarch, had the right and obligation to know. Uchiha Fugaku, who grew up under narrow nationalism, took it for granted. However, he ignores the fact that the ancestor of the Shuotsu family, Uchiha Kagami, is a ninja who has jumped out of narrow ethnicity. At the same time, it is also unexpected that the 7-year-old boy in front of him is not a little fart who does not understand anything, let alone be oppressed by his aura, and even, he wants to make a few jokes and make a scene. "My ninjutsu? My ninjutsu was cultivated by myself. What's wrong? You cultivated it yourself? That's impossible, Shiyu. Do you know how dangerous that kind of ninjutsu is? You must tell me the truth, the person who may have taught you ninjutsu did not have any good intentions. Fortunately, I met me today. If it were anyone else, you would have become a murderer by now, and you would have been arrested by the police department and put in a cell. The cell is second only to killing a child as a threat to a child. Uchiha Fugaku thought that Shuyu would definitely explain the truth. Unfortunately, Shuyu tilted her head and performed abstract art. Is it so scary? Well, that's for sure, so, say, I won't blame you. However, my ninjutsu is really cultivated by myself, that is, I can succeed casually by combining the How Fireball technique with another Thunder Dun ninjutsu? Can't you do it, clan elder? The patriarch can't do it? Can't do it? How can Lao Tzu do it? Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. Judging from his Sharingan observation, the technique did contain fire attributes and thunder attributes, but how could it be so simple as Shuyu said? Don't say that he can't do it. Even if the third generation of the professor called ninjutsu comes, he may not be able to do it. Can you do it casually? Isn't this a ghost? By dreaming like N.A.? This, Shuo-yukon, the fusion between the different attribute ninjutsu you said is not easy, not everyone can do it. Uchiha Fugaku does not believe Shuyu's words, and the ghost will believe it, so he plans to use his own way to obtain real information, and wants to see what this child has in his heart. So, the scarlet writing wheel eyes of the three-hooked jade lit up again. Shuyu, tell me the truth. When the dark part of Konoha probed for information, it was not a last resort, and it would not use extreme means, that is, the mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan. And this kind of thing is too simple in front of the Uchiha family. The Sharingan gives the Uchiha clan an extremely peculiar ability. This pair of eyes is too strong. I don't know how much stronger than the mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan. However, in front of the Sangyu Sharingan, the answer that Uchiha Fugaku got was still Shuoyu's original words. My ninjutsu is really cultivated by myself. At this time, even if Uchiha Fugaku did not believe this kind of nonsense, he had to believe his eyes. He gave up, and at the same time doubted life. If what Shuyu said is true, then, no, how can there be such a ghost in the world? Does ninjutsu say that fusion is fusion? Especially furious thunder and fire. Usually, two dark parts who are proficient in ninjutsu can also perform fusion ninjutsu together, but that kind of fusion ninjutsu is too superficial. For example, thunder is attached to fire, such as wind blesses the power of fire. These are too shallow. Shuyu's ninjutsu fusion degree is completely different, that is true fusion ninjutsu, and even only one step away from the blood succession limit. In the ninja world, chakra is the root of the ninja, and the two chakra nature changes are fused at the same time to produce a new escape technique, that is, the blood succession limit. Once the blood succession limit realm is successfully cultivated, it will change its own bloodline, and this new escape technique will be recorded genetically, and often one person will change the fate of a family. Meltdown, explosion, ice, and more. If Shuoyu's technique deepens a little more, it will be the blood succession limit. And the fusion ninjutsu released by others is not worthy of being mentioned together, at most it is a combination ninjutsu. 7-year-old child almost develops bleeding to follow the boundary? Are you kidding? Even the kind of person of the third generation did not succeed. How can humans be so devilish? Do you have the ability to fuse another one? Yes, if you have the ability, you can try another fusion? With this idea of not believing in ghosts, Uchiha Fugaku said to Shuyu, you are not small, some things should also be told to you. The family has been cleaning up the mess left by the last war, sacrificing many people and neglecting to care for many people. Is the water stop okay now? When it comes to stopping the water, the spirit of Shuyu comes. Could it be that this unreliable patriarch intends to raise that smelly younger brother? That's good. The 3 generations gave welfare policies and found a milkmaid for the water, but who is too little about such a thing as welfare? If the clan is willing to find a shovel officer for the water stop, oh no, find a 24-hour nanny, then dare to be the best. It's okay to stop the water now, but it's very noisy every day, and my pocket money is spent on him. I'm very sorry, I should have thought of this kind of thing earlier, and the cost of stopping the water in the future will be borne by the clan. Uchiha Fugaku's Sima face struggled to squeeze out a kind smile. Also, if you need anything, ninjutsu, blades and so on, you can come to me. If there is anything you don't understand in cultivation, come to me, don't practice indiscriminately, your ninjutsu is very dangerous. Yes. Before Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, Shuya nodded excitedly and said yes, and the pressure on his head disappeared instantly. In the difficult and dangerous environment of the ninja world, can you not be tired of being a brother and a father? Uchiha Fugaku looked at this teenager who played his cards completely out of the ordinary, and always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. After separation, Shuyu continued to cultivate alone. After finishing the day's daily tasks, he squirmed home with his body on his feet. The feeling of chakra exhaustion is equivalent to motion sickness plus cold plus kidney deficiency. The next day, he was not polite and walked directly towards the courtyard of the family. Uchiha Fugaku was angry, so he planned to come over today on his day off to have a few ninjutsu to play. Of course, he wasn't the only one who wanted to do this. Uchiha Fugaku also wanted to see him learn new ninjutsu. He really wanted to see how he could casually fuse two ninjutsu. As long as Shuyu learns more ninjutsu, he will inevitably take the initiative to fuse. If no new ninjutsu has appeared for a long time, then he will question Shuyu. But if he really succeeds, it's even more interesting. Shuyu walked into the courtyard, there were no extra levels, tests, and the like, and directly spoke, "I want 10 B-level ninjutsu scrolls, attributes, fire, wind, thunder." The people who guard the door of the Uchiha family have one thing in common with the people in the dark department, that is, they cherish words like gold. The difference is that the dark part looks at people with masks, and the Uchiha family sees people through their nostrils. Give it, little ghost. There are 4 C-level ninjutsu that are suitable for you. Shuyu only saw a pair of nostrils, and a scroll was thrown over. Taking the scroll, Shuyu couldn't help frowning. "Iron juice, I wonder if you can't understand people. I said 10, Class B. Get out." The watchdog directly flashed the 3-hook jade writing wheel eye. "Gotta, okay." Shuyu fart left upside down, forcibly broke through or something. That is what the male protagonist of Xianxian Dragon Aotian will do. Like him, a 2-spine salamander, he knows very well how to accept it when he sees good. 10 B-level ninjutsu are also his nonsense, trying to see if he can blow up the treasure. Even if the other party gives it, he can't eat it. Sure enough, the other party did not give. While walking on the uninhabited path, I opened the scroll, on which a total of 4 ninjutsu were recorded. Wind Escape, Big Break, Class C. Fire Escape, Phoenix Flower Art, Grade C. Fire, Dragon Fire Art, Grade C. Wind Escape, Vacuum Jade, Grade C. Fire is the main ninjutsu of the Uchiha family, and before awakening the Sharingan, the Uchiha family was proud of the fire, although many of those who opened the Sharingan were actually majoring in Fire Escape. However, Lei Duen, whom Shuyu prefers, is not on it. Back to yesterday's cultivation field, it seems that someone has come to clean up the ruined scenes, and I don't know if it is the dark part or the people of the Uchiha family. But these have nothing to do with Shuyu, he just has to destroy it. Let me see. Zi, Yin, Jun, Ugly, Dun, Yin. The sealing speed of Shuyu is very fast. If a person has a brain and a long hand, the 12 seals are not difficult to remember. This kind of operation for everyone is not to talk about. The printing speed is only the most basic thing. It is said that most of the lower ninja can't even learn C-level ninjutsu. Shuyu often said that it was difficult to understand. Could it be that there was a furnace milk powder in the Hokage world? To get back to the truth, because the Uchiha clan has an inexplicable affinity for Fire Duen, he has practiced several times, and he can already use the simple Phoenix Flower technique. This fire trick is to spit out multiple balls of flame and spread out in all directions, and the caster can also use chakra to manipulate the trajectory of these flames. He can now easily spit out flames, but for the control force, it is still not good. If you want all the fireballs to hit the same point, the difficulty is really a bit high. But these are not a problem. There is a fusion system, as long as you learn. Who cares about his mother's proficiency? In terms of matching the wind, Shuyu chose Vacuum Jade. He clearly remembered that the old dog of Tuanzang had used this trick to escape the wind, spitting out the high-speed convergence of the wind, and the power was extraordinary. The phase of these two procedures is also excellent, both are small in size and fast. If the Fire Escape Phoenix Immortal Flower technique is combined with this Wind Escape Vacuum Jade, then, what kind of changes will occur? So, it took him another noontime to learn the first Wind Escape in his life. In his personal opinion, the difficulty of learning Feng Dun is much higher than that of Huajun. As soon as you get started, it is a C-grade Wind Escape, no wonder. System, fusing the Fire Dun Phoenix Flower Art and the Wind Dun Vacuum Jade. Ding! Add the Art of Fire Phoenix Flower. Grade C. Ding! Add Wind Escape Vacuum Jade. Grade C. The success rate of integration is 71.5%. Is it starting to merge? Fusion. Congratulations on the successful host fusion. Get ninjutsu. My bullets are fast and hot. Ninjutsu level, not evaluated. Looking at the name of ninjutsu, although Shuyu had been prepared, he was still thundered. Dog JB system, is Zhang Lang exhausted? This name. Change the name, let's call it Wind and Fire. Ninjutsu Wind and Fire, name change successful. With the information in his mind, he tried to make a way mark with one hand on the tree in the distance that had been inches for a long time and had not fallen. Uchiha Fugaku thought that Shuotsuki had learned to seal with one hand, but in fact it was not, because the ninjutsu fused by the system does not need to be sealed. In other words, this is Muji ninjutsu. The reason why he also made a way seal with one hand is because this magic seal can control chakra more stably. Therefore, all his fusion ninjutsu is this one seal. The Uchiha lackey, who was hidden in the shadows, quickly recorded the state of Shuyu. This child has the seal that the patriarch said. Ninjutsu Wind and Fire. Straight to the big tree in the distance where the three of them hugged together. As the nature of chakra changed, a fiery red straight line pierced the body of that big tree. I'll make it. Shuoyu himself was stunned by his ninjutsu. This ninjutsu, yeah, is a laser. Even though the form of ninjutsu could be deduced based on the principle of ninjutsu, when he practiced and used it, he was still shocked. The penetrating power of the fire is honestly weak. It is the weakest penetration among the 5 basic escape techniques. Tudun at least has a Tulong gun. As for the penetrating power of Feng Dun, it is not very strong, and the characteristic of Feng Dun is cutting. However, when these two excellent ninjutsu are fused together, it becomes high-temperature vacuum jade. The high temperature leaves a long tail of flame in the air, and the visual effect is indeed like a laser. Fugaku's heart was in pain. He received a report from his subordinates, and at first he didn't believe it, but after observing it himself, he discovered something incredible. That kid, turned out to be really. Is this genius? Fugaku-sama, isn't that the ninjutsu you taught Uchiha Shugitsu? Me? Do you think I have that ability? Fuyu asked solemnly with a Sema face. The subordinate was instantly so frightened that he fell to his knees. I'm very sorry, Lord Fugaku. Is C-grade ninjutsu really that simple? It's really casual to integrate successfully. Fugaku left, leaving only the back of a god and god. It seems that something is wrong with the brain. System, fusion, ding. Add fire dragon fire art. Grade C, ding. Add wind escape big break. Grade C. The success rate of integration is 73%. Do you start integration? Fusion. Congratulations on the successful host fusion. Obtained ninjutsu, wind breaking dragon fire. Okay, it's called ninjutsu, wind breaking dragon fire. The dragon fire art was originally a large-scale FFF scene, and with the blessing of the wind escape breakthrough, the fire was even worse. This technique, the power of the single body is not strong, but when used to clear the monster, it is a first-class big move. It's worse than Uchiha's fire extinguishing it. It's a loss. Well, although a bit of a blowing component. It is estimated that such a ninjutsu can burn more than 50 baiju. That's it. The 4 ninjutsu fused into 2, and he suddenly had another idea. As a big thinker with active thinking, 2 first-class gemstones can be fused into 1 second-level gemstone, and 2 second-level gemstones. Why not try to fuse them again? Now 4 C-level ninjutsu, fuse him into 2 ninjutsu comparable to B-level. So, what if these 2 B-class ninjutsu are fused again? System, I want to fuse wind and firebolt and wind-breaking dragon fire. Back to the host, fused ninjutsu. If further fusion is required, it needs to be incremental. What do you mean? For example, 2 times C equals B, then 3 times B equals A, 4 times A equals S. The system plays math when it doesn't agree with a word, but fortunately, Shuyu's brain is enough, not the IQ of Obito. I see. In other words, if I want to use fusion ninjutsu to fuse again, I need at least 3 fusion ninjutsu. I have exactly 3 of them now. Give me a fuse and try it. Ding! The host lacks 3 fusion permissions or multivariate fusion card. Please check it. Mad, seeing that Lao Tzu is about to master thunder and lightning, you will make this one for me? Why didn't it say it before? Because the condition is not triggered. How do I get permission and what card is that? If the host is promoted to Zongnin, 3 fusion permissions are opened. Multi-fusion card can be obtained randomly by check-in. Dry your bird. This is a mandatory bundle check-in. Now sure, you can be considered to understand. This broken system deliberately put the word check-in at the end, which seems irrelevant, but now it seems that it is not okay to break the signature for a day. Anything weird and important depends on signing in and luck to get it. In desperation, he could only temporarily suspend the 3 fusions. Instead, daily tasks are opened. Only if you complete the daily tasks, you can have active value, and only active value can you check in. This ghost system, it's really an old sow with a moon hood, one set after another. Daily task list. 1. Handstand walking around Konoha village 10 times, bonus fusion number *1 2. Frog jump 5,000 steps, reward the number of fusions *1 3. Defeat any student of the same level, reward the number of fusions *1 4. Teasing any beauty, reward the number of fusions *1. The first 2 items were written by Mater by default, but looking at the last 2, Shuoyu's smile gradually became gentlemanly. Defeating any student of the same level, he can be said to have no pressure in his heart. Not to mention that in the ninja school, even Kakashi, who has already graduated, is not his opponent now. That white-haired imp is only relying on a one-handed sword technique now, and if he fights, he will definitely open 9. Definitely not 5-5. However, everything in the world can be simple. Who wants to be complicated? He already has a candidate in mind. Leaving the cultivation field, he ran directly towards Obito's home. Obito did not live in the clan residence, but lived like an ordinary ninja in Konoha's safe house. Perhaps due to talent, Uchiha Fugaku did not want to recall him after his parents died. Shuya took an unusual path and jumped on the window to open, but found that the room was empty. Alas, the number 1 licking dog is definitely going again. Sighing sadly, Shuoyu already understood where Obito would go. the Nohara family can only be regarded as an ordinary family in Konoha village. The popularity is not even as good as the hand-hit family, but Shuyu was at the door of the house and saw the figure with soil. The villain is also a person with a handle, how can he live like a dog? Bring the dog, oh no, bring the soil, Shuoyu shouted from afar. On the street, it is still necessary to save some face for the old watch, bring a dog with a dog or something, it's okay to call in private, you can't bark in public. Hearing the voice, Obito, who was chatting awkwardly with Nohara Rin, quickly turned his head and stood up straight a little embarrassed. Ha, Shuyu? I'm just passing through here, are you going to eat ramen with me? If you don't eat it, the fate of Konoha village to eat ramen is relatively weak. Along with Obito came two more girls, Rin Nohara and her best friend. Shuoyu-kun, did you come specifically to find Obito? Would you like to play with us for a while? Ha, beautiful Jade? Didn't you just say you didn't want to play with me? Did I say that? Didn't you say? Obito said and raised the bar. Seeing Obito's clumsy ability to flirt with girls, Shuyu covered her face and lamented, when will this brother grow up? That, I have something to do with Obito, can you lend me Obito and pay you back tomorrow? Shuoyu said. Hearing Shuyu say this, Nohara Lin suddenly blushed nervously, and quickly clarified, huh? What to return to me, Shuoyu-jun don't talk nonsense, I didn't let Obito how about it? Beautiful Jade, blushed. Obito looked dumbfounded. It's a view he can't get with all his might. Take the soil, let's go, I'll take you to training, only when you become excellent, girls will admire you. Old watch, I haven't eaten yet, how can I fight you? Obito said with a bitter face. He was full of wild Haralin, how could he be willing to fight with Shuyu? Of course, Shuyu saw this clearly. After training, please eat a big meal, by the way, please one Ohara-rin, right, groove, good, let's go. Obito is like being beaten with chicken blood, instantly resurrected. 10 minutes later. With a dirty nose and a blue face, he lay on the ground with a swollen face. Woo, stand up like a man, with soil. I haven't used ninjutsu until now, have you become like this just physically? Woohoo, you've said this for the 10th time. I can't beat you, I admit defeat. Admit defeat. Obito, how do you go to lunch with Rin Nohara? Don't mess with me, I don't want to see Lin now, I just want to go home, you spare me. Obito, are you in pain? Yes, I'm in pain. I'm in so much pain, woo but. Shuoyu paused slightly, her face turned pale, and she pinched a fire seal in her hand. My pain is even higher than yours. Saying that, a cluster of flames quickly enlarged from in front of Shuoyu and blasted towards the soil on the ground. He said that he was no longer able to do it, but in front of this fire tiger, Obito still flashed with a spirit. Are you trying to kill me? If I wanted to kill you, you would have died 100 times. I know to mess with, just know, men must have their own goals, don't revolve around a woman all day. If you don't have this woman, are you a waste? I think about it, what are your own goals? I want to be Hokage. Obito replied without thinking, and then added, then confessed to Rin. Shuoyu, #hashtag licking the dog is not unreasonable. Okay, that's it. Well, one person lives one way. Mr. Lu Sun said that some people live to be licking dogs, and there were no licking dogs in the world, but when there are more such people, there are licking dogs. It's funny that he actually tried to change a licking dog. It's really self-defeating. That's it for today, you go back. It always feels weird, then I'll go back and mess with it first. Poor Obito was obviously pulled over to accompany him, but now he feels like he took the initiative to find a teacher. The main thing is that it was also flattened. Shuoyu looked at Obito's limping back, and was really a little disappointed. Not to mention what will happen in the future, what fate Obito will face. As a materialist, Shuyu cherishes the present very much. Now he is a cousin with Obito, so he wants to take care of some Obito in doing things, and does not want him to live in the ridicule of others. However, this kid really doesn't know how to lift. Isn't it just that I was beaten 5 or 6 7 8 90 times and gave up? As an old watch, it's really sad. So, with this pain, Shuyu decided to find a little sister. Don't get me wrong, it's not just about finding solace with women, it's just about completing daily tasks. To say that in school, he can walk to the classroom of Sunset Red when he goes out and turns a corner, but today is a day off. Konoha village is so big, if you want to find Sunset Red, you can run most of Konoha village. Taking such a distance, just for the task of teasing beautiful women, is not worth it. So, he just swaggered out onto the street, looking around like a little rascal. In the distance, a long black straight one, that is, it looks a little cold. There is a big blonde wave on the opposite side, which is a little uncontrollable. Hey, that redhead is good. In the Hokage world, all kinds of hair colors emerge, but in Konoha village, red hair is still quite rare. Because it is rare, it is eye-catching. Because it is bright, it is beautiful. Shuoyu took a step and walked towards the red-haired beauty who was shopping. This is a big sister, but not a young tooth like Sunset Red. Adults' preferences for adults are generally bottom-up. Cute? What is that? In the face of cough, pointless. especially a pair of big white cuffs under the short skirt. Approaching, accompanied by a burst of fragrant wind, he finally stepped within the 70 centimeters range of the red-haired beauty, which is said to be sensitive to any girl. If she refuses you, the distance will be automatically adjusted, and if she acquiesces, then you can continue to get in and out. Although Shuyu has an adult soul, his current body is only a small shota no matter what. Therefore, the red-haired beauty just glanced at it with afterlight, and then said to a yellow-haired woman next to her, "What kind of child do we want in the future?" Ah, isn't it too early to say this? Compared with the atmosphere of a red-haired beauty, the yellow hair looks very shy, just like that kind of virgin. Haha, you're blushing. Say, want a boy or a girl? I prefer my daughter. Well, Watergate-kun, how good you say we have such a lovely son. The red-haired beauty pointed to Shuoyu, who was getting closer and closer. Wait a minute. The situation is not right. Shuyu immediately stopped his feet. Watergate? He looked up and sure enough saw a man who was still very handsome despite his murderous hairstyle, that handsomeness, the kind of sunny and gentle, natural male girlfriend template. Wave Feng Shuman. That is, the person next to it is. Oh, little brother, sister, am I beautiful? Uzumaki Jushina asked with a smile. It seems that he is in a good mood today. But who doesn't know that this woman, known as Blood Red Chili Pepper, is the most unprovoked existence in Konoha village besides Senju Tsunade? Fortunately, he didn't have time to start. In case he became an idiot Zhengtai, it is estimated that he will be beaten to incontinence in minutes. Drift, beautiful, little, big sister. Hee, you're just as handsome as Watergate-kun. He is the little sun, you are the little moon. Hee. In the face of Uzumaki Juzine's sudden praise, Shuyu felt a little embarrassed. This is strange and embarrassing. He is not a little boy who does not understand farts, but a lewd uncle lives in this small body, a big thinker. What little sun, little moons, one after the other. It's easy to make people think crooked. He is the Shuyu-kun of the Uchiha family. Bofeng Shuman seemed to know Shuyu, and after explaining to Juzine, he squatted down, stretched out a hand towards Shuyu, and smiled. Shuyu-kun, hello. Therefore, he grabbed Juzine's arm and looked scared at Bofeng Shuman. Ah, Watergate-kun, you scared him. It was Shuyu-chan? Juzine asked with a grin. Obviously she was in a very good mood today. Beautiful big sister, can you not add a sauce to my name and call me my real name Uchiha Shuyu? Yes. Haha, Shuyu-chan. To say how far can an abstract artist excel? Then Shuyu will show it with practical actions. When he heard that sauce again, he directly pretended to be angry, rounded his arm, and shot down on the one-half twin mountain of Juzine. Bang, very resilient. Ding. Mission completed 2/4. Juzine didn't care about a tofu that was eaten by a little boy, and besides, Shuyu didn't grab it with his hand, but just cleverly rounded his arm and hit it. Naively thought that this was just a growing little boy who became angry. However, the smile of the wave Feng Shui gate on the side seemed to reflect the 4th place in the solar spectrum. Well, Shuyue-jun is angry, Juzine don't tease him anymore. Saying that, Bofeng Shuman also pulled Juzine behind him. It hurts. Juzine pouted exaggeratedly, always wanting to tease this handsome little boy, but he couldn't control himself at all. However, Shuyu no longer wants to continue to stay with the two of them. The task has been completed, it's best not to approach the blood red pepper. Leave, too. The streets of Konoha village are long and wide, and they disappear after 3 or 2 clicks. Juzine stomped his foot in anger, and Bofeng Shuman could only smile, looking like a familiar honest person. Despite the day off, the practice of the mat father and son continued. The later stage of physical ninja is indeed fierce, but it is all based on a lifetime of hard practice. Since entering the ninja school, this is his fate. As long as they are on the road of cultivation, any ninja can always bump into this father and son. Shuotsuki was just about to start his daily mission around Konoha when he happened to see their father and son. Matt K felt exhausted to death, and Matt Day was still pouring chicken soup for the soul beside him, a mouthful of youth, shouting with joy. Hey, isn't that Shiyu? Kai, hurry up, we want to practice with Shiyu. Dad, I've been running for a day, can you rest for a while? Shiyu has just come. No, Kai, youth is to see others work hard, and you must not be left behind. In the desperate eyes of Metkai, Shiyu actually slowly lowered his body, and then stood upside down. That's. Mater was moved to Shiyu's actions, and the devil knew where the point he got was. Kai, originally, I wanted you to grow up and receive this kind of training, but seeing that your classmates have already started, you must not be left behind. Matty was desperate, he already knew what to do next. Come on, Kai, give up your usual running and start doing 20 laps around Konoha now. If you can't do it, then push up 500 times. Woo! In this regard, Shiyu did not express any opinion. If it weren't for his father's desperate education, with Akai's qualifications, being a Zongnin in this life would probably be the limit. Where did that shocking kick come from? It turns out that walking 10 laps of Konoha upside down is more tiring than running around Konoha for 30 laps. If it weren't for chakra's protection, it is estimated that his hands would have worn out long ago. When he finished walking upside down, he felt that his whole person was gone. Looking at the sky normally, heaven and earth seemed to be turned upside down. It took a long time to sit on the fire shadow rock before recovering. Then comes the final task. Seeing Shuyu working so hard, Akai, who was tired of soft mud monsters on the side, cried directly. In the next second, despite being stunned, Mater Dai continued to say to Akai, "See, son, that's youth. If you still want to catch up with that person now, you have to go the extra mile. I once said that hard work can defeat genius, but for that person, you have to put in exponentially the effort." Akai struggled for a while, still didn't have the strength to get up. He had been running for a day, and he was really hollowed out. Akai, if you end up here, Dad won't blame you, because you really tried your best, I can feel it. The meaning of youth, right here. I know that you have no strength, so it's up to the father to catch up with Shuyu for you. While crying with emotion, Mater Dai also jumped towards Shuyu's back at a faster speed. Father dressed in green, really like a frog. Akai, who was paralyzed on the ground, looked at his father and said slowly. When the frog jump ended, that is, when Shuyu and Akai were talking on the ground. Handstand walking wasted arms, frog jumps wasted thighs, and all limbs declared strike. He lay on the ground, looking at the sunset in the west, really speechless. The effect of this kind of desperate cultivation is indeed obvious, and now his physical strength in all aspects has doubled, and the most important thing is that the amount of chakra has also increased a lot. However, there is an obvious disadvantage, and that is the damage to this body. If he can't fuse an ability to enhance his body in the future, then he will have a dark disease at the age of 50 at the latest. A civilian ninja like Akai, even if he doesn't have that kick, is doomed to fall behind the scenes as he gets older. The road ahead is too long, he needs to merge, not what he wants to merge, there are many, many more. Shuyu, what are you practicing so hard for? Ninja assessment. Asking questions together brought Shuyu back to reality. Looking at the cute Akai next to him, Shuyu replied, if I consulted fish, I will definitely stay at home and drink tea, but I also have a younger brother who has a bad fate. Don't say how I am myself, just for my brother, I also need strength. Protect your brother? Great Shinobido, Akai said blandly. For this criticism, Shuyu did not dare to say more, for fear that his head would be short-circuit. Ninja world, how can it be so simple, one with soil, one with water, these two people with extremely tragic fates, have a relationship with him. If they are friends, then we cannot make this friend at all, but they are relatives. Human beings, living in one place for 7 years, is definitely not as simple as written in the novel. The next day, after entering the ninja school, he did not go to the classroom, but went straight to the principal's office. The system says that he can only open the next permission if he is promoted to Naka Ninja. Only those who graduate from ninja school in advance and obtain the qualification for shinobi can go to the assessment of ninja. The process is a must. This headmaster of the ninja school is an old man. Shuyu is not familiar with it. According to rumors, this principal is still a middle ninja, but in Shuyu's opinion, he can't stop his fusion ninjutsu. Uchiha Shugitsu? Yes, headmaster. Shuyu said expressionlessly, sometimes let these people think that he is an unreasonable Uchiha clan with nostrils pointing to the sky, but it is easy to do things. Early graduation application. Your grades are indeed passed, I can pass here, but I still need to report. You go back to the class for the time being and wait for news. Before Kakashi, the principal was already very proficient in early graduation applications, and he was even more pleased with this batch of students. Those who have the ability to graduate early, those are the elite of the elite. A class of students can send several elites to Konoha village, and he has a light on his face. Shuyu nodded. Since he went through the process, he could not avoid various procedures, and he had already been mentally prepared. Similarly, when you become a true ninja, the amount of Konoha pension you can receive will change. No matter how old you are, as long as Konoha decides that you are already a ninja, then you have the ability to be self-reliant. This is also the reason why he is known as a genius parallel to Kiki Kakashi, but he is slow to graduate early. Who wants to work hard to earn money if they can lie down and receive money? But the system forced him to. Yes, then headmaster, I stepped down. Go, Shuyu. Back in the class, the teacher did not have any complaints about Shuyu's lateness. Instead, his face was full of pride. Kimo Kakashi's white hair has graduated, and Shuyu, this child, is more psychologically mature, and the graduation assessment must be 100% passed. In this way, under his hands alone, there are two well-known geniuses almost at the same time. Say it, in the circle of teachers, can it not be bullish? Isn't it just a casual way to ask a female teacher to come out and discuss learning? As soon as he returned to his seat, Obito, who had not yet disappeared the lump on his face, came over with a thief. Old watch, I heard that you went to the principal's office? Don't be afraid, I didn't say that you hit me, I just said that I hit it myself, and the principal will not punish you. Obito-san, you are such an Eggman. Shio was inexplicably a little moved, how much like the kind of iron buddies when he was a child. Hee, I went back yesterday and thought about it. You are also to train me, I can't blame you. And lo and behold, what a baby. It's a pity for such a person not to be a Hokage. Obito, do you want to catch up with Kiki Kakashi? Or even surpass him? Shuoyu suddenly asked. As an old watch, he wanted to pull the soil with a hand. Obito has always had two obsessions. The first is to chase after Nohara Rin, and the second is to surpass Kakashi. The first one has too many uncontrollable factors, but the second, he has to say the handle, that can definitely help bring soil beyond Kakashi. Me, of course I thought. Then you have to open the Sharingan. Obito's physical skills and ninjutsu qualifications are limited, and it is impossible to catch up with Kakashi if he relies on systematic training alone. But Obito is not an ordinary person, he is a Uchiha clan, and riding wheel eyes is his biggest advantage. It is often said that the Uchiha family left the Sharingan. What is it? He. But Shuya really feels that this statement is a bit shabby. What is it that the Uchiha clan left the Sharingan? So what is it that the ninja left chakra? What is it for humans to leave the air? It is clear that there is talent and will not be used, that is the younger brother. Obito is naturally also very yearning for the Sharingan, and he wears goggles every day to protect his eyes. Sharingan. I want to open it too, but unfortunately I still don't feel anything. Hearing this, Shuya smiled mysteriously and said, sometimes, we can use some extraordinary means. Ha! Obito expressed doubt. Shuya didn't answer. He planned to wait until he turned on the Sangha Jade, and then cast an illusion spell on Obito to force him to open the Sharingan. It's just that now he is also a Jade, only increased his detection ability, and he does not have such a strong illusion ability. Just as the two were talking, a string of footsteps sounded outside the classroom, and it was the principal that Shuya had just met. The principal also had a strange ninja beside him, and seeing the principal come to the classroom in person, the first person who became nervous was no one else, it was Obito. He swore and said to Shuya, don't worry, old watch, I will never tell the principal that you beat me for more than 10 minutes, nor will I tell him that you beat me with your fist to make me bleed my nose. I believe you're a ghost. Don't worry. However, the principal's opening did not seem to meet Obito's expectations. Excuse me, the principal said politely to the teacher on the podium, and then said to Shuya on the seat, Uchiha Shuya, your application is passed, now come and participate in the assessment. Ha! Obito stared at Shuoyu with an exaggerated expression. Wait, what the hell did you apply for? This is different from what you imagined, dear. Shouldn't the headmaster be here to deal with fights? How did it become what the hell did the application pass or something? Shuya smiled slightly and patted Obito's shoulder. Nothing, just an early graduation application. Early graduation application? Nothing more. Because Obito was extremely emotionally unstable, the voice was heard by everyone in the classroom. Originally, Shuoyu wanted to leave low-key, but now, it seems that everyone's eyes are staring at him like a glowing light. I'm Buddha. Kakashi graduated because of that, and now Suzuki-kun is leaving, we are so stressed. A certain boy complained. Yes, in the same class, everyone else is so good, and we are all like crane tails. Aha, I knew my Shizuki was no worse than Kakashi. What is your Shuyu? It's obviously my Shuyu. Get out. Aren't you Chef Kakashi? Konoha village is still relatively relaxed about the qualifications for lower shinobi. If you master these 3 basic ninjutsu, you can basically enter the battle. And Shuoyu has been able to easily perform C-level ninjutsu, and the 3-body technique is simply trivial. Doppelganger. An identical Shuyu appeared in place. Avatar. Transfiguration. Qualified. With such ease, Shuotsuki took the Konoha ninja forehead protection that the principal personally handed over. But he did not wear it on his forehead, but tied it to his arms. It's summer, wear it on the forehead and don't give heat to death. Then, Shuoyu-kun, you are now a qualified ninja, this is Shinobu Yamanaka Tagamai, and you will be assigned to his team next. The principal said. Hello, Shuoyu-kun, I am Yamanaka Tiano, currently a Shangnin, good at family secret arts. The strange Shangnin was also enthusiastically introducing himself, and he was also very happy to have a genius ninja in the squad. However, their enthusiasm was completely rejected by Shuyu. Nope. Ha. What? Shuoyu wiped his fingers on the Konoha symbol on the ninja's forehead and said, I plan to participate in the special middle ninja examination. What? The headmaster and Kami Shinobu instantly turned from doubt to shock. If an ordinary student says such a thing, they will at most treat it as a joke, but this kind of thing comes out of the mouth of an extraordinary ninja, they can really be serious. Judging from the assessment just now, this teenager obviously has the ability to surpass ordinary patients, but the middle endurance assessment is not so simple. Shuyu-kun, have you thought about it? Of course, if I don't prepare accordingly, I won't talk about myself, but if you want to participate in the Zongnin examination, you need a recommendation from Shangnin. I think it's best for you to spend some time in Yamanaka Kami Shinobu's group, and then if you feel that you can, Yamanaka Kami Shinobu recommends you to take the Chuninja exam. Shuoyu looked at the old principal and shook his head. The clan has prepared a recommendation for me. The Uchiha clan, Yamanaka Tenno didn't say much this time. People are the geniuses of Konoha's first rich clan. As long as the clan agrees, who can stop it? In this regard, the principal had to give up. It's just that he sighed a little. This may be the fastest ninja in Konoha's history, from graduating from school to being promoted to middle ninja. Yamanaka Tianyi nodded irrefutably. He did not think that Shiyu would fail to advance. Personal strength was one thing, and family power was also on the other hand. Then, Shinobu Yamanaka, I will react to Naruto-sama on this matter, and trouble you to run for nothing, the principal said with a smile. It's nothing, teacher, what's polite with me, is, ha ha. Originally, this ninja group assigned to lead the team of shinobi, all of them were handpicked by Naruto, but now Shuotsuki took the initiative to refuse. It is simply a god. There is no such thing as a routine in his body, and the unusual path is vividly reflected in him. As a graduate, when I came out of the assessment classroom and passed by my original classroom, that mentality really had a dreamlike sense of illusory. He waved at the teacher who had guided him for a year, and then walked towards the school gate without looking back. I used to be very reluctant to go to school, but now I am inexplicably a little reluctant. Smiling to himself, he left the school. He now has to prepare for the assessment of patience, and he must make some preparations. Uchiha Fugaku's side, depending on the situation, just need to say hello. It's just that it's not the period of the Chunin exam yet, and even if Hokage arranges it, it's a special case of the Chunin exam. Therefore, what he encountered may be some competitors who are several years older than him, and even some old fritters who stay in the lower ninja class for many years and cannot be promoted. For example, someone, after learning the immortal mode, still did not pass the Zonnin qualification, and was eventually knocked to the ground by Konohamaru. Of course, the Naka Ninja assessment will restrict the conditions and do not allow someone to use the immortal mode. Not to mention those, he felt that the exam should always have skills, that is, the performance was for the examiner. Then, his ninjutsu aspect is the absolute confidence of the owner. 3 fusion ninjutsu, not to mention ordinary middle ninja, even ordinary upper ninja may not be able to bear. Moreover, this fusion ninjutsu only needs to cost the chakra amount of sea-level fire ninjutsu, that is, he can release several times in a row. As for the physical skills, he is still deepening, although he hates this kind of desperate physical cultivation, but there is no way. I was walking on the road of Konoha village, and suddenly I noticed a touch of green in front of me. It's really green in the material sense, not green in hair. Looking at it, it turned out that Mater Dai was jumping quickly on the eaves. His expression was a little eager, and he seemed to be chasing something. Just thinking of physical skills, Mater Dai jumped out. With that, he jumped on the eaves and chased after Mater Dai. Senior, what are you chasing? Mater Dai turned around when he heard the sound. His expression was very embarrassed. I took on a task to chase the gangsters, and now I am chasing the gangsters. Gangsters? Shiyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and question, in broad daylight in Konoha village, the gangsters still dare to run like this? What does the Konoha police department eat? Looking ahead, Shiyu instantly understood. On the roof in the distance, there is a black cat with a good figure. This is chasing the gangsters. It is clear that the rich pets in Konoha village run away from home every day. Shinobu usually takes this kind of task. Scratch cats, weed, idle eggs hurt. Senior, you can't catch a cat like this. The stronger you chase, the faster the cat runs. You see, it still looks down on. Shuyu said honestly. Ha! What a cat! I didn't catch a cat. The pierced Mat Dai suddenly embarrassed a batch, usually blowing in front of the child, is to give himself a tall and powerful character, now instantly collapsed. Hey! He didn't know that Shuyu had already known his facts, but he didn't reject it. Although this person is not a ninja level, he is still very strong in desperation. Yes, I know, stop, I'll help you take down that gangster. Shuyu said helplessly. How can a creature like a cat be chased head-on? That will only run endlessly, and in the end it is the human race itself who is tired. But if you change the right way, you will find that the creature of the cat is very simple. The stupid cat not only did not escape, but also took the initiative to walk towards the Shuyu transformation cat. Presumably, I can't stand the rich woman anymore, and I want to find a similar kind of complaint. But unfortunately, a task is a task. Oh, Shuyu-kun, it's really thanks to you. Mater Dai put the black cat in a cage, and his face was full of happiness. It's just a show of hands. Shuyu didn't want to help once, so he wanted to get some benefit from Mat Dai. As he said, it's really just a show of hands. But I don't know why, as he spoke, the smile on Mat Dai's face suddenly froze on his face. He stared at the ninja brace on Shiyu's arm, and his old hand trembled with excitement. You, Shiyu-kun, you are actually already a ninja? Oh, yesterday I thought about graduating quickly, and today I will apply for the assessment. Shuoyu said originally. Do you want to say it so easily, huh? Nothing, you really deserve to be the boy I fancy. Whining. I don't know what Mat Dai touched again, holding a cat cage in his hand, and a big man just stood on the roof and howled. Well, anyway, for the mental problems of the Matt family, Shuoyu has always expressed understanding, one person and one way to live, isn't it? That, if I have the opportunity next time, I will ask you for physical skills. I still have business, so I will leave for the time being. After saying that, Shuyu jumped off the roof and walked towards the Uchiha clan mansion, leaving a lonely Materei standing on the roof, envious and excited. Who would have thought that this teenager, who was still practicing with him yesterday, had successfully passed the ninja school assessment today and became a shinobi? Think of his child Matty. It seems that he has not learned the three-body technique until now. No, don't talk about the three-body technique. It seems that even a few physical techniques he personally taught have not been learned. How can this be compared? From which side is it compared? By the way, Akai runs more roads than Shuyu. Besides, he had also taught some of Shuyu's physical skills. Teaching was equal to teaching, and teaching was equal to teacher. So he can also be regarded as a half-moon master? Barely finding a comfort spot, Materei hurriedly carried the cat in the cage back to hand over the task. Shuotsuki walked all the way into the house unimpeded, and as soon as he stepped through the gate, the guard hiding in the shadows had already gone to inform Uchiha Fugaku. Seeing that Shuyu took the initiative to come to look for him, Uchiha Fugaku, who was nesting in the house all day. Well, why is your face a little pale? Like that sense of weakness in chakra? Shuyu, you came to me. Yes, Fugaku-senpai. Shuoyu's title for Uchiha Fugaku is very subtle. He does not call Fugaku a clan elder like others, and calling him by name makes people feel very close. If he opens and closes his mouth and is a clan elder, no matter who it is, there will be a greater gap in his subconscious. Oh, ninja forehead? Did you apply for early graduation on your own? Fugaku felt that everything was reasonable. Since he had fought with Shuyu, he felt that such a child, let alone graduate early, would not have the slightest problem in putting it on the battlefield now. The scheming is terrible. Yes, I can submit my own documents to apply for early graduation, but if I go further, I need the help of Fugaku's senior. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku frowned, feeling that things were not simple. This is clearly not just coming to ask him for practice. SHHH, you mean, Naka Ninja Assessment Application? Yes, I heard that you must have a recommendation from Shangnan, so I thought of Fugaku-senpai. Fuya was stunned for a while before saying, well, originally this matter not only needed to be recommended by Shangnan, but since you opened your mouth, I will do it for you. Ha! Is there anything else? Actually, there is nothing. Then I would like to thank the seniors in advance. Needless to say this, I told you before that if you have a problem, come to me. By the way, is there anything else you need help with your practice? Shuoyu thought slightly, and suddenly thought of several very practical physical techniques in the Uchiha flow. The people of the Uchiha family are naturally more than that, so the physical skills developed are also better than coolies. Since he can learn this easy technique, who would want to circle Konoha dozens of times? That, in fact, I want to strengthen my physical skills. Since I decided to participate in the Zongnan assessment, I have to be more comprehensive. Physical skills? Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his chin with one hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Come with me. Uchiha Fluid Art has relatively high requirements for ninjas. Presumably you are just right. In Shuoyu's memory, the one who used the Uchiha Fluid technique the most should be his stinky younger brother, Uchiha, to stop the water. With a strong instantaneous technique, it was also given a nickname, instantaneous water stopping. However, the strongest thing about the smelly brother is actually illusion, but there is no good opportunity to cast it. Following Uchiha Fugaku, he came to the arsenal of the Uchiha clan. There is a special ninja storage in the family, and only the big family has such capital. If civilians are allowed to store, it is estimated that others will say that they have a brain disease, they can't eat well, they can't afford to buy 3 rooms and a living room, and they store ninja tools. Come, Shuyu, pick a sword for yourself. Sword? Shuoyu looked at the various tie knives and short knives hanging on the wall, full of doubts. Yes, it seems that the people here, no matter what kind of sword, giant knife, or mallet, are called swordsmanship. That's right. Uchiha Fugaku looked around the ninja room and slowly explained, ordinary physical skills are no longer suitable for you, so I intend to teach you more complex Uchiha flow sword techniques. Here it comes. This is what the smelly brother learned. Shuyu had some expectations. Looking up at the various ninja tools hanging on the wall, presumably, they are all good guys who can be hung on the wall alone. Like stacked in a corner, box by box, is ordinary iron bitterness. Skipping the overly long knives, he finally chose a short knife with a fiery red scabbard. Due to the age limit, his current body can't wield a sword blade that is too long, and using that kind of tool, it is not conducive to fighting. Did you choose a short knife? A wise choice. This is a famous knife, Yan, now it belongs to you. Famous knife Yan. Shuoyu resisted the desire to complain, saying that it was a famous knife. How famous was it? Haven't you heard of it? Strictly speaking, this move is called ninjutsu. When Uchiha Fugaku attached the fire attribute chakra to the sword in his hand became a sword of flame, and then he saw his figure move, aiming at the target with a series of attacks. Shuyu was on the side, opened the chakra eye, and observed intently. The principle of this technique is explained in his words, that is, 2 words, combo. Start by pouring the wind attribute chakra into the blade to suppress it, and then use the flame blade unexpectedly, which is equivalent to a close-range fire attack, and then turn to the enemy's back with a powerful jump, plus a flame. Users must be familiar with their own chakra, which is secondary to swordsmanship skills. In fact, to put it bluntly, in the Hokage world, the ones who can be called swordsmanship are White Fang and Mifune and Kiribi, and the rest are blind GBA, especially the so-called Ninja Knife 7. However, not necessarily later. Shuotsuki slowly drew his short knife, imitating Uchiha Fugaku's movements, and swung it in a series. Imitation is the most basic step of learning. First of all, you must make it look like a cat drawing a tiger, and then you can slowly experience the meaning and turn others into your own. Shuoyu, who opened the Sharingan, is not difficult to imitate this technique. Soon, he will be able to make a complete set of sword styles. Snap! Uchiha Fugaku applauded gratifyingly. He is usually very old-fashioned, and being able to act like this naturally represents an affirmation of Shuyu. You're excellent, Shuyu. Ha! Is this excellent? Shuyu doesn't know where his show is. Is there a happy windmill show? In his opinion, the current mastery of this technique, the real effect that can be exerted, is not as good as a sea-level fire ninjutsu. If this will be praised, then it really deserves it. That, Fugaku-senpai, isn't this something that everyone can learn? What? No, this technique has relatively high requirements for ninjas, requiring fire, wind, body. Wait, Uchiha Fugaku was about to explain this ninjutsu in detail, but suddenly thought of a familiar sentence. Blend casually, can't you? Everyone. I see. This is not a person of the world at all. What a fuck. He learned this ninjutsu back then, but he practiced for a whole month. But in the end, even if it was practiced, there was no deeper understanding, and it was impossible to go further, resulting in this ninja technique being basically unused in the end. Why is this happening? Could it be that in the eyes of this young man, all the techniques in the world are so simple? Shuyu, you can't measure others by your own standards, you are different from others. Uchiha Fugaku endured the discomfort and taught righteously. Yesterday, he watched the fusion ninjutsu that Shuyu completed in minutes, which made him feel doubtful about his life, and felt that something had changed in this world. Therefore, after going back, he also tried to fuse 2 sea-level ninjutsu. He is a superior ninja and fuses 2 levels of ninjutsu, which is a very simple thing to stand up, but he can't do it. Even if he worked hard, from yesterday to today, he consumed chakra and dried it again, and he didn't succeed once. Unexpectedly, listening to his words, Shuyu's expression was gloomy, and she replied in a low voice, yes, I am just an ordinary person, and I don't have any talent, which is far worse than those geniuses. In other novels, the 5-year-old Eternal Kaleidoscope writes the Wheel Eye, hangs 3 generations of Hokage, the 6-year-old Reincarnation Eye dry burst Uchiha spot, and the hair at the age of 7 or 8 has not grown. He has already conquered the ninja world and opened a harem. He is inferior to this comparison. Extremely inferior. It's too ordinary to be ordinary. But hearing these words in Uchiha Fugaku's ears, they almost exploded on the spot. No, Shuyu, I think you may have misinterpreted me. I mean you, it's my fault, I shouldn't compare with those geniuses. I'm willing to be an ordinary person in peace, Fugaku Sr. Uchiha Fugaku felt that his heart was being pierced by one steel rod after another. If such people can't be called geniuses, and dare to say that they are ordinary people, then what are these other people? Waste slag? Or is it a slag of slag that together makes up the waste residue? Okay, Shuyu, you continue to practice, and when the Zongnin assessment is confirmed, I will come and inform you. During this time, if you have anything you don't understand, you can come to me. After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku did not dare to stay in this place. He was afraid that if he stayed for a long time, he would have a psychological shadow. If he was too inferior, he would be prone to aging, and it was not good for having children. Shuyu looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who suddenly looked lost, and felt a little distressed. Senior Fuyu, pay attention to moderation. I see that your face is very bad today. Yes, got it. A man who has been as serious as iron all his life, almost collapsed psychologically on the spot at this moment. After watching Uchiha Fugaku leave, Shuyu did not rush to continue cultivating, but lay in the shade for a while, enjoying a peaceful sky and earth. This is a graduate's leisure. Don't worry about school, don't worry about work, it's so cool. After a short nap, he began to lift the knife and swing it over and over again. The ninja tools he used before, except for Kuwu, is a shuriken, which can be used as a dagger, and he is still using regular stabs more often. But the short knife is different, it has a longer blade. The thin blade structure is indeed sharper, but at the same time it is more brittle. It must be ensured that 100 knives are using the blade without mistakenly cutting a dip with force. That is not a good thing for itself, for the blade. After ensuring this, he began to officially practice Uchiha Ryu Sword Yuion. 7 days later, Shuyu finally waited for the notification. Eliminate some spurious IQ tests and directly carry out the most critical comprehensive strength assessment. At the same time, a total of 10 players participated in the assessment, forming 5 groups of 2 and 2 duels. Shuoyu looked at the opponent assigned to him and sighed helplessly. To be honest, he prefers to meet a shinobi who is good at ninjutsu, and then the two engage in ninjutsu bombardment, bombard each other in minutes, and then easily win. However, the sky did not go as expected, and one of the opponents arranged for him was a shinobi who was good at swordsmanship. He was also about the same age as Shuoyu, and he used to be in the same class as the ninja school. This is a special Zongnin assessment. Usually, each ninja village likes to invite spectators from all over the world to come and watch the game during the middle ninja assessment, so as to show the strength of their village. But today's scene, with a total of 7 spectators, is Konoha's own business. Special treatment during special periods. There are not too many melon-eating masses, and Shiyu is more relaxed. In the first 2 games, it was 4 relatively old Elishi Xiao Ren, and there were 2 rookie chickens pecking at each other, not to mention the main examiner. Even Shuoyu himself was a little unbearable. To put it in the hardest words, they fight like CXK. The 3rd and 4th games are exclusive women's teams, and they are stronger in comparison. However, this time, the Naka Ninja assessment is based on the level of performance of the players in the course of the battle, and has little to do with the victory or defeat. Well, it seems that Naruto-sama has made you a big deal, Kakashi-san, Shuotsuki said with a grin, patting Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi didn't know why. He didn't seem to be developing very well, and he was half a head shorter than Shuyu. Hearing this, Kakashi held a pair of dead fish eyes and replied, Shuyu, I will win. Yes, after all, you graduated so much earlier than me, you are very good. I admire you, Shuyu said with a smile. Seeing that Shuyu was laughing, Kakashi couldn't laugh. Since Konoha White Fang committed suicide, this beautiful boy has lost some functions, which is said to be weakness in the corners of the eyes. Anyway, it is a dead fish eye. The whole person exudes a musty smell. Just as the two were greeting each other in a friendly manner, the referee spoke up. Game 5, Kiki Kakashi vs Uchiha Shugetsu. I'll beat you, Uchiha Shugetsu. Yes, you are very strong. Kakashi's pre-match cruel words were like a stone, sinking into the boundless sea and quickly disappearing. This strange feeling made him feel very uncomfortable, and he made up his mind not to do anything in the battle for a while. The two jumped in and stepped into the duel. On one side is a white-haired man carrying a short sword on his back. One side is a man with black hair and a short knife on his back. The 3 generations of Hokage, who was the chief examiner, narrowed his eyes, and his heart was indescribably happy. These are all talents from his village. Their ancestors were also excellent ninjas who had made outstanding contributions to the village. Their promotion to Zongnin, in fact, in his heart, is already a certain thing, and now it is just a procedure. When did that kid learn swordsmanship too? The 3rd Hokage noticed the short knife on Shuyu's back and asked to the left and right. Yes. He has been practicing swordsmanship for the last few days, taught by Uchiha Fugaku. Darkpart replied respectfully. Isn't he good at ninjutsu? Why did he suddenly go to practice swordsmanship? This doesn't seem like his character. Maybe it's why he had too much contact with Maturde. Infected by that guy? Interesting. The 3rd Hokage smiled and winked at the referee. The referee nodded and shouted, Start. Sassy. The moment the referee's words fell, Kakashi couldn't wait to rush toward Shuyu. The sword technique inherited from Konoha's White Fang gave him strong self-confidence. In his opinion, as long as you are close to your body, then it is equivalent to winning this battle. His knowledge of Shuyu also stopped at the ninja school. In the daily outdoor classes of the ninja school, he could tell that Shuyu's physical skills were not very good. However, what he never expected was that Shuyu on the opposite side was also rushing towards him. What is this situation? As a ninja who is good at ninjutsu, shouldn't you make a mark or immediately distance yourself at this time? Why did you deliberately rush towards him? Draw your sword. Kakashi raised his spirits. On the other side, Shuyu also pulled out the knife at the same time. Want to compare swordsmanship with me? You've already lost. However, Shuyu doesn't seem to plan to play cards according to common sense. When he hit the right distance, he suddenly burst out chakra, and his speed instantly skyrocketed. With just one jump, he appeared in front of Kakashi as if he were instantaneous. Uchiha Ryu Ken Yuion. Zoom in when you meet. What is respect for opponents? That's respect. The sword art that has been continuously cultivated in the past few days has been directly cut off according to Kakashi's face. The wind attribute chakra poured into the blade body, and when the knife was cut, it was accompanied by a long sword chi. If it is an unsuspecting person, this sword infused with the wind attribute chakra will probably cut the body in half. Kakashi sensed the danger. The swordsmanship inherited from his father gave the best defensive strategy in this instant. He also poured chakra into the blade, thereby strengthening the strength of the blade, and directly followed the attack trend of Shiryu. Scandium. The blades clashed, and a pleasant metallic sound sounded. But it was Kakashi who suffered, because he seems to have miscalculated. This power. This blow is hard. Where is this special sword art? This is clearly a reckless man who is ruthless. He didn't know how many times Shiryu had to do physical training every day, and the most intuitive manifestation of these physical training was the skyrocketing of muscle strength. Although Kakashi continued to practice every day, what he did was more about mastering himself than training his savage strength. In his opinion, only by completely mastering every part of his body and mastering every inch of power can he perfectly play his father's swordsmanship. As for who is right and who is wrong, there is no criterion for judging it. It's just that as soon as they meet now, he can be considered to be down. This is a fact. Just when he was about to fight back, he found that Shuoyu's short knife was faster than him. It was clear that he had just used a powerful shun chop, but he could reply so quickly. The chakra of the wind attribute quickly dissipated, and in turn, this knife suddenly flashed a flash of fire on the way down. Uchiha Ryu's sword Yuian, this set of ninja techniques, in fact, the wind attribute is only an auxiliary, and the fire attribute is the main means of attack. Seeing that the flame sword was about to be cut down, Kakashi stepped back without hesitation. This trick, he can't take it. He didn't dare to take it. Chakra's wind attribute changes, only the sharpness, not the strength, but that blow makes him suffer a loss. Now that this flame has materialized, he doesn't dare to take it. Unfortunately, one thing was overlooked. Shuyu's short knife is a famous knife yan. It's a chakra knife. He was still in midair, and he found that the flame blade suddenly soared a lot, from a short knife to a long knife in an instant. Kakashi, who was shot to the ground, was very embarrassed, and the clothes on his body were burned with a crack, and the skin in that place had been burned. Enduring the burning pain, he quickly stood up with his spirits. In this case, if he does not feel faster, then the only thing waiting for him is out. However, when he stood up and held the sword in both hands, he found that Shuyu's figure had disappeared. The third stage of Uchiha Ryu's sword Yuian is to appear in the opponent's defenseless rear with a strong and high-speed jump, and then give a fatal blow. The sweat behind his back stood upside down. Feeling the terrifying crisis, Kakashi no longer had time to think, and hurried to use the avatar technique. His body couldn't keep up with his reaction speed at all. Even if his intuition and consciousness knew that Shuoyu was behind him, he was already too late to block. Boom! A cloud of white smoke, Kakashi's place, turned into a piece of wood. That flame blade was cut into two together with the wood, and Kakashi, who was transferred to a safe position through the avatar technique, fell to the ground weakly. The clothes behind him are already shattered. That's a trace of being charred by the flames. When he was in the ninja school, the avatar technique was used very quickly, but no matter how fast it couldn't be faster than the Shiryu blade that he practiced desperately every day. Victory and defeat have been scored. Who would have thought that a second-generation White Fang who was pinned on high hopes would be so vulnerable? I underestimated the enemy. Kakashi stubbornly spat out a sentence before passing out. Shuoyu put the knife back into its sheath. The other party was knocked unconscious, and there was no need for him to pursue. They were all classmates, and he even felt that he was too heavy and blamed himself. Hey, why are you stunned, medical ninja? Hearing the call, the medical ninja, who was always on standby, quickly ran over from the entrance and carried Kakashi away. Winner, Uchiha Shugetsu. The referee pronounced the verdict in time. Daily tasks, 1/4. Defeating a ninja of the same level with sword fighting is also one of his daily tasks today. Unlike Shuyu's calmness, several people on the stage couldn't calm down. This, standing on a high place and witnessing the whole process, the dark part next to the Hokage gasped. Not long ago, he had given the teenager a pension. At that time, this child looked harmless to humans and animals. Who would have thought that he would be so violent? Relying solely on swordsmanship, defeated Kakashi Kiki? Isn't the White Fang of the Kimu family alive in vain? Sure enough, did that hit Kakashi too hard? The eyes of the three generations are full of sadness. We all know that Konoha White Fang is because in the mission, he chose his teammates, gave up the mission, and finally chose seppuku to apologize due to the pressure of various fishing boats. Is Konoha White Fang guilty? Yes. But such a character will definitely not sin to death. His strategic victory for Konoha definitely surpassed such a defeat. Konoha did not convict Kiki Shuo Shigeru to death. It was he who chose death. As a result, Kakashi is now wielding a soulless sword. Then again, Shuyu's progress is really amazing. I was nowhere near it. At this moment, a certain disabled ninja came uninvited. Oh, Tunzo, why are you here? The third generation of Hokage Flying Sun took a puff of his cigarette bag and asked, Konoha is doing something so important, why don't I come? Danzo asked very cunningly, so to speak, it became the third generation of Hokage. However, the same old fritters, the third generation of Hokage has long been familiar with some of Danzo's actions. That kid of the Uchiha family, who defeated Kakashi with just his swordsmanship, will be a very important ninja for Konoha in the future. Yes, but Kakashi from the Kiki family is not so bad, you should be able to tell the difference. Surprise, originally one of the strengths of ninjas. Tuanzang thought about it, and it seemed to be the same thing. No, Lao Tzu didn't come to do this. Sarutobi, you have also seen that Uchiha's means, he is very suitable in the route, this is his best choice. The third generation Hokage shook his head preparedly. Danzo, if it were someone else, I might not disagree with your opinion, but he is Kagami's junior, so don't think about it. Huh? Danzo laughed dryly twice. Uchiha Kagami? When are you going to remember that man and how many years has he been dead? Danzo, you and I owe him. The third generation of Hokage suddenly said sharply. There are many secrets in this world that have been buried forever with time, but those who are still alive have secrets in their hearts. As for what happened back then, no one knows except for Ape Fei, Tuanzang, and Minion. Why did the people in the second generation Hokage Guardian back then all occupy high positions now, and only one Uchiha Kagami died young? Danzo was forced by the momentum of the 3 generations of Hokage, and was speechless for a while. He also seemed to recall the scene, and after a long time, he gave in. So, Kakashi, Tuanzang, Sunko. While the 2 Konoha high-ranking officials continued to argue, Shuo Yu in the duel scene had quietly left. The battle is over, and as the winner of the finale, whether he can be promoted to Zongnin, his heart is already very pressing. Now just wait to receive the Naka Shinobi certificate and vest. The distribution of these things, he is not in a hurry. Therefore, I plan to take advantage of this time to eliminate the remaining 3 daily tasks. In the afternoon, he received a summons from the 3 generations and immediately went to the Hokage's office. On the desk, there are piles of paperwork, and the old man ape is about to be buried alive. Shuyu, you came. I originally wanted the dark part to send you something, but I still think that it is more ceremonial for you to come and receive it yourself, the fastest ninja in the promotion. The old face of the third generation smiled like many flowers. Obviously he is only 5 years old, he should be a greasy middle-aged man, but he looks like an old man in his 60s. Sure enough, the 12,127 work system is very fatal. I don't know what those adults who are clamoring about becoming Hokage in the future think. A certain 5-5 opened as a fire shadow, and instantly died and did not live. A certain little yellow hair became a fire shadow, and every day was a kidney deficiency. Is it interesting to be a Hokage? For that little power, tire yourself into a horse. At the same time that the 3 fusion permissions of the fusion system were turned on, Shuyu's heart was the same as just honey. After saying goodbye to the 3 generations of Hokage, he immediately returned home. System, fuse me, I want to fuse 3 ninjutsu. If you are promoted to the middle patience, you can open 3 fusion permissions, and after having this permission, whether it is 2 or 3, you can fuse. At the same time, if this permission is turned on, there is no need for a multi-fusion card. After all, the system said in her word at that time. Ding! Add ninjutsu thunder flame explosion. Grade B, assessed. Ding! Add ninjutsu wind and firebolt. Grade B. Ding! Add ninjutsu wind breaking dragon fire. B grade. The success rate of integration is 45%. Does integration start? Eileen, how did the success rate fall below half? Shuyu said dissatisfied. In his opinion, any chance less than half is a dangerous value, and less than 50% is zero. If some people can win the jackpot with a 2 or 3% chance, it can only be said that people are the Yuhuang of the OU Emperor. We're just ordinary people. Use the lucky orb. The lucky orb is a random reward he received from the weekly signature 3 days ago, which can increase the success rate of fusion by 25%. Ding! Lucky orb has been successfully used, and the current fusion success rate is 70%. Has it started to fuse? Fusion. The success rate of 70% is a relatively safe value, but even if he is not satisfied and wants to increase it to 100%, he has no choice. Lucky props cannot be stacked, otherwise he will move out all the plus 10% lucky grass in a warehouse, and definitely give him a perfect 100% out. Congratulations on the successful host fusion. Obtained ninjutsu, wind, and thunder. Ninjutsu level, not evaluated. Feeling the ninjutsu information that was poured into his mind, Shuu was so excited that he almost pinched the little egg that stopped the water. Although he has not practiced it yet, he can deduce how artistic this ninjutsu is unleashed just by the principle of ninjutsu. Yes, the name of this ninjutsu is quite audible. If he were to evaluate such a ninjutsu now, then he would not hesitate to rate it as S grade. That is, forbidden level. Ooh, that's right. This ninjutsu actually directly surpassed A-level ninjutsu, straight to S level. Its complexity has exceeded the limits of conventional ninjutsu, and the average person is estimated to not even understand the principles of ninjutsu, let alone learn it. Even if he now demonstrates this ninjutsu 100 times in front of all the ninja geniuses, absolutely no one will learn it. As for the writing will I relying on copying, it is even more foolish. and when it comes to the destructive power of this technique, it's a pity that he hasn't met a single reference yet. To give an example, when Uchiha uses how fire to extinguish, it takes dozens of water ninjas to use the water formation wall at the same time to block. Then, his 3 fusion ninjutsu need 100 ninjas who are proficient in Earth Done and build the Earth Flow City wall at the same time. System, you are really powerful this time, fierce. Back to the host, this system only cares about fusion. As for the fusion product, it should be the host's luck. Hehe, since I have better luck here, then I will sign in now. Daily check-ins are manual, so check in before 12. Before that, he pinched and checked in every day, hoping that in the dead of night, no one would seize the ethereal luck. But now, my luck is booming, and it's a good time to sign in. Ding! Check-in successful. You get a check-in reward, the Sharingan evolution card. Great, it's finally not lucky grass, every day you eat grass to doubt life. Wait, Sharingan? Evolution card. Shuyu was suddenly overjoyed. As we all know, the opening and evolution difficulty of the Uchiha family's chakra eye is very harsh. The first awakening of the chakra eye has to be greatly stimulated, and every evolution is a tempering of the state of mind. Until Sangyu evolved into a kaleidoscope, he was decisive enough to die. After that, the kaleidoscope gradually lost his sight, and the eyes of his loved ones had to be transplanted. It's very masochistic. Shuoyu sometimes wondered if he would open the kaleidoscope, or even the more cruel eternal eye. But now it seems that with the system coming out, it seems that there is no need to worry about everything. Use the Sharingan evolution card, he said decisively. Ding! The Sharingan evolution card is successfully used. In effect, immediately afterwards, he felt the warmth in his eyes, different from the stinging pain when he opened his eyes for the first time. This time it was like eating sugar pills. As the special chakra secreted from the body of the Uchiha clan flooded into his eyes, he felt that the whole person was undergoing earth-shaking changes. That feeling is power. Yes, the Uchiha clan is a clan with external bodies and the destiny of heaven, and a pair of chakra eyes can change a person. With the increase in the number of seemingly small gouged jade on the vermilion iris, the quality and quantity of chakra in Shuyu are increasing, and the enhancement of chakra, who is the origin of the ninja, means that his personal speed and physical strength are also rising. A hook of jade slowly rotated around the pupil, and gradually, another hook jade appeared. 2 hook jade showing an angle of 180 degrees continued to rotate around the pupils, and a third hook jade slowly appeared. Sangdu jade, the limit of ordinary chakra eyes, he has reached the 3 hook jade. The plummeting of pupil power made him feel an unprecedented expansion. Maybe when a certain amine in his body was over-secreted, when he obtained that S-level fusion ninjutsu, he didn't open the 3 hook jade chakra eye so inflated now. Whew! Call! Shuoyu quickly took 3 deep breaths to stabilize his state of mind. No wonder those Uchiha who suddenly opened the eyes of the writing wheel will look like a dragon arrogant. Obviously the strength is not good, and he is so arrogant. It seems that this is not a psychological dominant factor, but a physiological factor. Sangha Jade Writing Wheel Eye, Integrating Detection Eye, Replication Eye, and Illusion Eye. Now he will passively enhance a lot in battle. Whether it is a physique opponent or a ninjutsu type opponent, in front of him, he will be seen through. And, as a ninja who has never learned any illusions, now he only needs to follow the principles of illusion learned in ninja school to activate illusions through the Sharingan. It's that powerful. He had never been entangled in the issue of illusion before, because he knew that as long as he opened the 3 hook jade, then he would be comfortable with illusion. After a very powerful night, at dawn the next day, he walked towards the Obito family. When he jumped into Obito's window, Obito was still washing and planning to go to school. Wow, scary. Old watch, can you walk through the door once? Obito was so frightened that he swallowed his mouthwash and complained. However, when he saw clearly the equipment on Shuoyu's body, the complaints full of stomach disappeared in an instant, and he was stunned. You actually. When did you become Naka Shinobi? Oh, just promoted yesterday. Shuoyu didn't care, as if promoting a middle ninja was as simple as drinking white water. Isn't it? Obito rubbed the Naka Shinobi vest of Shuotsuki strangely, as if he had seen some treasure other than Nohara Rin. Shuoyu slapped Obito's hand away and said in disgust, disgusting no? Don't beat loud za. Ha, no, can you borrow me to wear it? Can Kanaha's vest be borrowed casually? Oh too. Obito was a little disappointed. Just when he thought that Shuotsuki was going to be criticized, Shuotsuki graduated from ninja school ahead of schedule, and just when he was still envious of Shuyu's early graduation, Shuotsuki had been promoted to become a middle ninja, and he is still a student at a ninja school. This gap is not a star and a half. Obviously they are cousins, but this gap is really desperate. Obito's loss was written on his face, and Shuyu looked at this old watch that used to be funny, and said comfortingly, Obito, be strong. I'm okay. Well, aren't you determined to surpass Kakashi? That being said, Obito was still entangled, but suddenly saw a red light, and when he looked over carefully, he happened to face a pair of vermilion 3 hook jade writing wheel eyes. Sharinan, illusion Sharinan. There was no time to react, and Obito fell into Shuyu's illusion. In this illusion, he didn't need to create any kind of environment to assassinate Obito, let alone torture him over and over again like Uedo. What Shuyu has to do is just spoiler the part of Nohara Rin's death. Oh no, show him. Nohara Rin has always been a calamity in Obito's heart. That girl is iron-hearted and will not be with Obito, and the two are inseparable. Although Obito insisted on saving her when she was caught. Although Obito almost gave up his life and rescued her in Kakashi, she still hasn't been moved by Obito. This proves, licking the dog ends up with nothing. Some people, if they don't like you, they don't like you, they just give everything and don't necessarily get it. Even if you get it, it's a twisted melon that is not sweet. Unless, you don't care whether it's sweet or not, you just want to twist it off. Obviously, Obito cares a lot about this melon. Illusion Sharinan is not as powerful as the moon, there is no time difference, and as long as the illusion lasts, he will stay in reality. As time progressed, Shuoyu saw the cow with earth tears all over his face. When he washed in the morning, he did not bring that ugly goggles, and the amount of tears was simply richer than the injection when he was a child. Slowly, the momentum on his body changed, and the almost substantial pathos startled Shuyu. Illusion is often the most terrifying picture in the heart of the target, and he doesn't know what Obito is most afraid of, but Nohara Rin's death is definitely something he doesn't want to see. As the pathos grew stronger, Obito's brain began to produce a special chakra that belonged only to the Uchiha clan, and eventually flowed into the pupils. His eyes turned red, and a hooked jade spun rapidly on the iris, but obviously had no intention of stopping. The original Obito was double-hooked jade at the beginning, when he was just to protect his friends. And now what he saw, although it was just an illusion, but after all, it was the death of Nohara Rin, how could he allow her to die? A hook of jade spun rapidly, and soon evolved into a double-hooked jade. Shuangda jade is still spinning at a rapid speed and does not stop at all. Shuoyu couldn't help but frown. Obito's expression was already very painful, which meant that his Sharinan might still have the motivation to continue to develop. Then, as long as he goes one step further, he can reach the same level as him, Sangha Jade. Shuoyu has no barriers to this, let alone Sangha Jade. If Obito can open the kaleidoscope, he will be happy for him. As for it, afraid to take the soil to surpass him? That doesn't exist. If you are dissatisfied because you are surpassed, it can only mean that you can't do it yourself. What kind of man is it to blame others? Rubbish? Can you still hold on to others and prevent others from growing? If you are surpassed, you will chase it back yourself. This is the right way. However, the truth disappointed Shuyu. Just when the second Gauga jade with soil spun rapidly, seeing that the third Gouge jade was about to evolve, he drooped his eyelids and fell backwards. Obito. Shuoyu's eyes were quick, and he quickly grabbed Obito and carried him to the tatami. Sure enough, it's still the age limit, because I can't withstand the pressure, I can only go so far. He vividly remembers how painful it was when he first opened his eyes. And Obito is just a 7-year-old child. The first time he opens his eyes, he directly reaches Urgyu, which is already a great burden for him. The pain alone is enough to make people faint, not to mention all kinds of blows. However, at this age, Urgyu is opened. Even in the Uchiha clan, it can be regarded as a top talent. When he recovers, he should already be able to fight Kakashi. As for Ape Fei Asma, who beat him up before, he is far from his opponent. Thinking so, he reached out and pinched the people with the soil in an attempt to wake him up. It's a pity that even among the people who pinched Obito, Obito didn't react in the slightest, like a dead pig. Mudun, play big. With a secret curse, Shuyu picked up the soil again and ran towards Konoha Hospital. Originally, I just wanted to use illusion to stimulate the potential of Obito, but I didn't expect that this criticism turned out to be serious. That's equivalent to really getting hurt in the illusion. Just now, I thought that he couldn't withstand the pupil power of the Urga Jade riding wheel before he was dizzy. Now that the illusion is injured, he can only be sent to Konoha Hospital for hospitalization, which is a lot of money. It's really a criticism. When you make money in the future, Lao Tzu will charge 10 times the interest. Konoha Hospital also lost the Conscience Hospital, and when he saw Shuotsuki hurriedly running in with Obito, someone immediately came over to help him. After carrying Obito for emergency treatment, he was pushed into the ward. Idle people are not allowed to enter on the door of the ward, and patients need to recuperate. But Shuyu looked through the glass and saw that in the ward, next door with soil, there was also a white hair. After all, it is still a cub, and illusion is indeed difficult to heal mental trauma. However, Konoha and the Uchiha family are curious about how a small ninja school student was injured by illusion. Also, why use illusion against a person who has no threat? The 3 generations of Hokage summoned Shuoyu. No matter whose intelligence it was, Shuoyu was the one closest to Obito. However, under cross-examination, no information was asked at all. There are so many people in the Uchiha clan, and there are so many people in Konoha who are good at illusion. Why do you doubt Lao Tzu? Lao Tzu just doesn't admit it. Just after coming out of Hokage's office, he was invited by Uchiha Fugaku again. When Shuoyu stepped into the gate of the dojo, what he saw was a patch of hungry wolf-like eyes, which were the scarlet chakra eyes that were brushed together. Why, this is going to judge Lao Tzu, Shuoyu secretly said in his heart, and at the same time hid his left hand behind him, always ready to make a good fortune. As the atmosphere in the field continued to be depressed, Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting in the center, suddenly spoke. Shuoyu, open your chakra eyes. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku still has a pressure in his heart, and it is natural that no matter how miraculous things happen around this teenager who often makes accidental operations, he won't think about it as much as the 3 generations of Hokage. Anyway, he has been in contact with Shuoyu for a long time, and from a psychological point of view, he will inevitably regard Shuoyu as the prime suspect, and as a member of the Uchiha family, he naturally understands the illusion very well. Shuoyu was helpless and silently opened the Sharingan. Presented in his eyes, it was the slowly rotating 3-hook jade writing wheel eye. At this time, the dojo full of bloom gradually became clear in his sight. The enhanced vision of the writing wheel eye is indeed the gospel of myopic astigmatism. As his eyesight increased, he could also see the consternation on the face of that one person clearly. Sure enough, Shuoyu, you have already opened the Sangha Jade. 7-year-old Sanguyu, this is too exaggerated. The clansman gradually became coaxed. This son's talent is not as good as mine. Incredible, why can he open the Sharingan so early, and it is still a 3-hook jade Sharingan? I didn't open my eyes until I was 15, how did he? The discussion intensified, and Uchiha, who used to look at people with his nostrils, now lowered his head with inferiority. The solemn atmosphere that had been painstakingly created also dissipated in an instant, turning into the lament of a group of incompetent people. Until Uchiha Fugaku, who was in the middle, coughed. Last time I saw you, you were a Guyu. What happened to you, actually improved so fast? He asked. As the patriarch of a clan, Uchiha Fugaku dared to say that he knew more about Sharingan than everyone present, and unlike the cultivation of ninjas, every improvement of Sharingan came at a great price. In his intelligence, Shuoyu didn't seem to have encountered a dilemma that was enough for him to directly open Sangyu recently. Shuoyu thought for a while, then said, well, aren't everyone all cultivating, and they will improve while practicing? This familiar answer again. Uchiha Fugaku almost closed himself. And those who are in their 20s or 2-hook jade, or even 1-hook jade, use Haibo, only feel hot on their faces at the moment. They also want to learn from the scriptures here and see if there is any shortcut to the evolution of the chakra eye. But what you get is just an invisible taunt. Hey, boy, is what you said true? Uncle Ben cultivates every day, why hasn't he opened the Sangha Jade yet? I think you're scolding me. Little voice, the patriarch is still here. Maybe you're an iron 5. Shuoyu really wanted to say this, but saying it would only provoke this group of people to jump, and it would not have any practical value. However, there is a saying, in his 20s, he has not opened the 3-hook jade, what a waste it is. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku solemnly asked again, who did you learn your illusion art from? Illusion, I must have learned it from the teacher. Shuoyu replied honestly. Teacher? Uchiha Fugaku was excited in an instant. The word teacher is not said casually in the ninja world. Before, he suspected that someone else was secretly teaching Shuoyu, but even he didn't have any evidence. Moreover, at that time, he also deliberately questioned Shuoyu, and the answer he got was the same. And now, Shuoyu suddenly proposed the word teacher, which made him feel that he had been deceived. So, he asked a little angrily, who is your teacher? Is it a ninja from the village, or someone else? Answer me. Well, I haven't been out of the village, of course I'm a ninja in the village. Shuoyu didn't understand why this Sima face was suddenly so excited. Is something wrong? Him. B. Who? Uchiha Fugaku asked word by word, looking like a woman caught her partner cheating. It's my homeroom teacher. Hearing this unexpected answer, not only Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, but everyone present was shocked. When Shuotsuki said the word teacher, they even thought of a few ninjas in Konoha village who were extremely capable, and even said 3 shinobi. However, when they heard the words, they realized that the so-called teacher was just a staff member in the ninja school. None of them have ever met a ninja school teacher. Could it be said that Shuyu's head teacher is actually a hidden master? Uchiha Fugaku threw this unrealistic thought aside because he already understood what Shuotsuki meant. It's not that the ninja school teachers are awesome, but that Shuotsuki's talent is too strong. Yes. In the eyes of others, he may not be able to learn the art after practicing hard for a whole month, he only needs to read it once and use it directly. The principle of ninjutsu, which seemed obscure to others, he only needed to close his eyes and think for 2 seconds before he could directly use it in practice. The fusion ninjutsu that even most people can't think of, in front of him, is as simple as drinking water and eating. What does ninja school teach? Just some ninjutsu principles, of course. Those ninja teachers may not know the illusion art themselves, how can they teach the magic of the moon? Then there is only one possibility, that is, this kid, with the magic principle he learned in the ninja school, and with the help of Sangoya's chakra eye, he really used illusion without anyone's guidance. What an amazing talent. Seeing Shuoyu throwing all kinds of ninjutsu before, he thought that this kid would be a ninjutsu genius in the future. As for illusion, he felt that as long as this kid opened the Sharingan, at least there would be no weakness in illusion in the future. But how to know that this person is simply a monster? Other things, it can be said that he learns fast. But this aspect of illusion was not taught at all, so he developed and used it himself. In terms of talent alone, this illusion aspect is even stronger than the physical aspect. Okay Shuyu, don't talk any further. Learning abilities can only represent the growth rate of a ninja, while self-developed abilities open up a ninja's upper limit. Even Uchiha Fugaku didn't know what kind of height Shuyu would have in the future. I didn't say anything, did I? Shuyu didn't understand a little, he just said a few truths. Why did these expressions look like listening to a ghost story? Okay, I know, you stand down. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand, eager to blast this person out. If you ask this question, I am afraid that the entire family will fall into unprecedented inferiority, and the long-standing family confidence of the Uchiha family will decline significantly. Is that all right? I'm leaving. Let's go, hurry up. Shuotsuki hummed a ditty and left the house and headed towards Konoha Hospital. Although Obito is a critic, after all, he injured him, and he has the responsibility to take care of it. And after he left, the meeting of the Uchiha clan continued. Patriarch, is what that kid said true? Why, are you questioning me? I didn't. Everyone just wanted to know some facts. The child's talent I have never seen in my life. He may be the hope for the revival of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku said eagerly. The former Uchiha clan almost controlled half of Konoha village, but since the death of the ancestor and that adult, everything has changed. The old fox between the second generation Mecha Senjun nominally gave the entire Konoha police department to the Uchiha clan, and seemed to control the defense of the entire Konoha village. In fact, that was just kicking the Uchiha clan out of Konoha's power circle. They are slivers, others are daddy. A very realistic proof. The current head of the Konoha police department, has little power to speak in the Konoha high-level meeting. Not even a word from a group of elders can stand up. They also don't want to think, who founded this Konoha? Patriarch, what do you mean by the revival of the clan? Some ninjas don't understand and ask. Fugaku closed his eyes and replied while fantasizing. According to the information I received, the border friction between the land of fire and the land of wind is getting more and more serious. The last ninja world war has been accumulated for a long time, and the White Fang killed the son of the high level of the Tsunahide. This time, one am afraid that the conflict will not be easily resolved. Patriarch, what are you talking about? The clansman almost GC just by listening to Fugaku's previous text. That's right, once the war breaks out, our Uchiha clan will go all out to make a fuss for Uchiha Shiyu. Although his age can't catch up with the 4th generation, but the 5th generation, we are bound to win. At that time, the Hokage will emerge from our clan, and it will definitely be revived. In fact, this idea is not just the idea of Uchiha Fugaku alone. Anyone present who has some castle government in mind and has a certain position in the Konoha police department will have this idea. As the founders of Konoha, who can endure today's oppression? I approve of Fugaku. The old man who had been sitting on the side without saying a word also suddenly spoke, and the old man who could appear in the family meeting and had a bullish look naturally also had a certain prestige in the clan. His speech represents the affirmation of his fathers. Since then, the people of the Uchiha clan have become even more GC. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku stood up, and he said slowly, in that case, I propose that my clan cultivate Uchiha Shiyu to the greatest extent and fully bring his talent into full play. In this way, once the war starts in the future, it will be much easier for our clan to create momentum for him. Agreed. Good. Yes, Patriarch, what if those few people also set their sights on Shiyu? In the last Zongnin assessment, Tuan Zhang showed up. Uchiha Fugaku directly opened the Sanga Jade writing wheel eye, and his expression was serious. You reminded me very well. From now on, I will send more than 3 kami shinobi every day to secretly protect, no matter who it is, who wants to win over Uchiha Shiyu. Meantime, his brother Uchiha stopped the water, and everyone must also open their eyes to me, and if there is a brother, there will be a brother, and this is the case in the history of our family. Yes. The ninjas who originally did not respect the patriarch were now as respectful as the Dark Ministry listening to the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku got unprecedented satisfaction. He felt that the whole person was full of power, whether it was now or for the future. In front of him, it was like paving a golden avenue. The fact that this kind of thing happened to the patriarch of his generation of Uchiha revival was simply supremely glorious. Criticism, are you awake? Hey, Shiyu, don't scold me, Obito said aggrievedly. He saw the scene of Nohara Rin's death in the illusion, and when he woke up, he saw a pinch of white hair on the next hospital bed, and almost strangled Kakashi on the spot. Although I have recovered for so long, I am actually very unhappy in my heart. How can Rin die? Now Kakashi has been discharged from the hospital. After all, it is only a burn, and there is no serious internal medicine problem. And Obito, this is to hurt the brain. The doctor said to stay in the hospital for observation to avoid the sequelae of intellectual disability. This is not nonsense. Looking at the victims of illusion in the past, there is a precedent. Well, I packed your favorite Ichiraku ramen. Saying that, Shiyu put the ramen on the table. I don't know what the doctor thinks, obviously there is a brain problem, but I don't let you eat spicy food, I brought it in secretly for you. Smelling the smell of ramen, Obito bounced straight from the hospital bed on the spot. Wow. Wow wow. Old watch, you are such a good brother. Sia is exempt, it's just that your hospitalization cost me a lot of money, and I also found someone to borrow a lot of money, and you have to pay me back this money. Good to say, good to say. Ramen in hand, Obito responded without care. But considering that you have no income now, the day when you make money is still a long time away. According to the rise in prices, I will charge you 10 times the interest at that time, right? Not too much. Wait, what you say? Obito was so frightened that he didn't even eat the ramen, and the whole person froze in place. Don't be like this, after all, I'm not a devil. No, no, you are clearly the devil. No, 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 I'm not. No, 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 you are. Shuoyu's forehead was bruised, and a touch of scarlet suddenly appeared in his eye sockets, and the three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes instantly appeared. Also, 10 times. Obito's face changed, and the tone of the whole person dimmed a little. Okay, no problem, what you say is what you say, don't be like this, make me seem to be blackmailing you, eat the noodles well, don't think about it, whoa, yes, okay, I'll go through the discharge procedures for you now, don't eat and drink here, hurry up and train, it's time to graduate. After that, Shuoyu walked out of the ward door. Leave behind a petrified strip of soil and eat noodles with tears. This is just out of Longton and into the tiger's den. The beautiful name of training, that is clearly hell. Woo-hoo. Fire escape. How fireball technique. A huge fireball struck towards the lake, reflecting 1/10 of the surface of the water. Obito gasped, this is the only fire escape he will use at the moment, and it is really too hard. But to be able to stand here and learn ninjutsu, he is already satisfied. All thanks to the moon. Shuotsuki found that no matter how rude he made recently, the people of the Uchiha clan would agree, except for inviting Uchiha Fugaku's wife to go shopping. Before, he went to find someone to ask for 10 B-level ninjutsu, but in exchange for a crisp and neat roll. And now, that person has been transferred from his post. As for arranging a ninjutsu teacher for Obito, that is even more casual. Therefore, now Shiyu is thinking about whether to dye her hair red, so as to play a bigger face. But think about it, the current black hair looks quite pleasing to the eye, like a normal person. Dyed red hair, kill the family prince? Just thinking about it is goosebumps. Uchiha Ryu Ken Yuian. Giving up a bigger face, Shiyu retreated to the second place and asked Fugaku for a beautiful Shangnin big sister. In the Uchiha clan, there are not many upper shinobi, female upper shinobi are even rarer, and the appearance area in female upper shinobi is more like a ghost area. Fuyashima face was unwilling to contribute his wife, so he could only resist the murderous gaze of all the single young men in the clan and send the most beautiful female Shangnin in the clan to be Shiyu sparring. With sparring, he no longer needs to fight against the air. The female shinobu's name is Nanami Uchiha, Sangoyu, dual attributes fire and water. He often wears long G hair, wears a forehead guard around his neck, and is not afraid to strangle himself. Oh, stupid woman one. Ninjutsu completely failed to hit the little sister who was playing, because she had 3 jade riding wheel eyes, and all the movement tracks were completely captured by her. With one unsuccessful blow, Shuyu flexibly changed his thinking. He directly used the instantaneous technique he learned not long ago, and instantly appeared behind Nanami Uchiha, and immediately, the fire attribute chakra erupted, and the famous knife yen in his hand instantly turned into a 40-meter flame giant blade. Uchiha Ryu Wind Sword. Although the name of this technique is called the Wind Sword, it is actually a complete fire ninja technique. Anyway, people in the ninja world take names, they are not so responsible, such as what blast, it has little to do with Moonlight Blast. The 40-meter big knife was far beyond Nanami's expectations. How could she have imagined that this teenager who was 10 years younger than her would be so powerful? Fortunately, she is a real name authentication Shangnin, not the kind of stunned, and immediately made a judgment in a hurry, stand-in technique. Her avatar technique is very good, and her speed is so fast that she is geometrically faster than Kakashi before. Therefore, this sword of Shuoyu only burned a wooden stake. Not far away, Obito, who had just released a How Fireball technique, took a breath and subconsciously set his gaze on Shuoyu. Looking at the 40-meter flame blade, the dog's eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't imagine that the Uchiha clan had such a powerful technique. Coach, I want to learn that. The fat-faced ninjutsu teacher didn't want to think about it, and directly gave Obito a big mouth. Learn your horse, quickly continue your How Fireball, if you don't evaporate this lake today, you will be a garbage. You look at people, 3 months ago, they could already evaporate a lake larger than this. Sorry, I'm not Uchiha Shugetsu. Let's talk back there. See you open Urgyu. I thought you were the same as others. I didn't expect it to be so bad. I'm sorry, I didn't expect me to be so bad. In the cultivation field, Obito obviously became a funny background board. Shuyu reluctantly put away the short knife and looked at the female companion on the opposite side. Female sparring, the two agreed not to use the art of escape, but what they never expected was that this woman was obviously a shinobi, and her physical skills would be so poor. Nanami-san, are you alright? The female sparring partner reached out to cover her abdomen, and the green medical ninjutsu repaired her wound. At the same time, he also had to answer the small boss, it doesn't matter, although my medical ninjutsu is poor, I can recover soon. Hearing this, Shuoyu was full of unhappiness. Women are really troublesome, obviously said that their medical ninjutsu is not a drop, but also to support themselves and say that they can recover soon. Nanami Uchiha, do you want to be sent to the hospital? I'll ask Fugaku-senpai to pay for your medical treatment. No need, I can do it myself. Alas, your Shangnan certificate won't be bought for money, right? It's really not, I'm really a shinobi. How did you become a shinobi? Me. Actually, I'm good at illusion. Nanami Uchiha gritted her teeth and replied, how can she look very handsome, but she can't say a few words to make a woman happy? Even the simplest of cares. With this kind of person, will he be able to get a daughter-in-law in the future? Well, if it's a female licking dog, it's another matter. After all, people say that the ability is also capable, and there is also a good look. Hey, are you okay? So let's try the illusion. Soon, you wait. Hey. Feed. Don't die. Sure enough, her medical ninjutsu is the same as a basketball band star. After treating himself, he lost too much blood and fainted. Shuotsuki reluctantly ran over, once again carrying a person on his young shoulders, and ran towards Konoha Hospital. Just like 3.5 months ago, as soon as he entered Konoha Hospital, someone helped him carry Nanami Uchiha away. Not related to this woman, Shuyu did not plan to stay and take care of her, handed it over to the hospital acquaintance, and left alone. The moment he stepped out of the gate of Konoha Hospital, his eyes were suddenly blinded by something. What blinded me? Could someone dare to kidnap in Konoha village? No, the car owes the car, warm. Hey, are the imps in Konoha village so reckless now? A clean voice came into my ears. Shuoyu suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly took a few steps back. In front of him, it was obviously a giant wave beauty with blonde hair. If unsurprisingly, he should have just hit someone's Audi headlights. I'm sorry. Ha! Is it the imp of the Uchiha family? I'll just say it. Hearing this, Shuoyu's heart did not fluctuate at all, because he had been blinded. That, female bodhisattva, are you not wearing that? Ha! Why are you little imp full of looks? Real men dare to face their hearts. Dare to. Shuoyu felt that the woman in front of her was a little familiar, but there was a big difference between real and 2D, and she knew that when she saw a diamond-shaped mark on her eyebrows, she suddenly fogged. Isn't this Tsunadeheim? He was actually looking at Tsunadeheim tactically. I don't know how many times a strange power fist can kill him. Dare what? Why don't you continue? Tsunade asked with a smile. If the person in front of her was Jiraiya, she would definitely let him break a few ribs. But this is still a child, even if the eyes are a little H, it is not taken seriously. This is the same as the uncle likes the lowly of the H attribute. Shuoyu paused, his brain was running at a speed of 8,000 revolutions per second. How could he keep the words round without being beaten? Previously, he said that in the Konoha ninja village, the most important thing to provoke is a woman, that is, blood-red chili pepper. That's because Tsunadeheim ran away from home. If Tsunade returns, then this woman will still be ranked ahead of the blood-red pepper. Beaten by blood-red pepper, at most, the head is swollen into a pig. But if he was beaten by Tsunade, think that Jiraiya kind of person would break a few ribs, let alone him. Dare to. Ha, are you Tsunade-sama? I see you are so beautiful, it must be Tsunade-sama, right? The actor is online. You know me? I didn't expect that there were still children in this village who knew me. Tsunade was interrupted by Shuoyu. The only woman among the 3 shinobi, everyone in Konoha village should know her. No, I didn't recognize it. A lot of people along the way. Tsunade replied with a somewhat unnatural expression. Before she left the village she loved so much, now she is embarrassed to come back with great fanfare, which can be regarded as avoiding the enchantment of Konoha and sneaking in. She refused to see anyone, naturally no one recognized her. It's just that when passing by Konoha Hospital, I happened to be hit by a little ghost. Otherwise, she wouldn't even bother to talk to anyone else. Nobody recognized Tsunade-sama? That's impossible. I used to hear the silent mention of Tsunade-sama in our school. Shuyu said. Shizune, niece of Kato broken. Shizune is still in the ninja school and has not yet followed Tsunade. If anyone else could make Tsunade worry about returning to Konoha village once, it would probably be only Shizune. Are you a silent classmate? Tsunade asked as she wrapped her arms around her arms and looked towards Shuoyu, but she was more concerned about the Konoha forehead and Konoha vest on her body. At such an age, she has been promoted to Zongnin, which is even better than she was back then. There was such a seed ninja in the Uchiha clan, and as the princess of the Senju clan of Mori, she instinctively felt a little uneasy. This uneasiness forced her to want to know more. Before, Shiyu replied, but I thought the school was too boring, so I applied for early graduation. Who is your teacher? Tsunade really couldn't have imagined that even if he was a ninja who graduated early, who could teach him to be promoted to middle ninja so quickly? Hearing and asking about the teacher, Shiyu was a little helpless. He didn't have a long time in the ninja school, and he didn't communicate much with the teacher, and in addition to listening to the ninja-related knowledge he was interested in, he was napping the rest of the time. He really doesn't know the teacher's full name. It should be called Tagawa Okaba, right? He is my homeroom teacher. Tsunade raised his forehead and reiterated helplessly, I mean, after you graduate, who will be your guide to Shinobu? Guide Shinobi? I didn't. So, is that kid from Uchiha Fugaku teaching you? Fugaku that kid? No, I see that Fugaku-senpai has an 80-years-old face, and Tsunade-sama is 18 years old. While Tsunade was annoyed, he was praised darkly and smiled straightly. What's your name? In Shimoku Uchiha Shuotsuki is also. So, Uchiha Shugetsu, is Uchiha Fugaku teaching you? Shuoyu shook her head expressionlessly and answered honestly, no. Tsunade felt like he was really going to run away, and the children now are all so skinny? Then tell me, how did you pass the Zongnin examination? It's assessed by hand. Black lines were faintly visible on Tsunade's forehead, and his teeth were crunching, as if he was holding back some kind of anger or something. This woman is not very good-tempered. It's already remarkable that you can endure it all the time. Forget it, it's just a middle patience. 7-year-old Naka Shinobu, is he brilliant in Konoha? It's really outstanding. But it's not a big event that shocks the world and cries ghosts. Because of the same genius, there are many more in Konoha. But what Tsunade didn't know was that this 7-year-old Naka Shinobu did not get the qualification by forcibly opening with his opponent, but the Naka Shinobu who completely crushed and almost killed his opponent in seconds. Moreover, his opponent is the strongest and most talented son of the White Fang in the legend of his generation, Kiki Kakashi. He stepped on the face of Kakashi Kiki and ascended to the position of Naka Shinobi. By the way, little ghost, you have seen me, don't say it to anyone, just because I never appeared. Got it. Tsunade was about to leave, but suddenly turned around and threatened Shuoyu with a shake of his fist. She had sneaked in, just to see the niece of the deceased, who had been wandering outside all year round, and she had received a lot of news, so she wanted to come back to make sure the girl was safe. That should be the last wish of the deceased. And she secretly came back about it, not wanting anyone to know. Including teacher Ape Flying Sun, including former teammates. Tsunade was slightly stunned. Well, I didn't steal the money, but you dare to threaten me. No threat, no talk. Shuoyu waved his hand, he was just joking. How could he go to the idea of Tsunade Heim's wallet? Tsunade laughed proudly twice, then disappeared from Shuoyu's sight. Looking in the direction Tsunade left, Shuotsuki stood in place with some longing. It's not that women are how. He just simply envies that kind of strength, huh? For more than 3 months, as a Zongnin, he has not performed any tasks, all of them are cultivating in the family. System, open today's sand sculpture collection. Ding! The daily task list opens. Daily task list. 1. 30 turns around Konoha village upside down, reward the number of fusions *1 2. Run 50 laps around Konoha village with a load of 50 kilograms, reward the number of fusions *1 3. Perform a pupil match, reward the number of fusions *1 4. Tease any beauty, reward the number of fusions *1. Looking at the task list, Shuyu wanted to cry without tears. It's been more than 3 months. Do you know how Lao Tzu got over these 3 months? Now the parents who have daughters at home are all retreating when they see Shuyu. Although the name of scumbag has basically been implemented, daily tasks still need to be done. Which lucky lady is your target today? While thinking, he took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag. Quickly spinning Kuwu on his index finger, when Kuwu's tip finally pointed behind him, Shuoyu did not hesitate to turn and head in that direction. I don't know if it's fate or bad luck. Not long after Shuyu left, he ran into the father and daughter of Sunset head-on. Hey, Shuyu-kun. Before he spoke, the little Sunset Red shouted playfully. The Red when he was a child was definitely Konoha's first cute, and the lethality of this sound was 100% second in normal men. Immediately afterwards, he felt murderous. That's the murderous spirit from the future husband. Ah, that, Uncle Zhenhong is good, Shuoyu replied a little stiffly. However, the look of disdain on the face of the bad old man in Sunset Zhenhong was even a little disgusted. He even glanced at Shuyu, and whispered to his woman, Hong, that boy is not a good thing. I often see him playing with other girls, and also buying gifts for others. Let's not contact him, okay? Huh? Xiao Ziriong tilted her little head and questioned this. Papa, I know this kind of thing, why didn't you let me contact Shiyue-jun? Red. You are still young, some things will be known when you grow up, like that little thing, generally no girl will like it. You think, if you are with him, you are dedicated to him, and he has to be good to other girls. Can you accept it? This kind of thing, in the world of adults, is called cheating. It's serious. Shirihong stared and thought for a while, and then said, but Shiyue-jun is very good to me, I don't mind. I also have other friends, such as Red Beans, and my relationship with Red Beans is also very good. Shiyue-jun is never angry. Hearing this, the blue tendons on Sunset Zhenhong's forehead faintly burst out, and his eyes glared at Shiyu viciously. Talking to a child about these things is really not a solution. She is still young and can't understand things between men and women at all. It's all to blame for this little bastard. Hey, Uchiha family ghost, I know you are famous in the ninja school, but sorry, ability and character are not linked. I want you to stay away from my daughter. Hearing the warning of the future old father-in-law, Shuo-yu's heart did not fluctuate, and she even wanted to laugh. Engage in these things, and he doesn't want to marry this old man. As long as the skin is thick, no daughter-in-law cannot marry. Hey, uncle, don't call me uncle, you don't deserve it. Hee, Senior Sunset, we are all ninjas, where did we come from? Sunset Zhenhong was stunned by this sentence and couldn't refute it. Yes, the profession of ninja is to do shady things, and many things are written into the ninja code in black and white. As soon as he was put in tolerate, how could he not know? However, what if this little devil is upset? How to scare back? Wait online, it's quite urgent. Get out. Sunset Zhenhong really couldn't think of how to refute it, so he directly spit out a word simply and clearly. However, he still ushered in a smiling face. This road is so wide, I didn't stop my seniors. Sunset is really Red, Senior. Let's go, Red, let's go straight home. Saying that, he was going to pull his daughter home. Originally it was not easy to take a vacation today, especially took his daughter out for a stroll, but he didn't expect to meet this cancer. The good mood is gone. Shuo-yu stood in place like that, without the slightest intention of holding back. But just when Sunset Zhenhong pulled her daughter and Shuyu to pass by, Shuyu Thief stretched out his hand and pinched Sunset Red's cute little face. Sunset Hong smiled sweetly, and actually leaned over and gently pecked on Shuyu's face. Click. Witnessing this short and quick scene, Sunset Zhenhong felt as if something was shattered in her heart. Pain. That's what heartbreak feels like. His precious daughter actually took the initiative to kiss someone else, and still in front of him. A small, ghost, murderous, almost substantial murderous aura. Shuo-yu didn't have time to look up at Sunset True Red's murderous eyes, so he directly activated the teleportation technique and immediately disappeared in place. Nanny? Sunset Zhenhong was suddenly startled. That was the instantaneous technique just now, so fast in an instant. It is common for Shangnin to know how to instantaneous the body. The Naka Shinobi technique is somewhat powerful. However, a teenager the same age as his daughter can instantaneous technique, and he is still very good instantaneous technique. What kind of ghost is this? Instantaneous technique, just a technique. Not all people have the same effect. In different hands, the same technique will also show different powers. The same goes for teleportation. As far as he knew, the Wave Feng Shui Gate instantaneous body technique in the village was used perfectly. But this kid, why can he catch up with the Wave Feng Shui Gate? As a ninja, I appreciate your talent, you are destined to be a promising person, but as a father, I must protect my daughter. Sunset Zhenhong said silently. Papa, what are you muttering? Shuo-yu breathed a sigh of relief after repeatedly ensuring his own safety. System, how did you do it? That just now is not considered a task completed. Seeing that the system had no task prompt, Shuo-yu couldn't help but ask. The host repeatedly teased a target, and the difficulty will gradually increase. Note, as the favorability of the target changes, the difficulty of the task will increase. Oh, you're such a pit daddy. Back to the host, you think about it, you pinched your face, is that called teasing? Blind system, didn't you see Sunset Red kissing me? Back to the host, in this process, the host you belong to the molested. Listening to the system's indifferent and merciless answer, Shiyu was embarrassed. Could it be that the way of this world has changed? Is this true equality between men and women? Ahem. Okay, Lao Tzu continues. With that, Shiyu swaggered out onto the street again. Unconsciously, he had already walked under the wall of Konoha. Not far away, the gate of Konoha village. He didn't have any idea of leaving the village now, but when he looked towards the gate, he found a small team. It was Konoha's regular 1+3 squad, presumably just returned from a mission. What Shiyu cared about was not the one who led the team, but a white-eyed little girl in the team. The little girl was about 12 years old, and her eyes showed that this person was already a ninja who had experienced real battles. Just like domestic cats and wild cats, that kind of aura can be distinguished by a discerning person at a glance. The relatively mature aura, as well as the dusty face, made Shuo-yu couldn't help but think crookedly. In other words, teasing a little girl from the Hayaga family shouldn't be beaten, right? Thinking so, he took a step and walked straight over. Stop. ×3. The squad that had just completed an escort mission did not understand why they were stopped by the people of the Uchiha family. Especially the little girl of the Hyuga family. In Konoha, the forces of various families fight openly and secretly, and as the two major Hitomi families, Hyuga and Uchiha, are basically needles against Maimang. Police department? No, you're not. The leader of the team was a little surprised, looking at Uchiha's iconic lining. He thought it was the Konoha police department again, but when he found that Shiyu did not have the logo of the police department on his body, he was even more puzzled. Your Excellency, is there something wrong? Listening to the tone, it seems to be very hostile to Uchiha. Shiyu didn't care. The Konoha police department is indeed domineering sometimes, and it is easy to recruit himself, but that has nothing to do with him, and he will not inherit a ragged police department. Senior, I don't have malicious intentions, I just want to chat with this senior, of the Hyuga family. Shiyu pointed to the white-eyed little girl and said, sorry, we still have a mission, we don't have time to spend here with you. Shang Shinobu refused without thinking. But the little girl of the Hyuga family was different. I saw her smile slightly, and slowly said, teacher, you go first, I'll talk to this junior. This Kami Shinobu hesitated for a moment. He was not stupid, this was obviously a matter between the two large families of Konoha. He was a civilian ninja, better not to participate. Okay, you guys just disband here, I'll report alone. Yes, teacher. The three responded in unison, and Shangnin jumped away quickly. What? A little brother also wants to hook up with Kyoko. There was nothing wrong with Shinobu, but it was her teammate, an exploding head orange-haired boy, who said with a grin. Next to the explosive head, there was a small fat mound, who also nodded. From the two of them, Shiyu seemed to see the shadow of the pseudo-licking dog. That is, the kind of DS that does not even have the courage to lick a dog. Looking at no one around, Shiyu revealed a cruel smile. Your teacher has slipped away, are you sure you want to interact with me here? How? Do you still want to challenge me? The explosive head didn't have a good temper, and it went up all of a sudden. He still hasn't figured out what Naka Shinobi represents, he only knows that he is relatively old and should have the advantage. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. Challenging you? That doesn't make any sense. Shiyu closed his eyes and smiled slightly, and when he opened his eyes again, there were already scarlet three-hooked jade writing wheel eyes in his eye sockets. Look directly at the three-hooked jade writing wheel eye, especially the three-hooked jade who is good at illusion, that is to find yourself suffering. This little rookie chicken, who didn't even know his name, fell into illusion before he could make a move. It's like seeing something in the depths of my heart in an instant, and the whole person is not good, snot and tears are flowing. Until, the little girl of the Hyuga family on his side reached out and pointed at him, and said softly, solution. Soon, the explosive head was freed from the illusion, but the psychological shadow could not be erased, and looking at Shiyu's eyes was like looking at a monster. There is no more momentum just now. Regardless of maintaining his image in front of the person he liked, he rushed into Konoha with a whoa. The little fat mound on the side looked left and right, and finally decided to follow the explosive head. Only the little girl from the Shuotsuki and Hinata families was left in place. Using illusions directly on my teammates, you are really excessive. Hearing this, Shiyu couldn't help but sigh that the tutoring of the Hyuga family is strict, and the girls are soft and soft-spoken even if they are angry. I'm just scaring him. What's your name? Hinata Kyoko, the little hungry ghost of the Uchiha family. If you want to treat me like other girls, then I advise you to give up, so as not to be beaten. Small. Hungry ghost? Shiyu was speechless for a while. Good things do not go out, bad things spread thousands of miles. The ancients sincerely do not deceive me. I didn't expect that even a person from an opposing family knew him so well. No wonder the old man at sunset is so dark. It seems that in the future, I have to discuss with Sima Face Fuya to discuss personal image public relations issues. Before that, though, yeah, I'm here to be beaten today. Better not move, you're already in my gossip realm. The Hyuga family has a first-class school of jitsu, among which the Juquan Gossip 64 palms are the most famous. It is said that as long as you enter the other party's domain, the next 64 palms are decided. This chick is really not a good stubble, and quietly opened the field in white eyes. Oh, no, this is Konoha village, are you sure you want to hit me? Small change, I don't want to make a move on you, as long as you stand still, let me touch it gently, and go your own way in the future, without interfering with each other. It's really the same as the legend, pervert. Where am I perverted? You're not called a pervert. I don't think. Perverts can't detect themselves. If you really want to fight me, I'm happy to accompany you. The Hyuga family will never admit defeat. Shiyu was speechless for the small change that exploded with this family's honor. Didn't he just want to touch it? Was there something wrong? As for raising such a small matter to the level of family struggle, that illusion Sherinan. The negotiation failed, and he decisively gave an illusion first. But Hinata Kyoko was only stunned for a moment, and the restraint of the white eyes for illusion can be described as the extreme. When she opened her eyes, she could clearly see the flow of chakra in Shiyu's body, and she could also detect the disorder of her chakra. Solution. Soft Fist Method Bagua 2 Palms. At the moment of unlocking her illusion, Hinata Kyoko no longer hesitated and directly shot at Shuyu. No matter how she said it, she was also a member of the Hayaga family, some were backstage. Why should she be afraid of a person from the Uchiha clan? I saw that she was in good shape, her jade fingers were slender, and she was crazy against Shuyu. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 64 palms. With the push of the last palm of the Bagua 64 palms, Hinata Kyoko suddenly pushed Shiyu's body that had been blocked into the cave path abruptly. Such a move is almost too late to defend, after all, it is blocked in the cave path, chakra cannot function, and even the avatar technique cannot be used. However, just when she decided that Uchiha Shiyu had lost, a discordant voice suddenly sounded in her ears. It's worthy of the gossip field, really gossip. Nanny. Hinata Kyoko was stunned, her white eyes were 360 degrees without dead ends, her gossip 64 palms were tempered thousands of times, even if Shangnin was hit by her, it would have to suffer a big loss. How the hell did this teenager younger than her do it? She looked at the Shiyu that was completely hit by her, and it actually slowly dissipated into the air. Magic. No. She had just unlocked the illusion. Under the white eyes, she couldn't have hit the illusion again. So what the hell is this? Oops. Touched it. Listening to the voice in her ears again, Hinata Kyoko suddenly came back to her senses, only to feel that behind her was like a fire. She was actually abominable. The girl's body is very important, who dares to touch it casually, it is not too much to beat to death. The angry Kyoko Hayaga directly interlaced his palms and said coldly, Bagua Zhang, return to the sky. Huoshin is a defensive secret technique unique to the Hayaga family, which uses the acupuncture points of the whole body to release chakra, and forms a spherical protective barrier by rotating at high speed. This move is not only used for defense, but at close range, it can be used as an offensive ninjutsu. That high-speed rotating chakra can even cut out a pit in the ground. And yet, phew! Hit head-on by that powerful Hui Tian, Shuoyu's body slowly shattered like an afterimage. That's not a doppelganger, and it's not an afterimage left by the so-called too fast. Even, the expression of that afterimage is still changing. Living afterimages? Hinata Kyoko's return to the sky gradually stopped, and Uchiha Shuotsuki reappeared on the other side. What is it? She was very puzzled, and at the same time looked at her chakra with white eyes again. There was indeed no sign of illusion. What the hell is going on here? Or is there such a strange ninjutsu in the world? However, the 360-degree perspective of the white eyes can't see any flaws. Obviously, that is the body, but as long as it hits, it will always become a bubble. Small correction, I touched it. You stop now, don't fight, I'm leaving. Abominable. He did such a degrading thing to me, and he actually wanted to escape. Kyoko Hinata did not admit defeat, and with a skillful soft fist, he attacked Shuyu again. Unfortunately, the consequences remain. That afterimage began to make her doubt life. If it's an illusion, why can't you see through it with white eyes? If it's ninjutsu, why can't you see it with white eyes? To say that it is a physical technique is even more. Well, no one saw it just now, only you know, as long as you don't say I don't say, no one will know, no one knows. Doesn't that mean I haven't touched it? Hinata Kyoko didn't care about this kind of divine logic, and after she broke the afterimage again, she couldn't help but ask, what kind of technique are you? Illusion? Can't you see it? Huh? Hinata Kyoko felt that her IQ had been hit by a critical blow. Do you think you can fool me with such words? My white eyes can see my chakra, I don't have illusions at all. You really can't tell? If you can't see it with your eyes, it's not an illusion. Kyoko Hinata is still puzzled, having been told by her opponent that this is an illusion, but she can't detect it at all. Is the old lady's white eyes blind? Forget it, I'll withdraw at first. This technique will be automatically unlocked after I leave. As for the matter of me touching you, don't talk nonsense, a girl's family, don't frame it without evidence. Bastard. Daily tasks, 2/4. Complete 2 tasks at once, you don't mention more energy in her heart. There were only 2 mindless cultivations left, which was no longer a problem for him, and after nearly 4 months of persistence, he had already developed a habit. This directly led to his current physical skills being a bit exaggerated. Originally, he was the least favorite of physical skills. He could use ninjutsu to bombard a piece of death thousands of miles away, and what kind of army to take the first rank of the enemy general from it? Wouldn't it be enough to kill them all directly? But now, an upper ninja sparring partner was beaten by him to Konoha Hospital. Even if that female sparring partner is an illusion department, the physical skills are not very powerful, but after all, it is also a superior ninja. It is no exaggeration to say that today's Matt Dai, if he does not open the 8-door dungeon, is no longer his opponent. After all, Mater Dai was only a subordinate until now. Shinobu had more free time, and when Shuyu's daily tasks were halfway through, he met Mater Dai, who had come to practice. Yo! Shuyu is also very young today. In the midst of the gallop, Mater Dai raised a thumb and praised. I don't know if he is young, but this middle-aged Uncle Matt Dai is definitely not youth. Hinata's mansion. Kyoko Hinata sat silently in front of a man with extraordinary demeanor. Kyoko, you don't have to doubt yourself. Brother Hinata, I don't believe it's an illusion. Although Hinata Hayashi is called the elder brother, Kyoko and Hayashi are not related, but only the honorific title of the clan family. But it was really an illusion. It's also an illusion I've never seen before. Hinata recalled today's experience. Today, I happened to be free in the village, and I happened to meet someone from the Uchiha clan who came into contact with Kyoko Hinata. At that time, he did not show up, because it seemed that he was just a child and there was no threat. However, when he saw that he had scared away Hinata Kyoko's teammates with his magic alone, he immediately became interested. Soon, Kyoko Hinata also struck. However, her attack trajectory is strange. It is clear that the attack will not fall short, but it is all in the air. This kind of low-level to infant-level mistake will definitely not happen to a qualified ninja. So, he opened his eyes and took a closer look. In his field of vision, that Uchiha family Shiryu, its chakra eyes have been running, and even chakra has turned cyan. He immediately sensed that it was an illusion, but he couldn't see anything unusual about the flow of chakra on Kyoko Hinata's body. After the average illusion ninja has unleashed the illusion, he will stand still or walk up and kill enemies who have sunk in the illusion. But that boy is different. He is still fighting with Hinata Kyoko, but Kyoko's appearance is more like being teased. Fearing that there would be unknown dangers in the development of things, he came out of the shadows and wanted to stop it. But the little ghost of the Uchiha family on the other side is very exciting. As soon as he sensed his chakra, he immediately retreated. Kyoko, based on your description, I guess it's probably directly into your brain to manipulate, so you don't feel that you have fallen for illusion. His illusion does not directly attack you, but makes you have a series of illusions, combining illusion with reality, which is simply volitional manipulation. What a terrifying pupil technique! Listening to Hinata Hayashi's analysis, Hinata Kyoko sat in place and did not react for a long time. She couldn't even figure out what kind of person she met today. According to Hinata, the damn rogue simply created a whole new art and created a new school of illusion. How could this leave her unbeaten? Brother Hayashi, thank you today, please keep this matter secret for me, I will definitely take revenge on that damn one. Senior, is there a sentence I don't know if I should say it? Shuoyu asked to Maturde. Whatever the problem, just ask me. I promise to guide the teenager out of the confusion. Mater patted his chest and said. Shuoyu stopped temporarily, I want to learn the 8 gates of Dunjia. Mat Dai's expression changed drastically, his eyes stared directly at Shuoyu, and his expression was really terrifying. Well, if it doesn't work, forget it, I'm not forcing it. Woo. Shuoyu was halfway through his words, and was startled by Mater Dai's psychopath-like cry. Shuoyu, can I really pass this on to you? Don't you really dislike? The technique of 8 doors Dunjia was invented by the second generation of ninja scientist Hokage, and according to its learning difficulty, it can only be regarded as A-grade ninjutsu. But the power of this technique is undoubtedly undoubted. Just the first door can make the ninja exert 100% of his physical ability, and his strength and speed will be greatly improved. However, after 3 doors, this technique will cause great damage to the body, especially the meridians. Once the meridians are broken, they will change from a ninja to a waste who is not even as good as a civilian. Weighing the pros and cons, not many people will major in such a technique. It's just that the Mat family has neither the blood succession limit nor a good talent in ninjutsu, and they want to become excellent ninjas. They have no choice. You can only strengthen your body through this hellish exercise, in order to bear the heavy price of the 8-gate Dunjia. Wound the enemy by 1,000, self-damage by 800. Mater Dai thought about passing on this technique to his son Matkai in the future, so that he could become a good ninja. But I didn't expect that one day, someone would still want to learn this technique. Moreover, this person is still the all-round genius Uchiha Shuyu. Others are excited. And Mat Dai, a psychopath, cried directly. Shuyu, can I really teach this technique to you? Didn't I ask you? How it feels like you're begging to teach me. Yes. If you want, I will teach you even if I beg you. Mater Dai hugged Shuyu's thigh and said with tears in his eyes, this is not teaching ninjutsu to him, but preaching. After 4 months of contact with Shuoyu, he knew very well what kind of child this was, and when it came to talent, Akai was definitely incomparable. Even in terms of hard work, Shuyu is even more than Akai. His appreciation of this person is already equal to that of his son. In the future, if this person can prove with Akai that his persistence is meaningful, then he will die without regrets. A story of being at the bottom of a ninja, a frog at the bottom of a well fighting the sea. Shuoyu was quite embarrassed by Mette. He first picked up Maturde, and then said, Senior, I want to learn the 8 gates of Dunjia, please teach it to me. This is youth. Shuoyu, I can teach you this technique, but you must promise me that you are not allowed to open the 4th door until you become a superior shinobi. Mater Dai said with rare seriousness. Shuoyu knew that the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia had already exerted its physical potential to the extreme, and it was out of a safe boundary. Further opening the fourth door is equivalent to crossing this safety boundary, although it will gain stronger power, but it is also overload and will cause harm to the body. As for the fifth and sixth gates, that will only multiply its own damage. And the final eighth gate, that is really the door of death. Matt Dai is doing this for the good of the moon. I see, I will comply, he replied. Very good. So let's move on to the practice of youth now. After that, go and learn the 8 gates of Dunjia. In this regard, Shuoyu did not have any objections. After all, his current daily task was not over. Without having to say it, he will continue to do so. The cultivation of the 8 gates Dunjia is not difficult. What is difficult is this hellish training. Without this precondition, the average person may not even be able to open the first door. Second gate, Hue Gate. Open. The third door, the Birth Gate. Open. The expansion of strength will hit the expansion of mentality. Shuyu feels that her current self can hammer an elephant to death with one punch. Due to the load of the 8-gate Dunjia, his skin was all bloodshot and turned red. If he goes further, then his body may not be able to carry it. There will be damage. He doesn't have a hobby of self-harm, so he just opens 3 doors to feel the intensity. It's just that Matt Dai on the side was dumbfounded, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. It took him nearly 20 years to master this forbidden technique. Why can others use it at a glance? What is the difference between people? That, senior, what's wrong with you? Hearing the question, Mater Dai came back to his senses and regained that spiritual cheat. Shuyu, you are too powerful, generally so, using the Sherinan to cheat. Shuyu replied modestly. That's your talent, how can it be considered cheating? Shuyu really wants to say, in fact, he is really just modest. The first 3 doors of the 8 doors of Dunjia are really casual for him? However, Matt Dai is different from Uchiha Fugaku. This short-footed cat has mental problems, but he is honest, and he does not want to fight. Okay, Shuyu, it's not early, it's time for you to go back and rest. I'm going back to cooking for Kai too, I almost forgot about it just now. Mater Dai scratched his head embarrassedly. In order to teach the 8 gates of Dunjia, he actually forgot his own son. What a daddy. It is estimated that a Kai is still nibbling bread at this time. Okay, goodbye then. Ding. Obtained the 8 doors of Dunjia taught by Matt Dai. Hearing the system prompt, Shuoyu's figure paused slightly. As we all know, the technique of 8-gate Dunjia is very damaging to the body, and as far as Shuoyu himself is concerned, he will definitely not be willing to open the 8th door of death. If he didn't have the power of the 6 Yangs, opening the door of death would be equivalent to going to see Yan Wanjai. Even if you kill the enemy, what is the point? He is not so righteous. So, what if the 8 gates of Dunjia were fused with other secret techniques? With a technique with super recovery ability, fusing with the 8 doors of Dunjia, can it offset the harm caused by the 8 doors of Dunjia to the body to a certain extent? While walking on the way home, Shuyu thought as she could. To say that the strongest recovery ninjutsu that can be touched at the moment is the creation and regeneration technique of Tsunade Aoki. Tsunade, who opened the creation of regeneration, even if he was stabbed by Susanoo, he was like a nobody. Legend has it that the original Hokage already possessed this level of recovery ability just by standing dry. I don't know what Uchiha thought about it, but he was actually touched by the suicide of the Senju pillar. It is estimated that even if the throat is cut by Kuwu, that adult can recover in a few seconds. Uchiha Spot #Hot Mama NMSL. However, creating regeneration also accelerates cell division and will break life. Sure enough, the power of the 6 Yang is perfect. A person from the Uchiha family, but yearning for the power of the 6 Yangs, it is simply amazing. Shuoyu shook his head helplessly, putting aside the fusion of the 8 gates Dunjia. This technique cannot be fused casually, and it will be fused again when there is a chance in the future. However, for more than 3 months, he has been cultivating and has accumulated a lot of techniques from the Uchiha clan. These techniques haven't had time to fuse yet. System, fusing the 3 ninjutsu of Uchiha Ryu. Ding. Add Uchiha Ryu Ken Yuian. Ding. Add Uchiha Ryu Wind Sword. Ding. Add Uchiha Ryu Hinata. The third ninjutsu is actually a multi-strike combination of the instantaneous body technique and the sword leaping yan, and can release the flames in the form of shockwaves for long-range attacks. Shuoyu hasn't used it much since he learned it, because when it comes to long-range strikes, which of his ninjutsu is not better than this ninjutsu? The success rate of integration is 60%, does it start to merge? 60%, Shuyu thought for a moment and decided, put in a lucky grass. The props are successfully used, the current fusion success rate is 70%, has the fusion started? Fusion. Congratulations on the successful host fusion. Obtain ninjutsu Uchiha Ryu Fierce Wind Slash. Ninjutsu grade, not assessed. Feeling the new ninjutsu, Shuoyu's smile gradually became gentlemanly. If the word Wind Slash is unfamiliar, then the word Whirlwind Slash should be known to many happy players. The most important thing is that whether it is Uchiha Ryu Windsword or Uchiha Ryu Sun to Dance, there are instantaneous techniques. Such a one-time fusion also fuses the instantaneous technique. Tornadoes, although flame tornadoes. Instantaneous technique, although relatively fast. But the combination of the two has to be reminiscent of a happy wind man. When these three Uchiha ninjutsu fused, what was released from Shuoyu's short knife was no longer the flame blade, but a series of flame tornadoes. Plus, move quickly around the battlefield. It's simply the ninja version of the happy wind man. Well, this is a one-to-many ninjutsu, which is very valuable. Shuoyu commented. Suddenly, he had a flash of light, and he remembered some crooked ways. The Uchiha family, in addition to this ninja technique, also has a true pure body art. This made him involuntarily quicken his pace and walk towards Uchiha's house. Although it was already nightfall, Uchiha's ninja did not leave work. Seeing Shuyu coming to receive it, he quickly stepped forward to greet him. At the last clan meeting, Shuyu's position was already very correct, and whoever dared to offend this was threatening the future of the entire Uchiha clan. Lord Shuyu, what do you need? Lord Shuyu, listen to the title. Shuoyu was satisfied, and said strongly, give me that set of short sword techniques. Short sword swordsmanship should be said to be the most suitable sword art for ninjas. It just so happens that Shuyu uses a short knife. The most famous of the short swordsmanship are flash cut and double flash. The former is similar to Konoha fluid technique and Kage Maie, first kicking the enemy in the air, then jumping into the air himself, using the teleportation technique to inflict continuous heavy blows on the enemy. Finally, it fell from the sky, the most powerful slash. What does this look like? That's right, it's the ultimate trick of the happy wind man, the wind slash. Please use, Lord Shuyu. The gatekeeper respectfully handed a scroll to Shuoyu. Shuoyu was also not polite, took the scroll and quickly left, found a no man's place, and studied on the spot. Flash cutting's demand for instantaneous techniques is very high, and it just so happens that Shuyu's instantaneous technique talent is not bad. After all, since the Uchiha Ryu wind sword, he had to learn and master the teleportation technique. And the later Uchiha Ryu Ri did dance required multiple consecutive instantaneous techniques. This makes his current instantaneous technique very proficient. Now that he understood the principle of the technique and already had the key pre-requirements, it only took him 10 minutes to learn this short sword technique. Ding! You've learned the sword art and flash cutting. Shuoyu smiled slightly and said, system, fusing flash cutting, wind escape wind cutting technique, wind escape and thousand face wind. The next two winds, both he learned in 3 months, are now used to fuse. Ding! Add glitter cut. Ding! Add the art of wind escape, wind cut. Ding! Add wind escape thousand faces wind. The success rate of integration is 71%. Does integration begin? Fusion. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing and obtaining the ninjutsu and flash wind cutting technique. Ninjutsu grade, not assessed. Shuoyu frowned in dissatisfaction. How can such a happy technique call this kind of younger brother's name and change my name? Shout, the wind is dead. Ding! Name change successful. Feeling his own fierce wind slash, Shuyu smiled immorally. The wind escape wind cutting technique is blessed on the blade and enhances the sharpness. And the wind and thousand faces wind has become the aftermath on the way to the release of this technique. In other words, when he unleashed the self-created wind breath slash, countless tiny wind blades would automatically be released around him. Attack in all directions. This is almost the doomsday version of the happy wind man. There was a fierce wind slash in the front, and a fierce wind slash in the back, and for the first time, Shuyu found fun in physical skills. Back home, looking at the little water stop who had gained weight, this brother was really a little worried. Although baby fat is normal, but the small stop water is high nutrition every day. In case you become a big fat person in the future, it will be completely ruined. My stupidity, if you become a fat mound in the future, I will kill you. Xiao Shui, who was sleeping, seemed to feel the killing intent, and was directly frightened to wake up. The little fart child wakes up in the middle of the night and cries, which makes the neighbors frightened in the middle of the night. In desperation, he had to open the chakra eye and slowly hypnotize the little water. Use the Sharinan for my younger brother who is less than half a year old. This brother, there is no problem. And speaking of the Sharinan, Shuyu suddenly remembered his pupil technique. Although only when the kaleidoscope is turned on, each person's chakra eyes will have different biases, and then different pupils will be born. For example, the Xeon illusion technique of stopping water, such as the time-space pupil technique with soil. But I don't know if it's family talent or something else. He can already feel the bias of his pupils when he is in Sanguyu. This is a pupil power very similar to that of the smelly brother Shui, and it is more inclined to illusion. And, like stopping water, when you are in the third hook jade, the Sharinan can already exert its unique ability. What he used on that little girl from the Hayaga family during the day was illusion. White eyes have a strong ability to restrain ordinary illusions, but that's also restraint, not immunity. There has never been such a thing as white-eyed immunity. Even if it is a perfect person Zuliki Rabbi, it can only be said to be restraint, not immunity. Otherwise, who still learns illusion isn't it Sabi? The little girl from the Hayaga family was from the Zong family, and he knew this, because the girl's forehead was worn on her waist, and there was no caged bird on her forehead. Although she could see through the traditional illusion at a glance, she used her pupil power to release the illusion on her, but she couldn't detect it at all. Of course, this is just his attempt, and it does not mean that he already knows how to use the weakened other heavenly gods. The little girl couldn't notice herself for a while, but other experienced ninjas weren't necessarily. So, he wanted to fuse and enhance this technique. System, can my pupil power join the fusion? Back to the host, no matter what it is, it can become the fusion material of the system. Hearing the affirmative answer, Shuoyu was relieved. The illusion technique used against Kyoko Hinata during the day today does not even have a name, but is only a basic operation from the level of illusion principle using his pupil power. He has now learned two complete illusion techniques. One is the illusion Sharingan, which is a multifunctional illusion released by the Sharingan, which can not only create an abridged version of the spiritual illusion like the moon, but also use the illusion to achieve the purpose of manipulating the opponent. The other is the magic of magic. The main purpose of this technique is to disturb the enemy's judgment, and the practitioner will mistake one place for another place for an illusion. System, fuse my special pupil power, illusion writing will I, magic here non-art, ding. Add special pupil power, ding. Added illusion Sharingan, ding. Add magic. This is not a magic. The success rate of integration is 50%, will the integration start? Seeing the success rate given by the system, Shuoyu couldn't help frowning slightly. 50% has always been a critical value for him, and once it falls below it, he will default to failure. And now it's just stepping on the line, which makes people very entangled. Use a lucky orb. The 3-month weekly signature allowed him to obtain a total of 7 lucky orbs, and the rest of the weekly signatures were non-chiefs, and there was not a single good thing. As for the 3 monthly signs, that is, the amount of chakra increased 3 times. It depends on whether the 4th monthly signature that is coming soon can randomly get good things. The props are successfully used, the current chance of fusion is 75%. Do you start to fuse? Fusion, duh. Unfortunately, the fusion failed. What the hell? Looking at the gray background of the failed fusion, Shuyu almost doubted life. He has never had a defeat. Moreover, he used the lucky orb, which increased to a 75% success rate, so he would still fail? Back to the host, the success rate is not 100%, so failure is normal. It is recommended that the host change its position and do it again. Then do it again. Lao Tzu still has 6 gems. I don't believe I can still fail completely. Ding. Add special pupil power. Ding. Added illusion Sharingan. Ding. Add magic. This is not a magic. Congratulations on the successful host fusion. Obtained the magic of the Sharingan. Illusion level, not evaluated. As the information of the fusion illusion poured into her mind, Shuoyu couldn't help but close her eyes and savor it. The difficulty of this fusion illusion technique was higher than all the techniques he had learned before. But what makes Shuoyu want to complain is that the naming ability of this system has really been exhausted. Fusion illusion, the name is casually taken from the names of 2 illusions assembled together? However, before complaining, he still had to digest this extremely complicated illusion first. According to the information in the mind, the specific effect of the technique can be judged as the middle magician will constantly make wrong judgments in the illusion world, thinking that he has broken the illusion, but in fact he is just repeating the mistakes of the past. This is simply a copy of Izanami, and there are no side effects. It is not the kind of forced whitewashing that can be cracked by whitewashing. This illusion, as long as the middle magician can't crack it, it will go on forever. If you say that Izanami leaves only one way out for the middle magician, then, this technique is a completely closed dead end. Unless Shuyu cancels the illusion himself, or the middle magician is strong enough to forcibly break the illusion, otherwise, it is infinite reincarnation. Of course, compared to Izanami's forbidden technique, this illusion technique is also inadequate. After all, this is not the forbidden technique of Izanami, and it is naturally lacking in the quality of the technique. However, being able to use 2 ordinary illusions plus his pupil power to reach this level was already an unexpected gain. He originally just wanted to get a finished version of the illusion that Daytime unleashed on Kyoko Hinata, and it turned out to fuse into such a powerful illusion. System, name change, pseudo Izanami. Ding. Name change successful. After getting such a harvest, Shuyu was so excited that she didn't sleep all night. Before dawn the next day, Uchiha Fugaku's dogleg came to call the door. He's used to this timed wake-up call. When he arrived at the familiar cultivation field, he found that Uchiha Fugaku, who had been busy with official business, was already waiting in place. That, Fugaku-senpai, do you have any instructions today? Uchiha Fugaku stared closely into Shuyu's eyes and asked, Shuyu, you fought with someone from the Hyaga family yesterday? Yes. Shuyu replied honestly, anyway, this is not a secret, there are more people in Kanaha village in broad daylight. Well, pay attention to safety in the future, the people of the Hyaga family are not good things, that girl is a member of the sect family, be careful of the slaves who divide the family and fight hard with you. This is a bit of a tactical mockery. Although Uchiha and Hinata are needles to Meimang, they won't be so hilarious about it. However, Uchiha Fugaku was also thinking about his safety, and there was nothing to say. Yes, I know Fugaku-senpai. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded gratifyingly, and Seema's face rarely held back a smile. You can defeat that girl. It means that your current strength has made great progress. Today, I plan to let you and Shangnan duel, just as an acceptance exam. Ha! Shuoyu was stunned. People who came out of 9 years of compulsory education did not have any resistance to learning, but for the word exam, it was out of instinctive resistance. Why, don't you have confidence? No, I mean, how many kami shinobi? Shuoyu asked. How many kami shinobi? Uchiha Fugaku subconsciously touched his forehead. Yes, this kid has never played cards according to common sense, and always does something eye-catching, then 1 upper ninja plus 3 middle ninja. This lineup is already an elite squad in Konoha village. The entire Konoha village is the number 1 in the row. Give a trial like Naka Ninja, that is purgatory level difficulty. Even Uchiha Fugaku himself, without using whole cards, cannot be said to be easy. Unexpectedly, Shuya nodded nonchalantly and said, then come on. Better hurry, I lost sleep last night, and I went back to sleep after the fight. Fugaku Uchiha listened to this as human language? Immediately, he beckoned towards the shadows, and a squad appeared. The Uchiha clan members of the Chi Brush, an adult male shinobi, 2 15 or 16-year-old male shinobi, and a female Naka shinobi. This is, let's go. Uchiha Fugaku was about to introduce the direction of each of the squad's specialties, but he didn't expect Shuotsuki to directly interrupt his train of thought. Just let this kid suffer a little. He exchanged glances around, then jumped away and shouted, start. Begin. The first to do it was not the one Shangnan, nor the other 3 Naka shinobi, but Shuyu. I saw that his one-handed seal was a purple ninjutsu thunderflame explosion. That terrifying chakra made several people on the opposite side not even have the mind to defend head-on, and they scattered directly. Rumble! The thunder explosion exploded in the cultivation field, and for a while the dust was flying and the smoke was filled. Several of them are Uchiha clans with chakra eyes, and smoke and dust cannot effectively disturb their vision. However, this ninjutsu was not originally designed to create visual barriers. It's just that it didn't hit people, and the incidental effect was just that. Shuoyu immediately made a decision, since the 4 of them were scattered, then look for the weakest of them as a breakthrough point. That's the girl. It's not that people look down on women, it's just that the girl is indeed the bottom of the 4. A woman like Tsunade he is quite respectful. The target was selected, and the next moment, Shuoyu's body disappeared in place. When she reappeared, she was already behind the female ninja. A Naka shinobu who had not yet gained a foothold in order to avoid the explosion. Where would he have expected that Shuoyu would attack her first? Konoha spirit. Shuya didn't even pull out the knife, but directly raised his foot and hit the back of the female ninja with a heavy blow. Rumble. The female ninja who was kicked instinctively raised her hand to block, but she didn't expect that Shuyu's power was so huge, and this blow actually kicked her out in a right angle. A sharp pain in his arm followed, apparently a broken bone. With just one face, he killed an opponent who was just as Naka ninja as him. With both arms broken, she is no longer the slightest threat, like a dead person. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a flash deal. With the precedent of female ninja, who dares to let this monster get close? Fire escape how fireball technique. One of them, Naka ninja, immediately froze. A fireball roared toward Shuyu. However, looking at this fireball, Shuyu's eyes were just full of disappointment. With this level of ninjutsu, you dare to show it in front of me. Ninjutsu, wind-breaking dragon fire. Shuoyu sealed with one hand, and chakra immediately produced a change in the nature of the fire attribute, and the monstrous flame swept away from his face. The poor How fireball, in front of this breaking wind and dragon fire, looks insignificant, just like a kitten cub in the elephant herd. With this flame, even Uchiha Fugaku, who was watching the battle around, had to retreat. The flames reflected half of the sky, more like dawn than dawn, and even brighter than the sun in the eyes of opponents. Shangnan and Anaka Shinobu were so frightened that they hurriedly sealed their seals, and immediately cast a substitute technique to avoid the rear. And the one who has just released the How fireball technique is not so lucky. Not everyone can control their chakra. He released the fire ninjutsu. Chakra still needs a little buffer time, but it was such a short time that it almost killed him. Shuoyu didn't leave his hand, and the monstrous flames had already drowned that Naka shinobi, but their upper shinobi threw 2 kunai with steel wire at a critical moment, pulling the Naka shinobu and the seriously injured girl out. Although he escaped death, Naka shinobu was burned by the hot flame, his head was feverish, and most of his skin was burned. Thanks to the ninja and the chakra protector, otherwise he would have died. No one would have thought that fighting with Uchiha Shiyu would actually be such a scene. One of them was an upper ninja and 3 middle ninja, almost pressed and beaten. Within 10 seconds of this encounter, they had already lost 2 teammates. Dignified, it was revealed on the face of Shinobu who led the team. What he is dealing with now is not a faint Uchiha genius, but a real ninja. He even had to treat this teenager as an opponent of the same level. Shuoki, with a shuriken. Saying that, Kami Shinobu took out all the shurikens and kunao from the blade bag. On his side, so did the only remaining Naka Shinobu. The shuriken art of the Uchiha family is a compulsory course, and the two of them threw the shuriken in their hands and the kunao toward Shiyu at the same time. The densely packed shuriken, under the seal of Shangnin, suddenly changed into several huge shurikens mixed in. That huge shuriken can even be used as a melee weapon. If you are hit by something like this, I am afraid that it is not as simple as injury, but will directly cut the body in half. Shuyu did not act rashly, but opened the Sharingan eye and carefully observed. Based on his experience, how could a ninja's blade not have some mechanism, especially this extremely large and conspicuous blade? Sure enough, under the inside of the three-hooked jade chakra eye, above the huge shuriken, two slender steel wires were connected. If that's right, there's another giant shuriken in the blind spot. This is called the shadow shuriken art. You still underestimate me. If he is hit by the technique that has already been seen through, then he will have no face to live. The instantaneous body technique is not practiced in vain. Even the Sunset True Red praised the instantaneous technique. How could these few people estimate it? When the shuriken was still in the air, Shuoyu's figure disappeared in place. Gone. Nakanin was shocked. Be careful, Shuoki. Shangnin hurriedly reminded that even his chakra eyes couldn't capture the trajectory of that young man's instantaneous technique. How fast is that? What kind of talent is there? How many times have you practiced it? In fact, it is not much, on average, that is, 30,000 times a week. Shangnin suddenly realized that he felt the murderous aura behind him. Years of combat experience accumulated on the battlefield told him what kind of judgment to make at this time. Almost instinctively, he threw himself forward, narrowly dodging a blade glowing with cold light. But the Zongnin next to him was not so lucky, and was directly cut across the arm by a horizontal knife, and the knife edge was more than 2 inches deep. If Shuoyu hadn't stopped in time, I'm afraid that this unlucky child's arm would have said goodbye to him. Nakanin's reaction was not as good as Shang Shinobu. Even the pain nerves seemed too slow. Shuoyu pulled out the blade, and the guy covered his arm and howled. However, Shuoyu did not intend to give him a chance to howl, because this injury was not fatal, and Naka Shinobu still had combat effectiveness. So, Illusion Sharingan. Glancing at Nakado's pair of poor Urgyu, Shuyu threw him in place and chased after the Shinobu. Sanguyu's illusion technique is not very strong, but just with that two-hooked Jade's middle ninja still want a crack? He doesn't deserve it. You solved my 3 middle ninja in one fell swoop. You are very strong. Shangren guarded against Shuyu wholeheartedly and said slowly. Hearing this, Shuyu shook the bloodstains on the short knife and said with a smile, I don't think it's a secret that I'm in the Uchiha clan. Are you just connected to Wi-Fi? What? Shang couldn't help but understand. What kind of new joke is that? However, Shuoyu didn't have the heart to explain to him, and directly rushed forward with a short knife. Looking at Shuoyu, who rushed up with a knife, Shangren was indeed a little panicked. He had just thrown out all the blades, and now he was empty-handed. How to fight this incredible opponent? His three-hooked jade chakra eye was working wildly, wanting to capture Shuoyu's every movement, so that he could guard against that sharp blade. However, he miscalculated again. Miscalculated by the amount of ninjutsu that a ninja has. And it's also that kind of awesome ninjutsu. How many people in the ninja world died from ignorance of enemy intelligence? Fierce wind. In an instant, Shangren only saw a fiery red shadow, and Shuoyu's knife had already been put on his neck. He hurriedly used physical techniques to force Shuyu back in exchange for his life. Unexpectedly, that blade carried amazing heat and rolled up one flame tornado after another. Nani! The heat on the blade alone is enough to rival sea-level ninjutsu. This sword, even Uchiha Fugaku in the distance was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered the ninjutsu that he had taught Shuoyu before, but was he teaching it that way? The ninjutsu he taught at the beginning was so powerful? How did he not know? Could it be that this is his own fusion ninjutsu? Uchiha Fugaku's stomach was full of shock. Everyone has weaknesses, the other party's technique should look hugely consuming, and now Chakra should be left with little. He fights this way, he won't last long. As long as I drag until he Chakra runs out, then I win. Shang Shinobu thought so. While dealing with Shuoyu's melee attack with extremely rich combat experience, he thought about the way to defeat Shuoyu. He now regarded Shuyu as an equal opponent. Everything is false, and it can be seen from the fact that he solved his 3 middle ninja subordinates in one go. This person cannot be measured by common sense. Those 3 Zongnin were all taken out by him for nearly 100 missions, although in this way, they were not the enemies of this teenager. This genius of Uchiha. Are you thinking of stalling for time and consuming my chakra? Shuoyu suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Shang couldn't help but be surprised. His mind was suddenly recognized so easily. Is this still a teenager who has just graduated from ninja school? Judging by your expression, I should have guessed. The corners of Shuyu's mouth curled slightly. Immediately afterwards, the short knife in his hand once again appeared in flames, and once again rushed toward Shangnan. The wind is fierce. The same flame tornado set off by that hot blade, the same action, the same escape from the flames. Shangnan jumped back, still in mid-air. He felt that this scene seemed familiar. Although the two sides often repeat their moves in battle, they are not exactly the same, right? He even had the height of his jump, the speed at which he landed, the burning pain in his arm. It's all exactly the same. Wait, this place has just been burned. Shangnan suddenly came to his senses and looked at his right arm. In his first confrontation with Shuoyu, his right arm was burned by the flames. But now, that wound seems to have suddenly recovered at a certain moment, and then burned again. This fantastic feeling. No, it's an illusion. Shangnan was shocked again. He obviously opened the chakra eye, but he didn't notice the slightest sign of the illusion technique. Instead, after falling into the set by others, I suddenly noticed it. When exactly? No, it's not right. It was not so much that he noticed it, but that the other party deliberately let him find out. This, a Uchiha clan with 3-hooked jade chakra eyes, was actually so despised by the next child. Just when he felt ashamed of himself, in the illusion, the third cycle had already begun. Unconsciously, the two of them fought back to their original positions, and Shuoyu also rushed forward once again with the blade containing terrifying heat. At this moment, Shangnan first set his eyes on his right arm, and sure enough, the burns there didn't know when they had recovered. Then, for the third time, I won't be hit by the same trick again. Thinking in his heart, Shangnan immediately made a seal, and spit out a character in his mouth solution. Along with the frantic movement of the Sheri-nan, he disturbed his chakra. However, the illusion in front of him has not been lifted. The boy was still rushing towards him with a knife. Nanny? Isn't this an illusion? Shangnan is beginning to doubt life. Maybe the physical battle will be repeated, but the injuries on his body definitely show that he is in the illusion. But why? I have obviously unraveled the illusion, and this scene is still in front of me? Without having time to think about it, he was burned by the flame tornado again, and this time the injury was even more serious due to the stunned kung fu. The third time he jumped backwards, his face full of disbelief. Holding his burning arm, he couldn't help but ask, is this an illusion? Is this an illusion? Even he himself is not sure. However, what answered him was Shuyu's indifferent and merciless sword. In that case, I'm going to get real. Shangnan's face changed, and his expression was as solemn as if he were approaching a great enemy. The illusion technique that even his chakra eyes couldn't see through, even the conventional illusion cracking technique didn't have the slightest effect, and he only had one choice, that is, to defeat Shiyu here. Shang Shinobu may not seem to have anything in normal times, and even often suffers the loss of shinobi, but in their real battle, once it breaks out desperately, it is absolutely terrifying. I saw that as soon as his toes landed, the whole person suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, it was already Shiyu's left. Fire escape how fireball technique. Shangnan quickly sealed and released a huge fireball, and at the same time mixed several ku that he had just picked up in the fireball. Having seen the Shiyu technique, he deeply understood that such a combined attack would not be able to achieve anything at all. Of course, this is really just a feint. This one who released ninjutsu is actually just a shadow doppelganger, and his body has quietly touched Shuoyu's back. There are many ways to kill, and for ninjas, the most effective and low-key killing is very simple. With all 4 fingers together, he used his entire palm as a blade, stabbing straight towards Shuyu's back. Laugh at. Shangnan moved its true character, and the start was really ruthless. This knife directly penetrated Shuoyu's chest. The dead can't die anymore. Now, it's time for this illusion to end, right? Shangren muttered uncertainly. In many kinds of illusions, it is a contest between the caster and the middle magician, and the caster controls everything in the illusion, but if the difference in strength is too large, he will also be counter-killed. Since Uchiha Shiyu wants to repeat with him in this illusion, then he will kill him in the illusion. In general, then the illusion should be over. But it doesn't seem to be that simple. The corpse in front of him, which was put through his chest with his arm, was slowly dissipating like a mist, and right in front of him, a new Uchiha Shiyu was resurrected. At the beginning of the resurrection, he rushed towards him with a knife. What a familiar picture. What the hell is this illusion? Shangnan began to lose his breath. An illusion that cannot be solved, an illusion that keeps repeating, this is really maddening. And most importantly, his dignity is swept away. Knowing that this is an illusion, obviously having a talent like the Sangha Jade Writing Wheel Eye, if someone else uses illusion on him, he can even bounce back. But why can't he even solve the illusion technique used by this teenager now? When the hell did you use magic on me? I'm obviously prepared. What the hell are you doing with this? Then the idea of wanting to fight a war of attrition just now is a complete joke. Outside, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the training ground, and the 3 Naka shinobi had stopped eating and lost their combat effectiveness. And the Shangnan who he specially assigned actually stood in place in a daze. After that flame just now, he thought that the two of them would start a wonderful duel to measure Shuoyu's personal strength in more detail. But, nothing. It was as if he had suddenly fallen asleep, quietly waiting for Shuoyu to put the knife on his neck. I didn't expect Shiyu's illusion to improve so much that even he couldn't crack it in a short time. Uchiha Fugaku rubbed his chin and sighed. No, could it be that he was careless? How can Shiyu say that it is impossible to progress so fast? Is this a person? Just when Uchiha Fugaku was full of doubts, Shiyu over there put the short knife on Shangnin's neck and shouted towards this side, I won, can I go? This, Uchiha Fugaku hesitated. From the perspective of Shangnin, he may have fought for 300 rounds. But from the perspective of an outsider Uchiha Fugaku, from the beginning of the movement of Shuoyu, to solving the 3 Naka shinobi, and finally to the short knife casually above the neck of the upper shinobu, all this happened too quickly. So much so that he just saw the ninjutsu brilliant in front of him, a few screams, and then, it was over. Not to mention that with this to detect Shuoyu's current strength, he didn't even see some of his movements clearly. Although it did not achieve its goal, from an objective point of view, this is undoubtedly the most perfect ninja battle. Fast, accurate, ruthless. Defeat enemies in the fastest and most efficient way. At such an age, one is against 4, and one of them is still on the endure. Such a ninja talent is unprecedented. Even the strongest in the history of the Uchiha clan didn't do much at this age. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes became more and more enthusiastic when he looked at Shuoyu. If he devoted all the family resources and let this teenager grow up, then the future, not to mention being a little Hokage, his eyes should look in a more far-reaching direction. This is a person destined to surpass his ancestors. You must be able to do what your ancestors couldn't. Hey, Fugaku-senpai, do you hear me? Can I go? Seeing Uchiha Fugaku stunned, Shuotsuki had to speak again to remind him. Coming back to his senses, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly said, okay, there you go. Jade K nodded in satisfaction, and the 3-hook jade in Shiyu's eyes slowly disappeared, and Chakra saw the bottom at the same time. He is also pinching the extreme battle. As he took the initiative to unravel the illusion, Kami Shinobu finally woke up, but when he opened his eyes, he only saw the blade resting on his neck. He knew he had lost. If it was in a life and death battle, then his head would have fallen to the ground long ago. Although the eyes are full of unwillingness, it can only be endured. What fascinates him is this illusion. It was a powerful illusion he had never seen before, and it shouldn't be without a name. Well, I still want to ask, however. Shuyu didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, and directly turned around and left. Looking at Shangnin's helpless look, Uchiha Fugaku especially walked over and patted his shoulder to show comfort. Although I didn't let you use all your strength, you also see the potential of that child, right? Shang Shinobu had nothing to say. Indeed, he did not use his full strength at the beginning, because once he accidentally injured this person, the clansmen were afraid that they would not eat him alive. However, while he was fighting, he was already serious, but by then, he had already fallen for illusion. Anyway, he used all his strength to crack even a single illusion. Having fought with all his strength, he has already lost. Why don't you talk? Uchiha Fugaku asked again. You come to evaluate, how is Shiyu's strength? Very strong. I think my subordinates are already very good, but compared to him, it is not a level at all. No, it doesn't make any sense to compare our current people with him. His future achievements will definitely not be lower than the 3 shinobi, and even surpass that person. Sanshin is the most famous figure in Konoha village today, and the prestige established since the Second Shinobi War has been influencing the younger generations of the village. Now although Tsunadeheim has left, it is not a defection, she is still a person of Konoha. Being able to take out the 3 shinobi for comparison means that he already values Shiyu very much. However, Kami Shinobu said the person again. Both understood that what he was saying was, Uchiha Madara. That man who once had absolute strength in the Uchiha clan. None of the latecomers could stand at his height. But now, that hope has emerged. You have such a high rating. Uchiha Fugaku was a little surprised. He knew this person and never made a conclusion. Kami Shinobu nodded. If you also feel that illusion once, you will understand, Fugaku. Calling the clan elder by his first name, the relationship between the two looks unusual. That illusion, unconsciously, the patriarchs of the 2 major families of Konoha village were both interested in a teenager's illusion. When Shuoyu woke up, it was already sunset. Sitting in the courtyard eating my own breakfast tea, facing the sunset, I always feel a little lonely. System, open today's sand sculpture list. Daily task list. 1. Practice ninjutsu 1000 times, reward the number of fusions *1 2. Practice illusion 1000 times, reward the number of fusions *1 3. Practice physical skills 1000 times, reward the number of fusions *1 4. Tease any beauty, reward the number of fusions *1. I'm a Buddha, illusion and physical art are not a concept at all, okay? Who can carry my illusion 1000 times? The old birthday star hanged himself. However, the system substitutes silence for answering. System, I really want to complain. when can this fourth task be changed? The next time my husband sees me, I will draw my knife and face each other. Back to the host, you can choose to ignore the task. The daily task is not mandatory, even if the host does not do it, there is no punishment. Then can you give me fusion points for nothing? Can't. Then what banana fart are you putting on? Fusion points are all earned by yourself, which has indeed accumulated a lot in the past 4 months, but this amount also depends on what you spend it on. For example, the fusion of ninjutsu, physical arts, illusion, and the like, the cost performance is particularly high. Crooked. Is this the home of that bastard from Uchiha Shugetsu? Shuoyu was still drinking tea, and there was an extremely young voice at the gate. Following the prestige, I saw a girl with a high ponytail break in, and the girl's face was also cute, that is, there was some anger hidden between the eyebrows. From the perspective of the face master, it is this woman who has a short temper and will inevitably have a tendency to domestic violence in the future. Of course, the above is also nonsense. Judging from the clothes on her body, she is also a member of the Uchiha clan, and judging from the fact that the girl developed earlier, she should be about 10 years old. However, Shuyu had never been seen before. The girl has slender limbs and some bandages wrapped around her arms out of a ninja hobby. The whole person looks very capable. Only, how does that face feel a little familiar? Do you know if you break into a private house? Shuyu put down the teacup in his hand and glanced at the room twice with some concern. If he woke up the smelly brother to stop the water, he would have to tear this damn woman alive. Ha! Who set this rule? I decide. Who are you, looking for me? Hee hee, some lesbians now, because they are cute, do wrong. This piece of Shuyu is not allowed. Is it great to have a batch? Uchiha Shuyu, you are a white-eyed wolf who does not know how to be evil. My sister worked hard to accompany you to practice, but you injured my sister. If it wasn't for my sister deliberately letting you, would you think you were very powerful? Hearing this, Shuoyu's first reaction, who is this? What did you say? What's going on? What is sister my sister's? Sorry, did you find the wrong person? Ha! You still don't admit it? What a coward without responsibility. Bad apple. Perverted. Big pervert. The girl pointed at the tip of Shuyu's nose and cursed. Feeling the stormy insults, Shuoyu actually felt very cool inexplicably. Can you scold me more? No, I mean, who is your sister? Ha! You really are a pervert. The girl crossed her hands at her waist and said very unpleasantly, Nanamai, Nanamai, Nanamai Uchiha, the strongest illusion ninja in Konoha village. Shuyu's brain went down again. Nanamai, humph. Have you finally remembered? The facts are already in sight, dare to deny it. No, what is Nanamai, the strongest illusion ninja in Konoha village? This why haven't I heard of it? Who made it up? I made it up. No, originally my sister Sama was the strongest illusion ninja in Konoha village. To be honest, he still hasn't remembered who this lady is talking about, and among the women who have contacted him in the past 2 days, is there Nanamai Uchiha? Moreover, also fought? Wait, it seems that there was a female sparring partner named Nanamai before. Thinking of that female sparring partner, Shuoyu's train of thought suddenly became clear. No wonder I feel that this girl's face is a little familiar. It should be the sister of the female sparring partner. However, in other stories, it is the small that provokes the big. How did he get here? And he became a big one and a small one. So, what are you doing here? Finally hearing a sentence that she was satisfied with, the girl said proudly, humph. I, Uchiha Mai, will get justice for my sister today and beat you up. It turns out that your name is Uchiha Mai. I advise you to go. Judging by your appearance, you haven't even graduated from ninja school, right? The children in school are still too simple. Uchiha Mai's little face blushed, but he quickly said stubbornly, so what? Don't think that you graduated early, my physical skills are very strong, be careful that I beat you. Come on, stand up, let's have a fair fight. Forget it, I don't want to bully you. Now this little girl, it's also too mentally retarded. Obito's age already knows that there is nothing to mess with him, and as a result, there are also those who take the initiative to come to the door to ask for abuse. But it's really not interesting to abuse a ninja school who hasn't graduated yet, and he might as well play with his own shadow doppelganger. Then again, I haven't graduated from ninja school at the age of 10, and this talent is not even as good as Obito. Is this really a cane girl? Unexpectedly, hearing Shuoyu's words, Uchiha Mai still didn't admit it. What do you mean you don't want to bully me? Do you think you're awesome? In that case, Shuyu is also a way to do it. This courtyard is not very large, and it is okay to drink tea in the afternoon, but if it is a battle, it is definitely not feasible. Therefore, a scarlet color slowly appeared in his eyes. Sanguyu's chakra eyes stared at Uchiha Mai closely, and the invisible coercion was released. As a member of the Uchiha clan, even if Uchiha Mai is a staff-making girl, she knows how to write chakra. Her face changed faster than Sichuan opera. Right the wheel I. 3 hook jade. What's wrong, do you still want to fight? I I don't admit defeat. Why did you stutter? I didn't, there was a stammer. Shuyu was amused by this little girl. In other words, Uchiha Mai can also be regarded as a little beauty. So, according to the fourth law of daily tasks, it is not too much for him to tease a little, right? Illusion Sherinan. As soon as his mind moved, he pulled Uchiha Mai into the spiritual space. Not to fight her, of course. Uchiha Mai was still stunned, when he suddenly heard something indescribable in his ears. When she looked sideways, it was exactly as many as 300 indescribable pictures, forming a wriggling ocean of human bodies. People in the ninja world are precocious, and there is no shortage of knowledge about this. Uchiha Mai immediately blushed with shame, but she found that she couldn't control her body, not even her eyes. She could only look straight at it. It's disgusting. Bad apple. Perverted. The sound and picture constantly stimulate the spirit of Uchiha Mai, and she is about to cry. Remembering the evaluation of Shuyu in the village, looking at the scene in front of her, she believed that this person was really H with a full head. If she continues to develop, will she be too? As soon as she thought of this, Uchiha Mai was extremely terrified, crying, don't, let me go. Let me go. At this time, Shuyu quietly stepped forward. I gave you the opportunity to let you go before. You don't want to go yourself. It's too late to leave now. I see. Still against me. Never again. Uchiha Mai said aggrievedly. Seeing this, Shuyu was satisfied with the withdrawal of the illusion. Returning to reality, Uchiha Mai directly collapsed to the ground weakly. Daily tasks, 1/4. Woohoo, my pure heart is polluted by you. Uchiha Mai cried. This cry directly caused a chain reaction, and the small water stop sleeping in the house was also woken up. Shuyu began to have a headache, coaxing the stinky brother to sleep. It was not an easy task. Horse, don't cry. If I cry again, I will continue to use illusion. Feeling a mortal threat, Uchiha Mai immediately stopped crying and looked at Shuyu with tears in her eyes. Oh, stand up. Looking at the girl's crying face, Shuyu suddenly flashed again. Whoop, have you ever seen a child? Why did you suddenly call me by name? We are clearly not close to say, less nonsense. Will you take care of the children? I've learned a little bit from my sister. Don't be so fierce, said Uchiha weakly. Hearing the answer, Shuyu's face was delighted. Why is Laozi so smart? How tired it is to coax his own stinky brother, and be a brother and a father. He is not worried about other nannies, but a simple little girl like Uchiha Mai is completely fine. Mai, you come in with me. Saying that, Shuyu stood up and walked towards the house. When the chubby fart heard the voice, the crying voice changed to tune. How come there is still a child here? Is he your brother? Uchiha asked curiously. Nonsense, could it be my father? Oh, I always thought that Uchiha Obito was your legendary brother. Don't talk nonsense. Go up and coax him to sleep. I'll let you go when he falls asleep. Uchiha Mai didn't dare to refuse. She was really afraid that this villain would continue to use illusion. Unlike Shuotsuki's hardcore hypnosis, Uchiha gently rocks the cradle and hums an unknown tune. Maid, it's pretty good to sing. Red, I'm about to cheat. The little girl singing soon made the smelly brother fall asleep again, and Shuyu couldn't help but sigh at the magic. It turns out that the matter of coaxing sleep can come like this. Then how do you usually coax? If he argues, I'll threaten to cut off his chicks. If I don't sleep, I hypnosis with my chakra eyes. Uchiha Mai, this is also a dear brother. It's simply a family affection where blood is thicker than water. Let's go, stop the water and fall asleep. Shuyu said slowly. In other words, you learned this technique from your sister, so is your sister more powerful in this regard? Yes, my sister is the first in the world. At the mention of her sister, Uchiha Mai was full of excitement. As everyone knows, Shuyu is still calculating her baby sister. The woman's sparring skills are not bad, that is, her mouth is hard, and when she is injured, she says that she can do it, and as a result, she goes to the hospital, and claims that she is good at illusion. All this aside, if she could live here and take care of the water for him every day, wouldn't it? Hey, badass. What did you think of and why did you laugh so perverted? Uchiha Mai said defensively. Nothing. After seeing off Uchiha Mai, Shuyu went directly to the patriarch's door. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have just finished a meeting, and when he saw Shuyu coming, he immediately pushed everything away and asked Shuyu seriously, do you have any questions, Shuyu? That concerned tone. Anyway, Shuyu has never seen more than 700 episodes of Hokage. Fugaku-senpai, I want Nanamai Uchiha to move near my house, or simply move into my house, so that I can have time to talk to her. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's spirit was lifted. This kid, did he work so hard? Could it be that the morning discussion made him realize the gap between himself and Shangnan, so he wanted a higher intensity of cultivation? It is clear that he already has a ninja talent that no one can match, and he has such an extraordinary effort. Such a person is simply a great blessing for the Uchiha clan. The current mood can only be compared with the joy when he successfully became the patriarch. Okay, no problem, there are only 2 of them in the family, I'll let them take care of their things, and move to your place tomorrow morning. Uchiha Fugaku decisively knocked on the board, and it's still buy one get one free. Shuyu is now very inflated. What to give? Without hesitation. This family status, who can compare? However, his heart was swollen and his appearance could not be inflated, and he still said gratefully, "Thank you, Fugaku-senpai. Appreciate. Well, this is also for your practice. The family will try to satisfy you, as long as your strength improves. I am very gratified." With a pair of sister flower nannies, I don't know if his strength can be improved, but his daily life is absolutely relaxed. The milk lady invited by the third generation to the smelly brother is the pure milk lady. In addition to milk stopwater, it is milk stopwater. Nothing else can be done. But this pair of sister flowers of the Uchiha clan is different. Because of the order of the patriarch, they all have to cooperate male sign in the work. By the way, do you have any other needs besides this? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly asked again. Other needs? Shuotsuki hesitated. He came for this matter, he was going to leave, but now he was asked again. The reason he gave to Uchiha Fugaku was to work hard to cultivate and increase his strength. Then, I heard that psychic beasts can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of ninjas. Psychic beasts. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, and then suddenly realized, yes. I've been letting you practice ascetically, and I forgot about the psychic beasts of a family. Our clan, only a very small number of ninjas can be recognized by a clan of psychic beasts. If it is you, it must be no problem. What is it? Raven. Raven? Don't underestimate that kind of psychic beast. The crow can assist us in using avatar arts and illusions, and it is definitely the best partner for our clan. Uchiha Fugaku explained. If there is a crow substitute technique, Shuoyu's life will also have a greater guarantee, which is what he wants to say. Shuyu didn't have any opinions, after all, he just said it casually, but he didn't expect Uchiha Fugaku to arrange it directly. This man is so real. As far as he is concerned, psychic beasts are basically dispensable, unless it's to learn fairy arts. However, since Uchiha Fugaku has said this, it is not easy for him to refuse. Then, tomorrow I will start the practice of psychic, leave. There wasn't much time left until 12 o'clock in the evening today, and he didn't want to spend time here. There are also 3 daily tasks to complete. So, the environmental destruction that gave the 3 generations a headache began, and when the ninjutsu cultivation was completed, the training ground where Shuyu was located had become a scorched earth without grass. Following, Uchiha Fugaku gave Shuyu 2 more hours of sleep, or rather, last night was too noisy, and he didn't sleep well. However, dare not speak up. Who let this be the seed of hope for the entire Uchiha clan? To practice psychic, you must first sign the psychic scroll. As for whether the psychic beast recognizes or not, where is such an arrogant psychic beast? Isn't that a psychic that everyone can sign up? Could it be that there are still people who will be disliked by psychic beasts? Then, Shuyu, sign your name here. Taking the psychic scroll, Shuyu looked at the text on it, and without much thought, he wrote down his name. Okay. Very well, next. Psychic. Saying that, Uchiha Fugaku made a psychic technique. Boom. As the smoke cleared, a thief-like crow appeared in front of the two. To be reasonable, such a crow does not seem to help with half a dime in real combat. The only interesting thing is that this crow can accept human organs, and can come up with the ghost idea of transplanting the Sharingan into a crow, which is probably what Uchiha can come up with. So, according to this characteristic, can you transplant other blood succession limits, secret techniques, and the like to this crow in the future? Shuyu, it's your turn. Try. Uchiha Fugaku's voice intended Shuoyu's fantasy. Coming back to his senses, Shuotsuki also imitated Uchiha Fugaku's seal, psychic art. According to his theoretical knowledge, psychic arts are directly linked to the chakra used by the caster. A puff of smoke cleared, and he channeled a large flock of crows. But this large-scale mass gravesite did not make Shuoyu feel afraid. The so-called reach-out not to hit the smiling crows. After signing the psychic contract, he can feel the connection with these crows. For example, use these crows' eyes to transcribe his illusions. It worked the first time. Shuyu, worthy of you. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed. Hearing this, Shuoyu was slightly stunned, pointed at these crows and asked, could it be that the psychic art will still fail? Uchiha Fugaku's face turned dark. In fact, he failed the first time, but he didn't want to ask in this tone, quite heartfelt. Since you have succeeded today, let's communicate with these crows more. Although they are not as amazing as the Miyama mountain toad, but they cooperate well, they are definitely not weak. Shuyu nodded, stretched out his hand to let a Wii fall on his arm, and said, okay, Fugaku Sr., you are busy. Uchiha Fugaku dragged a battered body and walked towards the distance. Shuoyu, on the other hand, stared straight at the crow on his arm, and his brain was running at a speed of 8,000 revolutions per second. In other words, this crow is also his psychic beast. Then, other ninjutsu can be fused. Should this psychic beast also be fused? Thinking so, he took out a steel kunai from the ninja bag. System, can I give this crow a fusion? Back to the host, everything can be integrated. Then fusing this crow with steel kunao, shouldn't it be fused to death? Then I would have been sprayed to death by the Society of Animal Lovers. Ask the host to place it in the first compartment of the fusion column. Okay, then fuse this crow and a handful of steel kunao for me. Ding. Add psychic beasts, crows, ding. Add stainless steel kunao *1. The success rate of integration is 80%. Do you start integration? Wait, can I fuse 2 crows at the same time? 4-winged black angel, you're so much going on. Now that he has 3 fusion permissions, he can fuse once with the lowest fusion standard, but it is definitely cost effective to fuse more at the same cost of 1 fusion point. As for what the crow thought, he didn't know. I guess I am very grateful to him. After all, it is becoming stronger for it. Well, so, Shuyu stretched out his hand to summon another crow, and then said to the system in his heart, fuse 2 crows, 1 shot of steel is bitter. Ding. Add psychic beasts, crows, ding. Add psychic beasts, crows, ding. Add steel kunao *1. The success rate of integration is 65%. Do you start integration? It seems that with the addition of fusion items, the success rate decreases. However, the 65% success rate is actually acceptable for him. Fusion, since it is a psychic beast, it is different from other things. When they began to fuse, the 2 crows on Shiyu's arms seemed to automatically disarm the psychic technique, and disappeared after a puff of white smoke. If anyone saw it, they would definitely think it was normal. After all, psychic arts also had a time limit, and only Shuyu knew that they had entered the fusion column. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing and obtaining the Psychic Beast Shuriken Double Turbo Crow X Twin Turbo. A card appeared in Shuoyu's mind, recording the specific information of this psychic beast. And after the successful fusion, the appearance of the crow has undergone earth-shaking changes. The first is that the body size has increased almost 5-fold. This can no longer be said to be a crow, it feels more like a dark eagle. However, the fusion product did not grow 4 wings as Shuoyu hoped. System, does this name show that you are too sand-carved? As Shuoyu spoke, he had already completed the psychic seal in his hand, and then slammed his palm on the ground. As the tadpole-like technique spread, the huge crow that had been emitting a metallic luster appeared in place. Its wings and its claws are like steel. There is no need to doubt that such a psychic beast can grab the enemy's head with a sharp claw with a single dive. Compared with the crow before, it is simply a heaven and an underground. System, renamed, just call it Wings of Steel 1. Name change successful. And now this fusion psychic crow, if it is attached to the ear and screams, it is estimated that it will shock through the eardrum. Mouth. This is the strongest technique in the Hokage world. Shuoyu's brain was running wildly, and soon a new inspiration appeared in his heart. Come, number 1, you shout with all your strength. The steel crow tilted his head and stared at Shuyu with his left eye for a long time, feeling stupid. Oh, Elm Head? Call. Steel Raven. Maybe Shuyu was too fierce, and the steel crow actually walked towards the rear alone. Is this angry? Non also. I saw that it took a few steps, then spread its wings and flew into the sky, and after circling the sky a few times, it stopped in midair. Before Shuyu could figure out what it was going to do, she suddenly noticed that the space in her sight had been distorted. Immediately after, the trees surrendered, and the earth flew into dust. He didn't even have time to defend, and he was blown up tens of meters away. Groove. Shuyu, who was slowed down, spit out the sand that had been eaten into his mouth, and rubbed his ears. I almost deaf and loud up. It turns out that it is not the steel crow who does not obey orders, nor is it stupid in the brain. It's that it knows that its cry is too terrifying to use in front of its owner. Otherwise, Shuotsuki will have to visit the internal medicine department of Kanaha Hospital again now. Sonic attack, terrifying. Number 1, you give loud zud down. Hearing the roar of the owner's fried hair, the steel crow fell down aggrievely, and then obediently stuck his head to the ground, looking like he was wrong. Alas, forget it, I asked for it. Looking at no one's obedient appearance, Shuoyu's anger instantly disappeared. I didn't expect to fuse it casually, it would strengthen so much, then if I melt all the rest, the few crows that had just been stunned shuddered, and they automatically dismissed the psychic. They slipped away, and they cut you. Sonic attack, in fact, has also appeared in the original work, and the small chatter of the Oto Ninja Trio is a toad singing of Miyama Mountain that is enough to prove its strength. Even toads can sing this year, so the birds in the elementary school composition are chirping. Why can't the crows sing him? Not to mention let these crows invent the sound illusion of crow singing, at least send out some sonic bombs. I said, psychic beasts all have chakra all have attributes. What are your attributes? If only it were windy. Gashuoyu was speechless, a psychic beast who couldn't speak, and communicating was trouble. Look at the 3 holy places of people, even a maggot can speak. That's right, your crow clan has always been treated as disposable consumables by those ninjas, and they will burn you at every turn. Maybe such psychic beasts, low intelligence, and low ability are good things for those ninjas. You can sacrifice at any time, and there is no psychological pressure. The steel crow cried out silently twice, probably knowing this fate itself. Shiyu agreed, so he said, if you don't want to repeat that fate, grow up well, don't waste my hard work. Fusion once is a fusion point, although this seems to be a small cost, but each fusion point is his hard-earned earning, and it is no problem to say that he has poured his heart and soul into this steel crow. This Wings of Steel #1 has just demonstrated its strength, and although it can send out a powerful sonic attack with all its strength, it is still a bit of a gap compared to the psychic beasts of the three Holy Lands. If this guy can reach the level of battle like Toad Wenta, then how can Shuoyu say it is also very accomplished? Psychic, as well as the related practice of crow double incarnation, are trivial to Shuoyu. After completing the day's daily tasks, Shuoyu returned home, and what was waiting for him was not a smelly brother who was crying, but two beautiful women, one big and one small. Uchiha Fugaku transferred the two sisters to his house, which was not small, and it also came with a small courtyard, and it was completely fine to accommodate 4 people. The sparring sister, Nanami Uchiha, changed into casual clothes early and sat on her knees in the entrance, waiting to serve her master like a maid, and the staff-making girl Uchiha Mai stared at it with an unhappy look and cursed, pervert. Unexpectedly, because of his relationship with the patriarch, he forced us to come and live with you. At this time, Shiyu is not happy. Who wants you? Originally I only wanted your sister, but you were attached by the patriarch, and it is interesting enough not to charge you additional rent. Lord Shuozu. Suddenly, Nanami Uchiha spoke, obviously suddenly becoming this kind of character, making her a little unnatural. Please don't embarrass my sister. Hearing this, Shiyu couldn't help but be slightly stunned, as if this woman's mouth was quite stone before. Why is she calling Lord Shiyu now? Could it be that Uchiha Fugaku threatened other girls? Hey, are your injuries healed? Is it scarred? Shuoyu asked as concerned as she could. Lord Huishiyu, the wound is on the abdomen, and it should not leave a scar. Oh, I remember. Listening to the conversation between the two, Uchiha Mai was blushing with shame. What wounds? What moon? What the hell did my sister do with this pervert? Walking into the living room, the dining table is already full of sumptuous delicacies. It seems that this Nanami Uchiha is still a good family woman, not only can coax children, but also can make a good dish. This is definitely a good thing for Shiyu. His daily cultivation is surprisingly large, and now even Akai says that he can't catch up with Shiyu's cultivation intensity, so the food that needs to be ingested is naturally a huge amount. At a young age, it is already 3 times the amount of adult men's food. After drinking enough and eating, Shiyu burped and casually asked Nanami Uchiha, who had been restrained, can you relax a little, don't be restrained, and treat this place as your home? Yes, Lord Shiyu. Well, you said that you are all a shinobi, why is your sister so dish, and she hasn't graduated from ninja school until now? If ordinary people say this, his head may be beaten into a pig's head. But coming out of Shiyu's mouth, Nanami Uchiha felt normal and fit him well. Since she is so stubborn, why don't you teach her some ninjutsu? Oh, you are good at illusion, sister Shi. I can't understand the principle of illusion. Ha! It won't be a rod, right? Nanami Uchiha, MMP. If it weren't for the master-servant relationship, she really wanted to fight to the death to kill this man with a poisonous mouth. Why can't you be a gentleman? Ahem, so, your sister has been practicing physical arts? I don't see my physical skills very well. Shuoyu continued, do you want to practice physical arts with me? I can also guide it for free. No need, if she can't pass the assessment in the end, just go and be an ordinary person quietly. Think about people Matkai, although ninjutsu and illusion are not good, but people are individual geniuses. Therefore, if I have always insisted on cultivating, I always have a hope and a head. But this sister is simply an iron staff, and her future achievements may not even be as good as Mat Dai. Just be a woolen ninja, go to work early, and earn several times more money in the future than being a ninja. The ninja world is to show the world of talent. Without talent, no matter how hard you try, it will be in vain. Even if it is an extremely scrappy Lee Rock, that kid is still a drunken boxing genius. Well, if your sister is willing to be a concubine for me in the future, I can still spend money to support her. Don't worry, Lord Shiyu, you are really good at comforting people. Yes, I think so too. Late at night, after bathing, Shuoyu shrunk in the room alone and turned on the system. Today is the last day of the 4th month, which is the 4th monthly sign. The first 3 times did not produce any good goods, only 3 times to increase the amount of chakra, and I don't know what luck was this time. If he continues to boost his chakra amount, then he can only admit it. System, check-in, ding. Check-in successful, ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the check-in reward, Sundu. Nani, Sunduan, a blood succession limit with low visibility. It only appeared once in the theatrical version, and there was no news again, and its main role is to increase speed. Although it is famous for its speed, compared with time and space ninjutsu, this thing is simply a chicken rib. I was about to complain, but I felt an extra force in my body, that is, the swift blood succession limit. It was a very wonderful experience, and with the power of swiftness, he only felt that his attainment in the instantaneous technique had doubled again. Originally, his instantaneous body technique had become very perfect under high-intensity cultivation, and both his proficiency and running speed could be compared to the current stage of Wei Feng Shuman. Of course, this is just an instantaneous technique, and people have the kind of plug-in of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, now that he had gained the power of swiftness, he suddenly felt that he had no opponent in terms of the instantaneous technique. The original teleportation technique consumed chakra a lot, and now he can not only use the teleportation technique continuously, but even control the consumption to the lowest point. I Cry Liao, a blood succession limit, can only be used as an auxiliary material for ninjutsu. Shuyu finally couldn't help but complain. Although this swiftness is chicken, the benefits brought by it are at least more comfortable than the increase in the amount of chakra. And, most importantly, Shuyu's mind is more active. With a fusion system, he often fuses ninjutsu, and he has long wanted to fuse the blood succession limit to try. At present, he has 2 blood succession limits, Sherinan and Sundu. Although it is 2 blood succession limits that do not match, he just wants to fuse and see. Anyway, even if he comes out with a 4-like one, he doesn't have much loss, just 1 fusion point. System, give Lao Tzu fusion chakra I and swiftness. Ding. Add Sherinan. Ding. Add Swift. The success rate of integration is 40%. Do you want to start integration? Is the success rate so low? Just use a lucky grass, don't waste the lucky orb. I'll play casually. Ding. Props used successfully. At present, the success rate of integration is 50%. Has integration started? Fusion, Shuo Yu said without any hope. Congratulations on the successful host fusion. Obtained the special speed eye mode. What Shuyu didn't expect was that the 50% success rate was a one-time success. Second, it reacts to see the system's fusion products. Eye of speed mode. Feeling the information in her mind, Shuo Yu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This thing can be said to be a secret technique, or it can be said to be a blood succession limit. Shuo Yu personally prefers to think of it as a buff-type pupil technique of the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye. Its effect is similar to Tokich's light/heavy rock technique, which can weaken or increase the target's speed. When turned on, the nerve response speed is doubled. The dynamic vision of the riding wheel eye will also be enhanced. The more pupil input, the greater the power output, up to 10 times the increase, so that the world is like slow down. A proper auxiliary skill. Wow, it's also a fusion product of 2 blood succession limits. Why is it so rubbish? What do I want this technique for? To stare at others and get pregnant? System, you have to give me an explanation. Lao Tzu now wants to delete this thing from my mind. Back to the host, there is no most garbage blood succession limiter, only the most garbage blood succession limiter. Ha! Give me less of this set. I'm going to vomit. It is recommended that the host use materials of similar nature for fusion. Similar in nature, Shuo Yu frowned in thought. Swiftness increases speed, what else increases speed? Anyway, there is no need to fuse the instantaneous body technique, he himself has already been able to unite with Sun Dun to master it. So, what else can increase your speed? 8-gate Dunjia? Right. 8 doors Dunjia. The 8-door Dunjia can be said to have improved the speed very obviously. Speaking of the 8 doors of Dunjia, Shuo Yu had to complain about Sun Dun again. This thing is said to be a blood succession limit, it seems that it is not as good as an A-level secret technique? Hee. System, fusing the 8 doors of Dunjia and Sun Duen. Ding. Add 8 doors Dunjia. Ding. Add Swift. The success rate of integration is 66%. Do you start integration? Wait, let's add my teleportation technique. I know what a fragrance. No need to be reminded. Ding. Add instantaneous. The success rate of integration is 55%. Do you start integration? Use a lucky orb. Ding. Props used successfully. At present, the success rate of integration is 80%. Has integration started? Fusion. With the fusion of the 3 materials related to speed, the expectations in Shuyu's heart also rose to an unprecedented peak. It gave up the original power bonus and focused all its potential on speed. It is precisely because of this that the damage of the 8-gate Dunjia to the body has been reduced, but the speed has been increased by almost 10 times. If he uses the 8 doors Dunjia God speed mode, even if he opens all the way to the 5th gate, it will not cause serious damage to his body. Because of the support of Sundu, Sun Dun is originally a blood succession limit that moves continuously at high speed. The damage is all transferred here, and most of it is cancelled out. I'm happy now. With this speed mode, it feels like the previous speed eye seems to be somewhat useful. If you turn on the speed mode and then open the speed eye, it seems to be a perfect combination. After Kakashi developed Ratchet's technique, his body was stimulated faster by thunder, and as a result, his eyes could not keep up, making Ratchet become a low hit rate, and later getting the Sharingan was like a patch. Similarly, the 8-gate Dunjia's increase in speed could not even keep up with the Eye of Reincarnation in the later stage. Only the seemingly chicken-ribbed Eye of Speed can match. Now, he just wanted to fight with the next 4 generations of Thunder Shadow in Union Village to see who had the faster physical speed. Well, tomorrow I will go to the Bofeng Shui Gate to discuss. Union Village is too far away. The world's martial arts, only fast and unbroken. He is now more expanded than the earth. At night, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep, and she even found a young lady to accompany him to sleep. Early the next morning, he pushed off his cultivation and swaggered towards the house of Bofeng Shuman. This future Golden Flash is undoubtedly Kanaha's first speed. As long as he surpasses him in speed, then, he will give himself a whole title. However, disappointingly, due to the tight borders of the Land of Fire, the Wave Feng Shui Gate went on a mission. For a long time, Bofeng Shuman has been on a mission with Uzumaki Jushine, but today it seems to be alone. A flying thunder god left in a hurry, and Shuoyu didn't know which direction to chase after him. Presumably, the task is not simple. Just as Shiyu was about to leave, he met Hineda's little girl who I haven't seen for a long time. Kyoko Hineda, also in her teens, is 100 times better than the girl in his family. Preliminary inference, this little girl already has the strength of Zongnin, so she is waiting for a Zongnin exam. But Uchiha Mai hasn't even graduated from ninja school. Shuoyu originally planned to avoid it, because he was not interested in women now, and he just wanted to find Wave Feng Shui men to fight. But Hineda Kyoko took the initiative to speak. Hey, Uchiha family, what are you doing here? Hey, Hineda's family, Kanaha village is opened by your family? Wherever I want to go is my freedom. Uchiha family, last time you succeeded by your illusion, dare to compete with me. Oh, Hineda's, Ning. Sure enough, it is worthy of being an opposing family in Kanaha village, and as soon as he opens his mouth, it is full of gunpowder. However, to say that this kind of thing is contested, Kyoko Hineda at this stage can't even beat one of his shadow doppelgangers. Last time, he just used her to test the magic of a whim, and it turned out just like that. And now, he already has a formed illusion, and even the Uchiha family's serious ninja can't crack it. Even if he doesn't use illusion, based on physical arts alone, Kyoko Hineda is not a teammate. Even if he used the quickest speed in his opinion, Kyoko Hineda was not a perfect enemy. Too weak. They are not worthy of competing with him. If you don't fight me, how do you know if I deserve it or not? What do you deserve? Yes, this word has many meanings, and Shiyu deliberately weighed down the voice. Block the honor of the Hayaga family. I want to take back what I lost last time here. What did you lose last time? Lost? Excessive. Hineda Kyoko scolded, so angry that she directly opened her eyes, her green muscles burst out, and she immediately turned from a beautiful girl into a hideous female Rakshasa. Come on, if you lose, I'll make you kneel and apologize to me. As the saying goes, an angry woman cannot provoke. However, Shuyu does not think so. Why can't angry women provoke? Can angry men provoke? What if you lose? I lose? No way, I have already studied your illusion, and this time your illusion is absolutely ineffective against me. What if you lose? Shuoyu asked repeatedly. If I lose, it's like you apologize. Not enough, if you lose, I'll let you get naked clothes and run 10 laps around Kanaha. Vicious. Kyoko Hineda gritted her teeth, then made up her mind and said, come on, but I will definitely win. When the words fell, she waved her palm towards Shiyu. Soft boxing's original offensive was not as good as Gang Fist, but now, she has the momentum of Gang Fist, apparently already on the head. However, as in a joke, a set of military body punches was punched and 20 knives were stabbed in the body. Despite her proud soft fist, coupled with her white eyes, she couldn't even reach the corners of Shuoyu's clothes. The more she fought, the more frightened she became. Last time, in the illusion, she at least hit him, but now why can't you even hit? Impossible. How is this possible? Her chakra eyes haven't opened yet, and I haven't had illusions. As if seeing through the little girl's intentions, Shuya smiled and said disdainfully, aren't you surprised? There are even more surprises next. Saying that, Shuoyu used it for the first time. That's right, it's the blood succession limit that he thinks is the most chicken. Kyoko Hineda's soft fist missed, and she was about to make up for the next move, but found that Shiyu's entire body had disappeared. How come? The 360-degree perspective allowed Kyoko Hineda to see the location of Shuoyu. It only took a split second for him to appear behind her. I don't even feel like an instantaneous technique, it's all about body speed. Even if she saw it with her white eyes, her body didn't have time to make any defenses. Syllable. Slapped hard and hit an inexplicable position. Kyoko Hineda only felt hot pain and endless humiliation. Obviously he is fighting, but he is such a child's play. This is mocking her strength. Go back to heaven. In anger, Kyoko Hineda directly used Hutten. This trick of releasing chakra from the acupuncture channels of the whole body is actually a waste of physical strength. Moreover, he still didn't hurt even the slightest bit of Shuyu. Looking at Uchiha Shuyu, the hatred of this little girl in the Hayaga family rose to the extreme. Soft fist method Bagua 64 palms. It was another powerful set of soft boxing techniques, and she killed Shuoyu's body without making sure that there was no illusion technique. As long as in his gossip field, this is a set of necessary physical skills, and the power is not bad. Kyoko Hinata was still on the ground by Shuyu's over-the-shoulder throw, her face pale. What made her despair was not that the moon was running around Konoha in light clothes, but her defeat again. This is too big a blow for her, who has always been proud. Don't be willing to gamble and lose, don't play Leo. The little girl's face was full of despair, as if she had seen some Hong desolate beast. Don't be so afraid, I'm not a demon. Saying that, Shuoyu's expression gradually abstracted, really like a demon. Where Kyoko Hinata could withstand this, she immediately shouted in fright. The shrill screams of young girls often attract the attention of outsiders on 18 streets. Before Shuoyu could continue to threaten her, she sensed a terrifying force behind her. He quickly dodged away, and immediately after, the position where he was just located was smashed out of a deep pit. Looking back, it was the figure of a red-haired woman who slammed the earth apart with just one punch. Terrible. If you are smashed on your body by such a fist, it is not a small fist punching your chest, but a punch that will let you see Yanwan Jai. Yes. Who? At. Deceive. Negative. Woman. Child. In the dust, the long red hair was faintly seen stirring up by chakra, like 9 fiery red tails. Blood red pepper, ginseng. When she was a child, Uzumaki Jushina was often bullied because of her hair color, so she always chose to fight back. Now that I have grown up, I hear that someone is bullying the girl again, and naturally I want to see the road unevenly, pull out the knife to help. Looking at Uzumaki Shine who protected Kyoko Hinata behind him, Shuotsuki wanted to retreat now, right away. You can choose to fight women, but you can't choose to fight the 9 tails pillar force, Uchiha Shugetsu. Ha! Isn't this Shuyu-chan? Suddenly, Uzumaki Juzine's momentum dissipated invisible, and he looked at Shuoyu with some surprise. Did you drive the hooligans away? Shuyu-chan, you are such a good man. Rogue? Seeing that Juzine returned to normal, Shuoyu also had to stop, and he pointed to the tip of his nose and said, "No, I may be the rogue you said." Hearing this, Juzine's expression changed again, like a Yenyi girl. Ha! How can such a cute boy be a rogue? That, the little girl of the Hayaga family. Did you misunderstand Shuyu-chan? Kyoko Hinata, MMP, is this person an assist from that person? Big sister, can you not add a sauce to my name? Yes, Shuyu-chan. Can you tell me what's going on? It's not good to fight in the village. Juzine looked like a big sister, trying to guide the direction of these 2 juniors as a life mentor. Hinata Kyoko didn't dare to speak, because she didn't take care of it at all. Originally she first provoked Shuoyu, and then lost and didn't admit it. She could only set her sights on Shuoyu, begging him to let her go once, not wanting this to spread. Looking at Hinata Kyoko's gaze, Shuotsuki nodded. I understand, I will tell the truth of the matter one by one. Kyoko, Hinata? So, what is it? So, Shuyu explained the matter as it was. Listening to this, Kyoko Hinata stood up in fright and quickly slipped away. That speed, if used in battle, her strength may be able to rise to another level. That kid is actually very shy. Kushina looked at Hinata Kyoko's back and said with a smile, "Oh, I didn't expect that people like Shuyu-chan are still very Saying that, Juzine suddenly approached Shuyu, her face full of demagoguery. Shuyu-chan, my sister has a big baby to show you, do you want to see it? Listening to this, Shuyu's sweaty hair exploded. What the hell is this deja vu plot? Sister's big baby? Wait, this is a serious hot-blooded teenager, not a Libyan. Besides, this kind of abduction is probably not good. I want to see it. Shuoyu pulled away Juzine's arm on his shoulder and took 2 steps back defensively. However, I refuse. After saying that, he immediately activated the teleportation technique and disappeared in place. Refuse? In fact, he didn't want to refuse. Although I know that Juzine is joking, I can't eat meat, even if I eat tofu. It's a pity in age. He is less than 8 years old. What qualifications do he have to play? It's really answered that the hair has not yet grown. I don't know how the body of someone who has that ability at the age of 5 grows. Freed from Juzine's clutches, Shuoyu continued to cultivate in the past. The so-called practice is to go against the tide. If he does not advance, he must retreat, and he must remain positive. Now the weight on his body has reached 100 kilograms, which is equivalent to hanging an adult on one side of his body. This weight is quite a burden. After all, I am still young, and I will continue to increase my weight as I grow up. When he came to Kanahago Mountain, there was already a white-haired boy practicing here. The white-haired boy's practice method is different. He does not carry out high-intensity physical training, but is climbing with one hand. This practice can greatly improve the control of one's own muscles, but again, climbing with one hand without any protection is extremely dangerous. For example, as soon as Shuyu arrived, he released a huge fireball against the cliff, which scared the white-haired boy and fell directly. Fortunately, the white-haired boy was extraordinary, and when he was about to fall to the ground, he threw out a kunai with a steel wire to cushion himself, so that he was not injured. He got up and stared at Shuyu angrily. Hey, Uchiha Shuyu, why are you hindering my cultivation? Am I getting in the way of your practice, Kakashi? Which eye do you see? I see it with both eyes. Do you want to fight? Kakashi said as he showed his majesty. He is also a Zongnin now, since the last Zongnin assessment failed miserably, but now he has worked hard to cultivate, he is not afraid at all. I even want to get back the field. Reclaim your own glory of genius. Therefore, his fighting intent is quite obvious. Faint blue thunder and lightning began to linger above his palm, and the sound that came out was like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Thunder, thunder, Chidori. Shuoyu stabbed the palm wrapped in thunder towards a boulder, and the boulder shattered in response. Looking at this scene, Shuoyu shook his head in disappointment. Hey, it seems that the power of the thunder developed by just a flash of spiritual light is really unsatisfactory. Kakashi behind him, looking at this scene, has long glared at the dead fish's eyes. A flash of light? Exploitation? Thunder? The thunder that is powerful enough to shatter a boulder in an instant actually said that the power is not satisfactory? Everyone is a genius in the ninja school, don't lie to me here. That flashing thunder light seemed to be engraved in Kakashi's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt an inexplicable affinity. Obviously, this powerful thunder was not invented by him, but he always felt that he had lost something. Since the last fiasco, he has questioned his swordsmanship. Is it strong ninjutsu, or is his sword art strong? The answer he came to was that Shuoyu had just won by virtue of powerful ninjutsu. Therefore, he was also practicing ninjutsu during this time, and he also had the idea of developing ninjutsu himself. However, developing ninjutsu at this stage is too difficult for him. However, someone did it. Kakashi looked at Shuyu's back in disbelief, and said tremblingly, is this a ninjutsu that you developed yourself? Hearing this, Shuoyu turned around and said with a smile, have you seen this kind of thunder ninjutsu elsewhere? No, I haven't seen it. Kakashi, who was still angry just now and wanted to fight with Shuotsuki, was already full of shame at this time. He was originally a defeated subordinate of others, and since he thought that after his hard practice, he would be able to regain his confidence. But, the reality is harsh. This Lei Dun is still too weak to be very practical, said Shuoyu to herself. But Kakashi, who heard this, immediately vetoed, no, this thunder ninjutsu of yours is very strong. I said it's weak. No, it's strong. Are you sick? I developed my own ninjutsu. I said too weak, is there a problem? Shuoyu was crying and laughing. Chrono Pirate Ninja, Uchiha Shugetsu, uninvited. It was clear that he was using ninjutsu, but Kakashi was more anxious than him. Looking at Kakashi's sad look, Shuyu couldn't be more cool in his heart. So, he changed another spell seal, and the same thunder and lightning began to condense in his palm. This time, there was no longer the sound of 1,000 birds chirping in unison, the thunder and lightning became more pure, and the power of that chakra was terrifying even if it stood 3 meters away. Kakashi was like seeing some kind of immortal, and the whole person was frozen in place, only the pure thunder and lightning in his eyes. Just listening, Shuyu said softly, Lei Dun Ratchet. Once again, swing his arm towards the boulder, and this time, the power is much stronger than that of Chidori. Shuoyu flicked his somewhat paralyzed right hand. Chidori and Ratchet, they were all initially used by him according to the principle of magic seals and ninjutsu, and the first time they used it, the power was too much worse. It can't even be used in real combat. Nevertheless, it also opened the eyes of Kakashi behind him. Have you ever seen a ninja who developed 2 powerful thunder ninjutsu in the blink of an eye? Kakashi has seen it. At this moment, Shuoyu's status in his heart rose sharply. Think about the time when in the ninja school, everyone knew that there were 2 geniuses of equal names, one son of White Fang, and one Uchiha. As a result, it was finally he who was 1 step ahead and graduated from ninja school. At that time, he felt that he had won, that he had overcome that Uchiha. But who would have thought that graduating from the ninja school was nothing at all, and the 2 of them would still be carried out at the same time. As a result, he became an opponent in the examination room. From the beginning, he decided that this scumbag, who had just graduated from the ninja school, could not be his senior's opponent. I never expected that in the field of swordsmanship, which he was best at, he would lose without even having a chance to fight back. That knife was like drawing a dividing line between 2 people. From before that, he felt that he was the winner and felt that he was better than this Uchiha. Since then, he has recognized his status and began to cultivate hard, wanting to regain his honor. Until today, he found out that he was completely wrong. What to regain its former glory? Uchiha Shuyu's talent has simply been crushing him. Both Kakashi and Kakashi, Hosheng Uchiha Shuyu. Hey, Kakashi, how about you look at my thunder? Do you want me to have a discussion? Shugetsu's voice stunned Kakashi back to his senses. Compare notes? Kakashi shook his head weakly. Forget it, I'm not your opponent. Ha! Didn't you just clamor to fight me? I didn't. Maybe you heard something wrong. No, I heard it. No, you heard it. Shuoyu pouted helplessly. Ratchet is a powerful ninjutsu that can cut off thunder and lightning, but he can only cut stones now, and it will take a lot of time to master this technique. Exhibiting it and using it in actual combat are completely different things. Since Kakashi was unwilling to fight with him, he could only cultivate slowly by himself. On this day, Kakashi did nothing, just sat quietly in the shade of the tree and watched Shizuki practice ninjutsu for a day. On this day, he thought more about not ninjutsu, but philosophy. Why is there such a big gap between people? 3 days later, Bofang Shuman finally returned from the mission. Shuo Yu has long been squatting in front of his house. As soon as he saw the wave Feng Shui gate, Shuo Yu threw a bitter past. Of course, it's just ordinary kuwu. If you blow up someone's house with an explosion kuwu, according to the rules of Konoha village, you will definitely have to compensate. Bofang Shuman easily dodged this dark weapon, and then looked back at Shuyu in surprise. Are you? He smiled without hesitation. Is there something going on? Shuo Yu-kun. For this generosity, Shuo Yu also said very politely, Wave Wind Shinobu, I have a question I want to ask you. Well, hey. Bofang Shuiman scratched the back of his head, squinted his eyes and smiled. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen, and I'll talk about it after eating. Ichiraku ramen is the signature delicacy of Konoha village, and because the store is small, there are often long queues. In order to save time, Shuya decisively pointed to the barbecue restaurant next door and said, Wave Wind Shinobu, let's go eat barbecue. I treat you. Bofang Shuman pinched his money bag, a little helpless. Let's go. After all, it is a warm man with central air conditioning. Today I invite the teacher to come and prostitute in vain. Tomorrow I invite Shu Deotang Dongbei to eat, and occasionally I will accompany Juzine to go shopping. It's all money. After drinking and eating, the two arrived at the famous death forest in Konoha village. Shuyua-jun, just do it, I'll pay attention, Bofang Shuman said with a smile. Obviously, he has not taken the matter of discussion to heart. Although Shuo Yu had emphasized many times during the dinner just now, both of them used extreme speed and did not have to keep their hands. So, 8-door Dunjia God Speed Mode. Open. 8 doors Dunjia Third Birth Gate. Open. The Eye of Speed. Open. Riding Wheel Eyes. Open. Swift. Full. The status is directly full. A series of chakra eruptions caused the earth under Shuyu's feet to blast out a circular crater. With the blessing of multiple abilities, the cyan aura around his body at this time roared like thunder. In the next instant, in the shocked gaze of Bofang Shuman, Shuo Yu's body disappeared in place. After his whole person disappeared, the earth in its original place seemed to be a directional explosion, and pieces of earth and rocks exploded. The air buzzed, and Bofang Shuman's rich combat experience told him, hurry up and run. This blow, he can't take it anyway. Using the superb instantaneous technique, the wave Feng Shui gate wanted to escape in the opposite direction of Shuyu. His fighting thinking and his excellence are even praised by Jirei, one of the 3 ninjas. In this explosive speed contest, the opponent's rush must carry great inertia. If you dodge to the rear, you will still be caught up, and avoid in the opposite direction, the other party will have no time to turn back because of inertia. However, these experiences are based on the vulgar ninja of the ninja, and he met Uchiha Shugetsu. Experience is important, but some people are unconventional ninjas. With the blessing of the Sharingan, with the assistance of the Eye of Speed, his nerve reaction speed has reached an unprecedented height, and his dynamic vision has doubled. From Shuyu's point of view, everything in the world seems to be slowing down, and only he is moving fast. The action of the wave Feng Shui gate naturally could not escape his eyes. His body completed an incredible sharp angle turn in midair, and suddenly rushed towards the foothold of the Bofang Shui gate. The speed of this return is so fast that even the wave Feng Shui gate, which is known for its speed, feels incredible. The speed of Shuyu is completely impossible to capture with the eyes of ordinary people. So fast. Bofang Shuman was amazed. When it comes to body speed, Bofang Shuman would like to call it the strongest. He has been a ninja for so long and has experienced countless battles, large and small, but he has never seen such physical speed. Even if he is called Konoha's fastest, he actually relies on his skills, not his body. Now, he couldn't see Shuyu's figure at all, and he could only predict it by virtue of his perception. Front. Bofang Shuman's pupils shrank sharply, and a fist was already close at hand. At this moment, even if he performed the instantaneous body technique, it was too late. If he was hit in the face by such a high-speed punch, he would probably have to die here. It's obviously a discussion. It seems that I underestimated Shuo Yuejun. Shake. Silently, the wave of Feng Shui men disappeared in place without a cloud. He was forced out of the Flying Thunder God technique. It was time and space ninjutsu, the one he was most proud of, and it was also the core of his enemies. His competition with a junior was actually forced to this extent. If it weren't for the use of the Flying Thunder God technique, he would even lose in terms of the speed that he was best at. Rumble. Shuo Yu's punch missed, once again traumatizing the earth. He stood up, his gaze quickly scanning to find the whereabouts of the wave Feng Shui gate. In the entire forest as far as the eye can see, there is not a handful of little yellow hairs, Chakra doesn't sense it either. Just when Shuoyu was wondering, the figure of Bo Feng Shui Gate jumped from the entrance of the forest. It is clear that this is better than going home directly with the Flying Thunder God technique. In this forest, the Wei Feng Shui Gate has not left the Flying Thunder God technique, then he can only teleport out. Shuoyu-kun, I'm sorry, I'll be serious next, please feel free to fight. The Wei Feng Shui Gate who jumped over held two trait Kuwu in his hand, and his expression was serious. Wouldn't it be nice to use the Flying Thunder God technique earlier? Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Your speed is worth my use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Hearing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Shuoyu's mouth, and then he bent over and reached out to touch his ankles. Just such an action made Bo Feng Shuman frown. However, there was no imaginary impact, and I saw Shiyu reach out and open the trouser leg, revealing two black belts tied to the ankles. What can that cotton shin guard do? Bo Feng Shuman was puzzled. He didn't know that Shuoyu's recent weight training had shifted the weight from the weight jacket to the weight gauzers. On this seemingly slim shin guard, 100 kilograms of weight have actually been fused, a load heavier than his body. Reaching out to untie the two leg guards, Shiyu declared in advance, coming. After removing the load, the speed of Shiyu is simply exponential. This time, even the wind couldn't keep up, and from a distance, it was like a cloud of air colliding wildly in the woods. The Wei Feng Shui Gate left a Flying Thunder God technique on the tree, and then threw the special Kuwu in his hand towards the sky. Originally there was only one, but after he used the Kuwu's Shadow Doppelganger technique, it became a rain of money. Under the teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique in zero time, Shuoyu's super speed blow was just brushing the clothes of the Wei Feng Shui Gate. In that extreme speed, even though it was a fist, it was as sharp as a knife, and even if the Wei Feng Shui Gate moved instantly, his clothes also left a hole. He couldn't help frowning. It's faster than before. What kind of seal is that pair of leg guards? Without waiting for him to think carefully, Shuoyu's figure rushed up again. Originally against the speed-type ninja, Wei Feng Shui Gate has a very good set, that is, as long as you use the art of Flying Thunder God, find the flaw of the other party at that moment, and then carry out a zero-day strike. However, now he felt very powerless. Although his Flying Thunder God technique was fast, his eyes couldn't capture Shuoyu's body at all, and at most he could only see a black shadow. The movement of the Flying Thunder God art can be said to have almost no delay, but every time he teleports to the ground, there is a brief pause. There has never been a perfect technique in this world, and this may be the flaw of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, in this world, there are very few people who understand time and space ninjutsu. Konoha Village is currently the only one, and he has never confided his flaws to anyone. How did Shiyu know? He seems to have known the Flying Thunder God art from the beginning. Know the technique, know the advantages, understand the defects. Even where he will appear next, he can guess 7 out of 10. This also led to more and more scars on his body. And he couldn't capture Shiyu's figure at all. Calm down, there must be flaws in this technique. The Flying Thunder God that has been used dozens of times in a row, the Wei Feng Shui Gate is already a little weak. In the field of speed that he is best at, he was actually taught a lesson by a teenager today. If it was in wartime, when he encountered this monster-like physical speed, he would have only one way to retreat. After all, the kind of ultra-high speed that can't even catch up with inertia, and can always be maintained, is a little beyond his understanding at the beginning. High-speed sprinting is bound to produce great inertia. Extremely fast movement must require stable borrowing points. As a speed-type ninja, I deeply understand these truths, but at the moment to compete with him about this genius ninja, he can no longer understand. Patience on the water gate, you can't be stunned during the battle. There was a sound from behind, and Bo Feng Shui Men was startled, but found that a steel kunao had stabbed towards his neck. Flying Thunder God's art. Using the Flying Thunder God again, the Wei Feng Shui Gate fell to a relatively safe position, and a bright red mark had appeared on his neck. The steel blade of Ku would just grazed his skin, and if he hesitated for another tenth of a second, then he would be dead by now. Your speed is the fastest I've ever seen, and I'm ashamed of myself, but then you lose, Bo Feng Shuman suddenly said. Hearing this, Shuoyu showed a leisurely expression. Under the dynamic vision of the chakra eye, everything that happened at that moment just now is in the eyes. Bo Feng Shuman is worthy of being called the man of golden flash in the future. When he stabbed Ku Wu at him just now, originally with the reaction speed of the Wei Feng Shui Gate, he could have used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge it at the first time, but he was half a beat slower. Shuoyu looked down, and sure enough, on his clothes, there was an imperceptible string of black runes. The Sword of Patience? Although he didn't understand what this meant, he was extremely sure that this was the Flying Thunder God's technique. Then, next, Bo Feng Shuman will definitely choose the initiative. The winner is undecided. It's too early to say this. Shuoyu smiled at the Wei Feng Shui Gate, while Sherry Nan stared at his figure. This time, he did not choose to take the initiative to attack, because the initiative will lose. Once he attacks again, he will inevitably be taken down by the premeditated blow of the Flying Thunder God in the middle of the Wei Feng Shui Gate. In other words, once it is printed with the Flying Thunder God's technique, the remaining initiative is all in the Wave Feng Shui Gate. This is the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. Coincidentally, Shuo Yu knew all this. Also understand how to win in this situation. Chrono intelligence traffickers, join in. In the attentive gaze of the Sherry Nan, the figure of Bofeng Shuman suddenly disappeared. Shuo Yu smiled. Because he won. With the Flying Thunder God technique, the Wave Feng Shui Gate teleported to Shuo Yu's defenseless back, and the characteristics in his hand were about to be chopped down. Of course, he will not die until Shuyu. After all, this is just a competition, and it is normal to suffer a small injury. Unfortunately, he didn't understand how far Shuo Yu had mastered his intelligence. The moment he disappeared from the other end, Shuo Yu poured power into his legs. Kanaha Spirit. This is a set of fused physical techniques, and the attack range is 270 degrees. Without thinking, he kicked towards the rear, and sure enough, the kick hit. That picture is not like Shuyu's counterattack, but more like a false move, which was caught by the Wave Feng Shui Gate stone with his body. Boom! The Wave Feng Shui Gate that was finally hit by a real hit was immediately kicked out by that powerful force, and it broke several trees in a row before it could stop. This blow alone cannot kill the enemy in battle. The physical fitness of a ninja is extraordinary, and such a collision with a few trees can only be said to be a moderate trauma. However, this time it was just a discussion. That's it. The chakra on Shuyu's body slowly calmed down, the reddened skin gradually recovered, and the evaporated aura disappeared. Phew, although the 3 doors are a safety boundary, this feeling of swelling pain in the meridians is really not good. Exhaling deeply, his body quickly adapted to this state. After all, he didn't suffer anything from the cultivation of life every day. This little pain, he only needs a deep breath to digest. Shuo Yu, who had adapted to it, hurriedly ran towards the landing place of the Bofeng Shui Gate. In the distance, I saw the handful of yellow hair. It looked like some technique was used at the last minute, some of the strength was removed. He was not unconscious yet, just sitting on the root of the tree, looking a little embarrassed. Are you okay, Shinobu on Watergate? Ah, dumb tape. Bofeng Shuman replied weakly, and waited until Shuo Yu walked in before asking Shuo Yu-kun, how did you know that I would appear behind you? It seems that he knows that he has been prejudged. In an instant, from a hunter to a prey. Originally, he calculated him, but it turned out to be reversed. Shuya smiled and explained half-heartedly, each of your supreme kuns has that kind of technique, presumably borrowing that technique as a mark to move instantly, and that technique also inexplicably appeared on my clothes. According to your habit of moving more than 50 times, it must be behind me. Hearing this, Bofeng Shuman laughed miserably. What an incredible fighting mind. If Jiraiya-sensei sees you, he will probably be surprised. Ninja in battle, thinking is essential, and even wisdom can allow a Naka shinobi to kill an elite shinobi with special abilities. Bofeng Shuman had to admit that whether it was in terms of physical speed or mental intelligence, the young man in front of him had entered an incredible realm. Behind a certain tree in the Forest of Death, Kakashi's original dead fish eyes are now round. Since the last time he met, he had learned to tail the line, and when he saw Shiyu and Bofeng Shuman coming together, he wanted to see what would happen next. As a result, I witnessed a fight between the gods. This kind of gain has advantages and disadvantages for him. The advantage is that it improves his horizons and allows him to see how fast a ninja can be. The bad thing is that this is likely to become a heart demon for him, and in front of his peer Shiyu, he can no longer raise his head. Shuo Yu did not know that there were still spectators in this battle. He helped the Wave Feng Shui Gate to get up, and he saluted him to the fullest. Bofeng Shuman stood up and rubbed his lower back. SHHH, although I don't want to admit it, it really hurts to say. How about going to Kanaha Hospital? I'm more familiar there. Shiyu is crying and laughing. It is estimated that no one wants to be familiar with the hospital. No need, just go back and wipe the medicine for this injury. OJK. Although the competition between the two ended with Shiyu winning, he did not taste any sweetness. Bofeng Shuman was kicked and injured, but his body was also sore because of the side effects of Baemon. A few days later, the matter of fighting with Wave Feng Shuman has already reached the Hokage. After all, this is Kanaha village, and it is impossible to hide such movements. Moreover, this person of Bofeng Shui Gate is originally a person of the Hokage family. Therefore, the 3 generations of Hokage summoned Shuotsuki by name. In Hokage's office, Saratobi was sitting in the center, and there was a disabled person on the side. Uchiha Shugetsu, you have been a Zongnin for a while, but you have never contributed anything to Kanaha. Now, are you ready to enlighten? The disabled group hides BB Road. What care for the disabled does not work here in Tuanzang, old dog. Shiyu was unhappy to see this be from beginning to end. In the face of this strong authority, he was not afraid at all, but said methodically, Kanaha ninjas are ordered by Naruto, and when there is no special mission, they can use their time independently. In addition, Kanaha ninjas cannot do anything to harm Kanaha village. Above, I don't seem to have made anything wrong, right? Pay attention to your attitude, Uchiha Shugetsu. Tuanzang squinted his eyes and said, the momentum belonging to the superior instantly oppressed. Attitude? Shuyu smiled. The so-called attitude, isn't it acting? It is nothing more than distinguishing between acting for others and acting for yourself. But I just don't want to show it to Tuanzang, old dog. Enough, Danzo, this is the Hokage office. Sandaime suddenly spoke up at this time, while muttering, not root. These two former teammates have fought in the circle of power for half their lives. The one who becomes the Hokage is naturally the winner. Despite his reluctance, Tenzo obediently shut up. Immediately, Sarutobi looked at Shuoyu with determination, paused and said, Shuoyu, given your age before, I didn't send you on a mission, but judging from your battle with Watergate, you already have true ninja consciousness, so you must join a squad and start the mission. The implication of the purpose of the 3 generations is, Shuoyu, I bought you time before, but now I can't withstand the pressure from all sides. When I graduated from a ninja school, I recommended a team leader shinobi. But at that time, Shuotsuki refused, which was undoubtedly the first case in Konoha. If you want to become a ninja, you must accept the arrangement, and it is not easy to win today. Shuoyu nodded knowingly, yes, Naruto-sama. Since the rest of the team is currently saturated, you should temporarily join the Watergate team, Sandaime said slowly. Watergate squad, 16-year-old Bofang Shuman, although he has become a shinobi, has not yet begun to lead the team. The current Watergate squad is actually composed of 3 upper shinobi. Wave Fang Shuman, Oil Girl Jiwei, Akimichi Dingza. It can be described as the elite of the elite. It just so happened that the Watergate squad had just carried out a mission and had a long time to rest. Thinking of this, Shuya smiled slightly. These 3 generations are still quite attentive. Yes, Naruto-sama. Shuoyu and Sandaime are very satisfied with this arrangement, but Danzo is different. Ape fly. It wasn't arranged that way before. It is clear that Kakashi Kiki joined the Watergate squad. How did he become Uchiha Shuotsuki now? The decibels of Tuanzang gradually increased, and there were faint signs of quarreling. However, the 3 generations who heard this only glanced at it, and then asked rhetorically, it was written in the top secret document of the Hokage. How did you know, Danzo? This Tuanzang couldn't admit here that he had peeked at top secret documents, so he could only avoid the topic for the time being. This. You said it all and wrote it in the document, now how to backtrack. Hearing this, Sandaime took a puff of his cigarette even more easily. Well, that is already a waste case, and now there is a new decision. This is the power of Hokage. Danzo was choked. No matter how powerful the dark forces were in Konoha village, it was impossible for him to defeat the Hokage. Last time in the Chunin examination, he wanted to get the shining Uchiha Shiyu, but at that time he was pushed back by the 3 generations. Later, I had to let go. But recently received news, Uchiha Shiyu has been able to compete with Bofang Shuman. Such a genius, he wants it more than anyone. It's a pity that now because of the words of the purpose of the 3 generations, the position of Uchiha Shiyu has been robbed again. Suddenly, Danzo seemed to have thought of some idea to stop the loss, and he asked, then, Kiki Kakashi, you should arrange to the elite class of Root, right? In the same session, 2 geniuses appeared. Although Kakashi Kiki is not as good as this Uchiha Shiyu, it is better to have one than nothing. Nope. Nope, nope. Danzo gritted his teeth, eager to stab this old friend to death now, and sit on the throne of Hokage himself. Why not? A ninja like Kakashi Kiki is best suited for Root. Where else do you want him to go? Sandaime took another slow puff of his cigarette and said, as a ninja of the same period, of course, Kakashi wants to be with Shiyu, and it seems that it is difficult to arrange another team for him. Hard? Wouldn't that just be able to arrange the Root? Can't. Why not? As a ninja at the same time, of course, we want to be together. The essence of human beings is a repeater. Danzo was so angry that he almost fainted. In terms of Konoha's power, it seemed that he would never be able to fight the 3 generations. Although I said it for a long time, I installed a king team as a pendant. But in reality, he still has some free time. After all, the Watergate squad has just returned and needs time to rest. After the first 3 days of the day, Shuyu walked around the street. While passing by a flower shop, I happened to meet a beautiful wife, Mikato Uchiha. This patriarch wife of the Uchiha clan, whether it is appearance or temperament, is of the highest grade. The main thing is that kind of tenderness that can melt any Iron Man. I don't know how Fuyu's Sima face chased after him. Madam, I declare you. Ha! Shuyu-chan? Why are you also here? Come and help me see which bouquet of flowers looks the best? Uchiha Mikato found Shuotsuki and said with a gentle smile. Oh, why do you like to call me that like your girlfriend? Shuyu was unable to complain. Zaya Shuoyu? It is still the development period, and it will definitely not be small in the future. In the future, it will definitely be able to hit the big moon that can output tons of output. Ha! Do you know Jiaosune? I also asked her to buy flowers today, and she released my pigeon. Shuoyu walked up with a deaf face. What flowers to pick? Coming to the holidays, don't you know? The Konoha festival is coming soon, and I heard that Shuyu-chan likes the little girl of the Sunset family. Do you want to buy a bouquet of flowers for her? Uchiha Mikato asked with a smile. If this were to put aside the smelly criticism of the soil, I would have blushed a long time ago. Sending flowers to girls? He didn't even dare to say it. Shuyu is different, his face does not change. What flowers to send? Flowers are the genitals of plants, and you have to take them under your nose and smell them. Haha, Shuyu-chan knows a lot. Mikoto Uchiha revealed the elegance of an adult woman. Then what gift are you going to give? If I had to give a gift, then I chose ninjutsu first. Flowers will always decay, but ninjutsu can be remembered for a lifetime. The flower shop owner listened to the remarks of a little fart child, smiled indifferently, and said in his heart, "Stinky fool, don't buy it." Uchiha Mikoto was amused by Shuoyu's steel-straight male remarks, and covered her mouth and chuckled. Then, I wish Shuoyu-chan success. By the way, how about you look at this bouquet of flowers? Just as the two were choosing flowers, a man with goggles was walking towards this side. The Konoha festival is a big festival, and many young men choose to confess on this day, which is said to increase the success rate. Uchiha Obito is convinced of this. So, he decided to sneak over and buy a bouquet. White tulips go to give to Rin Nohara to express his pure affection. But unexpectedly, as soon as I walked to the door of the flower shop, I met an acquaintance. Exactly the patriarch's wife and the little lover, no, and the old watch. This is the same as secretly meeting your mother on the internet. Obito's first reaction is to escape. However, a powerful big hand grabbed him by the collar. Hey, take the dog, you don't practice well, what are you doing here? Shuo-yu asked coldly. Does Obito have a favorite girl? Now the little boys are so precocious. For early love, Mikoto Uchiha, the elder, did not have the slightest idea of reprimanding education, but completely respected. So, ma'am, I declare you. Seeing that his intentions were exposed, the rough face with soil was red like a monkey's butt. I'm just passing by. Yes, just passing by. Passing by, it's a dead end over there. Did you hit the wall in the past? Shuya smiled and licked the dog. Do you want to take the opportunity to give Nohara Rin a gift again? I tell you, if the two are happy, you give others a gift, people will accept it shyly. Unrequited love like you, it is best to use your brain. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Shuotsuki Education Obito with interest. So, do you have any suggestions, old watch? Obito asked. Shuya smiled inscrutably and asked rhetorically, do you think all girls like flowers? Isn't that? Don't all girls like flowers? Big mistake, as far as I know, 50% of girls are allergic to pollen, and if you want to be Rin, Nohara is allergic to pollen, aren't you harming people by giving flowers? Obito listened and thought about it carefully. It seems that it is really like that. He didn't know if Nohara was allergic, but what if he was really allergic? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. So what to do? What gift should I give? Teach me, Obito asked embarrassedly. At this time, Shuya slowly took out a shuriken from the ninja bag. Look, the shuriken, it's big and round. If you spend money to buy a bunch of shurikens, give it to Nohara Rin. In future battles, she will even use the blade you sent to win, and even in dangerous moments, it is like you accompany her. Obito listened, and his eyes lit up. Mad, why isn't Lao-Tzu so smart? Old watch, you are such a saint. No wonder so many girls like you. Modesty, the most important thing for people is not how many girls like it, but that the girl you like also happens to like you. That is called love. If you give everything for a girl, but you don't get a trace of her return, you still have to give unilaterally, that is, lick the dog. When you don't chase, people still ask you why you gave up after chasing half of it. I always inexplicably think of an idiom, referring to mulberry scolding locust. What's going on? Obito said stunned. Your kid has learned idioms well recently, but I don't know if ninjutsu has improved. Yes, I'm pretty good now. Where to play with soil? 3 or 2 sentences were bypassed, and he was full of praise for the old watch. Suddenly, the owner of the flower shop came over with a black face and asked expressionlessly, so, what flowers are you going to buy? I want to buy flowers. Obito looked at the boss's murderous face, almost frightened. Oh no, I mean by shuriken, leave, uncle, dot. Uchiha Mikoto on the side looked at the back of Obito hurriedly leaving, and could no longer hold back, directly laughed out loud, and did not even hold a ladylike posture. Take, Obito won't really buy shuriken to give to other little girls, right? Ha ha ha. Shuoyu pouted. 80% yes, other people's little girl's sweetheart is not him, and his heart is stuffed, he still has to squeeze in. It would be best if he had already broken this mind. Hee, Shuyu-chan talks like a little adult. In other words, does the Konoha festival have to give gifts to girls you like? Definitely. Girls are happy. Absolute. Uchiha Mikoto's face was full of yearning. Since Uchiha Fugaku became the patriarch and police chief, there was no time to accompany her, let alone the romantic scene of sending flowers. Shuotsuki pulled out a simple scroll from the ninja bag. No, I sent you, an improved version of the art of how fireball. Mikoto subconsciously caught the scroll, and suddenly, she remembered what Shuotsuki had just said. If he had to give a girl a gift, he would give ninjutsu. Yay, even a human wife is now sweetened by this steel therapy. Holding the ninjutsu scroll in her hand, Mikoto ruffled her hair and gave Shuotsuki a gentle peck on the forehead. This is a reward for you, Shuyu-chan. Daily tasks, 4/4. Comfortable. Win-win. There is still a sense of accomplishment in flirting with a wife, Shuoyu thought inwardly. Uchiha Fugaku saw that he wanted to hit someone. Sooner or later, the head will be green. Flirting is such a pry, really go to NTR that there is a problem with the brain case, and it is recommended that 9 years of compulsory re-education be recommended. Back home, Nanamai should have gone shopping with her cane-making sister, and he was sitting in the yard drinking tea. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for the check-in reward, Chakra Meteorite. What? Meteorite? Shuoyu was stunned. He had always been lucky grass before, and the sudden transfer caught him off guard. Chakra Meteorite, this kind of thing, he has some impressions. There is a meteorite in the Star Shinobi village of the Bear Country, and it has also developed a secret technique such as the Peacock Mystic Method. Some say that the meteorite is a fragment of 10 tails, but there is no definitive evidence yet. So, what is this piece of Chakra Meteorite obtained by signing in? Shuoyu stretched out his hand, and the check-in reward just now appeared in the palm of his hand. It is a light blue stone, the size of a fist, and it feels numb in the palm of your hand. Chakra Meteorite, chakra with wind and thunder attributes, which can be used for forging and fusion. Not only does it come with chakra, but it even clearly marks the attribute, but it is also a dual attribute. It doesn't feel easy, but if it's just used for forging, there are too few materials. It can only be fused. Saying that, he pulled out the famous knife yen that had accompanied him for a long time. As his height grew, the short knife was gradually not suitable for him, and if he fused it, he could grow a little, perhaps more conveniently. This famous knife itself has a fire attribute affinity, and it is more effective when using fire attribute ninjutsu. If he can add the wind thunder attribute, then he will have a greater gain in the future when he develops a 1000-bird knife, a wind cutting knife and the like. But the problem is that there is only one knife, and the fire attribute cannot use the wind attribute, and the wind attribute uses the thunder attribute. That's not fighting, that's tricks. Play and play, don't joke about the battle. Suddenly, Shuyu's spirit flashed. Every time he flashed his light, something good happened, but this time, he didn't know whether things were good or bad. Gently cut his finger and dipped in blood to form a psychic seal. Psychic. Boom! A cloud of white smoke flashed, and a giant crow full of the steel luster appeared in the courtyard. Last time, he fused the psychic crow and the steel bitter and used the most ordinary materials to fuse such a powerful psychic beast. Although it is not as good as the 3 Holy Lands at present, it is definitely better than Kakashi's paparazzi. So, what if it fuses with this piece of Chakra Meteorite again? Anyway, as long as you put the psychic beast in the first column, it will not die. System, can I fuse Wings of Steel 1 with Chakra Meteorite? Yes. Oh, I thought you had to fuse the finished product that had already been fused. Psychic beasts are not the same. ZZ System, fuse Wings of Steel 1, Chakra Meteorite. Ding. Add Wings of Steel 1. Ding. Add Chakra Meteorite. The success rate of integration is 69%. Do you start integration? Add a lucky grass. Props used successfully. At present, the success rate of integration is 79%. Has integration started? Fusion. With his order, Steel 1, which had just been channeled, suddenly disappeared again. Immediately afterwards, the system's prompt sounded in his head. Congratulations on the successful host fusion. Obtained the psychic beast Wind Thunder Steel Raven. Wind Thunder Steel Raven? Funny Lao Tzu. Change the name back to Lao Tzu. Name change successful. Taking advantage of the fact that the wound on his finger had not yet healed, Shuoyu sealed again and used psychic magic. With a cloud of smoke that became significantly larger, a bird of prey the size of a bull appeared in front of Shuoyu. He looked carefully, and his eyes were full of grooves. I saw that the light blue razor on the pair of metal wings was faintly visible, and the pair of iron hook-like claws seemed to be plated with a layer of platinum. The most eye-catching thing is that the head of Steel 1, where is this crow, is clearly a radiant divine bird. Blue and gold feathers intertwined, and a fiery red hair on the head is the finishing touch. This is definitely a bird with a limited skin. Whoops, a gentle chirp suddenly set off a fierce wind, blowing Shuyu's clothes hunting. It's so special that it has fused into a divine beast. Shuoyu covered her ears and shouted excitedly. Before, he was wondering if his crow could unleash ninjutsu like a toad and others, and now it seems that he fully meets this condition. Not to mention the signature sonic attack, it is the thunder and lightning surrounding this pair of metal wings, and a slight enhancement is a thunderbolt. Number 1, you are really bullish. Gah! The crow tilted its neck and rubbed Shuyu. It seems that the strength has improved, but the IQ has not changed. Silly bird? Shuyu tentatively climbed onto No One's back, fixed the solace of his feet with chakra questioning, and then ordered, "Take off." Immediately afterwards, he felt that the air pressure increased rapidly, and when he looked at it, the stupid bird actually jumped to a height of 100 meters. That's the equivalent of a 33 stories tall. It can be seen what a violent power that pair of platinum claws contains. Just as Shiyu sighed, the silly bird gently waved its wings, and the surrounding airflow was like a storm. This flight speed almost suffocated Shiyu. However, he did not blame the silly bird, but was extremely excited. This machine is so powerful. This bird circles Konoha village in just 10 seconds. Whoops, don't bark, hurry up and land back, in a while the old dog of Tuanzang will pick the head again. Shuo patted the silly bird's neck and called. After all, this is Konoha village, so you can't be too ostentatious. Although this stupid bird looked stupid, he did obey the master's orders absolutely, and immediately turned around and returned to Shiyu's house. Smash it, smash your mouth, some intentions are still unfinished. The village was bustling with excitement, and it was impossible to see how tense the situation in the ninja world was today. Shuo did not follow those people to make fun. People all year round went to open a house. After watching the excitement, he went to do a hair. It's better to take advantage of the dark night, ride a big bird, wander over Konoha, and enjoy the beautiful night view of Konoha. Mayubi, who specially set off fireworks to blow up Laozi. Alas, silly bird, can't you see this piece of fireworks? Don't you know how to circumvent it? Forget it, land. Originally enjoying the night view in midair and tasting a sip of sake, it was simply more relaxing than Li Xiaoao. Who knew it was time for the fireworks? Helpless, he could only make a forced landing on Hokage Rock. As soon as he landed, he sensed a force that was not weak approaching rapidly. Those who come are not good, and the good ones do not come. Is it Tuanzang who comes to find fault? Laozi is not a smelly brother to stop the water, no matter how heavy it is. However, taking advantage of the night, what he saw was not the disabled old dog, but his figure. It looked like a young woman. It's good if it's not a group hide, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. The woman's speed was fast, and a few jumps approached. If it was an enemy ninja who took the opportunity to make trouble, Shuo completely wanted to test his Datari's combat strength. Who's coming? Who are you? Well, why does it sound a little familiar? The two asked almost simultaneously. Listening to the other party's voice, Shuo was also stunned. This voice is extremely recognizable. It is Tsunade. Is it Tsunade-sama? Is that Uchiha Imp? The two said at the same time. After determining each other's identities, the two lowered their guard and slowly approached the past. I saw that Tsunade tonight was completely different from that day. She seemed to have deliberately put on light makeup, and there was a good smell on her clothes. Did you just eat grilled chicken? Shuo asked. How do you know? Tsunade was stunned. She not only ate chicken, but also drank some wine. Just returning to her village and using the transformation technique to eat, it was too troublesome. I asked about the smell of grilled chicken. Did it stick to your clothes? No. In other words, what's going on with you, little ghost? Just after drinking the small wine, Tsunade's nerves were a little big. Why did this little devil ask she as soon as they met? She is Konoha Sanshinu. Why doesn't this junior have a little respect? Respecting or disrespecting aside, Tsunade set his sights on Odori standing behind Shuotsuki. Just by looking at it, you can tell that this big bird is extraordinary. As soon as she carefully sensed chakra, Tsunade woke up 3 points of wine, and she was surprised to find that this was a psychic beast comparable to the great toad of Myoku Mountain. As for why use the toad of Myoku Mountain for comparison, and not her own slug, it may be because the slugs will split, and every time she channels is based on chakra. She is part of the slug's fairy who comes out, and there is no way to compare. Uchiha's little ghost, where did your psychic beast come from? I have a name, Shugetsu, Tsunade-sama. Oh, little ghost, where did your psychic beast come from? Shuo was helpless, so he said, family inheritance. It is indeed a family inheritance, but there are few people in the Uchiha family who have signed the Raven Psychic Scroll, and the last one is the Uchiha Mirror. It's just that he has made some changes to this inheritance. When did such a powerful psychic beast appear in the Uchiha clan? Tsunade awakened 3 more points. The relationship between the Senju clan of Mori and the Uchiha clan is not a secret. According to her understanding, how can the Uchiha clan have such a powerful psychic beast? Why haven't you heard Grandpa mention it? Seeing Tsunade suspicious, Shuo casually made up, this is the only one. It should be a mutant, and it only recognizes me. Tsunade, who was still a little drunk, scratched his head. So it is, then you little ghost is very powerful. At this age, such a powerful psychic beast can be channeled. As we all know, psychic art is linked to the user's chakra. Take the Miyama Mountain Toad as an example. If the chakra is not strong enough, you are likely to be channeled only a small tadpole, not a toad wenta. Thank you Tsunade-sama for the compliment. Oh, it's okay, What's your name? My name is Shiyu, Tsunade-sama. Are you awake with wine? And if you are not awake, I suggest you wake up and sober up. Tsunade waved his hand impatiently. I'm not drunk. I see that you little devil has a lot of potential. Last time you said that you have not yet guided Shangnan. How about I come to be your mentor Shangnan? Hee, drunk people say so. Wait, what did Tsunade say? Tsunade-sama, are you saying you want to take me as a disciple? Well, you little ghost is quite smart, but I don't know what it's called. Shuoyu forged Tsunade's apprenticeship. It seems that Shiyu does not have to report any hope. This woman is simply playing drunken madness. 4 points of drunkenness can also play drunken madness. It is estimated that it is not drunk, but drunk or drunk tonight. But then again, he really hoped that Tsunade would take him as an apprentice. Willing to do without him, Tsunade's creation and regeneration technique, he has coveted for a long time. As long as you have that kind of technique, your life route can be like a leek, stubble after stubble, the longer the more fierce. Wrong. As long as you have that technique, it will be much easier to open the 8 doors dungeon in the future. Tsunade said that he was the first divine doctor in the ninja world. As long as he could get her true biography, then he could completely deal with the injuries caused by the 8 doors of dungeon by himself. What's more, as long as he gets that technique, he can completely use it to fuse the system. Create regeneration plus 8 doors dungeon. The 8th door of death does not dare to touch, but at least opening 6 doors is not easy? Thinking like this, Shiyu is energetic. No way. Gotta find a way to get this woman to take Lao Tzu. Tsunade-sama, oh no, Tsunade-sensei, student Uchiha Shugitsu give you a massage to relax and relax. Ha, you little ghost can still massage? Come on, let me see if you can find the right spot. There are many acupuncture points on people's backs, and if they are pressed well, they are very comfortable, and if they are not pressed well, they are like being stepped on by a donkey. It just so happened that Shuo had carefully read a lot of books about ninja meridian acupuncture points for ninja cultivation. Tsunade sat on the Hokage rock with a big grin, while Shuotsuki circled behind her. Then the lights in Konoha village, through the neat collar, faintly visible 2 giant god peaks. Reaching out and putting his hand on Tsunade's shoulder, it felt surprisingly soft. Obviously she was the first strong woman in the ninja world. How could her body resemble a little girl's family? Well, Shu's service. Use a little force. Tsunade whined. Drink awake and don't admit it? How can this be? A gentleman is difficult to chase after a word. Besides, 4 points of drunkenness and drinking fragments are completely 2 concepts. Even in the state of Tsunade Fankei, at most they just feel dizzy, but their consciousness is absolutely sober. Although she said the words of accepting apprentices with a drink vigor, although Senju and Uchiha had a bad past, it at least proved that she had such a thought in her heart. Why would Tsunade-sensei ask such a thing? It's really because you accepted me as a disciple, that's why I call you teacher. Really, I suspect that you little ghost and the Nara family are relatives, otherwise why are you so clever? Tsunade shook his head and smiled bitterly. Accepting disciples is definitely not a casual talk. If you want to become a teacher, you must take responsibility. Moreover, she still received a little ghost from the Uchiha family. Hearing Tsunade's words that resembled the default one, Shuotsuki was happy. Hee, Tsunade-sensei, why did you return to Konoha today? Tsunade didn't answer Shugitsu. Her eyes looked at the increasingly prosperous village of Konoha. Fireworks in the eye sockets, sadness without words. After a long time, she asked Shuoyu, you were born in the 33rd year of Konoha, right? Hearing this, Shuoyu was stunned. Why did he suddenly check the account registration? Thank you so much for remembering my name. Yes, you guessed it, 33 years. 33 years, the year before, I was sitting here with Rope Tree, Tsunade said slowly with a sad face. The year Rope Tree died, he was only a 12-year-old child. He strayed into the detonator trap and was hollowed out of his internal organs. That kind of death, the ghost knows that it is murder. On the battlefield, the timing changes rapidly. Who cares about a shinobi killed by an explosive charm, and will spend time hollowing out his internal organs? It's not that Tsunade didn't suspect some people, but there was no evidence. I heard some people say that Tsunade-sama can't become a ninja anymore. Shuoyu suddenly changed the topic and asked. It is said that Tsunade developed a fear of blood after the death of Ropaki and Kato, and was no longer able to participate in ninja battles. Hearing the question, Tsunade did not shy away from forcing a smile. Yes, I suffer from hemophobia. Do you regret becoming my disciple? Regret? Shuoyu was stunned. I'm not the kind of weak chicken who needs to be covered by a teacher. I'll fight, and you'll come to the rest. Well, you little devil is not only clever, but also has a set of coaxing women. Tsunade found that with just a few words, Shuotsuki pulled her out of her grief. In Shimo Konoha, Tsunade-sensei can go to the village and inquire. Che, obviously a little ghost. With that, Tsunade stood up with his arms propped up. Then he touched his dusty palm to Shuoyu's hair, intending to rub his head and wipe his hands without a trace. However, this kid's mind was surprisingly delicate. Tsunade's palm was grabbed by a small hand and gently pulled down, and then the palm of his hand touched a moist and soft object, a wet wipe. He carefully wiped Tsunade's hands and felt the mature woman's body temperature by the way. Teacher, please don't come nonsense. Ahaha, I find you little devil more and more interesting now. Tsunade withdrew his jade hand and said with a smile. It's funny, so when will the teacher start teaching me some of the best things? Out of school? Are you in too much of a hurry? Practice your chakra control first. Medical ninjutsu is extremely demanding on chakras control, and the stronger the control, the higher the upper limit of attainment in medical ninjutsu. Hearing this, Shuya smiled instead. To say that he has gone through so many cultivations, all kinds of ninjutsu and illusion arts, and the control of chakra is extremely demanding. He already has a good chakra control. In order to show Tsunade, Shuotsuki raised his hands and the chakra visible to the naked eye appeared. Between his hands, it was a group held together by pure chakra. The unstable chakra dango slowly deformed, from a round ball, slowly turned into a blue flame, and finally turned into a green lotus. This thing is not like a certain fire lotus, it actually has no actual attack power, it is just Shuoyu to show his chakra control. Tsunade looked at the lotus flower between Shuoyu's hands, and couldn't help but be slightly surprised, and his lips opened slightly. In this huge ninja world, there are many people who can do this, but this phenomenon appears in the hands of a child, it is too shocking. This requires not only excellent chakra control, but also the quality of chakra. Tsunade felt like he had picked up the treasure, even though he was a little ghost of the Uchiha family. It seems that you are already qualified, and you are so eager to learn medical ninjutsu. If Tsunade-sensei doesn't want to teach me medical ninjutsu, he can teach me something else. According to Konoha's official propaganda, Tsunadeheim specializes in medical ninjutsu and physical arts. Her physical skills can also be regarded as the Gankwan school, but she has never paid attention to any skills, and she relies on one force to descend 10 times. Strange power, this technique is known to many ninjas. However, the only one who really exerts his strange power to the extreme is Tsunade at the moment. Well, let's teach you medical ninjutsu, and wait for me here tomorrow. What if you run away tomorrow? Hey, am I a teacher or are you a teacher? You're a teacher, hee. No, I'm a teacher, or talk back. Then the teacher cannot refuse or postpone the answer to the student's question. Tsunade's eyebrows jumped. She suddenly found that she couldn't say anything about this newly accepted disciple. The last time we met, he was so angry by this kid's naivete that he etched his teeth, and now it seems that it was not naive at all, it was definitely intentional. Well, medical ninjutsu starts with dissection. How do you learn this black light? Teachers can come to my house to be tutors. Well equipped, fruit served, drinks casually, bala, alright. I'm really a Buddha for you. Tsunade smiled helplessly. Every time she returns to this place in Konoha village, she involuntarily thinks of the deceased person, so she really doesn't want to return to this sad place. But there seems to be another voice in her heart, which makes her unconsciously arrive in Konoha village. Last time I came back, I originally planned to take Shizun away, but secretly glanced at Shizun at the ninja school. The child is still young, and wandering with her will only live harder. So I can only wait for her to grow up a little more, at least graduate from ninja school, and then take her away. Let's go. Tsunade smiled helplessly. The little ghost of the Uchiha family in front of him can always make her sadness intangible in his own unique way. In this way, Tsunadeheim, one of the 3 shinobi of Konoha, a woman that Haja has been chasing for more than 10 years and can't get, followed Shiyu home. I asked Tsunade to go home, and I always felt strange. What's with this mood of expecting something indescribable to happen? Normal, Shiyu. The heart is clear, the sky is not frightened. The heart is clear, the sky is not frightened. The heart is clear, the sky is not frightened. Shiyu residence. From a distance, you can see the lights in the room. Presumably Nanami is back. Anyone else in your family? Tsunade asked. And lo and behold, this is talking about people? Although it is true that there is no father or mother after crossing over, it is better not to ask that. Could it be that Tsunade is actually a straight woman? My brother and I stopped the water, and 2 maids. Shuo explained. Oh, then I have to use the transfiguration technique, and I can't let anyone else know that I've been back. No, my brother is only half a year old, and those 2 maids are blind. Blind? That's okay. 5 minutes later. The 2 walked into the house. Looking at the 2 sisters in Gothic maid costumes in front of them, Tsunade almost fainted. God is so blind. Tsunade reached out and pinched Shuyu's ears, gritting his teeth. I said I was blind, not blind. Teacher. At this time, the maid sisters kneeling in the entrance raised their heads curiously. They wanted to see that the Dogecoin master had huo the young lady today. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, it's a shock when you see it. The staff-making sister doesn't know, but Nanami has met Konoha-san Shinobi Tsunade. Almost subconsciously, she exclaimed, Tsunade-sama. Hearing this, Tsunade looked towards Nanami and glared at Shuo twice. Then pinched his voice and said, I'm not Tsunade, you recognized the wrong person, I'm a door-to-door service girl invited by Lord Shuyu, and he likes this type. Nanny. Shuo Yu's face changed drastically. What Tsunade said, nothing else, it was H. If this were to spread out and let others know that he called for door-to-door service, wouldn't it be sprayed to death by the world? It's enough to hold a scumbag title in Konoha, why do you have to top a teenage dart? After that, if you talk to the old man about the bride price, won't it be tenfold? Is this legendary Tsunade Heim so shameless? Don't even want your own reputation? It's really a pervert. Uchiha Mai insulted righteously. After scolding, she did not kneel anymore, and angrily snatched the door away. Only Nanami was still able to hold her breath, still kneeling respectfully in place. Tsunade-sama, my sister is not sensible, please forgive me, she whispered, unexpectedly seeing through Tsunade's acting skills. Seeing this, she was the first to be happy, and this reputation was finally preserved. I'll just say, teacher, your acting skills are far behind. Ha! You say it again? Believe it or not, I demolished the house for you? Tsunade threatened, then said to Nanami, just keep your mouth alone. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Nanami Uchiha replied respectfully. In fact, Tsunade was not angry. If I was really angry, this house would have been gone a long time ago. She just thinks that this kid Shiyu has a lot of ghost tricks. The two walked into the living room. Nanami Uchiha at the entrance looked in that direction stunned. In the early days, she could not beat Shiyu, although she said that she was a sparring partner, but most of the time she could only be a nanny. The age difference and strength difference made her feel her insignificance. But this inferiority complex can only be hidden in the heart, and you can't shout that you must surpass a teenager. But what she never expected was that Shuotsuki herself improved so quickly. She even worshipped Tsunade him, one of Konoha's 3 shinobi, as a teacher. What a concept this is. Sanshin is already the signboard of Konoha village at this time. Their disciples, as long as they can live correctly, will definitely become the pillars of Konoha in the future. If the clan wants to cultivate Shiyu into a strong person who can lead Uchiha's revival, if it is a plan or hope, then, at this time, in the opinion of Nanami Uchiha, Shiyu's becoming the mainstay of the village has become a reality. Although Senju and Uchiha are old enemies, but so much time has passed, Konoha village has been established for so long, and all the confrontations on the barbaric level have been hidden by everyone. Tsunade Heim is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Justified and justified. And Shuotsuki is Tsunade's disciple, so what will happen in the future? She didn't dare to think about it. 7 days. Tsunade comfortably worked as a dry girl in Shiyu's house for 7 days. Rice to open the mouth, clothes to reach out, cross off. The Nanami sisters did a good job of secrecy, and no one came to the door to find trouble during this time. And Shuoyu learned and mastered medical ninjutsu at an extremely fast speed in these 7 days. Since Tsunade is afraid of blood, he can only do his homework in the yard. Today, he was planning to continue torturing a salted fish with medical ninjutsu, but suddenly sensed that 3 not weak chakras were approaching. He is not a perceptual ninja, so he can't perceive accurately, only knowing that the other party's travel speed is not fast, and he is not familiar with the few Uchiha guards. Moreover, the strength of the comers is all at the upper ninja level. Could it be the dark part, or the root of the old dog of Tenzo? Shuotsuki became vigilant, and after spending 7 days with Tsunade, he already understood how afraid this woman really was of returning here and meeting those who she didn't want to see. That's a very contradictory psychology, and at the same time very painful. Only those who have experienced it understand that words can only express 1 or 2 of them. So, protect our nanny. His right hand pierced his glove and gently picked up the famous knife yen on the stone table. Killing is not enough. But as long as he senses that something is wrong, he has the confidence to beat 3 upper shinobi in the first time. However, this vigilance instantly dissipated when he walked to the gate to prepare for an attack. Because of the 3 people who came, he all knew Bofeng Shuman, Shu Dodingzie, and Oil Girl Jiwei. Good noon, Shuo Yukun. Bofeng Shuman greeted with a smile, showing his male style. Shuo Yu put down the knife and asked expressionlessly, good noon, 3 seniors. Good noon. Akimichi Dingze is so fat that he can't see his eyes, but he is still smiling. Good. People in the Oil Girl's family are naturally a little introverted. Everyone is a teammate, and some simple understanding is a preview class. Then, 3 teammates coming at the same time must not come for nothing. Watergate, is there a mission? Shuo Yu asked. Yes, let's go find Kakashi together. Bofeng Shuman said lightly and happily, what smells so fragrant near your house, just smelling it makes people feel happy. Sand sculptures, locust flowers are blooming. Sand sculptures. What is it? Nothing, wait a minute, I'll go and prepare. Shuo Yu asked the 3 to wait outside the door, and he quickly ran back to the house. Tsunade was still there eating snacks and drinking wine, and he was huffling Jiro's legs gracefully, looking like a dead house girl. Teacher, I'm going on a mission, you can stay here for a few days, there is something to call Nanami directly. Well, go ahead. Tsunade didn't mean nostalgia. Also, take care of the water stop for me, forget it, in fact, Nanami is there. Ha! Look down on me? My pain isn't big enough? Tsunade was drunk and his face turned red. I can give your brother a 12-point full meal at one time. Yes, I got it. Really, you shouldn't have come back to say goodbye. Obviously they have only lived together for 7 days, and they began to be full of meat jokes. Not serious at all. This is the teacher? Teach Lao Tzu to be a rogue? Watergate team, a group of 5 people in the dark. Upper Nakano frantically output, the next road duel leisurely replenished the whole process. This was Shuo Yu's first mission experience. Cutting the throat of another traitor, he shook the blood off his blade. Hey, Shuyu, this isn't your first battle, is it? Akimichi Dingza had been protecting the 2 little ones, pointing to Kakashi, who was vomiting wildly on the side, and said, you see Kakashi is like that, haha. However, this is really Shiyu's first official battle and killing. As for why he wasn't as embarrassed as Kakashi, just think about how many hurtful things he had done in the past 7 days. The practice of medical ninjutsu is definitely not inferior to killing. The salted fish walking on the edge of death, now as long as he sees Shiyu, he will automatically shed salted fish tears. Dead, alive, dead, alive. It was still relatively lucky, at least Shiyu could save it every time, and before it, tons of corpses had been piled up. Sorry, my assistant has disgraced everyone. Shuotsuki glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi, who took off his mask, did not look good, not as handsome as Lao Tzu. However, this is really the first time I have killed an enemy. Hearing this, Akimichi Dingzie couldn't help but be stunned, and the reflex arc was a little long. After a long pause, he said, no. I see how skilled you are, because these IWA shinobi are too weak. Hearing this, not only Chu Deo Dingzie, but even the intelligent Bofeng Shui men cast a surprised gaze. Yes, these rebels are indeed disguised by IWA shinobi. Otherwise, they would not have been sent here, and the dark part of Konoha alone could handle it. Watergate also planned to tell Shuojiki and Kakashi afterwards, but did not expect to be discovered in advance. How did you find out, Shuo Yu-kun? How else to find this? They all know how to escape, although other ninjutsu are also involved, but Tudu are the most proficient. The 2 sweated wildly. How did this kid not play cards according to common sense? They also thought that Shiyu had noticed some subtle point, but they didn't expect it to be such a superficial inference. This judgment based on appearances is not rigorous, and the answer obtained is not necessarily correct. If all of these Yin shinobi use Lei Duan, then can it be said that they are all Yun shinobi? The blind cat caught the dead rat. On the side, the oil girl Jiwei scared the last IWA shinobu to death with a parasite, turned around and said in a deep voice, I think Shiyu's inference is not that the blind cat caught the dead rat, I just noticed his battle, it should be the use of illusion on the enemy, right? It's still the people of the oil woman's family who are calm. Shuyu nodded, yes, that's why I said that these IWA shinobi are too weak. Not a single illusion can hold up, just like pouring beans. The mood of Watergate and Akimichi Dingza is like riding a roller coaster. Ah, yes, Shuyu-kun, you belong to the Uchiha clan. Haha, I almost forgot. May I see your Sharinan? There is no other meaning, just curiosity. Oil Nu Jiwei suddenly said. Looking at the eyes of this kind of thing, between men and women, seems quite romantic. But when men look at men, they feel a little embarrassed. The atmosphere is always filled with the color of Ki Yin purple. Ordinary 3-hook jade, nothing to see. Like everyone else. Shuyu said. That's right. I rarely see a Uchiha tribe as big as you open their eyes, let alone saying to you writing Wilai, you are very talented. Yunazi said slightly unhurriedly. Chudeo Dingzie was not so calm, he patted Shuoyu's back with a big hand, pulled his throat and laughed, this kid is originally a genius, Jiwei, when do you go to find Ziri Zhenhong to drink, listen to how he nags to understand, laugh at me, while scolding and boasting, I don't drink. Oil Lady Ji is slightly unsociable, let alone drinking. Hearing the revelation of Chu Deo Dingza, Shuoyu was happy, it seems that my husband still has a good impression of me. Yes, good. Shuyu, you kid is really thick-skinned, if my son can be like you in the future, I can go without eating for 3 days. Not eating for 3 days is already a great punishment for Akimichi Dingza, which shows his determination and longing for Dingji who is not yet mothered. Your son will definitely be as strong as you, so, I guess I will find a black girl as a daughter-in-law. Brother, give Ning spoilers here. Why would you find a black daughter-in-law? I don't like her very much. Akimichi Dingza did not understand what Shuyu meant, but his face was full of distress. Because of the good toughness, doesn't your family have a multiplication technique? As soon as these words came out, a man laughed tacitly. At this time, Kakashi came over with a sad face. Ah, it's so uncomfortable, what are you talking about? Kakashi asked. Nothing, it's time to go back. The other 3 nodded, quickly disposed of the body, and marched south together. Poor Kakashi, who always felt isolated, did not know who he had offended. He maintained 12 points of respect for everyone, including the same moon. Killing people is not a difficult task for this elite team. Time is consumed on the road. By the time they rushed back to Konoha village, it was already 3 days later. Shuoyu admitted that he was starting to get nervous, but he concealed it well, and from the moment he entered the Hokage's office, he kept his face tight. Although it is embarrassing to try to paralyze in the face, it is perfect when it is explained. Yes, Naruto-sama, he said briefly. Are you also interested in medical ninjutsu? Yes, Naruto-sama. Learning a little medical ninjutsu is good for ninjas, but don't forget your skills. Yes, Naruto-sama. Okay, you guys stand down. Yes, Naruto-sama. Uchiha said goodbye to his teammates and went straight back to his house. Exactly the same as when he left 3 days ago, Tsunade was holding Jiro's leg and the wine pipe was full, not to mention how cool it was. It's a pity that no one is gambling with her. Teacher, I'm back. Shuoyu said with a lengthened voice. Welcome back, sit casually, Shuyu. This is my home. Oh, yes. Then you make me something to eat, I'm hungry. Okay, you're such a daddy. This has just returned from a mission, and I have to serve this person, physically and mentally exhausted. Shuyu simply boiled water and soaked a bucket of instant noodles for Tsunade. Instant noodles with wine, not to mention how delicious. Hey, that's it. After drinking and eating, Tsunade fell in place regardless of the image and fell asleep. If you get closer and smell it, you can still smell a stink. The relationship is that I drank alcohol for 3 days in a row without taking a shower. Who says girls like to be clean? I obviously only like to drink. As a teacher, teach Lao Tzu these? In desperation, Shuoyu could only use his small body, carry Tsunade's big body, and walk towards the direction of the bathroom. The art of bathing water. While shouting, he turned on the faucet and filled the bathtub with warm water. He has a slight cleanliness fetish, and most people are reluctant to lend a bathtub to each other, including the Nanami sisters. That's why Tsunade has this blessing. Oh, be grateful. While thinking in pieces, he peeled back Tsunade's attachment layer by layer. Bulk, belt, lining. There were no nosebleeds. How wonderful that is. It's hard to think about that amazing proportion, not to mention, it's still very white. By does not say, it is still very flat. It looks like it's 23, but it's actually 30. That kind of ripe fruit is fatal to any man. Who can stand this? Picking up the bath towel on the side, he was afraid to rub people's skin off. Even if you rub it lightly, a red mark will quickly appear. Therefore, I could only give up rubbing and instead put some bath gel on the palm of my hand and gently apply it to Tsunade. Ah, Wei is dead. It's so slippery. Wonderful. Unconsciously, Shuyu felt that she had become a long finish. 30 minutes later, the bath was finally done. But then, another dilemma arises, what to wear for Tsunade. The clothes were definitely going to be washed, but it was impossible to dry before Tsunade woke up. Forget it, find Nanami snuggling clothes for her to wear, just say that Nanami washed it, Nanami snuggling, let Tsunade wear it. There is a feeling of suffocation. Because her model is so big, wearing small clothes is really restrained. So, it didn't take long to wake up. In a daze, she tugged at her clothes and muttered, suffocated, what is choking me? Looking at the black suit that was dragged down, Tsunade suddenly sobered up. This attachment, not mine, who changed my attachment? How do I feel refreshed and I took a shower? Well, I can't remember drinking too much, I don't know if Shuyu has returned. Rubbing his eyes, Tsunade slowly walked out the door. In the courtyard, Shuoyu is practicing medical ninjutsu, salted fish tears. Seeing this scene, Tsunade quickly avoided his body, not daring to look at the blood. Shuyu, why don't you say hello when you're back? When did you get back? Teacher, you're awake, I'll be back in the morning. Oh, you go buy me some ladies' soap, I seem to have used your things to take a bath, and I smell of you. By the way, there are bath towels, yukata and the like, and most importantly, buy a few more cases of wine and come back. Listening to this, Shuoyu was so frightened that he almost strangled the salted fish in his hand. I thought Tsunade found out that it was him who bathed her, but if she listened carefully, she seemed to have drunk high and couldn't remember anything. It's okay, it's okay. Salted fish saved a life. Wait a minute. Buying soap for women? Bath towel? Buy alcohol? Teacher, are you planning to live here permanently? Nonsense, I'll give you a lesson. Do you want me to go out and stay in the store? Hee hee, okay, got it. The corner of Shuyu's mouth twitched, and that stupid smile was called happiness. He ate. Having said that, the wine tube will be full in the future. It's a meal to be able to wash. It's best to stay here for 2 years, and then your body will grow. Hee hee. Time was spent in this long practice of medical ninjutsu. Konoha 42 years. This year, the students of the ninja school will also graduate. Although they are only 9 years old, time has not allowed Konoha to continue to be comfortable. As a well-known alumnus, Shuoyu was invited back to watch the graduation ceremony. This made Obito very happy, and when he saw someone, he pulled and said, "See, no, that's my cousin, you all lick me a little, whether you can pass depends on whether your licking dog level is above me." However, Shuyu did not have birds and soil at all. Instead, he ran to the next class to participate in the graduation assessment of Red Sauce. If nothing else, Sunset Red will definitely be assigned as a 3-person team, and casually stuff one to lead the team to Shinobu. How about that? Even if she won't be sent to the front, it's easy to limit her growth. In the past 2 years, he has deeply understood how important a good teacher means to a new ninja. Tsunade ate, slept, and ate every day, and every day he thought it was his own bath, and almost tired Shuyu to the point that the disc around his waist protruded. Made. Just this kind of teacher, avoid it as soon as possible. Transfiguration. Avatar. Doppelganger. Yaxi, Sunset Red, qualified. Shuyu beckoned to that side, and Sunset Hong jumped over. No, Shuyu touched Sunset Hong's little head. After 2 years of uninterrupted practice, his height had already thrown out of his class, he said. The tasks I perform are too dangerous, you can't join me. Oh, after you become a middle ninja, let's fight side by side. Don't. I want to be with Shuyu-kun. Sunset Red is very clingy. Of course, Shuotsuki is also willing to team up with Xiao Yurihong, but Konoha village was not opened by him, so say what? I've been in the Watergate squad for almost 2 years, and every mission is related to combat killing, and the strength of the enemy is stronger and stronger every time, and some even Kakashi can't cope with it. What about these little mensen who have just graduated from ninja school? However, judging from today's graduation from the ninja school, this batch of Mo newcomers will soon be divided into a small class of 3. Among them are Obito and Rin Nohara. In other words, the Watergate squad is afraid to be dismantled. Bofeng Shuman is estimated to come out alone to lead the team. Alas, how can it be a little reluctant? Just as he sighed, a boy who had just passed the assessment came over. Looking at Sunset Hong, who was intimately attached to Shiyu, he lamented, "Hey, Uchiha Shiyu, how dare someone like you dare to approach Hong? You give me a little away from Red." Following the prestige, Shiyu looked at Asuma, who walked over with brain-dead eyes. "Asuma, can you not embarrass the 3 generations and learn from your big brother?" Sarutobi Asuma is the youngest son of the 3rd generation, and his eldest brother, the eldest son of the 3rd generation, and the father of the later ape Hibikiyamaru. He has now joined the dark part of Hokichi's direct subordinates. Shuyu had seen it a few times in the mission, and that person had indeed been cultivated very well by the 3rd generation, and he would definitely become the right arm of the 3rd generation in the future. Asuma, on the other hand, seems to have inherited his father's hobby of smoking. "I'm talking about you, what are you mentioning my eldest brother for?" Asuma retorted. Shuyu sighed helplessly. "Give the 3 generations a face, you get out Asuma. If it were your eldest brother, he wouldn't say such a thing. Compared to the talent of the older brother, Asuma seems too mediocre. However, there is one thing they have in common, that is, the fate of the ape flying people is not a drop. You want me to roll?" Asuma is angry. Shuyu, to be honest, he didn't want to compete with the young Asuma now. At this moment, a particularly arrogant voice came. "My old watch let you roll, you will roll me. Take the dirt fly kick." Before Asuma could react, he was kicked out by a black shadow and directly glued to the wall. Obito stopped and croaked his teeth and smiled. "How about it? I'm also very good now, right? You eat the resources given by Lao Tzu every day, and as a result, you can't even pass the Zongnin exam, and you have the face to say that you are powerful?" Shuyu blared at Obito in front of him and complained. 2 years ago, he greeted the patriarch and found an exclusive teacher to educate Obito, but this one-on-one forced makeup class failed to improve Obito much. It seems that since he used illusion to force Obito to open the Urga Jade writing wheel eye, his strength has been fixed there. That is, pretend to be forced in the ninja school, and there is no use for eggs. Obito scratched his hair in shame and said with a sneer that cousin and sister-in-law are busy first, I'll go and carry Asuma out. Hearing a cousin, Sunset Hong was slightly shy, but quickly adapted, because she has long identified her identity. Obito had just left with Asuma's front foot, when another acquaintance suddenly showed his head at the door. This man, with silver-white fried hair and a torn mask, was none other than Kakashi Kiki. "Ha, Kakashi, why did you come to school too? Were you also invited?" Shuyu asked curiously. "No, I don't treat me as well as you, I was notified to forcibly deploy it." Kakashi put his hands in his trouser pockets, walked over and leaned against the edge of the windowsill. "I think it should be to redivide the shift. Now that an elite squad like ours can no longer be built, in order to ensure more combat power, it is necessary to split up and lead the team." Kakashi is an understanding person. After all, he was a teammate with Shuyu, how could it be bad? "Who do you think your new teammates will be?" Shuyu asked. "It doesn't matter who it is, it doesn't matter who it is without you," Kakashi said slowly. Wait a minute. Shirihong unconsciously squeezed Shuoyu's arm, because she found that someone actually dared to confess to Shuoyu in front of her, the main palace? Although yes, the boy said. In fact, Kakashi's words did not have that meaning. What he meant was that it was a great feeling to team up with elite teammates like Shuyu and Watergate and work together. Even he was about to come out of the shadow of his father's suicide. However, it was obvious that Kakashi understood that in order to equalize the combat power of the so-called small class, a ninja of Shuyu's strength would definitely not be separated from him. That's why I said the above. If you don't learn the language well, you will speak less. Okay? Shuyu complained. Well, you should know what I mean, and you have to spit on me. Kakashi said expressionlessly, almost 2 years of teammate time, everyone is very tacit understanding, and they are also familiar with each other. I just want to spit on you. Whatever, it's been spit on thousands of times anyway, and it's not worse this time. Shuyu smiled and asked again, who do you think will be your leader, Shinobi? Kakashi looked out the window, looked at some leaves, and replied, if you guessed correctly, you see I is Watergate-sensei, you are so strong, Watergate-sensei can't take you. What do you think of you, is it the senior of Akimichi Dingza, or the senior of Oil Girls UA? I don't know, but I think it's better to be together with the red points, so that we can take care of each other. Ah, please don't spill dog food on me. By the way, how is your psychic beast, have you found it? I haven't thought about it yet, Mr. Watergate's Miyama Mountain Toad may not be suitable for me, so, wait and see. I recommend you choose some ninja dogs, after all, you live like a dog now. Shuoyu smiled as she spoke. Kakashi held a pair of dead fish eyes and looked at Shuoyu, who was infinitely showing affection with Sunset Red. If he were to be mighty now, he would definitely take Shuoyu's head off his neck with his eyes. Hateful. Forget it, the time is almost up, I'm leaving, goodbye. Goodbye. Shuyu and Sunset Hong are temporarily separated, he returns to Class A, and Red is Class B. Class A had a total of 34 students, and originally the stars of Konoha were in this class, but due to the appearance of the butterfly Shuotsuki, it split into 2 classes. For this, Old Man Ape Fei may also have to thank Shuoyu, because dividing a class into 2 classes, and adding some dragon ninjas in the middle, how can I say that it has increased the ninja base of Konoha village? That's performance. Uchiha Obito. Obito's ears immediately pricked up when she heard the roll call, praying that the teacher's next name was the goddess in her heart. The teenager's mind is very simple, and he can be happy to put the homework book together for a while. If he could be separated with Rin Nohara, then he could excitedly practice 1,000 fireballs today. Rin Nohara. Yay! Before Nohara Rin could react, Obito jumped up directly from his seat in excitement first. Students MDZZ. However, unlike Obito's excitement, the party Nohara Rin's gaze was not on him at all, but from time to time he secretly looked towards the back of the classroom. Next second, Kiki Kakashi, divided into 1 class. Some rejoice, others worry. Obito was so excited that he almost turned his back. As long as he could be assigned to the same class with Rin, then it didn't matter if his third person was a cat or a dog. For licking dogs, the goddess is there, the world is both. Accepting this arrangement, Kakashi glanced towards the back of the classroom and shook his head helplessly. Shuoyu returned a smile, everyone is a mature ninja, there is nothing unacceptable about this kind of thing. Besides, I knew this ending from the beginning. As the teacher read the list as he read, the 33 students in the class were quickly assigned and obediently sat in a row. Only the empty nest teenager Shiyu was left, staying alone at the back of the classroom. Teacher, what about me? He also thought that he would be in a group with the last 4 people, but he didn't hear his name for a long time, so he could only raise his hand to ask questions. Seeing the well-known ninja who walked out of his class, teacher Tagawa Okuba replied with a smile, Shiyu-kun, you come with me. Seeing this, Shuoyu was even more confused. Did he arrange an independent battalion for Lao Tzu? The teacher walked in front, and Shuyu followed. Walking out of the classroom door, I walked to the next class. That is, the red class. Hakoa-sensei, I brought Shuyu-kun. Yes, thank you, Mr. Tagawa, there is work. After the 2 teachers exchanged pleasantries, Shuyu walked into Hong's class on her own. Against the scrutinizing gazes of the students in Class B, he swaggered over to Hong and sat down. As soon as he sat down, those scrutinizing gazes turned into vicious and aggressive gazes. At this moment, the teacher on the podium finally spoke. Then, Uchiha Shuyu, Sunset Red, and Matkai, the 3 of you are listed as the 8th class. Groove! Shuoyu exclaimed, and Sunset Red was divided. He had a foreknowledge, because when he just came in, Sunset Hong was also sitting alone in a row. Only, when did Akai come? My gaze swept around the classroom only to find the watermelon head. To be reasonable, Akai may be the strongest fighting one in this class. However, he is only good at physical skills, but he is still looked down upon by his classmates and often calls him Cranetail. I don't know who gave these little cubs the confidence, Akai can sweep them all away. Hi Shiyu-kun, we met again. Is this the beginning of our youth? Akai said excitedly. Finished. Shuyu covered his head. Akai has been completely assimilated by his father. It's over. But think about this combination, the ninja illusion trio? If there was another occult teacher, wouldn't it be able to cover the entire ninja world? It's so happy to be with Shuyu. The Sunset Red beside him had already blossomed happily, holding Shuyu's arm and rubbing it vigorously. Just when Shuyu felt that he was about to melt, the teacher on the stage spoke again. Yasi, now that the placement has ended, everyone wait for the team to come forward. After that, I wish you all the best. For children, there is nothing to be sad about, because apart from this teacher, it is the next teacher. But the teachers are different, they can only push their lovely students to the battlefield and advance with their own hands. A few minutes later, Wei Feng Shui Gate led Kakashi and the three, passed by the door of the Class B classroom, and beckoned to Shuyu inside, which was regarded as a farewell. Soon, the students of Class B were also taken away by one after another shinobi. The last three of them remained, waiting quietly in the classroom. Shuyu, who do you say our guide Shangnan will be? Sunset Hong waited a little tired, so she asked. It shouldn't be a well-known person, Shuo Yu replied. Now that the people he knows are gone, facing war, Pig Deer Butterfly will try to distribute them together as much as possible to maximize combat power. The people of the Oil Girls family are naturally introverted and withdrawn, and are not suitable for being a guide to shinobi. In other words, the two old teammates of Akimichi Dingza and Oil Girl Jiwei have no chance to cooperate anymore. It is even more unlikely that the people of the Hayaga clan will come out to lead the team, because there is a Uchiha in this team, and the three generations are not blind. With such an exclusion, there is really nothing Konoha that is famous to endure. Even, Hokage will send a special shinobu to lead the team. Hey, Shuo Yu-kun. Instead of waiting there, race with me to do push UPS and see who can do 500 first. Akai on the side is already crazy. Waiting and waiting, the man did not see it, but saw a dog. That's right, a dog. Looking at it, the color of the coat, the aura looks like an Urha. It's just a blind Urha, living like a gray wolf's second uncle. You three, follow me. Urha said. Sunset red? New moon. Akai, did the dog speak? The dog has spoken. Shuo Yu-kun, can dogs talk? He didn't do push UPS either, lying on the ground and screaming repeatedly. In fact, Shuotsuki was also confused. If he wanted to say that Kakashi's future psychic dogs could speak, then he had no opinion. But how can this Urha speak now? Is this worth it? Hey, didn't you hear it? You three, follow me. Urha said again. Shuo Yu-jun, dogs can really talk. Akai burst into tears with excitement and had completely assimilated with Matt Dai. Shuyu subconsciously stood up and walked towards the door. Because he suddenly remembered one thing, in addition to Kakashi's psychic dog, it seems that there is also a dog family in Konoha village. The dogs of the Inyazuka clan are considered ninja dogs and can cooperate with their owners to launch secret arts. Yes, he is really a mystical teacher. However, the ninja dogs of the Inyazuka clan have never heard of talking. Akamaru will only be watery. Follow Urha to the roof. The devil knows why Urha came to the roof. It turns out that it is its owner on the roof. It was a plain-looking adult woman with the iconic Inyazuka family tattoo on her face, and her face alone looked a bit fierce. Hey, hello, I'm Inyazuka Pa, your guidance is Shinobu, just call me Big Sister in the future. Her voice was rough. If she turned into a man, it would definitely be a man like Black Whirlwind. Inyazuka Claw? Hearing this name, Shiyu was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Inyazuka's mother? Inyazuka's mother is a major feature of Konoha, the ultimate violent woman. Even my own son will be beaten at every turn. Stern batch. Let this kind of person be the guide to shinobi. Is the third generation of the head poured into the head? Big sister, are you sure you can be my Shangnan teacher? Shuo Yu asked. It's not that he looks down on Inyazuka Pa here, but the combat power of this woman and the dog is too weak. Without bragging, she may not be able to beat the current Shuyu. After all, she is just a special shinobi. Could it be that such a guide is forbearing, and when she goes to the battlefield in the future, she will not be able to protect her in turn? You are Uchiha Shugetsu, I have read your information, and I heard that you refused to instruct Shinobu once in the first place, right? Shuo Yu nodded. Yes, it seems to be from the Mountain Clan. So are you going to refuse again? If you can defeat me, I will voluntarily ask for my resignation in front of Naruto-sama. Inyazuka Claw did not shy away from saying that she was a straightforward person who had a word. In fact, Shuyu does not have much requirements for who is to guide Shangnan. What can be taught by guiding Shangnan? He still has a Tsunade at home. There is also a system at the bottom of the box. Just follow the Shangnan and mix the task reward. However, he can do this, but Hong can't do this. Red is good at illusion. Do you say that this big sister of the Inyazuka clan can do illusion? That iron must be changed. Inyazuka Claw is particularly shinobi. What you say can be counted. As long as I win, you yourself resign from the position of shinobu instructor. Shuo Yu said. Inyazuka Pa was a very straightforward, man-like woman who replied indifferently, that's right, come on, boy. The village says that even in the Uchiha clan, you are a genius that is rare in 100 years. Let me see if you are as powerful as rumors. Shuyu felt very relieved to meet such a person with a bold personality. Success or not, just a beating, not like other mothers-in-law. For this person, he also intends to show respect with all his strength. So, he opened his own chakra eye. Inyazuka Pa was slightly stunned, but it was all over the moment she saw the Sharingan. Shuoyu's illusion 2 years ago could make a Uchiha Shinobu crazy, and now he has experienced countless battles, and his illusion is even more accessible. Inyazuka Claw is still not careful enough in the end, and has no experience in fighting the Uchiha clan. The other Uchiha is just that, those people's illusions. She can also make her ninja dog Kuromaru wake herself up. But, who is Uchiha Shugetsu? He is Uchiha's older brother. Although he says that he likes ninjutsu and wants to be an excellent mobile battery, this innate talent for illusion cannot be ignored. His pupil power, even if it is not a standard illusion, just relying on pupil power, he can already control the other party's thinking. This is Uchiha's strongest eye of illusion. Therefore, Inyazuka Pa didn't have a chance to strike, so he slept on the rooftop with his wolf dog in his arms. Shuyu, is this really good? Sunset Red looked at Inyazuka Pa, who had been hit by the illusion, and asked with some concern. After all, this is the guidance of the 3 generations assigned by the guidance of the upper shinobi, and according to the ninja rules, they must follow the arrangement of the guidance of the upper shinobu for no reason. But now, people are stunned. Looking at Hong's slightly furrowed eyebrows, Shuotsuki smiled slightly, reaching out and pinching her face. Just now Inyazuka Pa, especially Shinobu, said, as long as I win, she will go to the 3rd generation to ask for the position of mentor Shinobu. Like, there is no conflict between us. I just agreed to Inyazuka Pa's request to be especially Shinobu. Everything makes sense. Akai on the side listened to Shuoyu's words, and was speechless. He reads few books, and his brain is not flexible. Anyway, he is stunned. Shuoyu-san, I respect you more and more. You even gave our guidance to the upper patients. Is this youth? Whether you understand it or not, youth is over. You're wrong, she's no longer our guide Shinobu. Let's go find Hokage to rearrange a mentor Shinobu. Shuoyu said. Ruin, do people say no? Hokage office. In line with the fine tradition of if you can't bear to see the guidance, you change the guidance to endure, Shuotsuki brought his small class to meet the Hokage. Originally, students like Sunset Red, who had just graduated from a ninja school, would basically be blocked from the gate by the dark part. But Shiyu is different, he has been in and out of here countless times in the past 2 years. Even which point has a dark part, remember it clearly. Oh, new moon? The 3 of you? How did you get here? Sarutobi wondered about this. Recently, there have been a mountain of official documents, and he has not bothered to check the graduation ceremony of the ninja school. Shuotsuki maintained his previous facial paralysis and said skillfully, Lord Hokage, instructing Shinobi Uzuka Pa on the way to fight me, unfortunately lost. According to the agreement she gave me earlier, she was not willing to guide our group, so I asked Naruto-sama to rearrange a guide to Shinobu. Hearing this, Ape Fei did not raise his head and took a deep breath of smoke. Well, Shuyu and Inyazuka Claw are particularly good at fighting, can't you let it go? Sarutobi said while reviewing the official documents, as if this was a trivial matter at all, as if asking you for ramen or dumplings at noon today? Akai, Opaio, Sunset Red, Ovo, Shuoyu, sorry, Naruto-sama, I'm already very water draining, and after only 1 spell, the battle is over. I'm sorry I defeated Inyazuka Pa, I'm so sorry. Wait a minute, that's not right. Who is the guide Shinobu and who is the student of the ninja school? Is today Ghost Day? Okay, Shiyu, I'm still very busy here, you can pick a guide for you. No. The 3 generations handed over a list, still immersed in smoking and reviewing documents. It is unheard of to pick and guide the upper patients yourself. Medi feels like he's finally eye-opener today. Is this the upper-class person? Shuotsuki took Kanaha's list of shinobi and scanned the dense text on it, many of which were marked with names, indicating that they had been used or had other special tasks. The rest of the upper shinobi, in fact, there are not many left. Kami Shinobu, Nara Saltwater, Elite Shinobi, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Naruto-sama, can I pick a senior? Although the strength of Kanaha-san Shinobi has surpassed that of Kami Shinobi, in this list, there is no such thing as shadow level. The term shadow level can only be used as a metaphor for the strength of a certain ninja, and the 3 shinobi are currently at the level of Kanaha, which is the elite shinobi. To say that the most suitable teacher among the 3 shinobi, in fact, is Jiraiya. However, Ape Fei shook his head, no, there are still major tasks ahead, so I can't pull out to lead the team. Hearing this, Shuoyu's gaze subconsciously skipped over the big snake pill. Although the snake ant will eventually be whitewashed, but now this snake ant is still full of bad water. If the expectations are good, Ant Snake should have already begun to delve into those human experiments. As for Tsunade, that woman is already Shuotsuki's teacher, and now she is also in a runaway state. People are absent in Kanaha, how else to lead the team? Then, the 3 ninja have no choice, so they can only retreat to the 2nd place. After searching for a long time on the list, in the end, the eyes locked on a name that began with Senju. As we all know, those surnamed Qianshao, after the death of the second generation, there will be not a few left. Some were assimilated with other families, while others were experimented with by people who coveted the power of the first generation. Those who can survive and still stubbornly use the surname Thousand Hands are Xiaoqiang. Thousand Hands Mo Hua. Who is this product? Never heard of. Saname suddenly raised his head. This was the first time he stopped what he was doing. Among the ninjas who were contemporaneous with the first generation of Meisama, there was a female ninja who was famous for her illusion power, named Senju Mamaka. The one you are looking at is the descendant who inherited the will of the Thousand Hands de Hua. Thousand Hands de Hua, this name Shuyu still has an impression. When I read the Hokage manga in my previous life, I paid special attention to the people who could stand left and right between the pillars of the first generation. One was the second generation and the other was Senju Moka. It's just that there was no movement from her later, and I thought it was over. Unexpectedly, in this real world, there are always some surprises. So, Naruto-sama, that's it. The third generation took a silent breath of smoke and asked seriously, Shuoyu, are you sure you want her junior to be your mentor? Well, are there any twists and turns in between? Is there still a little unknown black history? Well, I don't know the specifics. Your history of Uchiha should be recorded. Saname flicked the cigarette ash and continued, however, if you are sure that you want her to be your guide, then you must be prepared. How? Could it be that there is still a family conflict in Konoha until now? Shuyu asked knowingly. The vision of the original purpose was to create a village without conflict and a ninja world without conflict in the future. But after he dies, what will the world do? Presumably, Yushibo and Senju are at the level of mortal opponents, and they will not stop if they don't pinch you to death. Oh yes, with the exception of Tsunade. Saname did not answer Shiyu's idiotic topic, but instead whispered a code name into the shadows, Flower. As this code name came out, I saw that some black shadows in the Hokage office actually moved. Immediately afterwards, a figure gradually grew out of the darkness. It was a female dark part with a mask. The family strength of Senju and Uchiha has been diluting and decreasing over time. The one in front of her is no exception, although she looks mysterious, but she perceives her chakra. Her strength is far inferior to Tsunade. If the strength is positioned, it should be just an elite shinobi. Just when Shuoyu tried to see the other party's face clearly through the hole in the mask, he suddenly lifted his spirits. I only feel that the surrounding environment is rendering a depressing atmosphere, and some irritable, gloomy, and dark emotions have inexplicably appeared in the depths of my heart. Magic? Shuoyu quickly reacted, and immediately opened the Sharingan Eye, magic mirror heaven and earth turn. The mirror world turns, which is a technique released by the Sharingan, which can bounce the opponent's illusion back. Shuoyu only felt that his body was loose, and he was about to tease this Thousand Hands descendant in turn, but suddenly found that his control over illusion was missing. That is, the rebound failed. The showdown of illusion only took place for a moment, and the dark part of the mask didn't look at Shuoyu much, and then respectfully said to the three generations, Naruto-sama. Flower, from today onwards, restore your name and go to the 8th class of guidance to Shinobi. Obey, Naruto-sama. Saying that, the dark part took off the mask on the spot. I saw that it was an extremely enchanting face, different from Tsunade's plump beauty. This woman lived like a fox spirit. No wonder, her ancestors were the ultimate all-face. Shuyu, are you still satisfied with this Sizzy Shangren, and you can't change it? Mayome asked in a strange tone. This is already the third instructor he assigned to Uchiha Shuotsuki. Tired. The first Yamanaka and the second Inyazuka were not satisfied. Now come 1,000 hands, see if you can jump yet. Shuoyu's face was expressionless, but her heart was beautiful. This woman of the 1,000 Hands clan, he didn't know what her talent for illusion was, but her proficiency in illusion was definitely ahead of most ninjas in Konoha village. Even Shuoyu's own proficiency in illusion did not dare to say that she could compare with her. Such guidance on patience must be of great help to Red. I don't know how many times better than the ninja who was out of tune like Inyazuka Claw. Everything follows Naruto-sama's arrangement. He said, okay, let's go down and get acquainted with each other. Yes, Naruto-sama. Obey, Naruto-sama. Goodbye. Akaitai waved his hand at Saname. Shuoyu was also seen for the first time. After walking out of Hokage's office, Senju Mowa led them to the roof. Shuoyu re-examined the bad woman in front of her. I like to kill, she briefly introduced herself, and after speaking, she stared at the three with a cold look. It's your turn. It stands to reason that the act of pretending to be cold should be the prerogative of Uchiha. Why is this bad woman of the 1,000 Hands clan now also dressed up? The atmosphere was briefly awkward, but Akai jumped out first and said, my name is Maddie. The favorite things are practice and youth, and the nasty things are not there for the time being. After all, he is an optimistic boy who is not afraid of any awkward atmosphere. With this beginning, it can be clearly felt that the atmosphere that 1,000 Hands Mobwa has painstakingly created has suddenly been broken. I am Hong, I like Shuyu, and I will marry Shuyu in the future. Red is very bold, not even a little shy, more like announcing and announcing. Hearing this, the corner of Qian Xiao Mowa's eyes twitched. Can you imagine the feeling of a woman who was about to run 3, being slapped with dog food by a pair of schoolchildren? So, she set her sights on Shuyu. Hello Senju-sensei, I am a ninja school graduate who has been practicing for 2.5 years, and I like to eat, sleep, and salted fish. Qian Xiao Mowa stared coldly at Shuyu with a mean face, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I don't know why, she always feels that this is deliberately teasing her. Clearly still a teenager. No wonder the first 2 upper shinobi were fired. This is definitely not an easy master. Sighing slightly in his heart, Qian Xiao Mowa continued to pretend to be cold and said, okay, I already know something about you, go back and rest, and start trying a B-level mission tomorrow. Okay. Listening to the task, Shuyu did not react much. Before the 5 people in the Watergate team opened the black, A-level, and B-level tasks are common, and from time to time there will be S-level tasks. Yes. Hong also nodded. As long as Shuyu had no opinion, as long as she could accompany Shuyu, she felt satisfied. Oh, Akai also said with a confused look. Senju Mowa, she was speechless. What's going on in this world? B-level mission huh? The graduates of the ninja school, that is, the shinobu, at most, perform D-level tasks and do miscellaneous work. Generally, the guidance is to weigh whether the level of the team is enough to take on C-level tasks. She came up this time and deliberately threw out a B-grade task, just to rub the sharpness of these 3 people. How come they were not only not surprised or afraid, but accepted it in one bite? As everyone knows, Shuyu and Hong don't matter. The main Akai doesn't understand what a B-level mission is. Even if you say that you let him perform an S-class mission now, he will take it with a full mouth. B-level missions already involve battles with hostile ninjas. That kind of battle is not an outdoor class in school, but a real fight. Qian Xiao Mowa felt that these 3 people had cat cakes. Even the squad test of Konoha's fine traditions was saved. Following Konoha Village Gate, Shuyu and Hong were carrying a small duffel bag, and Akai was not far away, standing upside down with one hand. Thousand Hands Mowa came belatedly, and led an old grandfather. Well, daily escort grandpa. You 3, this is Mr. Dasabai, the target of this escort, the target location, Land of Rain, are everything ready? Shuyu rolled his eyes, not to mention daily necessities, he even had a barbecue grill ready. This outing task, there will inevitably be a wild camping bridge. At this time take out the roast chicken that the male protagonist is good at, and push down a girl in minutes. Of course, Red was still young, and he was reluctant to hurt her body. But deepening the relationship is still necessary. From the village of Konoha, the land of fire, to the land of rain, it is a long way to the northwest. The ninja march is just that, mainly with an old man, who can only march slowly. The task only told the old man's name, and the identity of the old man was completely secret, but judging from the conversation, it should be a businessman. This time the task is 150,000 taels of honorarium. Hey, I said old man, can you find yourself a horse? The old man didn't look down on the protagonist on a daily basis, and he didn't even want to pay attention to him, and Shuyu in turn thought that the old man walked slowly. I don't have a horse. Old man Dasabai replied. I know you don't have a horse, but can you find yourself a horse? The old man was annoyed by the nagging, and sighed helplessly. He could avoid Shuyu, and asked Senju Mowa this Shangnan, can you shut up your team members for a while? I often entrust you to Konoha village, and I haven't met this ninja. Qian Xiao Mowa sneered, during the special period, I only charge you 150,000 taels, you can just shut up. Is Konoha ninja so poor in service? Dasabai felt that he should consider another commission next time. Just when he was comparing which ninja was more cost-effective, Shuoyu, who followed behind him, became inflamed again. Kaisen, this old man has a thorn in his foot, you carry him on your back. When did I have a thorn in my foot? I didn't. Legs and feet are good. However, the goose, the old man does not understand who is the team leader in this team. Akai, who was walking upside down, immediately flashed his front teeth and forcibly dragged the old man onto his back. Yaxi. Think of it as a practice. Ah, youth is infinite. With Akai, the speed of the team skyrocketed. Only when Red feels tired will the team stop to rest. Senju Mowa took another bite of the lemon he was carrying. A few days later, the 8th class stepped into the territory of the Land of Rain. It is said that the name of this country is because it is rainy all year round. These people in the ninja world are also really stupid. Such a stable amount of precipitation, your country of rain directly exports rain to the country of wind, won't it become the 6th largest country in minutes? I don't know how the economy promotes international status. What kind of demigod ninja is there every day? And I want to fight for independence with the strength of a ninja, so it's not exhausting. Entering the Land of Rain, in addition to complaining, Shuyu was also vigilant. The B-level task is not given for nothing, it must be knowing that someone assassinated him, and Dasabai will give a reward of 150,000. As for what he did and why a ninja assassinated him, it is unknown. The ninja just completes the task, gets paid, and you're done. As for the rights and wrongs of other cats and dogs, there are more under the world, who can manage them one by one? Shuyu handed the umbrella to Red, and then put on the big hood of the raincoat herself. I can't hold you if I hold an umbrella, and I can't protect you if I put it down. He had intended to say that. But after thinking about it, it seems that it is a little too sand-carved, so I will avoid it. With a big hood, Shuyu stood directly towards 7 o'clock. He has experienced the same task more, and most of the head iron ninjas will choose to ambush the escort as they march. Obviously, you can poison or shoot at the target knight, but choose the front stone to be stronger. Probably, this is a ninja. Akai also put down Dasabai and stood in a row with Shuyu. Shuo-yu-san, where is the enemy? Akai's perception ability can be understood as what the eye sees. Psychic perception? Inexistent. Wait, in a moment the enemy will send himself to the door. Why? Why would the enemy send it himself? Akai was puzzled. Shuyu shrugged his shoulders and complained, who knows, the grass-cutting creed has played too much. A ninja with strong perception in the team can often seize the opportunity, escort missions in advance, and assassinate missions in advance to avoid lightning. At this moment, Thousand Hands Mowa frowned slightly, stretched out his slender fingers, and hooked out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag. Here, 5 people. Even as a guide for the first time, she knew that in this battle, she had to set an example for the new people she was leading and teach them how to deal with such an encounter. Shinobu basically can't use illusions, so she can't use the illusions she is good at, and she plans to use physical skills to defeat the enemy. As the words fell, sure enough, at 7 o'clock, 5 ninjas with gas masks appeared. Because the distance is too far, it is impossible to distinguish between men and women, and I can only see clearly that their hairstyles are quite fashionable. Ah, it's the enemy! Akai exclaimed excitedly. This was his first contact with a foreign ninja. Cultivation and fighting are very different, and he heard from his father that real fighting can sharpen a man. Practice is all about preparing for battle. Finally ushered in this kind of opportunity to prove himself, Akai don't mention how excited he is. The Thousand Hands on the side Mowa took in the reactions of several people in the team. How come TM is not afraid? Is this still personal? Even if the Uchiha family is concerned, he has long been a qualified ninja. But these two who have just graduated from ninja school still don't take fighting seriously? Those people on the other side rushed up with murderous intent. From such a distance, she could feel that killing intent. This watermelon-headed boy looks like a tendon, his brain is stupid and he doesn't understand, just thinking about the majestic kind. He'll suffer in a moment. As for this girl, why is she really not afraid at all? It's not that she's not afraid, but she's already scared out of action? Hong, don't be afraid, although there are many people on the other side, I will protect you, Senju Mowa said to the seemingly weakest one in the team. Unexpectedly, Shirihong raised his head innocently, looked straight into the eyes of Qianchao Mowa, and said suspiciously, Teacher, why should I be afraid? Ha! Aren't you afraid? On the other side is a ninja who has killed people. Sunset Hong shook her head. I'm not afraid at all, because she will solve them all. Nanny? Senju Mowa's head was blank, and then it was stuffed with fragrant puppy food. The next moment, she was suddenly shocked back by the terrifying chakra fluctuations. What a terrifying chakra it was, that her first reaction was to run away. Chakra like that, she is definitely not an opponent. However, when she saw the situation in front of her, her legs seemed to grow on the ground, and she couldn't take half a step. Ninja Fa Lei Yan Explosion. Ninfa, Wind and Fire. Ninfa, Wind Breaking Dragon Fire. Water Dragon Technique. Wind Escape Wind Cutting Technique. Earth Movement. In one step, the tube kills and buries. Accept. Nanny? Thousand Hands Mowa widened his Danfan eyes and stared dead at the young man not far in front of him. What kind of monster is this TM? Is this the teenager who graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, was promoted to middle ninja at the age of 7, and tied with the wave of Feng Shuiman in terms of speed at the age of 7? Throughout his legend, it is full of the will of 7. But that doesn't matter. Shouldn't this ninja be the same speed type as the wave wind water gate? Why does he have such a powerful ninjutsu? In other words, is there anyone in this world who can master the 5 attribute ninjutsu so skillfully, be able to switch at will, and release it so quickly? The gap time between each of his ninjutsu is almost 0. Can the 3 generations of Misama, known as the ninjutsu professor, do this? I don't know if I can, I've never seen it anyway. In the end, this is still not the Uchiha clan who fights with his eyes. He is less than 10 years old. Where did he get this amount of chakra? Senju Mowa suddenly understood why the 3rd generation would allow a ninja to break the convention one after another and return the designated shinobu path. Such ninjas, with that kind of special ninja guidance, how can they be qualified? Even she herself is now beginning to wonder if she can take on the position of mentor of Uchiha Shuotsuki. Not only is it the pinnacle in terms of speed, but even illusion is also talented. But now, ninjutsu is shocking. She never dared to think that anyone in this world could use ninjutsu like this. No matter how exaggerated the rumors are, they still underestimate this person Uchiha Shuyu after all. Rumors are often exaggerated, but now Senju Mowa believes that this person is the only monster who has surpassed his own rumors. Dasabai was surrounded in the center of the line, and he even forgot to breathe. Thinking about the noisy teenager who was chattering with him before, he couldn't accept this contrast. He is doing business in the world, has seen more of the world, and knows a little about ninjutsu, but for this person, he completely understands it. Is this your Konoha ninja? It seems that no matter what you do in the future, you will still invite Konoha's ninja specifically. Akai sat weakly on the ground, not because of this opportunity to prove himself, but can team up with Shuyu. He thinks that the gap between himself and Shuyu is already very small, and even hard work can be equal. However, reality gave him an ear scraper fiercely. It seems to have exploded something. Shuyu looked into the distance, and there were several luminous objects floating on the ground, which only he could see. This is what the system says, being able to blast other people's abilities and being able to fuse. Although Naruto shows the audience that blood ninjas are everywhere and have many special abilities like dogs, in real battles, there are still more civilian ninjas. In the past 2 years, he has exploded some conventional ninjutsu, water dun, earth dun, and the like, and some levels are not as good as ninjutsu in a clan. The specific level of these ninjas who had just been eliminated was not clear to him, but whatever it is, he will take a look. What if it's a baby? So, he activated the teleportation technique and quickly fled. Looking down, the information on those luminous bodies comes into view. Toxic resistance has a certain resistance to toxins. Toxic resistance has a certain resistance to toxins. Toxic resistance has a certain resistance to toxins. Water escape water prison technique, C-grade water prison ninjutsu. The art of the water prison is rotten on the street. This poison resistance is a bit interesting. Shuyu stepped on it with his foot and automatically picked up all the poison resistance. Ding! You picked up poison resistance *3. System, fuse these poison resistances. Ding! Added poison resistance *1. Ding! Added poison resistance *1. Ding! Added poison resistance *1. The success rate of integration is 90%. Does it start to merge? Melt it. Ding! Congratulations on the success of host fusion. Acquired physical fitness, intermediate poison resistance. Intermediate poison resistance. Shuoyu pondered, and asked in a clear mind, can it fight HIV? MDZZ seeing that the system did not answer, he asked again, this intermediate level means that you can continue to upgrade. Back to the host, yes. Intermediate toxicity resistance, which has made the host immune to most toxins in nature. If the host upgrades to extreme poison resistance, then the host will be immune to all toxins in the ninja world. In the ninja world, there are many people who use poison, especially the puppeteers of Cheyenne Village. Everyone must be strong poison. The puppet's attack power is on the one hand, and the toxin is the key to life. You don't see, during the war, Tsunade only frequently dissolved the poison of the old woman Cho, and was remembered by the old woman for a lifetime. If it can directly immunotoxin, then don't you directly the old woman Cho? But then again, why did these ninjas who assassinated old man Dasabai drop poison resistance? It will fall, which means that they have poison resistance when they are alive. Speaking of poison, Hanzo, the pepperfish in Yuin Village, is a big cancer in the ninja world. Could it be that these ninjas are all Hanzo's subordinates? It's a pity that I couldn't leave a living mouth, otherwise I could use illusion to force a confession. So the question is, if these ninjas were sent by Hanzo to assassinate Dasabai, there would be a lot more involved. Isn't it time to upgrade the remuneration for this task? This has already involved the relationship between Konoha and Yuin Village, and it is an A-level mission. The remuneration should be 15W200W2. Thinking so, she returned to the group and stared at old man Dasabai with unkind eyes. Having just shown that strength like opening and hanging, now this blackened eyes, even the well-informed Dasabai was scared at this moment. What's wrong? He asked tremblingly. What's wrong? What's wrong, you say? What is your relationship with Hanzo, and why did he send someone specifically to assassinate you? Shuoyu asked directly. Perhaps this is an exaggeration, but this is the same as haggling. Hearing the name of Hanzo, let alone the old man Dasabai, even the eyelids of Senju Mowa jumped slightly. The man who was called demigod didn't need to guess how strong he was. Back then, just his slightly sarcastic phrase 3 Shinobi was now praised as a legend by the world, and Konoha 3 Shinobi has become a loud signboard. After the Second Shinobi War, Hanzo implemented a policy of retreat, and the only connection with foreign countries was the Chunin exam. Why would such a person send someone to assassinate an alien businessman? Sure enough, Dasabai began to panic. How do I know why Hanzo killed me? I just didn't think it was safe here and found someone to protect me. Who knows? Looking at the old man's angry and corrupted appearance, Shuoyu was even more relieved. Where is the truth in the words of businessmen? He still trusts his brain more. Mr. Dasabai, I advise you to tell us the truth now, otherwise we now have the right to leave you here alone and leave. Qian Xiao Mo Hua also followed and said. Obviously, the life in the dark department makes this woman's thinking very clear, and in today's international situation, any small international dispute may become a flame that ignites the lead. If it is a vendetta of rebels and wandering ninjas, it will be okay, but this is the pursuit and killing of Union Village. During the last Great War, Konoha was hostile to Union Village. Hanzo has also always regarded the five great powers as enemies. In this highly tense international situation, it is easy to cause a conflict between Union Village and Konoha. Although Union Village is not big, its strength is not weak, and Konoha Village definitely does not want to divide its energy to fight with Union Village. Captain Chan, do you think this person will be the kind of person who tells the truth? Shuoyu smiled, and his eyes turned scarlet in an instant. Let me find out the answer in his head. Why are you adding a sauce after my title? Said Senju Mohwa silently. Seeing the Sherinan, Dasabai quickly closed his eyes, not daring to look at Shuyu. This detail made Shuyu and Qian Xiao Mohwa suddenly stunned. The two looked at each other, and both saw the answer in each other's eyes. Only those who know the Sherinan and know how to counter the Sherinan will subconsciously act like this. In other words, if you are a real civilian, you will only wonder how your eyes change color. Moreover, Dasabai's reaction was so fast that people had to wonder if this person was just a businessman. Forbidden. Thousand Hands Mohwa's eyes were quick, and suddenly formed a magic seal, and I saw that with her seal, black rectangular stripes soon appeared on Dasabai's body. That's confinement. Shuyu, find out. Captain Chan, it's the first time you've called me so intimately. Less poverty. Shuoyu reached out and fished for nothing. It's not an illusion, it's like sealing, right? Dasabai's brain was dark, and he didn't even have a trace of daily memory. At this point, it was completely certain that this person was not a businessman, but a spy. No wonder in the process of the team, he is always reluctant to have too much contact with him of the Uchiha clan. Even his words referring to Sang Huai chose to take as if he didn't understand. It's all about escaping the Sherinan. Between big countries, there are more spies, and even a director of the Konoha orphanage can be a spy. I just don't know which country this unlucky ratio is. Shuoyu looked at the darkness and smiled disdainfully. Unlucky is unlucky that you met me, not other Uchiha. The sealing technique may be able to shield ordinary people, but my pupil power, I am afraid of myself. When the words fell, Shuyu's chakra frantically rushed to his eyes, and the originally scarlet eyes were shining in the darkness, like a pair of Zuyu hanging in the night sky. Under this pupil power, Dasabai's dark spiritual space began to brighten, and some things that Shuyu wanted to see and did not want to see all surfaced in front of him. The real world. Maid, this old man is disgusting. Shuyu scolded, and then put away the Sherinan. Qian Xiao Mohwa hurriedly asked, what is his true identity? Konoha village is Senju's home, and she doesn't allow anyone to plot against Konoha. Sheiyin, the Shadow Emperor designated by Wind Shadow, the Elder Group also specially installed a safety device for his brain. He may not know who he is, only saved some instinctive reactions. Hearing this, the steel in the hand of Thousand Hands Mohwa flashed with cold light. Suddenly, she revoked the spell seal, and the confinement technique suddenly disappeared, and Dasabai was freed. In this regard, Shuyu was confused. What's wrong? Don't kill this scourge. The two countries are at war and do not kill spies, and this statement. Faced with Shuoyu's question, Qian Xiao Mohwa shook his head regretfully, and said in a heavy tone, it's late. Late? What's late? Don't. What do you perceive? Very powerful chakra, here, can only be Hanzo. It shouldn't be, he just lost 5 pawns, so he won't be directly the commander. Before us, there is another squad that also took over the escort mission into the Land of Rain, Qian Xiao Mohwa said slowly. Hearing this, Shuyu gritted her teeth helplessly and set her gaze on the weak Dasabai. Due to the broken seal in his brain, he was not feeling well at all at the moment. You horse bis, Shuyu, don't kill him first, his life is evidence. Senju Mohwa stopped Shuoyu and then kicked Dasabai unconscious. None of this is a problem, the problem is, Hanzo has already come into view. Shuyu, you take Red and Matkai to evacuate first. What about you? Hanzo won't let me go, and someone must stay to explain it to him. I don't think that old poison by of Hanzo will listen to your explanation, otherwise he wouldn't be called Hanzo the Pepperfish. Let's go, for Konoha, this is an order. Looking at the Thousand Hands Mohwa who was determined to die, Shuyu was really speechless. Why are the people in this ninja world so brainless? At every turn, you have to seek death for something. Well, I'm used to resisting orders. It's okay if you don't say it's okay. If you dare to order me, I won't leave. Shuyu smiled and slowly pulled out the famous knife yan from behind. Shuyu Senju Mohwa stared at the boy beside her with complicated eyes, as if she saw herself back then, when her father said the same thing, for Kana, so, she left. If the decision she made had been different, would everyone have survived? No. Strength does not allow. Fighting is not child's play. Uchiha Shugetsu. Do you want everyone to die here? Thousand Hands Mohwa suddenly changed color, and asked sharply toward Shuyu. However, in the face of her fierce voice, Shiyu quietly replied, "No, Akai can die, my red can't die, you can't die casually." Akai. Thousand Hands Mogwa was almost angry to death by these words. The situation was so critical, his subordinate still did not listen to orders. "Captain Chan, we have to take the initiative to rush up. I heard that Hanzo is a big tumor that even breathes poisonously. He rushes over, my red will be affected. Let's go, I'll take the lead." Senja Mogwa swore that she had lived for almost 30 years, and she had never seen such a stubborn man. "I don't know how to work around. There is a disease in the brain. No, I'll take the lead." "No." Shuoyu shook his head, and the chakra all over his body began to riot. 8-gate Dunjia 5th Duman. Open. Rumble. That powerful chi wave directly rushed the Thousand Hands Mogwa beside him a few meters away. When she came back to her senses, Shuyu had already turned into a black shadow and went straight towards Hanzo, the pepperfish. Abominable. Senja Mogwa is a ninja who is good at illusion. After all, it doesn't mean that she can't do physical arts. She can, it's just not strong. The physique of the Thousand Hands clan and chakra are naturally superior. Although she can't use the art of 8 doors Dunjia, she still mastered some of the strange power of gathering chakra and then increasing her strength. Shadow Doppelganger Art. She left a doppelganger, and then the body rushed towards Shuyu. After the 5th door of the 8 doors Dunju was opened, the body had to suffer greatly. But on the contrary, it will also gain great power. His straight-line impact speed has reached the speed of sound. There are even signs of danger overreaching. But that's not enough. Immediately afterwards, the chakra in his body ran again. 8-gate Dunjia Godspeed Mode. Open. The Eye of Speed. Open, swift and instantaneous. This is a technique that he has developed on the basis of Sun Dun in the past 2 years, borrowing from the explosive pattern of the 8-gate Dunjia, gathering in the limbs with a high concentration of chakra, and using the ultimate speed, making every blow enough to be fatal. Fighting Hanzo with the pepperfish, he can't be sloppy. Although the title of demigod given to him by the ninja world may be moisture, he definitely has extremely strong strength to stand in this projectile land for so long. Shuotsuki had never fought such a ninja before. In Konoha, in previous missions, the most encountered is Special Shinobu. If it's an ordinary ninja, you may not be able to react. However, Hanzo is by no means an ordinary ninja, and his strength is essential to be able to control the power of Yuin village for a long time. It's a man called demigod. No one else in the presence of combat experience can match. He should have seen that he couldn't dodge Shuoyu's extremely fast blow, so he used attack as defense, holding the blade and sickle in his hand, and attacked Shuoyu's key point. On top of this huge sickle, coated with the poison of pepperfish. Shuyu's dynamic vision is extremely strong. Of course, he is not willing to exchange his young life for the life of an old dog. Seeing the trajectory of the side's attack clearly, he simply turned to attack, and its blue thunder suddenly shone above the famous knife Yan. Chidori knife. The blade attached to the thunder is not as simple as it seems, especially the extremely powerful thunder ninjutsu of Chidori. I saw that in the instant of contact between the Chidori knife and Hanzo's blade poisonous scythe, the thunder and lightning paralyzed Hanzo's body in a thousandth of a second, and, like chopping wood, simply cut off Hanzo's scythe hilt. The two also passed by because of the force. The sharp scythe blade fell to the ground, leaving only a light pole and a chain connected to Hanzo's hand. Nanny! Hanzo was shocked. He was suspicious by nature, and just in the first confrontation, he judged the young ninja to be a threat. This suspicion made him even withdraw his intention to turn back and fight back, but directly reached out and pressed to the ground. Psychic art. Accompanied by the huge smoke, Shuyu, who was located behind Hanzo, had to retreat one after another. When the smoke cleared, an extremely ugly monster appeared at Hanzo's feet. It was the pepperfish. One head is not only ugly, but also has a big poisonous batch. Shuyu, Qianxiao Wa, who had just caught up, exclaimed worriedly, and when she saw the huge pepperfish, her heart was already half cold. How familiar this picture is to her. Once, the three extremely excellent ninjas, Princess Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, could only support hard. Today, this Hanzo actually channeled the pepperfish as soon as he came up. She admits that she is inferior to Tsunade, and it is impossible to compare to the three shinobi who have united. How good this is! Just when Thousand Hands Mowa fell into extreme fear, a voice came from Shuyu on the other side of the pepperfish. "Captain, do you want to eat grilled fish? The kind that sprinkles some cumin thief incense." "Grilled fish? Grilled pepperfish? This is a poisonous pepperfish." "No, what the hell are you thinking? Shuyu, don't be careless. If you die, I won't be able to make a difference with the 3 generations." On the other side, Shuyu sighed helplessly. "Why do you want me to die so much? He is a strong enemy who puts the 3 shinobi in trouble. Be careful." New moon. Hearing this, Shuyu couldn't help but smile. "How much do you know about the 3 ninja in the past, and how much do you know about the 3 ninja now?" Between words, a seal formed in his hand. Famous Dao Yan also fell to the ground. This is the first time his hands have been sealed. Ninfa, wind, and thunder. A large number of chakras have produced extremely unique changes in nature with the movement of Shuyu. In that instant, heaven and earth changed color. A pair of old eyes exposed in Hanzo's protective gear were round, and the destructive power was reflected in the pupils. In the face of that power, human beings are as small as an ant. It was like the wrath of the god of fire and ancient god. Almost everything as far as the eye can see. As a ninja of that era, he had seen ninjutsu of this magnitude in that adult, but he never dared to imagine that this kind of ninjutsu would actually come from the hands of a teenager. Fire? Thunder? Wind escape? Or the blood succession limit? No. Hanzo's pupils were full of shock. Although he did not have extraordinary pupil power, but he had extremely rich experience. He was able to use ninjutsu to such an extent. It was obviously an ordinary ninjutsu, but it was like a qualitative change, like a sublimation. This is even more impressive than those blood succession limits. Seeing that the ninjutsu that swept the heavens and the earth was about to approach, Hanzo no longer dared to hesitate, and directly sealed the seal with one hand. Instantaneous technique. Hanzo's instantaneous technique is not the fastest in the ninja world, but if it comes to the timing of releasing the instantaneous technique, he can definitely rank first. Blink. Above the pepperfish, Hanzo turned into a breeze and disappeared. But the karmic fire that fused with thunder and lightning and hurricane devoured the ugly pepperfish in the next second. The continuous explosion is mixed with the painful howl of the pepperfish, and just by listening, you can understand the heart-wrenching meaning. At a critical moment, Hanzo sold the pepperfish. But I can't complain about him. The pepperfish is huge, and it will definitely not be able to dodge that blow by its movement speed alone. Ninjas should use everything they can, so Hanzo uses it as a shield. Hide yourself a few hundred meters behind a shield. Listening to the desperate voice of his companion who had been with him the longest, Hanzo couldn't help but narrow his eyes in pain. How can it? The exploding smoke slowly dispersed, and the size of the pepperfish was already significantly smaller. Still alive. Talking about grilled fish, it seems that it is a bit of a failure now. Shuoyu frowned. Sure enough, whether it is fire in the ninja world, or an attack mixed with fire attributes, it seems that it cannot be killed with one blow. With the insight of the Sharingan, he can see more clearly than others. Although the pepperfish still has a breath, the epidermis of the whole body is severely burned, and even the huge mouth is burned and glued together. Such an injury can still be alive. It can only be said that the vitality of the pepperfish is already at the level of Xiaoqiang. Case. Psychic beasts, he has them too. As the white smoke clears, the steel crow, which is no less in size than the pepperfish, spreads its wings. Number 1, kill the fish. Shuoyu gave a simple and direct order. The pepperfish has become a mountain of scorched fish, and even the organs that released the poison have been lost, and for number 1, who is like steel, it is a unilateral suppression. At this moment, there are only two choices for Hanzo. Or watch the pepperfish be played by an eagle like a scorched rat, either cancel the psychic art and accept the siege of Shuoyu, psychic beasts, and an unknown ninja. The former will make him sad, the latter may kill him. Feeling the pain caused by the 8 gates of Dunjia, Shuoyu had to calculate the length of this battle. If you think about it, I wasted so much strength and consumed a lot of chakra to use ninjutsu, but I never managed to bring substantial damage to Hanzo. That's right, although the death of the pepperfish has been decided, Hanzo has not been damaged until now. It was an old ninja who had been in the ninja world for a long time, and even if he was unexpectedly attacked, he was also defused by Hanzo's rich combat experience. On the scene, it seems that Shuyu has the advantage, but in fact, it is not what the eyes see. From the very beginning of this match, this side of Konoha was a big disadvantage. You know, this is the territory of Yuin village, not to mention that Hanzo has remained full until now. What if there are other Yoshinobi reinforcements? Therefore, he must open this situation in a very short time. The 6th gate. Open. What he can do, this is already the limit. The pain caused by opening the 6th door is no longer something that this small body can bear. However, although there is pain, it is not fatal. Ninfa, create regeneration art. No one noticed that in the palm of Shuyu's left hand, there was a black diamond-shaped mark. That's the yin seal. Shi Chenggang Tai him, if you don't learn the yin seal, you are equivalent to a fool. This is an auxiliary S-class ninjutsu, which, when unlocked, releases a large amount of stored chakra to replenish the body. Back to the blue god technique. And for ninjas, chakra is almost equal to life. How can you not learn such ninjutsu? Moreover, in order to create regeneration, the yin seal is a pre-foundation that must be learned. As the yin seal opened, one after another ghost-like spell marks slowly unfolded, climbing towards Shuoyu's body. The chakra that was originally consumed because of the ninjutsu just now was also immediately replenished. Immediately afterwards, the art of creating regeneration came into play, and the tissues and meridians on the body that were destroyed by the violent energy of the 8 gates of Dunjia were restored at an extremely fast speed. The destruction of the Beiman Dunjia and the healing of creating regeneration cancel each other out. So, only pain, no substantial trauma. When that ghost pattern covered Shuyu's whole body, it meant that the yin seal was completely open. The art of 100 heroes. Baihao's technique is to completely unseal the yin, a large number of chakras fill his body, and his sense of strength is unprecedentedly expanded. Sun aid gave him, he used it as a whole card. Technique varies from person to person, and it just so happens that this technique is a perfect match for him. 2 variations of the 8 doors Dunjia. Swift new development instantaneous. The art of 100 heroes. The eye of speed. Riding wheel eyes. Now he has all the buffs on his body. Bone King style battle, terrifying. The rock cracked, just in the state of accumulating power, caused the earth under the feet to crack. In the next instant, he rushed towards Hanzo at an unprecedented speed. This time, it's almost double faster than just now. All Hanzo saw was the flying dust that was lined up in a straight line. Before the light dust stirred up by the ninjutsu explosion just now had settled, it was once again stirred up by this extreme speed. His mortal eyesight could no longer keep up with Shuyu's shadow, so he could judge from this straight line of flying dust that Shuyu attacked again. Hanzo was fully guarded against his surroundings, and he knew very well that if he was not careful, he would die. Left. Suddenly, he threw the chain in his hand to the left side of his body with all his strength. Sure enough, in that next second, Shuyu appeared almost within the range of his chain attack. Humph, boy, you're still tender, Hanzo thought to himself. However, he soon realized his mistake. Shuyu did not stand stiffly in place, but waved a pair of flaming fists towards the peacock. It wasn't fire ninjutsu, but heat generated by high-speed impact friction with air. His fist turned into a shadow in the sky, and the chains that Hanzo threw out were actually melted by this high temperature. As a demigod, he immediately made an urgent judgment and retreated towards the rear desperately. This can also avoid some of the damage a little, and if it is all next, he will definitely die. However, all of Hanzo's actions can't escape the Sharingan. The Sharingan eye and the eye of speed are increasing dynamic vision, and looking at the world at this time is like watching a slow-moving movie. The moment Hanzo made a retreat move, he immediately rolled over and followed. Hanzo retreated and landed on the ground, only to find a kick falling from the sky. Heavenly pain, rumble. That was comparable to a kick of A-grade ninjutsu, which directly caused the earth and rock to crack within a radius of 20 meters. Between this flying sand and stones, Hanzo felt the pain in his body a little sluggishly. The chi wave almost suffocated him, but the pain made him exceptionally awake. Looking down, I just subconsciously crossed my arms to block, and at this time my right arm has disappeared. A blur of flesh and blood. What a powerful kick. Ordinary physical surgery, at most, is a fracture. But this young man's kick actually knocked his right forearm all away, turned into a blood mist and disappeared. Secret technique, poisonous mist spray inch. At the critical moment, Hanzo not only did not feel pain and fear, but his mind was very clear, and he seized this momentary gap and launched a counterattack. His body is poison, and the toxins in his body can even paralyze Shangnan in an instant. As long as the body is paralyzed, no matter how strong your physical skills are, they will not work. This is a shadow-level judgment. He does not need any gorgeous moves, he only needs to launch the most fatal blow at the most critical moment. However, he did everything he could to calculate, but he didn't calculate who this person in front of him was. He is a person who knows him better than any ninja in this ninja world. Using poison is Hanzo's strong point. But Shuyu, it was not long ago that he fused poison resistance and obtained intermediate poison resistance in the body. This alone is already able to resist most of the toxicity. But this is not the most important thing. His strongest at the moment belongs to the 8-gate Dunjia. The 8 doors of Dunjia in both states have one thing in common. That is the chi outside the body, that is not the chakra coat, but the constantly steaming chi. With this poisonous mist, how could it be possible to enter the body? Moreover, Shuyu is not the kind of character who stands and gets beaten. The moment he saw that black-purple poisonous mist erupting, he threw out his fist and drove a powerful wind towards Hanzo. One punch is comparable to a wind escape ninjutsu. The strong wind directly blew the poisonous mist towards Hanzo. At this moment, Hanzo has been kicked and injured, which is a good time to take advantage of the illness. However, the ninja who has been famous for a long time is really difficult to deal with. Despite his all-out attacks, Hanzo was not killed in the end. Enemies of the 5 great powers, still alive to this day, there are indeed 2 brushes. Until, Shuyu, be careful. Thousand Hands Mo Hua, who couldn't intervene in that level of battle, suddenly shouted, and then his fingers were picturesque water escape water array wall. This water array wall appeared behind Shuyu, blocking a cloud of pitch-black liquid. Yoshinobu's reinforcements are coming. Thousand Hands Mo Hua rushed up and stood beside Shuoyu. Looking around, more than 20 ninjas from Yuan village have already caught up with great momentum. Wow! Looking at those reinforcements, Shuyu cursed secretly, and the battle with Hanzo, he was almost at his limit. With the art of creating regeneration, he is completely worthy of his life. Anyway, even if the leg is broken, it can grow again. But Hanzo is different, his hand is really broken. However, the yin sealed chakra was about to run out. Number 1, come back. Number 1, who was tyrannizing the mountain Jiao fish, immediately obeyed the master's order, waved his steel wings, and returned to Shuo Yu's side. Now Shuyu is very glad that he put a lot of work on this bird in the first place, and it can almost withstand the reinforcements of Yoshinobu. If you add 1,000 hands of Mowa to deal with 20 or so rain ninjas, it is still 5 or 5. As for Hanzo, he can only take over by himself. But now in this state, it won't last long. Similarly, if Hanzo didn't go back to treat the wound soon, he would not only lose a right forearm, but have to amputate. Therefore, the overall situation, 5 or 5. What a glorious record for the 8th class. The two sides played against each other, and no one chose to take the initiative. After a long time, Hanzo, who was weakened, finally couldn't bear it. Ninja of Konoha, Yuin village has never been afraid of the 5 great powers. I will not ignore your invasion. If you want to start a war, then I will accompany you in village. We didn't mean to start a war, I think you misunderstood. Senju Mowa quickly explained that most of the people who have experienced war do not want to start another war. Shuoyu smiled sinisterly. Hanzo, you are already at the end of the strong crossbow. As long as Konoha drags on for another 5 years, your strength will seriously decline. At that time, why should you take the war in Konoha? What big talk to put now. This is a shame. Not to mention 5 years later, it is the current Hanzo. Compared with the Hanzo 10 years ago, it is like cloud mud. It's no wonder that the big snake pill size that the human body is fragile, and this age is indeed a pig-killing knife. 10 years ago, I met 3 Konoha ninjas and gave them the title of 3 shinobi, and today, the old man met another Konoha ninja. Your talent is even stronger than those 3 back then. I give you Konoha's Naraka no Yan. In return, tell me your name. Hanzo stood in the crowd and said confidently, "Ha, you are an old drug man who has no other skills, so he likes to give nicknames to others?" Shuoyu expressed 12 points of resistance to this, the nickname of the middle 2 or something, just don't be too engaged. In other words, it wasn't you who fought with the 3 ninjas, as far as I know, it should be more than a dozen people fighting with you, and you don't dare to attack those 3 people in the end, right? Although there are only a few people who know the secret of the battle of the 3 ninja fame, Shuyu knows it. On the one hand, he is a chrono-intelligence thief, and on the other hand, he is originally a disciple of Tsunade, one of the 3 shinobi. That year, the Land of Rain became a battlefield for great powers, and the Konoha ninja encountered Hanzo, who was at his peak. The 12-person squad was full of elite ninjas from Konoha, and as a result, Hanzo killed the last 3 promoted. Those 3 happened to be Tsunade Haim, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, 3 generations of Hokuge's proud protege. At that time, Hanzo, who was at the peak, obviously had the advantage, but he let these 3 people go and gave them a title. As for why not kill, there are many reasons. Don't be a villain. Rain Shinobu is not afraid of Konoha. After being exposed, Hanzo's face turned pale and said angrily, "Ha." Shuoyu smiled and didn't say much. Everything was silent. It was this inexplicable mockery that made Hanzo almost turn his back in anger. After all, it is middle-aged and elderly people. "Shuyu, let's withdraw." Thousand-Hand Mowa suddenly attached to Shuoyu's ear and said, "In fact, Shuyu has this intention." He fought with a ninja of Hanzo's level, and even if he opened a buff, he was almost exhausted now. If you continue to consume it, I am afraid that something will change. We're just ordinary ninjas, and we don't have the kind of plugins that destroy the village at every turn. Moreover, looking at those foolish egg-like rain ninja, and considering the safety of Red in the distance, he only had one choice. Shuoyu nodded slightly, and then shouted towards the opposite Hanzo, "I suggest you go back and kill yourself. The gap is too big with the rumored demigod." With that, Shuyu jumped onto the back of the steel crow and swept away with the Thousand Hands Jasmine. On the other side, the doppelganger of Senju Mowa, who had been waiting beside Hong, also completed the task and was automatically lifted. Put Red and Akela on their backs and quickly evacuate this place of right and wrong. In the distance, seeing that Konoha's group finally disappeared, Hanzo could no longer carry it, and a dodge fell to the ground. "Hanzo-sama, Hanzo-sama, are you all right? Hanzo-sama, quick, medical ninja." Hanzo, known as a demigod, who would have thought that his strength had seriously declined in recent years. Age is a problem, as is one's own ninja qualities. His fame lies in the poisonous sac implanted in his body when he was a child, which limits his upper limit. The so-called debut is the peak. A few years later, when he is old, he will even be directly killed by pain. There is not even a chance to resist. Hanzo covered his missing right arm, leaving tears of grievance. Why are such ninjas all from Konoha village? Why don't we have it in Yuyin village? The crowd was afraid and did not dare to speak. Compared to other small ninja villages, Yuyin village is considered positive. Unlike other ninja villages, they often develop their own unique techniques, although the actual effect is not much, but at least it proves that they will not join the gang. "Hanzo-sama, your hands," asked a medical ninja with an iron head. "If you don't ask, it's like stabbing a hornet's nest." Hokage office. When something so big happens, the squad must report it to Hokage in detail. In this special period, nothing can be missed. No one knows when the war will start, and some details have become the key to grasping the opportunity of the war. Okay, now that Dasabai has been sent to the interrogation department, the detailed report of your mission has been given. Obey, Naruto-sama. Senjumo wa, as the leader of the team, naturally has the right to speak. We escorted Sabi in a standard formation until we entered the Land of Rain, and soon encountered the pursuit and killing of Yoshinobi. Senjumo wa recounted the journey of this mission in detail, from stepping out of the gate of Kana until several people returned on psychic beasts, without missing a word. The more he listened, the more frightened he became, and the prestige that was half hidden in the ninja world once suppressed the shadows of various villages. Although it has gradually fallen silent in recent years, it is also a star in the ninja world. When Shiyu was actually able to open with each other, no, it was 6/4. He stopped smoking, so he looked at Shiyu fixedly, hoping to get a reasonable explanation. Wait, Mo-wa, you mean that Shuotsuki uses the same technique as Tsunade? Senju Mo-wa bowed his head respectfully and replied, yes, Naruto-sama. It's the art of 100 heroes. This is, Ape Flying Sun Chopper stared at Shuoyu with a confused look and asked, Shuoyu, who did you learn from the art of Baihao? The Uchiha clan has never had this kind of technique. Shuyu pouted helplessly, do you believe me when I say I'm self-taught? Letters. It is true that you are very talented in ninjutsu, and you have developed a lot of powerful ninjutsu yourself, but to say that you have developed the art of Baihao, I absolutely do not believe it. Faced with the doubts of the 3 generations, Shiyu had to continue to lie expressionlessly. On a mission last year, I met a female ninja. I talked freely with her about ideals. She taught me some ninjutsu, and I didn't know the name of this art is Baihao no Jutsu. 3 generations, continue. Continue what? Please Naruto-sama, instruct. Tell me, have you met Tsunade and where is she? Now it's dangerous outside. The legendary Tsunade-sama? I haven't seen it. Shuoyu lied without blushing. It seems that lying is also one of the elements of ninjas, right? The 3 generations sighed helplessly. How could he not know that if Tsunade was not willing to return, who could force it? So, he had to change to another question. Shuoyu, you graduated from the ninja school with a perfect score. You will not forget the ninja code. When you meet a ninja like Hanzo, why don't you follow the captain's instructions? Why do you have to listen to the captain's instructions? Is the captain's instructions necessarily correct? I used to be on the team, and I made the decisions. That's right, the team overlord ninja, exactly under it. Once, although Bofeng Shuman was the captain, he was suffering from being an Eggman and had no solution to a Sashi, so Shiyu said rush, everyone rushed together, Shiyu said yin, everyone was yin together. It turns out that the tactics are quite good, and every time they crush the enemy in all directions with strength. The 3 generations sighed helplessly. He suddenly felt that it was a major mistake to forcibly arrange Shiyu in the gentle Watergate team. He should be thrown into the route where he will be systematically trained in the dark part and then inserted into the dark part. That way, this kid will definitely not be so difficult to control. Mo Hua, you are a mistake as a guide Shangnan. Yes, Thousand Hands Mo Hua hung his head in shame. Shuyu, your 8-door dunjia has been able to open to 6. Hearing this, Shuoyu nodded. It was not a secret that he was desperately cultivating this matter in Konoha. Often around Konoha for devil training, the villagers are not blind. Yes, you can already open the 6th gate. It's incredible. There are very few people who can persist in cultivating the 8 gates of Dunjia. The 3rd generation side, he himself was an all-round ninja, not only proficient in all kinds of ninjutsu, but also in physical skills. Shuyu also has such a talent in physical skills, which makes the 3 generations feel very gratified, as if they saw themselves back then. Mirror, you should survive and watch this excellent junior surpass yourself. How nice this feeling. Shuyu, what do you realize about fighting a ninja like Hanzo? Sandei suddenly asked. At the mention of Hanzo, Shuotsuki recalled that unforgettable battle. The first time with full firepower, the first time is always unforgettable. Well, how to say it, it feels like Hanzo is not as powerful as the legend. I don't know if he released the water, but according to the strength he showed in battle, it should be the elite upper ninja level. Demigod, elite upper shinobi, these are 2 completely different concepts. Sandaime thought carefully, and then sighed, I didn't expect Hanzo's strength to fall so quickly, and he hasn't advanced any step in all these years. As a ninja of about the same time, he can often give birth to some synesthesia. The age of the 3rd generation is gradually increasing, and his current strength may not be as good as when he was 30 years old, but he will definitely not fall so much like Hanzo. What limits a ninja is not only talent, but also will. Hanzo is afraid to lose the latter. Shuyu, you should be glad that you attacked the pepperfish at the beginning. If you let Hanzo and the pepperfish unite, I am afraid you will not have a chance of victory. Huh? Shuyu is slightly stunned. It's not that I want to attack the pepperfish. The main thing is that I suddenly wanted to eat grilled fish at that time, so I tried it, but it didn't work. The pepperfish is still alive after being beaten by my ninjutsu, but I am still too weak. Thousand Hands Mo Hua, please, say a word of humanity. It's all scorched like that. she is all pitiful for the pepperfish. You hit Hanzo hard. I'm afraid that ninjas from various countries will target you in the future. Remember to be careful. Sandemu paused and asked again, Shuyu, what do you think about this incident? This is a free play question. Well said. It is possible to be cultivated by the Hokage as a tinder, and if you talk badly, people will think that you have no wisdom. Shuyu didn't want to get involved on either side, so, he replied, the origin of this matter is still from the village of Suna, and Sunahide still harbors hatred for Konoha. After all, the White Fang killed Cho's children, and they want to provoke a battle between Konoha and Yuyan, which is understandable. Therefore, I suggest that we destroy Yuyan village in a few years, so that we don't have to worry about being used as a gun by other shinobi villages. Sandaime began to have a headache. Why does this kid more and more like Tuan Zhang? Obviously, he also deliberately arranged to give this kid a relatively peaceful living environment. He also repeatedly refused Tuan Zhang's requests and kept him under his camp. This person is saved, but the thought and understanding of Red Apricot are out of the wall. Shuyu, pay attention to your words. Thousand Hands Mowa suddenly whispered toward Shuoyu, this is not something you can participate in. Looking at the anxious Thousand Hands Mowa, Shuoyu smiled in his heart, hee, the first time we met so cold, why do you care so much about the team now? I'm afraid it's not a sullen. Sorry, Naruto-sama. Spit in the heart is complaining, but only the appearance of the toolman still has to be made. Life is like a play, all rely on acting skills. The three generations sighed helplessly, brushed the hair on the back of their heads, and said uncertainly, okay, you guys go back first, stand by at any time. Yes. Naruto-sama. ×3 obey, Naruto-sama. Walking out of Hokage's office, Senju Mowa generously invited everyone to have a meal, and Shuotsuki quickly evacuated on the grounds that he missed his brother. Akai is to continue his practice. In the private room of the barbecue restaurant, only Senju Mowa and Sunset Red remained. Hong, what do you seem to have on your mind? How can a child's heart escape the eyes of an adult? Chienshao Mowa cared. Hearing the inquiry, Shiri Hong immediately became nervous, and subconsciously said, no, nothing. Say, Hong, there are only two of us girls here. Looking at the smiling face of Thousand Hands Mowa, Shiri Hong put down her guard, and plucked up the courage to say, Teacher Thousand Hands Mowa, can you please guide my illusion practice? Ha! Haven't you been practicing all the time? Have you encountered any problems? I'm still pretty good at illusion, and I can definitely answer it for you. Sunset Hong shook her little head, no, I'm not talking about this kind of practice. This time, I couldn't even help with a little help, but dragged Shuyuejun's hind legs. I want to improve my strength. I want to catch up with Shuoyuejun. Faced with such a delicate and cute little girl's request, Chienshao Mowa couldn't refuse, but she said, it shouldn't be like this, Hong, don't think about catching up with that person's figure, because no one in this world can catch up with his figure at all. You just have to think that you can always follow behind him. Ah, Senju-sensei can really hit people. Chienshao Mowa pursed her lips and smiled, to my partner, I don't like to tell lies. Also, calling me Teacher Hua or Teacher Jasmine, calling Sensei Senju feels very raw. Ha, Jasmine? Flower? But isn't the teacher called Senju Mowa? That's right, but that's the name I inherited. In private, just call me my own name. When he said the name, some sadness flashed in Chienshao Mowa's eyes. Today's Thousand Hands. No, there is still 1,000 hands. Originally, the people in the family gave up the Senju one by one, and even Princess Tsunade is now just Tsunade. 10 years ago, Konoha may have had a Senju clan, but now, she is the only one in Konoha who is still prefixed with the surname Senju. Oz's sign. Teacher, appeared, Almighty Assisi. Well, let's rest today, and see you tomorrow morning at the number 77 cultivation ground. Yes, thank you, teacher. Shuoyu walked into the courtyard gate. Then I saw a small pudding rushing over. Nissan is back. Shui Shui yelled, happily like a dog. Stretched out his hand and pointed it on Shuishui's forehead with the standard poke your brain of the Uchiha family. Did you eat properly? The water-stopping chicken nodded like a rice peck. Aha. Shui Shui has a good listening to Nissan's words. What a cute child. It's a pity to be a male. The 2-year-old Shui Shui is already very smart compared to his peers. Many things can be taught, and he is also very sensible, does not cry or make trouble, and sometimes finds his own food when he is hungry. How worry-free it is. Think about what you were doing when you were 2 years old. Try to pee into your own mouth? ####. By the way, Nissan, an old grandfather, has been giving me gifts these days. Stop Water learned a lot of knowledge. Oh, Shuoyu rubbed his head and didn't take it seriously. 2-year-olds, even if they learn cultural knowledge. As for the knowledge of ninjas, he can only see, but cannot practice. After all, the body is too young. Then stop the water, you continue to play in the mud, I'll go in and discuss with Tsunade-sensei. Yes, Nissan. Shuishui's eyes widened with excitement, and he took the shovel and ran towards the bottom of the big locust tree. What a sacred inheritance of playing with mud, perhaps, this is the bond. Push the door into the house, and the room is still filled with the smell of alcohol. Shuoyu wondered if he was a living wine cellar. How could he drink every day and not drink it to death? As expected, as long as Shuotsuki is not there, Tsunade will not go to the bath. In the past few days, the smelly sweat on the body is mixed with the smell of alcohol, not to mention how sour it is. Forget it, let's think of it as an after-dinner exercise. Just ate a few roasted loins. With that, he carried Tsunade's body step by step and walked into the bathroom. Men really have no resistance to this ripe body. Just as the so-called gentle township, Hero Tomb. Fortunately, he doesn't like heroes, so he won't die. 2 years, do you know how these 2 years came about? I've been playing with this body for the past 2 years. It's so cool. In the past, I could only live through hand addiction and eye addiction. But today, he suddenly felt that his body had undergone some amazing changes. The original place turned out to be. After some time, blushing and heartbeating at Tsunade's beautiful and filthy face, Shuotsuki let out a long sigh of relief, and guilt hit like a tide. Afraid that Tsunade would wake up suddenly, nervous and excited, he could only survive and rush in phase, and if one did not control it well, he mistakenly applied Tsunade with facial cleanser. Ah, Laozi has finally grown up. Hurry up and wash quickly, the water is cold. Ah, I really want to do it again. Endure it, no. What if you want to come again, next time? Between sin and atonement, Shuyu was in a hurry, and finally cleansed. There is no body fragrance, it is all the smell of shower gel. Sharply giving Tsunade clean clothes, he carried her into the bedroom. When I thought that all this evil was going to end, Shuoyu thought so. However, the heavy hammer in thought did not come. Why do you want to put it in my face? 1. Didn't hold back for a while. Go and die. Humph. Before you were a child, I followed you, but not anymore, you grow up. Also, that kind of thing is not allowed to be done. After Tsunade finished speaking, he turned around and fell asleep, leaving Shuyu with a grooved face. Tsunade already knew. What a groove. This is a bit informative, and the house is slow. I was so scared that I almost opened a kaleidoscope. As soon as I walked out the door, I met Uchiha Mai, a girl who was returning from school. Marred. Why coming back from school? Hey, cane dance, why haven't you graduated yet? If you can't do it, be a servant in peace. Shuotsuki said as she looked at Uchiha's beautiful face. Although her brain is stupid, who let her father give birth to a good skin? Hearing this, Uchiha Mai awkwardly avoided his gaze and wanted to take a detour. In other words, she is 3 years older than Shuyu, and now she is 12 years old. How come she hasn't graduated from ninja school yet? If you can't finish school at the age of 12, is that still a person? Even a kai is an 8-year-old career. How is it that the Uchiha family has the same dishes as clams? Uchiha Mai, you give me a stop. Shuoyu immediately drank. This was the boss's order to the employee, and sure enough, Uchiha Mai stood still. What's wrong, pervert? Want to tease me outdoors? Uchiha asked angrily. You're a pervert. Shuoyu walked up and slapped his ass. Which of the 3 body techniques are you not able to do? Why can't you finish your career? Humph, I would have already had a 3 body technique. It's just that the theoretical grades fail. The cultural class of the ninja school, or the basic theory class, is really difficult. A rare batch of the kind. 11-12-year-old children have to learn knowledge at the 3rd year of high school or even at the university level. Fortunately, Shuyu has a mature soul. Let these natives learn. Unless they are real geniuses, it is really difficult. If you think about it this way, you can see how good Kakashi, Sakura, and the others are. However, I still understand the ninja school, and your theoretical grades are not good? And what about your actual combat results? As long as the actual combat results are excellent enough, it is fully qualified, he said. After all, the situation is different now, and Konoha needs a lot of military power. Even the elite squad was broken up to lead the team, doing some challenging tasks, wanting to temporarily bring out a group of ninjas who were enough to enter the battlefield. The body. Physical performance is also unqualified, Uchiha Mai said ashamedly. Hearing this, Shuoyu rolled her eyes. What do you say about your horse? The above still says the word just, and below there are more individual skills that are not qualified? Why cerebral palsy? Humph. Perverted. Why are you scolding me? You really want to be a ninja? Of course I do. Shuyu stared into Uchiha's eyes, paused and said, come on, you didn't do that enlightenment at all. You are just a little girl hiding under your sister's wing, and you will never be able to stand up. There are always people who say that hard work can beat genius, but do you really work hard? Is there a tenth of the effort of a genius? Uchiha Mai's efforts, don't say a kai, even Kakashi can't compare. Maybe Shiyu's words were a little heart-piercing, and tears flowed in Uchiha's eyes, and he was about to cry when he saw it. Stinky sister, I don't eat your set. Cry, don't expect me to coax you. Snorted coldly, he didn't bother to take care of the cane girl. I can't say it, and I want to be a ninja. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Unless you're amazingly talented, open a chakra eye or something. After all, it is the Uchiha family, and no matter how much food it is, there is a low guarantee. Just as Shiyu was about to go shopping, Yubuang suddenly noticed a red light. When he fixed his eyes on it, it turned out to be the Sharingan, and it's a pair of three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes. Groove. I saw that the girl in front of her was aggrieved with 2 lines of tears, and under her delicate brows, there was a pair of vermilion chakra eyes. Above that vermilion iris, 3 black gujads rotated. This TM. As soon as you open your eyes, you will be a 3-hooked jade. Okay, you can be the main character. You will be the protagonist of the Rise of Waste Firewood. What's wrong? You taught me, why do you look at me like this? Uchiha grumbled angrily. You don't feel anything has changed in you. Change? What change? Shuyu covered his head, and sure enough, the writing wheel eye awakened, and the brain was still an ape model. Your Sharingan helplessly pointed to her eyes, and Shuyu casually made a sealed water mirror. In the previous 2 years of missions, he exploded a lot of items, and there were no less than 200 ninjutsu in various departments. Among them, the water mirror art was blasted during an operation on the southeastern border of the Land of Fire. Above the mirror-like water, the appearance of Uchiha Mai is reflected. Looking at herself in the mirror, Uchiha Mai subconsciously brushed her hair. WRM, does this woman look at this first when she looks in the mirror? Whether you write the wheel eye or not, you can't mess up your hairstyle anyway? Only then did she notice her eyes right chakra. Wow, I finally opened my eyes. Fortunately, there are no passers-by in this place, otherwise just the gaze of the onlookers would be humiliating. Shuyu coughed twice, and said seriously, Dance, you finally opened your eyes. It took me a lot of work to open the Sharingan for you, and I didn't succeed until today. You know, I have been in Sangyu for a long time, and I can't say much about writing wheel eyes, but definitely quite a lot. For your eyes, I even fell behind my own cultivation, but it doesn't matter, as long as you succeed. Mouth area. I want to vomit when I say this lie. However, after listening to this, the rod-making girl was actually grateful. It turned out that he had been humiliating me all the time, and he was deliberately stimulating me. It's all about opening the Sharingan. What kind of psychological damage he has to endure like this? I always called him perverted. I was wrong. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Lord Shuyu. Uchiha bowed his head heavily to apologize. However, how can a generous-minded godfather account for this? No, you are not sorry for anyone, only if you become stronger, is the best reward for me and your sister, Shuo-yu said. The guilt after the abduction lasted until the next day. Looking at the girl in front of her who seemed to have grown a lot overnight, Shuyu didn't know where to start. During the special period, the assessment of the ninja school was quite biased, and Uchiha Mai, who opened the eyes of the 3-hooked jade writing wheel, directly passed it in one go. That is to say, she was still an extreme, and ultimate crane tail yesterday, and today she became a counterattack female cock who successfully graduated. After obtaining the qualification for shinobi, Uchiha Mai came to the cultivation field where Shuotsuki was stationed. Above. So, Lord Shuyu, can you teach me physical arts or illusions? Uchiha asked with a deep bow. Illusion. Shuoyu was a little stunned. It seemed that after opening the Sharingan eye, the staff-making girl swelled. Aren't you biased towards physical arts? How much do you know about illusion? I don't know much about illusion, but I want to learn it. Well, let me see your physical skills first. Yes, Lord Shuyu. Saying that, Uchiha Mai put on a pose. He holds a kunao in his right hand and a scythe in his left hand. How is this posture a little familiar? Come on. The two of them's chakra eyes opened at the same time, and Uchiha's movements became extremely slow in Shuo-yu's eyes. In terms of physical speed alone, she may not even be as good as 8-year-old Akai. The physical skills are even worse, basically the same way ninja schools teach children. Shuo-yu only stretched out a hand, and in turn, she took away her ku-wu. It's too slow. Don't hesitate. Yes, Uchiha Mai answered again, and then the scythe in his left hand flicked lightly, and he stabbed Shuo-yu's ribs at a tricky angle. However, it's still too slow. Even the Urga Jade writing wheel I can fully capture that action. Take her kunao and flick off her scythe. Shuo-yu threw her ku-wu over and exchanged it for her. It's still too slow, do you only have this speed? When the words fell, Shuo was not polite, the solace of her feet exerted force, and the whole person teleported to the back of Uchiha Mai, and pushed her out more than 10 meters with a light palm. This is just body speed, and I haven't used the instantaneous technique at all. Is this Lord Shuyu's speed? Uchiha Mai sighed, a pair of beautiful chakra eyes running fast. Her eyes are beautiful and her eyelashes are curved and long. This time is just to remind you to wake up. Next time I will be real. Yes, Lord Shuyu. As her pair of scarlet chakra eyes spun rapidly, it seemed that something had changed in her body. Immediately after, Shuyu's next attack came. But this time, she found that she could actually keep up with the speed of Shangshuoyu, and her body subconsciously made a precaution. Syllable. With her arms intersected, she actually blocked Shuoyu's hand knife. Even she herself found it incredible. Shuoyu paused slightly, although he didn't use his full strength, but being able to block his blow was already surprising enough. You know, in the last move, she obviously didn't even see it. Even if the three-hook Jade Chakra Eye has extremely strong motion capture ability, it stands to reason that her body should not have such a reaction speed. Thinking so, Shuyu launched another trial. All of the attacks were eaten by her. Even, she would borrow Shuoyu's physical skills to fight back. The two kicked together in mid-air, and then each was bounced off by the force. Landing steadily on the ground, Shuyu temporarily stopped. It's kind of weird. Your Sharingan seems to be a little different. As we all know, the Sharingan enhances illusion greatly, but Uchiha Mai's Sharingan seems to have clicked the wrong skill tree, and it seems to be a physical skill. The enhancement mentioned here is not that every chakra eye has that kind of auxiliary ability and replication ability. Her eyes, more like active skills. However, looking at her appearance, she was also confused. Presumably, she can't understand her own chakra eyes by herself. What a dummy. Me, is there anything different about me? Shuyu pondered and said, you try to close the Sharingan. Although I didn't understand it, Uchiha Mai did it anyway. Sure enough, after she closed her chakra eyes, the chakra flow throughout her body changed. Although the chakra eye cannot see the chakra of the opponent's whole body meridians as clearly as the white eye, the general chakra flow can still be seen. Obviously, when the cane girl opened the chakra eye, there was no reaction. However, just after she exchanged hands, her pupil power suddenly changed, accelerating the flow of chakra throughout her body. This is the reason why her all-round speed and strength suddenly skyrocketed. And it's more than that. Although the basic attribute has increased, it does not mean that her skills have grown with it. Physical arts is a very deep skill. How can a girl with a staff comprehend it so quickly? Therefore, he speculated that this was probably a pupil technique. Automatic defense-type techniques are not absent, such as the Sand of I Love Luotm. Although under normal circumstances, the corresponding pupil technique will only be born after opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, there are always two situations in the world, and it will always be met. The Sharingan with soil has created miracles when she was a chakra eye Urgoyu, and it is not difficult to understand that this staff-making girl can appear in this unique technique. After all, it is a woman who is a three-hook jade at the first glance. Okay, go ahead. Did something happen? It's nothing, I'm afraid you'll be more confused. Oh yarn. Can't you experience it yourself? Everyone's chakra eye is different. What kind of chakra eye do you write yourself? Don't you have a number in your heart? Lord Shuyu, you are so fierce. Women's attention is really strange. The fact that Uchiha Mai suddenly opened the Sangha Jade writing wheel eye soon reached the ears of Patriarch Fugaku. After all, it is the head of a family, and it is impossible to hide it. Especially the female cock counterattack incident like her. However, everyone's eyes turned to Shuyu. 2 years ago, Uchiha of Class A had extremely poor grades with soil, and the tail of the Iron Crane. However, due to long-term contact with Shuyu, he later opened the Sharingan. Now, a female cock that is happier than the former Uchiha Obito, the ultimate crane tail and the tail of the crane. Also because of the long-term relationship with Shuyu, he also opened the Sharingan, and it was still a one-time three-hook jade. A masked ninja rushes into the sandcastle. The style of painting here is very different from Konoha, and it is very uncomfortable at first glance. Yellow sand in the sky, strange costumes. On the seat, the man with dark blue hair stood up. He is the current wind shadow, known as the strongest wind shadow in history. What's the matter? It turned out to be so embarrassing. Daimyo, the daimyo has cut the budget again, the ninja said as he half knelt on the ground. Nanny. Hearing this, the 3 generations of Kazekage almost ran away, and the construction of the shinobi village required the support of the daimyo. At present, the development of Heian village is difficult, it is the period that needs strong support. Why is it cutting funds? Damn the daimyo. The 3 generations of Fangying looked at the shabby Heian village outside the window and clenched their fists fiercely. If the daimyo of the Land of Wind could also be as enlightened as the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder, the village of Sand Hidden would not be as shabby as it is today. Looking at the wind shadow angry, the kneeling ninja was afraid, but still wanted to convey the next information. Wind, Kazekage-sama. Also, one more thing, huh? Go ahead. The 3 generations of Fangying asked with a steady attitude. What if it's good news? The spies we sent to the Land of Fire were discovered by Konoha. Click. The ninja seemed to hear some breaking sound, but did not dare to look up, for fear that this extremely strong wind shadow would anger him. However, the 3 generations of wind shadows are much wiser than expected. Instead of being angry, he took a deep breath and asked calmly, what's going on? According to the intelligence transmitted back, there is a group of mission squads with a person from the Uchiha clan, and the matter was not revealed at first, and it was not discovered until he entered the Land of Rain and fought with Yoshinobu. The 3 generations of Wind Shadow frowned, imagining that picture in their minds, but no matter how they speculated, they couldn't figure out what the relationship between being discovered and fighting with Yoshinobu. The people he sent out were all strictly selected, and they also had to cooperate with the elder group for secondary assistance, and it was impossible to take the initiative to show flaws. Moreover, everyone knows that Konoha has the Uchiha family, and they have long been on guard. Tell me, how was it discovered? I don't know, I only know that after the little devil of the Uchiha clan and the team fought with Yoshinobu, he inexplicably began to press, and finally used the Sharingan. Before the ninja finished speaking, the 3 generations of Kazekage were furious. You say, "A Uchiha imp? A little ghost can see through our plans." Saying that the matter was revealed, he thought at first that it was a certain Uchiha who led the team to do it, but he never expected that it was just a group of newcomers who did it. When will a little imp be able to see through these plans? Stone shame. Yes, Kazekage-sama, the ninja replied with a trembling voice. So, what later? Later, Konoha's ninja fought Hanzo, and Hanzo was severely damaged, and gave that Uchiha imp a name, Konoha's Naruto no Yan. Hearing this, the 3 generations of seals smiled instead. As long as Konoha and Yoshinobu fight, the impact of the last war on the world is vividly remembered. There are scars of several major countries. It is easy to achieve our goal. By the way, how many ninjas did Konoha reinforce? Reinforce? The intelligence ninja was stunned. Kazekage-sama, Konoha has no reinforcements. No reinforcements. Yes, Kazekage-sama, according to our informant in the Uninja village, there were only 2 Konoha ninjas who fought Hanzo at that time. 3 generations of Kazekage hugged his hands. Tsunade him of Konoha has left, Konoha White Fang has also committed suicide, and the remaining 3 shinobi are too. Leading the team is Orochimaru. Big snake pill? The intelligence ninja was stunned again. What happened to the usually extremely wise Lord Kazekage? Why do you always like to talk nonsense today? No, Kazekage-sama, the kami ninja who led the team is not Orochimaru, just an ordinary ninja in Konoha. Oh? Is it difficult for the other one or the 3 generations of Hokage? The 3 generations of Kazekage have not fought with Hanzo, only know that the name of the demigod is abnormally loud. In his opinion, only 2 people can severely damage the demigod. One of them is just an ordinary ninja, and the other must be Konoha's super strong. However, he guessed wrong again. No, Kazekage-sama, the other is the little imp I just called Uchiha, and Hanzo also gave him a name. The intelligence ninja emphasized the second half of the sentence again. Where did the 3 shinobi of Konoha become famous? Isn't it Hanzo's propaganda effect? Then, this new Konoha ninja will at least have achievements at the level of 3 ninja in the future. It is a pity that the 3 generations of Wind Shadows at this time have been dumbfounded. You said that a Uchiha imp and an ordinary Konoha ninja severely damaged Hanzo. Who gave you this intelligence? Call him to kill. Don't, Kazekage-sama. This information is completely true, and the subordinates are willing to use their lives as a guarantee. Could it be that you are also a spy? Deliberately deceive my judgment. Kazekage-sama, I have no 2 hearts for the village, and my loyalty to the village has never weakened over the years. If Kazekage-sama can't trust me, please put forward a condition that you can trust me. The 3 generations of Wind Shadow were incompetent and furious, and directly smashed a punch on the wall. How could he doubt the loyalty of this intended heir? But he just couldn't believe the content of this intelligence. No matter how you listen to it, this information is too fake. With those 2 people, how could Hanzo be severely damaged? And then what? What's going on over there in Yoshinobu? What's going on over there in Konoha? Lord Kazekage, after Hanzo returned to Yuin village, he entered a coma, but according to his attitude before he fell into a coma, he should not easily let go of that Uchiha imp. There was no movement on the part of Konoha, and there was no movement to attack the Yuin village for the time being. Hypocritical Konoha, since they are not willing to make a move on Yuin village, we will help them. The eyes of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows were full of wise light. Please Kazekage-sama order, let the people scattered outside gather and collect all the information about that Uchiha imp, and then I will send the Dark Ministry to cooperate and let me see if Konoha will blame for losing a famous ninja. Hanzo, this is a single-handed planting of blame. The purpose is to provoke the war of Konoha against Yuin village. After half a month of rest, the 8th shift received a task again. In addition to the 8th class, there are also a pair of white-eyed brothers, Inyazuka Pa, who was killed in seconds that day, and Shihei, the oil girl. From the analysis of this lineup, it is mainly biased towards reconnaissance. Sure enough, the 3 generations of Hokage spoke. 8th class, Hinata, Claw, Shijiro. 8 of you form a temporary team and head to the Land of Thunder. Temporary Life Senju Mo wa Captain. This is not a delegated task, but a confidential task assigned by Hokage. In general, Konoha ninjas are 3+1 actions, and these people will be combined unless they encounter special circumstances. Hearing the order, Hinata Hayashi did not respond immediately, but stared at Shuyu for a long time. Naruto-sama, these children. Hayashi, don't worry, they are already capable of carrying out this mission. Yes, Naruto-sama. Hinata Hayashi was a cultured man after all, and after getting a reasonable explanation, he said no more. Hokage believed these children, what reason did he have not to believe them? Shuotsuki glanced sideways at the so-called oil girl Shihei, who was the ninja of the legendary oil woman. There are nano-level insects raised in the body, and the use of secret techniques is like a person in the demon sect. I just don't know what to do with Tuanzang, and his son Oil Girl took the root and directly gave Tuanzang a dog. Or, judging from the name of that son, the Oil Girl Shihei is originally the person of root. If Tenzo's dog follows, he can't safely give his back to his teammates. Naruto-sama, I have a proposal. The 3 generations rolled their eyes and asked with interest, oh? Shuyu, tell me about it. It's very simple. It is safer to separate the teams and let the 4 seniors be Group A, the 8th class is Group B, and after A and B are in front of B, they have a picture of each other, and it is safer. Sandaime nodded. This is a common thing in ninja teams. What backup class, medical class? Originally, these things were just a matter of the captain commanding, but since you brought it up, just do it. Yes, Naruto-sama. Then, go. Yes. ×8 The location of this mission is the Land of Thunder, mainly because of the intelligence received from the informant. There is movement in Yao of Union Village. On the eve of the storm, everyone was sweaty and sensitive. And a strategic unit like Yaoo, Konoha had to pay attention. From the last commission mission, it can be seen that the Wind Country Sand Hidden Village is deliberately hostile to the Fire Country Konoha Village. Once the Hokage side is not properly handled, it will inevitably lead to war. 3 generations of Wind Shadows are not easy to mess with, that is completely a battlefield harvester. Of course, Konoha is not afraid of a 3rd generation Wind Shadow, but there is no need to start a war, and the Ape Flying Sun Slash is a way to make the Sand Hidden Village pay. At this time, he must ensure the movement of other countries, as well as the threat to Konoha Village. The Country of Thunder has strong national strength, and it supports the development of Ninja Village with both hands and feet, and the strength of Union Village cannot be underestimated. If such a force has a plot against Konoha, Konoha must be prepared. So, it is necessary to investigate clearly. From the Land of Fire to the Land of Thunder, cross the Land of Soup. You know Kuni is small but has its own ninja village, but it is very weak. But the scenery here attracted several people to stop and watch. By the way, I also soaked in the hot spring with Senju Mohwa and Hong. Naturally, something indescribable was not done. After all, the situation was not the same. When I get home and there are some probable events with Tsunade, it is the affair. In this task, do something in front of the red, that is the upper brain of the rice green worm. Starting from Kuni, this squad was also divided into 2 groups, front and rearab, with Shuoyu and the others hanging behind. Shuyu, do you have any ideas? On the way, Shien Xiao Mohwa suddenly asked. Thoughts? Shuyu smiled. I have more ideas, but I'm afraid I'm embarrassed to say it. Hammams, hot springs, forests, tourism, all kinds of themes, how can there be no idea? What's so embarrassing about that? Say it and listen? Thousand Hands Mohwa, a simple indigenous person, obviously did not understand what Shuyu meant. What do you want to hear? Shuoyu asked. He probably knew more about the secrets of Union Village than the 3 generations of Hokage, and even the general direction of the next war he fully understood, but these dry goods could not be said. It's not about what I say, it's about what you want to hear. Thousand Hands Mohwa smiled and asked, you seem to have a lot about this trip to the Land of Thunder. A different mood, it can be said that she observed very subtly. Well, I'm afraid that if I meet a certain great god from the Land of Thunder, such as Thundershadow or something, I will chase me and give me a nickname. Haha, Shuoyu-san, you're a little too much. Akai laughs haha. Well, Akai, have you eaten meat every day for half a month? How do you feel that you have gained weight? No, I don't have that much time to eat meat. I'm all weight-bearing right now, so I might look a little bloated. The last time I saw your battle, I made up my mind to wake up and catch up with you. Even if I can't catch up, I can't let you throw me too far. Akai remains optimistic. Authentic. This is the optimist mentality. If you change to Suzuki's kind, it is estimated that you will have to go to the big snake pill for an injection in a minute. Sure, you actually noticed Akai's footprints. He stepped on the ground as a deep footprint. Stepping on the giant tree is a strong shaking. I'm afraid that the weight on the body has long been unsuitable. It can't be said that people are iron han, that is, a copper han, a little more advanced than black iron. You should already be able to conduct the Zongnin assessment, right? Ha! Is it a ninja? Yes, Kakashi is also Naka Shinobi now. Ah, lifelong enemy Kakashi, when this mission is over, I will apply for the Naka Shinobi assessment. But last time I heard Kakashi say that he was ready to attack Kami Shinobu. Akai, MMP. Shuyu, I heard that you had a conflict with the people of the Hayaga family. Don't you want to team up with the people of the Hayaga family? Senju Mohwa asked to himself. In fact, the only intersection between Shuoyu and the Hayaga family is the self-righteous little girl of the Hayaga family. As for the grudge with the Hayaga family, it was completely non-existent. Well, Hinata is really good. Wait, what do you mean by daughter? Nothing, nonsense. Interaction makes the rush less boring. When everyone heard the rumbling thunder, it was already late at night. The geographical environment of the 5 major countries is different. The country of fire has a smooth wind and rain, the country of wind can basically be regarded as a desert country, and the country of thunder has steep peaks and thunder. The people of Union Village have lived on mountain cliffs since they were children. Perhaps it is this living environment that has created most of Yun's irritable and warlike personalities. The above is all guessed by Shuyu. After entering the land of thunder, the Konoha ninjas shrank back. This is not the same as entrusting an escort mission. This is Zhengerate Sutra sneaking in to investigate. If you are discovered, you will deceive. If you can't deceive, you will start fighting. That's it. Thinking about those big men in Union Village, Shuyu is a little longing. Awesome or not, I don't know. Anyway, it's reckless. The most feared are those reckless men who fight. How did you find Yunlii Gap? Shuyu asked over the radio to the members of Group A. Hayashi is looking for it, and Kuromaru and I are on guard. Inyazuka Pa replied. The white eye has a perspective function, and occasionally can be used as a telescope, which is very convenient. I want to pick one over and play. The reason why he directly looked for Yunlii Gorge was because, as far as Shuyu knew, every 8-tailed human pillar force was there to cultivate the control ability of the tailed beast. Even if the tailed beast runs away, it will be transferred here. Although the future Kairabi is called the most perfect human pillar power, it is not from the mouth of the chapter, but is cultivated step by step. First obtain the approval of the 8 tails, and then practice the use of the tailed beast chakra. The above, only known to Shuyu. As for this time period, it was difficult for him to judge what the 8-tailed human pillar force looked like. Alas, it is obviously to probe for intelligence, but it is like stealing the power of the 8-tailed human pillar. Does Shuyu-kun like Yao? We've been talking about Yaoi all the way. Sunset Hong asked in a low voice. No, I prefer the 9 tails. The 8 tails are stupid and ugly, or it's cooler to pet the fox. Ha! Aren't tailed beasts all terrifying? Why does Shuyue-jun like tailed beasts? Shuyu smiled bitterly. The people of the ninja world really proved that the law of true fragrance is greater than all laws. In the past few decades, human beings have used the tailed beast as a weapon and a monster that destroys their homeland, but decades later, one by one, they fought for a 9 llama figure. How fragrant this is! Just when Group B was camping happily in the wilderness, there was a signal in my ears for help from Group A. Group B, a kilometer southwest corner of our side is a ninja approaching. Please help us lead them away. Ha! Group A, can't you transfer directly? Aren't we exposed when we go out? No, Shijiro is performing a secret technique, we can't leave this place. What's the matter, Captain Chan? Don't talk about it, I'll go. Shuya stood up helplessly. In the dark night, if you don't look carefully, you can't see at all. The sound of thunder completely muffled the footsteps. His speed was the fastest among everyone present, and letting him go out to lure away unknown ninjas was naturally the best choice. Moreover, he can only be the only one. His speed is fast. If the flicker is successful, it is best. In case the flicker is unsuccessful, the enemy will not be able to catch up directly. Stay safe, Shuyu-kun, be careful. I'm waiting for you here. Shuo-yu-san, you must come back. Hearing the sound, the moon is full of black lines. Come on, don't fill Lao Tzu with a flag, okay? All stop talking. Lao Tzu just went to lure away a few ninjas, not to fight with Lei Ying. When the words fell, he cast an instantaneous technique and fled directly towards the southwest of Group A. Soon after his journey, although his perception was not excellent, he had already sensed several ninjas. So, he continued to leap forward with such swagger, almost stepping on top of their heads. In the canyon, a group of ninjas wearing cloud-covered foreheads glanced at the dark shadows in the night sky and chased after them without hesitation. Chigyuakuo's provocation is on the one hand, mainly because they find it strange. Yujito, stay here, the others, chase me. Yes, in the team, a little girl with brown hair answered beautifully, like a little milk cat. Cats are not afraid of the night at all, and even have some excitement. When several of the group disappeared into the night, she went to the ground idly, playing with a stone. As if, this dark night has nothing to do with her, and this thunder has nothing to do with her. She's just Yuya. Suddenly, a cold wind was unreasonably angry behind her. She quickly looked back and saw that it was a teenager as old as her, and because the distance was too far and the night was too dark, she couldn't see the other party's face clearly. I just feel, instinctively a little afraid. This instinct does not come from her, but from something in her body. What kind of divine are you? Yukito asked coquettishly, looking like an angry kitten. I'm not a bad person. Bad people never say they're bad. Then I'm the bad guy. Yes, I see that you really look like a bad person. Shuo-yu, how else to talk this day? Forget it, let's be serious. In case her teammates find out that they have been deceived, it will be difficult to turn back. He was just about to move the tiger away from the mountain, but he suddenly felt a powerful chakra, although it was only like a trace of leakage in the seal, but it was still captured by him. So, I wanted to come and see what happened. Two-tailed man Zhu Lai He, do you want to master the power of that tailed beast? Bring its power like an arm. Nanny. The two Yumo people were frightened, as the human pillar power of Union Village, some places are different. The civilians of Union Village also denounced the tailed orc pillar power, but the regime attached great importance to cultivating human pillar power. It took a lot of time and energy to study the control method of the tailed beast. As long as it is successful, when the time comes, the human pillar power will be transformed, recognized by the villagers, and become a hero admired by the villagers. I have to say that the 3 generations of Lei Yingzhen are talents, and during this period of power, they not only laid the foundation for the future growth of Union Village, but also solved the problem of villagers discriminating against tailed beasts. According to the above, she will soon learn how to master the power of that big cat in her body. But, all this, how did an outsider know? Shuyu flickered, and opened the Sherinan eye. With the appearance of the Sherinan, the chakra of the wooden man changed instantly. That's the tailed beast chakra. I didn't expect Ireo to be so active. When he was in front of Juzine, the 9 tails didn't squeak. Besides, Union Village's sealing technique is not weak. Can't hesitate, late will change. The pupils of the writing wheel were strong, and suddenly, it was as if they had come to a worldly space. Shuotsuki, the 2 Yujito, and a giant blue cat. Here it is. Yukito was stunned, she was still forcibly brought in by someone else for the first time. This is the subspace of sealing the tailed beast in her body. Neo. Brigade again. Among the copper walls and iron walls, the imprisoned blue cat demon was stunned. It trembled and looked at Shuyu's scarlet eyes, and there were too many things in its mind. No, I don't feel it in you, no. Who the hell are you and how do you know my name? Ireo suddenly roared. Although I don't know what the principle of cats talking about people is, it just says it. How do I know your name? Well, I'm from the 9 llamas, if you don't believe it, you can ask him now. I know that you tailed beasts often play cards, right? 9 llamas, you even know about the 9 llamas. The 2 tails were completely shocked, it was enough to know its name, and even the most arrogant among them knew the name of the most arrogant person. Who was this person? Moreover, he even knew the secrets that only existed between tailed beasts. That is, they can actually have some kind of soul communication, which can be translated as calling. This is a secret that the tailed beasts have never passed on. Who is it? Who the hell are you? Why don't I feel a hint of familiarity in you? Erwei's tone inadvertently changed, from anger at the beginning to eagerness now. Is this person who knows some secrets the one prophesied by the old man? A familiar breath? Maybe it's because you're just a kitten. Neo, in other words, my chakra eyes are so obvious, you still don't feel a trace of familiar breath. Humph, writing chakra eyes will only make me feel sick. If you have reincarnation eyes, I may feel familiar. Reincarnation eye, it won't be long before I have it. What the hell are you talking about? On the side, the 2 Yujito watched in a daze as a person and a cat communicated with each other, feeling that their heads were about to explode. Compared to the 9 tails, the 2 tails are actually a very docile tailed beast. Therefore, the relationship between Yuji and Neo on weekdays is not as bad as that between Naruto and the Kuo. Even so, the communication between the two is limited to point to point. When did an outsider know the tailed beast in her body better than her? That, Yujito wanted to interject. You can come here and prove that your pupils are strong. Say, what do you want? Neo said to Shuo. Little kitten, I said, if I release you from the seal, can you get along with this little girl for decades? Anyway, decades is equivalent to a nap for you. Nope. Unsealing the seal can. But I definitely don't bow to humans. Urtail said wildly, not knowing when Maka would warn. If it doesn't work, forget it, I won't force you. What are you doing so loudly? Oh, you are really strange, obviously a descendant of Indra, but gentle like an Azura. The second tail withdrew his tail, but continued to beat Sundara. Almighty Assisi, again. Cats are always Sundara, there's no way. That, Yukito wanted to interject. You travel, do you know that Ren's Huli will die if he leaves the tailed beast, and you should like this little girl very much, right? I just think this human is suitable to be my slave. Then you let her be your slave. My slave is not someone who wants to do it. If you want to do it, I think it's okay. That's not okay, and I have a lot of things to do. Besides, I can't take this little girl's life for no reason, right? Yes, it's rare to see Indra descendants who will think about other people. That, Yujito still wanted to interject. Shuoyu thought for a while, so he continued to say to Erwei, time is running out, I think her teammates will be back soon, I'm leaving. Erwei was stunned, his expression was full of reluctance, but that Sundara made the cat's mouth stone more. Let's go, I won't linger for a human being. Okay, goodbye you. Wait, before I go, I have something for you. Here you go. Hearing the sound, Shuoyu couldn't help but pause. Should Erwei give him his small dried fish? Or catch a mouse as a gift? This is a scary good fell? However, when he approached the seal, the spirit body strengthened by the pupil power directly passed through the seal and walked in. Yujito was already scared to look at this scene. After entering the seal, I felt the heat emitted by Airway's body, which was simply a burning cat. No wonder cats are afraid of water. I'm coming, what's wrong? You can really come in, your pupil power is very powerful. I don't know how it compares to the person who caused the psychological shadow of the 9 tails in the first place. The powerful pupil Sharinon can completely dominate the will of the tailed beast, and controlling the tailed beast is like playing. Are you trying for me to manipulate your feelings? Nope. Don't you dare. Then forget it. I thought you were a shaky cat. Reach out. Neo said, I feel the chakra of the others, hurry up, otherwise you'll die outside. Hearing this, Shuyu almost subconsciously raised a hand. Then, he reacted. What did he raise his hand for? Don't touch. Neo touched his paw on Shuyu's hand. Congratulations to the male and female guests for successfully holding hands. No, the paws of the second tail are not as hot as the flames expected, but like the cat's foot pads, the Karos. Immediately afterwards, he felt a huge force frantically pouring into his body. This is 2 tails your chakra. Thank me, it's a gift from the tailed beast. I don't know if you are the person the old man said, nor what you will become in the future, but I just agree that you will be my slave, be grateful. Coming out of the subspace, Yukito was still stunned. What a fuss. It is obviously her tailed beast, and it is obviously the subspace in her body. How do you feel that this person is the host, but she has become a guest? It's too close to that cat. Hey, what is your name? My name is Naraka no Yan. Get along well with the brigade in your body, and when you become a qualified tailed orc pillar force, the war should be over. Hanzo, I thank you for the horse. The nickname sent at such a time is finally useful. After that, Shuyu cast an instantaneous technique and continued to withdraw in the direction of 90 degrees. Those stupid Yunin glanced at Yujito, who was safe and sound in place, and continued to chase after Shuyu. Do you feel something? A blonde girl asked to the sentient ninja beside her. Both of them are not very old and look like they should be related to Yujito. He may have planned to make a move on Yujito, but we came back before he reached out. By the way, the feeling that the other party gives me is not very old. Suddenly, just as they were talking, a seemingly ordinary crow passed against them. Nozomi, who has outstanding perception ability, sensed the crow for the first time. He thought it was the enemy's dark weapon, and then looked towards the crow. It's good if you don't look at it, it's over as soon as you look at it. With his line of sight, he happened to see the scarlet pupils of that crow. In the scarlet, he also carries 3 gouged jade. Transcrimination, the art of shackles. Tong. Yuninxi's body immediately lost control, and his stiff legs and feet made him careless, and he directly fell out tens of meters away. Hey, what's going on? What the hell happened? The adult ninja who led the team immediately took out the kunao and said cautiously. Darui went to protect Nozomi, confirmed that the other party was an enemy, and had already launched an attack. Be careful, Darui is a genius ninja of Union, or this team is full of geniuses of Union, but he was born in a fighting nation and has already come out to carry out tasks at a very young age. On that side, Yuninxi, who had fallen far away, had lost consciousness. The captain glanced at it, and the already black face was getting darker first. Who's coming? This is near Union Village, you dare to attack Union's ninja. However, his voice came far away, but there was no response. If he knew that Shuyu had run far away and there was no bird at all, would he have directly exploded? Due to a crow's brilliant pen, the perception ninja Yuninxi instantly lost its combat effectiveness, making their team become cautious. They didn't dare to move forward as quickly as before, so they could only march slowly while guarding their surroundings. Teacher, why don't we call the village for support? The village is so close. Unlike the others, beautiful girls with short blonde hair show a calmness that does not match their age. The captain replied, the current situation cannot rule the village. If I send a signal for help, the first to arrive is not Yun Shinobu, but the enemy. Second, since the enemy dares to go so deep into the land of thunder, and even operate near Union Village, it is definitely not ordinary. We can't fight the grass snake, we can only go back and let the village rule the ninjas who are on mission at the border to outflank them. We have to catch them. Yes, teacher. I'm back. What's wrong? Group A. If Group B is active near Union Village, then those few people in Group A are riding on the face of Union Village. Of course, this kind of high-risk thing is handed over to them to do, and Shuyu doesn't want to desperately exchange for this kind of useless intelligence. Why is it useless? Because he already knows about the War of the Thunder Country. I know that I know, but I can't say it to the ape flying sun. Isn't that a divine drama? This is another reason why he suggested splitting into groups. Mission accomplished, ready to return. Group B, the rear team changed to the front team, and the returning team became the leader of the 8th class. Senju Mowa rushed to the front, her perception ability was extremely powerful, she walked in the front, like the headlights of a car, illuminating the road in the night. Sister Inyazuka, What information did you get? Shuo-yu said into the communicator. Well, you'll have to ask Hayashi and Shijiro about this. Hayashi-senpai and Shijiro-senpai, what information did they get? Confidential. Machine NMD dense. He just asked casually to pass the time. He knows less than these people. However, Hinata Hayashi and Oil Girl Shihei don't say. Hinata is a good brother. Good brother, GKD. Just listening, he said, it seems that the eight-tailed man Zulai is not in the village. Well, wait a minute. Something went wrong? Union has always had the tradition of Abduo, and finding B Foray is basically declaring that this person is the next generation of Thunder Shadow. The previous B is also the eight-tailed man Pillar Force. Wrong. Shuo-yu frowned. Who is this eight-tailed human Pillar Force? According to the informant's intelligence, it is a male ninja with half white and half green hair. Yes, that's the cousin of the next 4 generations of Thunder Shadow Buell.B. That sad man who was fed medicine by the big snake pill. Well, it turns out that Kairabi hasn't taken over yet. I thought they were all successfully controlled. No wonder the two tails and the old lady don't care about the mentality. Ha! Shuyu, what are you muttering? Nothing, nothing. The sound of thunder gradually decreased, and they were getting closer and closer to the border of the land of thunder. At the same time, the night is gradually receding, and the east has turned white. This made everyone's mood relaxed, sneaking into the country of thunder, and running to the vicinity of Union Village to engage in intelligence, and the spirit was absolutely highly tense. However, accidents often occur at the moment of mental relaxation. Suddenly, Hinata shouted, "Alert! There is an ambush!" Nanny! Qian Xiaomo Hua was stunned. Why didn't she feel an ambush? Immediately hurriedly landed on the ground, attached to the ground with one hand, closed his eyes and felt it with all his strength, only to find that everyone had unknowingly fallen into the encirclement of ninjas. The other party has a certain shielding perception ability. Get ready to fight. Wait, I see the eight-tailed man Pillar Force. What? This situation is tantamount to making matters worse. Now these people do not have the concept of perfect human Pillar Force, only know that the eight-tailed human Pillar Force cannot move the violent departure of the special lady. If Yao stormed here, plus those Cloud Ninja who were in ambush, what would everyone do? Don't talk about fleeing, don't say sending the intelligence back, maybe even everyone's lives will have to be accounted for here. Shuo-yu sighed helplessly. This was already the first time he sighed helplessly in this mission. Although the darkest time before dawn has passed, the primeval forest on the border is still pitch black. In this dark forest, even if the ninja's senses are very sensitive, it has little effect. After all, not everyone can be a sentient ninja. Rumble. Shuyu, there is no order for you to attack. This still needs a yarn order. Wait for death. It was not Senju Moka who questioned him, but Hinata Hayashi from Group A in the rear. As for Thousand Hands Mo Hua, she has long been accustomed to Shuo-yu's momentum. If Shiyu is not so decisive one day, she will feel strange. Boom! Throwing out several explosions again, the fire that exploded had already made Shiyu completely remember where the enemy was. Under the eyes of the riding wheel, there is an unobstructed view. However, he did not directly use the fire escape ranged attack, because using the fire escape was equivalent to directly exposing himself to everyone's sight. Shuo-yu touched his blade bag, and his smile gradually changed. This explosion had a flash of inspiration 2 years ago and began to fuse. No matter which battle you are in, as long as the other party is a new enemy, then you must be hit. Art is an explosion. Well, the volume of the blade bag is not large, and he has long considered this problem. Therefore, I consulted the senior in the village and made a sealing technique in the blade bag. That senior likes to wear Chinese clothes. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion almost destroyed the forest. He didn't just blow up the ninjas who surrounded him, but also the black stones. The bombing lasted for 5 minutes, except for the small area where the 8th class was located, and there was scorched earth as far as the eye could see. Thousand Hands Mobwa gasped for carbon dioxide, scratched his ears, and couldn't control his decibels. Shiyu, do you still have that? Keep frying. Ahem, you're louder, haven't you eaten? I said, do you still have that thing? The enemy still has 2/3? Keep frying. Oh, I heard it, then I'll rush first. You guys keep up. Akai, 8 doors rush. Group B, just exploded and injured Hinata. The situation is changed. I'm sorry, but Hayashi-san is here to protect me and Kuromaru. At this time, Shuyu had already exerted his rapid speed and rushed towards the retreating enemy. Hearing slowly recovered. This primeval forest is not small, and although the explosion just created a large area of scorched earth, from the overall area, it only looks like a separation belt. Those thieves, when they noticed the serial explosion, immediately retreated. One by one, they hid behind giant trees. They thought they were safe. Unexpectedly, this team of Konoha ninjas has both chakra eyes and white eyes. They hid and looked nervous, like comedians. Therefore, Shuyu did not mind randomly rewarding them to meet the Grim Reaper. Ninfa, wind, and fire. A dark red line cut through the sky, connecting the giant tree and the ninja together. Ah, come on. Akai, who followed behind, shone with green aura on his body, and rushed directly in at a speed faster than Shuyu. Brother, why is it so fierce? There are so many people inside. There were at least 70 ninjas surrounding them. Just bombarded, randomly won about 20 ninjas. Now there are at least 40 ninjas left hiding behind those giant trees. Akai, this reckless man, actually rushed straight up. And the symbol of the 8-door Dungia on his body is like a firefly in the dark, using himself as a target for others. On top of that, ninjas tend to stop at nothing in order to win. Who can guarantee that there are no traps in the deep forest opposite? Akai, come back! Shuyu shouted. However, it was too late. I saw that after Akai rushed in with an 8-door Dungia, he directly kicked 4 or 5 adult ninjas in a row with his super strength and speed. Fierce or quite fierce. The enemy also seemed to have discovered that the ninja physique that came in suddenly was a little strong, and in the team, a big man quickly stood out. The big man with a bad face roared and also burned his own small universe. However, from the perspective of Shuyu's Sharingan, it was completely different from the arrogance of the 8-gate Dungia. It was pure chakra. Thunder chakra mode. It can be stimulated by thunder and greatly increase the speed of the body. This kind of ninjutsu requires extremely strong physical fitness and chakra amount, and there are only a few people who like to use this technique in the ninja world. This person is none other than AI, the son of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow. Whoosh! AI looked at several of his compatriots who were kicked by Akai, and immediately roared angrily and rushed towards Akai. It was like a flash of thunder, and the arrow of thunder and lightning that seemed to shuttle through the forest directly hit Akai. Tong! With a muffled sound, Akai crossed his arms in front of him, trying to block, but was flown by the hammer. It's not that Akai is too weak, but now AI is already a reckless man, and Akai is still just a teenager. Shuoyu, the other party has physical ninjas, let's go together. Maddie launched a death invitation to you, do you accept it? Roll on, Akai, don't worry. The opposite chakra is a bit scary. Alright, the chakra that Shuoyu said was not AI, but an extremely terrifying chakra in the rear of the team. Unlike the chakra of the ordinary ninja, it is the chakra of the tailed beast. Yaoi man pillar force. Akai, go back and report to Group B, I found the 8-tailed man pillar force, Shuyu whispered. Ha! Just say no on the radio, I'll let you go, you'll go, why, order, but you're not the captain. Well, this is not a battle you can participate in, you are too weak, it will only hold me back. Akai was silent for 3 times, and his face was full of tears. Shuyuzan, you talk so hurtfully, no way, this is youth. Hearing the word youth, Akai immediately picked up his spirits, and opened the 8-door Dungia to report the message. At this time, Yunren also slowly walked out of the deep forest. At the same time, behind Shuyu, Thousand Hands Mohua and Sunset Red also followed. 3 vs 40? The two armies faced each other, and neither made the first move. No, Captain, what are you bringing Red for? Shuoyu asked towards Senju Mohua. Shuyu, I have practiced with Teacher Hua, and I will definitely be able to help now, Sunset Red said stubbornly. Hong, I learned the ninjutsu I gave you. Red replied firmly. That'll do. The technique he gave to Red was exactly the illusion technique that he modified. It has been changed on the basis of Hirnan art, and after using it, as long as there is no particularly powerful illusion detection ability, it is basically impossible to find the correct position of the red body. In this way, Shiyu was relieved, coupled with the guarantee of Thousand Hands Mohua, 90% safe. So, he set his sights on the opposite side. Looking at the big man covered in Thunder Chakra, and the Cloud Ninja behind him, Shuoyu perked up. It was said that the Union Ninja would use the joint Thunder Ninjutsu. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he felt that something was wrong. Because in the team, there is no 8-tailed man pillar force who is half forgiven for the colored hair. Where are you ninjas? Dare to sneak into the land of thunder? AI asked aloud. On this mission, they can't all put Konoha's forehead on their heads, so isn't it that just a random person who sees them knows that Konoha has sneaked into the clouds? In Shimoiwa Shinobu explosion escape hunting is also, Shuoyu said without blushing and without a heartbeat. Combined with the carpet bombing just now, there should be no problem. This can only be done by Bakugan Ninja. Who would have thought that Taikyowa would explode? It turned out to be the hateful Iwa Shinobu. I have long seen that you dirtbuns are unhappy. Sure enough, Ixon did. If not absolutely convinced, I believe 7 out of 10. If this is seen by the 2-day scale Oniki, it is estimated that he will scold the street again. Hee, frequent reckless union. I look at you, it should be the son of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow. Oniki-sama said that your father is a brute. I think you are more like you. Little ghost, when we take out the things in your head, I will tear your mouth. Intelligence and blood explosion succession boundaries are all very important for Yunren, who has always liked to rob other people's things. Therefore, he did not start at the first time. Union Barbarian, I heard that you, as the son of the third generation of Thunder Shadow, are not weaker than your father in terms of speed? I don't know who is more powerful than your uncle explosive hunting. Ha ha ha. You little devil really doesn't know if you are dead or alive. Before AI could speak, Yunren behind him laughed. What a year! IWA Shinobu's Dirtbun is also faster than the son of Lord Thunder Cage. No way, Dirtbuns just like to find death. AI showed a disdainful smile and said to the people behind him, don't make a move, I'll let this sharp-toothed little devil taste the pain. Don't make a move either, I'll let this Union brute taste the pain. The scene was funny, at least in Yun Shinobu's opinion. There are dozens of them. There are only 2 little ghosts. And she is a woman who looks weak. Why don't you shoot? Even if you shoot together, you are not also beaten by AI to find teeth? However, when it comes to speed, Thousand Hands Mogwa and Sunset Red are not the slightest worry about Shuyu. The battle with Hanzo is still fresh in their memories. In the dark night, no one saw Shuyu's chakra eyes move slightly. The Sharingan does not shine. But Yun Ninja AI is different, his Thunder Chakra mode is like a light bulb in the night. If you looked at Sharingan, the average ninja would have already knelt. Shuoyu's illusion will let him know what it is to live better than die. But Yun Nin AI was stimulated by Lei Dun, and the chakra in his body flowed fast. Unless he consumed a lot of pupil power to use illusion, it was impossible to defeat the opponent with illusion. And the result of consuming a lot of pupil power is eye pain, which is not cost-effective. However, if you use some simple tricks, it is still possible. Under the blinding illusion, Shuoyu's chakra eye slowly changed into an ordinary black eye. Immediately after, it's time to add buffs daily. The Eye of Speed. Open. 8-door Dunja God Speed Mode. Open. Swift. Full. All this, in fact, is just a moment. From the change of the writing will I to the full state open, less than a second. On, Shuya started his hand instantaneously, directly shifted the battle line, and opened a certain distance from the 2 women to avoid the impact of the battle. Hee, the instant technique, Yun Nin AI chuckled, raised his foot and chased after him. Stimulated by Lei Dun chakra, he was like a fierce beast. In this state, he only needs 1 punch, and only 1 punch is needed to make the enemy say goodbye to this world. As he approached, the thunder on his body illuminated Shuoyu's face. Yun Nin AI also saw clearly for the first time the expression of the little devil who hated his teeth itching, and his fist continued to expand in the little ghost's pupils. As long as this punch goes down, this noisy imp will shut up forever. Forget it, it's better to start lightly, just knock unconscious. However, this confident punch was swung empty. Nanny. Inertia made AI lunged forward, and he hurriedly stabilized his figure. This little devil can actually dodge my iron fist. What about you? Soul torture. Yun Nin AI had just stabilized his figure, but what greeted him was also a constantly enlarged fist. It's a scene recreation. In the last moment, he was still attacking Shuyu, and at this moment, he was attacked by Shuyu in turn. That shot was too fast. Almost equal to him. Although he can avoid it with a very fast speed, he disdains. Whether a little ghost's fist can penetrate his Thunder Chakra armor is 2 words. Not to mention hurting him. Perhaps, this punch of the little devil will be paralyzed by Lei Dun and burp directly. Humph. AI sneered. But this sneer quickly deformed. Rumble. With Shuoyu's fist as the center point, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. With that violent collision sound, Yun Nin AI's body was blasted out of a parabola and fell violently to the ground, like a stupid dog in embarrassment. Monster Fist also dares to take it with a face. I respect you as a man, Shuoyu muttered softly. Maid, do these people look down on the Monster Fist? How could it be? Yun Nin AI shook his head and stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. A little ghost, how can there be such a powerful force? What happened? How did Lord AI get sent flying? Impossible. How about we help AI? Don't, this is Lord AI's battle, and those who persuade will be beaten. With a roar, AI rushed toward Shuyu again like a hideous-looking beast. This time, he took this little ghost personally. I was too careless just now and didn't think about it so much. And this time, his eyes were fixed on Shuoyu. Whether this little devil dodged or counterattacked, he would be ruthlessly crushed by his Thunder Ninja technique. Heavy Torrent. The elbow attack under the extreme speed can definitely not be carried even by the towering trees in this deep forest. If this blow hits this kid, it will blossom him directly. He seemed to have seen the little ghost's desperate eyes. However, everything is his wishful thinking. What he had gathered enough strength to attack was still just a cloud of air. The speed of this imp. Has it surpassed me? AI clenched his teeth, desperately unwilling to believe this fact. Whoosh! AI roared incompetently again, and with his anger, the Thunder Chakra on his body suddenly strengthened a little. It is said that this Thunder Chakra pattern is divided into 3 stages, and different forms will be produced depending on the amount of chakra invested by the user. Mainly, it is distinguished according to the degree of friedness. Now, AI's big back has exploded like a melancholy nobleman. His speed, once again a stage up. Just you'll go, rumble. Before AI could react, he suffered a heavy blow in the back. What a familiar scene! However, this time AI did not fall to the ground in embarrassment, and under the armor of the second stage of Thunder, his speed in all aspects was greatly improved, and he stabilized his figure in midair. When he landed, he immediately used his strength to bounce and rush towards Shuyu again. This time, his impact speed is more than doubled. Lei-Do must spit out the knife when encountered. Although I don't understand the point of you giving such a long name to an ordinary straight fist, I still want to say, it's too slow. I don't know when. Shuoyu's body also lit up with blue razor. I saw that he was surrounded by thunder and lightning that was more shining than AI, purer and more raging. That's Chidoryu. The same as Lei Duan, naturally there is also stimulation of cells to achieve the purpose of acceleration. However, this move is more about attack and defense. Under the sight of the Sharingan, the trajectory of AI's fist was at a glance. Shuoyu waved the blue thunder and lightning all over his body to greet him. Nanny, Lei Dun to Lei Dun, who is stronger and weaker immediately knows. Rumble. The terrifying collision effect swept through the audience, and the surrounding clouds couldn't help but raise their hands and protect them in front of them. The spherical shock wave suddenly exploded, causing Wan Mu to bow his waist. When everyone carried the shock wave and looked ahead, they saw that AI's arm had been cut through a wound of more than 10 centimeters. Although this wound is nothing to the big man, everyone knows that in this battle, AI lost. Your thunder is so strong. You actually use thunder, AI said incoherently. This is probably the most sand sculpture question I've heard this year. Why won't I say it to you? Explosive Dun is originally a combination of Lei Dun and Tu Duan, saying that it will be Lei Dun, there should be no problem, right? Although Lei Dun restrained and said, how can it be repaired? I'm going to beat you all over the ground to find your teeth. Don't be too smug. Shuoyu was speechless. It has long been said that the ninja of Union Village are easy to fight. This is not it. This top, daddy raised in vain. 10 minutes later, AI looked at Shuyu with an embarrassed face, and shouted angrily again, you little ghost, how can you hold on for so long? Use such a level of thunder. Silly, I'm not fast, and it's lasting. Joke. Checking in for several months in a row is congratulations to the host for getting the check-in reward, doubling the amount of chakra, even if it is only 2 chakra amount at the beginning. Now it's also an astronomical amount. Not to mention the chakra monster of the 1,000 hand pillars and Naruto Uzumaki, his chakra is at least enough. It won't be like a certain 5-5, and if you fight with people for a while, you will have kidney deficiency. 30 minutes later. Nin AI really can't help it. He found that his attacks basically couldn't hit Shuyu, and even the power battle, either by the strange force to be a person, or by the strange ninjutsu that suddenly appeared. Lao Tzu is here to arrest people today, not to learn to be a person. Forget it. I've given up on you little ghost. AI, who had been in the inferior position during the battle, showed a victor's smile at this time, give it to me. Grab these guys. It doesn't matter if you live or die. Quiet. Deathly silence. You can't hear me. AI turned his head angrily, wanting to rebuke Yun Shinobu he led. However, when he turned around, he found that those Yun Ren's faces were purple and blue, as if they had been dyed in their mother's womb. What's going on? It's over. A calm voice came from the few remaining woods behind Shuoyu. The oil girl Sai Hei walked out dressed in civilian clothes and with a pair of round eyes. No one can see what he does, nor can they sense that there is any powerful chakra in him, which is extremely mysterious. Behind him, followed by the reflective meti of his front teeth. The two are in stark contrast. One inscrutable, one sabi. It was getting dark and it should be a nice morning. Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief. 30 minutes of high-intensity battle, his mouth said that it was easy, but it was really not easy. When he grows for a few more years, it may be easier. But now this small body, hold on for another 15 minutes, it will reach the limit. Fortunately, there are people in our team who understand. Knowing that Akai, who can obviously be used as a combat unit, specially went back to report the letter, which must have special significance. After the performance, it's really tiring to fight with the reckless man. Acting. AI grabbed the word. The people of the Uchiha family are born movie kings. It's just that poor AI, who didn't understand anything, was kept in the dark. The poor reckless man always thought he was witty enough. In fact, when he first turned on the Thunder Chakra mode and illuminated his surroundings, he was already calculated in it. AI turns on the Thunder Chakra mode and repels Akai, seemingly having the upper hand. But in the same way, his thunder illuminated the people around him, Kirabi. Others may not know the boy Kirabi, but Shuyu does. Now although he has not yet taken over Yao, he can stay by AI's side, and apparently the duo has been formed. Only, in the Cloud Ninja who walked out with great momentum, there was no Kirabi. At the same time, there is also one less one-half forgive the current eight-tailed man Zulai with hair color. At the beginning, he discovered the chakra of the eight-tailed human pillar force from the perspective of the Sharingan, and his state was very unstable. It is estimated that he was frightened by the serial explosion. According to ninja common sense, it must be better to get up than escort the emotionally unstable eight-tailed man Zulai to evacuate. Their team, said to be encircled and suppressed, is actually just an emergency outflanking by Union Village's temporary dispatch of a team at the border. AI, Kiribi, Yaoto Zulai, this trio is just returning from a mission. What Shiyu is afraid of is not these cloud ninja, but the violent Yao. Violent beasts, it's useless for you to just shout daddy, don't say shout names. At that time, the battle situation will be chaotic, and with AI, a powerful combat unit, the Konoha ninjas will not be able to get any benefits. Therefore, then follow the cleverness of Yunren, wait for the eight-tailed man pillar force to go far, and then make a move against the remaining Yunren. No matter how you say that the chance of safe evacuation is very high. It's just that I didn't expect that the oil girl's Haihei was overly dissidized, and directly used nanobugs to take down those Yun shinobi in one fell swoop. Oil girl Shihei, a low-key, hidden ninja, in the ninja world, how many ninjas know his abilities? How can it be repaired? IWA Shinobu Burst Hunting. You are declaring war on Union Village in the Land of Thunder. You know the consequences of war, but Kugai? The few Konoha ninjas who followed were slightly stunned. This stupid big man said, what about your horse? Shuya smiled and said contemptuously, Uncle Ben has never been afraid of you Yunren, and Union Village has never been afraid of things. However, you reckless men can completely act as if nothing has happened, and the war will not start. You don't think about it. Union Village is where you can come and leave if you want. Immediately unlock the technique that controls our ninja. Otherwise, I'm sorry, they're dead. Oil Girl's Haihei said lightly. Nanny, I have never survived under the secret technique of weighing purple earth for 2 days. Oil Nuzzy Heiun said lightly. 2-day scale purple earth? Turtle, good brother. Let's shoot a Konoha Shino Biden together in the future, and take the little golden man together. How can it be repaired? You nasty IWA shinobi. AI cursed furiously, and the Thunder Chakra rushed out without money, and the armor formed by the Thunder Dun faintly appeared on the shoulders with a pair of spikes. That's AI playing the Lei Dun Chakra mode to the extreme. In this state, his speed is extremely fast, and even pupil art can't catch up. AI, who was furious, flashed his figure and attacked towards the oil girl's Haihei. That speed, if there is no Sharinan, Shuyu may not be able to capture it. Not to mention the oil girl Haihei. Under the rage, AI only punched out and smashed heavily on the head of the oil girl's Haihei, and the entire head was directly cut in half. Seeing the results of the battle, AI did not continue to attack, but continued by inertia and quickly fled towards the distance. He tactically retreated, but also successfully avenged his brothers. Finish? Oil girl Haihei died here? No. Just when everyone in Konoha was worried, the body of the oil girl Haihei slowly turned into a lump of dirt. This turned out to be just a soil doppelganger. Shuya smacked his tongue. This buddy, if not hidden too deeply, I really want to talk to him about friends. This hand of soil is simply amazing. If AI does not choose to evacuate, but chooses to fight with everyone present, then will he be directly angry to death when he sees the oil girl Haihei who slowly turns into dirt? Oh no, the 2-day scale purple earth that turns into dirt? Are these Yun shinobi all dead? Shuo asked as she walked towards the small woods. Soon, the main figure of the oil girl Haihei, as well as the Hayaga brothers, walked out. No, they are not dead yet, but they are paralyzed by insects, and the medicine I have prescribed will not last long, Haihei explained. 6. That big man just now is really pitiful. Next to Inyazuka Pa, Urha Kuromaru said. Even the dogs are pitiful AI, gee. What about these Yunin? Hinata asked, holding her arm. This topic directly pointed to the general captain of this operation, Thousand Hands Mo Wa. It's a difficult decision. What about these cloud ninja? If left alone, when they returned alive and reported their state at that time, Union could quickly deduce that this was done by the Konoha ninja. If you kill it, that's inhumane. Although it is said that ninjas are tools for killing, let everyone present ruthlessly kill these people who have no power to resist, and the hurdle in their hearts really can't be passed. For a moment, Thousand Hands Mo Wa fell into a dilemma. At this moment, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Ninfa, wind-breaking dragon fire. The flame that burned everything brought those paralyzed Yunin to heaven. What's there to hesitate about? They just wanted to kill us. The crowd was speechless and could not be refuted. After all, everyone present is not the devil, let alone the virgin. Everyone actually knows in their hearts how to make a trade-off, to burden themselves with sin, or to burden the village with war. After all, I just can't get my hands on it. But Shuyu didn't think so much. Who cares how his village is not so? Anyway, these people are murderous to him. Don't give it all to be extinguished, and wait for the enemy family to come to the door and say good morning in the future? The eyes of several Shangren looking at Shuyu were full of awe. This kind of emotion should not have appeared in the eyes of the elders to the younger generations, but the situation is different at this time. Doing what ordinary people can't do, accomplishing what elders can't do, this is worthy of admiration. You can't talk about ninjas by age. Thousand Hands Mowa silently grabbed the little hand of Sunset Hong beside him. Hong, when can you make the same decision as him? You will soon catch up with him. Okay, let's hurry up and leave this place of right and wrong. Yes. Half an hour after everyone left, a porcelain white snake appeared here. Then, the white snake opened its mouth, and its seemingly slender body spit out a living human being. Throwing off the disgusting things on his body, the human looked around with cold eyes. I said, it was the detonation charm thrown by Yun Ren, and they had already set up an ambush in the place where we must pass on our return journey. On the way back, someone kept explaining to Hinata. Isn't it that it was affected by a series of explosions, and it was injured and lost, and it gave people white eyes along the way? If it weren't for Shiyu's medical ninjutsu, when he returned to Konoha village, the wound would have healed. I believe you're a ghost. Hinata supported his clan eldest brother and scolded, you stinky boy is very bad. I see that the bitterness was thrown out by you. When the whites of my eyes grow? Oops, big brother, are you okay? Does it still hurt? What and what? The chaotic battle situation at that time, you were behind me, I threw Kuwu in front, how could it blow you up? Brother Hinata, you have a dead end in your white eyes, and you are absolutely forced to look at the fork. Brother? Call me senior. I originally had a good impression of you, but now, okay, the day difference, 2 words less, I'm fine. Hinata said with a pale face. Look, Uncle Hayashi is a discerning person, those damn Yunin have been cremated, and the great revenge has been revenged. Shuo-yu nodded with a smile. Brother Hinata? Uncle Hayashi? A mother's womb gives birth to 2 generations? The day difference is over, but the eldest brother won't let him say it, and he doesn't dare to continue BB. Sai Zhang, why don't you speak? What intelligence has your bugs collected in Union Village? Talk a little, popularize science. In this mission, it seems that the Hinata brothers with white eyes are the main force, but in fact, it is actually the oil girl Shihei who has collected a lot of intelligence. His bugs are sometimes much more useful than white eyes. Moreover, through a brief exchange on the road, one more thing was discovered. Although Shijiro and Danzo also have frequent contact, his position is definitely unwavering Konoha. Hearing the question, Shihei pushed the sunglasses. Sorry, my vocal cords are broken, and I'm asking the bugs to fix them. Isn't it, Shijiro-san? Aren't we good brothers, acting? The character of the oil woman family is really elusive. If you don't say it, Shiyu didn't bother to continue asking. I just want to inquire about a little gossip, such as whose daughter is, how old she is, who is a widowed young woman and so on. Well, everyone rested for a while and Kuni changed into Konoha's costume again, and quietly rushed back to Konoha village the next day. As an S-class mission, he must have to report in person. However, as soon as he entered the Hokage building, he bumped into the Watergate class head-on. Wave Fang Mizuman, Kakashi, Obito, Rin Nohara. I haven't seen it for a long time, and the 3 little ones seem to have grown a lot, especially the 2 who graduated from the ninja school not long ago. Oh, Watergate, he greeted. Watergate, Shuyu, I'm lucky. Kakashi, gaze. Obito, old watch, task? Nohara Rin, Shiyukun, for a moment, the scene was a little awkward. It is clear that this person is not the highest level ninja here, but the other party's star squad only greeted Uchiha Shiyu. What does this make the 2 of the Hyaga clan say? What does this make the strong man of the oil woman clan say? This makes the eldest sister of the Inyazuka clan. Well, nothing big sister. Suddenly, a Kai on the side of Shuya showed a row of large front teeth and excitedly showed off to Kakashi. Kakashi, I've surpassed you now. I defeated a lot of ninjas this time. Well, I know, just lie down in a team with him, don't work so hard. Kakashi pointed expressionlessly at Shuoyu. Look at what this says. It's weird. Didn't you just fight together in a team for 2 years, and it seemed familiar? However, how could Shinchanakai be defeated by words? He stretched out his thumb. Although I can't catch up with Shiyukun, you can't catch up with Shiyukun either, so, we are the same. Awesome, I can't talk about you. Watching Kakai and the 2 rubbing sparks against each other, they were both amused by the fire. Since he still had a task ahead of him, he didn't delay much and walked directly upstairs. Senjumo Wa, as the captain, stepped forward and knocked on the door. What used to be a common thing always feels that something is wrong today. Tuck tuck. And everyone rushed in, and in the Hokage office, not only the 3 generations of apes flew into the sun, but also the elder group, and even the disabled old dog of Tuanzang shrunk in the corner. With so many people coming in at once, the Hokage office immediately seemed crowded. This atmosphere is like the company's new employee reception. It's a big head. Good work, gentlemen. Sandame spoke. Yes, times 8. After the formatted greeting, with the representative of Thousand Hands Mowa, everyone began to report in detail, even how many meals they ate and what they ate. It was obviously not like this before. When the 5 people opened the black team, everyone came in to say hello, and it was over. Today, it seems that the elders are here. The order of debriefing, starting from the captain and moving on to the ninja level. After all the big brothers and sisters have finished reporting, it will be Shuyu's turn. It's been an hour. The legs are numb. Subconsciously, he looked at Tuan Zhang in the corner with his afterlight, either because he thought he was, or his costume was a little eye-catching. Ahem, Shuyu, you start. The third generation took a sharp puff of his cigarette and said in a mixed manner. Looking at the expression of the three generations, suddenly, he seemed to understand why he was aging so quickly. Yes, Naruto-sama. Shuyu pondered the language a little, and then said, to sum up, I won't say anything repeated. During the mission, I cooperated with the Yunin team. In this way, I managed to delay time. That's all? Yes, I only do this trivial work. Saname took another sharp puff of his cigarette. You're not going to talk about the final big battle? If the third generation of Lord feels that he has made a mistake in judgment, then he is willing to accept punishment. If you can talk more. Anyway, the man's mouth, the deceitful ghost. It doesn't take much effort to speak. As for the real punishment, Lao Tzu will see who runs faster today. But, won't it, say half and change again? But what? Mayome asked. However, this alone is not enough to make Union believe that Union attacked them. Those people are stupid, but they are not stupid. Tuan Zhang closed his eyes, and seemed to recall the Thunder National Alliance back then, which was the shame of his life. What do you suggest, Danzo? Mito Minion asked. I suggest sending the Dark Department to infiltrate Union Village and carry out a second attack in Union Village. Of course, it is still in the name of Yan'an. Are you going to start a war between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth? Danzo, you know that Oniki is not easy to mess with. If you go too far, Oniki will definitely fight back. Koharu warned. Faced with such a question, Tenzo did not change his face and continued, then do you think that if you don't do this, Oniki will leave this matter alone? Koharu couldn't refute. Everyone turned their attention to the three generations, and no matter how many opinions and suggestions there were, it was finally up to Hokage to decide. I don't agree with Tuan Zhang's approach. Before the words of the third generation were finished, when they heard the voice of dismissal, Tuan Zhang came directly, Ape Fly, are you still hesitating at this time? No, on the contrary, I will always be faster than you. Danzo receives 10,086 critical damage. However, things are no longer the way the three generations thought. Although Danzo's suggestion was rejected, who knows if Danzo needs Hokage's permission to do things? When he said such a thing, he might have already sent someone. Maybe it's someone who is very good at disguise, and this person's strength must not be weak, and counter-reconnaissance, evacuation capabilities, which must be superclass. Humph. Tuan Zhang snorted coldly and slammed the door out. In fact, he laughed maniacally in his heart. When everything happens, can you still do this? Ape Fly. Okay, you all stand down for now. Akai was stunned. Didn't he need to report? It's so non-existent. However, he could only nod his head and say yes and silently withdrew from the Hokage office. Then disband today. I will invite everyone to eat barbecue in the evening. Senju Mowa said. Okay, I'll go to Kakashi for a match now, and when I run out of strength, I'll eat yakiniku at night. Akai turned grief and indignation into motivation. Teacher, can I continue to ask you for advice? Yes. Seeing that the 8th class had its own arrangement, Shiryu did not explain, waved his hand, and walked towards his home. Even though this home is no longer familiar, every time I return from a mission and walk to the gate, I can't help but get excited. It's not expecting anything, no. Shiryu house. In the distance, I saw the big locust tree. It is said that the big locust tree is not good and is not suitable for planting in the yard of one's own family, but such a big tree has to grow for decades, right? Perhaps, it still existed when Konoha built the village, and he was a senator. Pushing open the door, Stopwater did not play with mud today. This surprised Shiryu. Teacher? Sleep without water? Shuo asked into the inner room. However, the voice came out for a long time, and there was no reply. Could it be that Tsunade drank the fragment again? No, it won't be acting again this time, right? Tiptoeing into the inner room, he found that the room was chaotic, and there was no trace of Tsunade. To be reasonable, Tsunade has been a dead house for the past 2 years, and it is indeed a bit of a surprise that he suddenly disappeared. However, she didn't want the rest of Konoha to know that she was back, so where would it be now? In broad daylight, they are not afraid of being discovered. After chanting a few words, Shiryu was too lazy to care. Such a big Tsunade, he would not lose it. Giving up looking for Tsunade, he headed towards the room where the water stopped. Usually this smelly brother sleeps very lightly, wakes up at the slightest movement, and then worships the Nisanasan Nisan. Today, I don't see it anymore to ask for peace. Quietly Mimi pushed open the door and looked towards the couch, but found that the water stop was not here. Strange, this kid never moves his nest. Where did he run today? Although the words were relaxed, Shuo also unconsciously tensed up in her heart. Not to mention how deep the bond with the smelly brother is. This is a handful of shit, he pulls a handful of urine. Even if a dog is lost, it must be panicked for half a day. Not to mention a living person. The room, the cabinet, even he opened the chakra eye to look for it, but he couldn't find the water. Even Tsunade is missing. This, Shuoyu's brows involuntarily furrowed, and the entire mansion looked particularly dignified. Tsunade will not go out easily, Shisui is very sensible and will not deliberately make ghosts. These two people are gone. Nanami, who served, could not determine her time. After all, she was a shinobi at the same time, and there were quite a lot of tasks. And her staff-making sister Uchiha Mai doesn't know if she has joined a certain team. Therefore, he did not have anyone to ask at this time. What's that? Suddenly, Shuoyu's eyes changed, and under the perspective of the Sherinon, along the portal, until the outer door, you could see some messy footprints. These footprints are very faint, ordinary people can't see them at all, only his extremely perceptive chakra eyes can observe them. The footprints are messy, but not without rules. It looks like 6 adults enter and exit at the same time. Seeing this, Shuoyu's eyes instantly became extremely cold. Anyone has been here? The water stop is, if you want to talk about burglary, what do you think of Tsunade in the house? Once the fight started, Tsunade would have razed this place to the ground long ago. Shuoyu held back his emotions and calmly observed again. Start where Tsunade habitually stays, until there was suddenly a pile of fallen leaves under that big locust tree. Looking up, the leaves on the branch were obviously shaken off a lot. With such a strong branch, there must be enough strength to shake. That is, Tsunade left from here. The direction is, Tsunade in pursuit? Coming to this conclusion, Shuyu felt that her heartbeat was accelerating, because, if it was a ninja in his own village, Tsunade would not have to go to such great lengths to chase after it, and if it was a ninja in his own village, Tsunade would definitely have made a fuss in the village at this time. That is, non-Konoha ninjas kidnapped the water stop. The exit is the unsuspecting wall of Konoha village. Obviously, this is not a simple kidnapping, but a long-planned plan to find out Konoha's defensive weakness. This rush lasted wildly, and I don't know how long it lasted. Almost all of them reached the southwestern border of the Fire Nation. Further on, it's Kawanakuni. The clothes were blown by the fierce wind, but the speed of Shiyu did not decrease in the slightest. Suddenly, a jumping black dot appeared in his line of sight. It was a ninja, but far away. 8-gate Dunjia. 5th Duman. Open. Chakra burst out suddenly, and he directly opened the 8-door Dunjia to increase his speed. Explosive power blessed his body. Every leap he made was bound to step on an ancient tree. Soon, the figure of the ninja was already in view. It's not Tsunade, but the slender Uchiha Mai. Dance! He shouted immediately. Hearing the voice, Uchiha Mai quickly turned around, and when he found that it was Shuyu, the 3-hook jade chakra eye in his eye socket finally weakly hidden. Her chakra is exhausted. Shuyu, seeing this, Shuyu immediately used the teleportation technique and rushed over at great speed. Reach out and catch Uchiha Mai. At this time, she is pale, her lips are bloodless. This is not only chakra exhaustion, this is simply overdrawing life in exchange for strength. What's going on? Shuyu asked eagerly. I was cultivating, and I found a group of people who took away the water stop, so I followed it all the way. Tsunade-sama is ahead of me, I can't catch up, Uchiha Mai said weakly. Leave me alone, hurry up and save the water. Looking at Uchiha Mai, whose face was exhausted, but still riveted with all his strength, and barely stood up, Shuotsuki admitted that he was moved by this girl who made the staff. Even if you overdraw your life, you must track down those people. It's too dangerous for you to stay here alone. Saying that, Shuoyu bit his finger and quickly sealed the seal, psychic art. With a cloud of smoke, Wings of Steel 1 was summoned. He hugged Uchiha Mai to know 1's back, and then said, Number 1 will send you back, I'll keep chasing. However, now you need psychic beasts even more. No, I still track faster. Then, Number 1, send it back safely, Shuoyu said directly to the psychic beast. Number 1 nodded obediently, then spread his wings and immediately took off towards Konoha. Although psychic arts have a time limit, this time is enough for it to fly back to Konoha. Immediately afterwards, he continued to chase in the direction of Kawanakuni. Entering the country of Kawa, the traces left by Tsunade are even more difficult to find. The land of fire is green, but the land of creek is different. Just after he had lost his Tsunade mark and groped for a kilometer on his own, he suddenly found a corpse. The corpse was severely deformed, folding back from the waist to diagonal, and the ground under it cracked like a cobweb. The only one who can cause this kind of injury is Tsunade's strange power at the moment. This also shows that he is tracking in the right direction. However, looking at the blood stains spreading on the ground, he suddenly felt a little more worried. Tsunade, there is a hemophobia. If this weakness is discovered by the enemy, I am afraid that it will be less fierce. Gotta hurry. Following the blood stains, he moved quickly and soon found another body. Just as he was about to step forward to take a look, there was a boom in the distance. It was obviously the sound caused by the powerful ninjutsu. Following the sound, he immediately set off. Beyond the mountain, you can see a messy battlefield. There are 13 ninjas with masks, and they fight with Tsunade. To be precise, they are attacking, and Tsunade is just defending. It's not like her style at all. Sure enough, it was discovered by the enemy with a fear of blood. The instantaneous technique hurriedly moved, and a few jumps quickly closed the distance. The hand immediately sealed, Ninfa, Wind and Fire. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that Tsunadeheim, one of the 3 shinobi, could also fall into such a field. If a few of us killed Tsunadeheim, can we also become famous ninjas? I can't imagine that I was originally just to catch that little ghost out, but now I caught a big fish. I see how long this woman can hold out. When she dies, I will collect her corpse. A dark red inches line streaked at a thunderous speed, and before the ninja could finish speaking, he was directly pierced. A dark hole appeared in the mouth of the heart, and he fell down without a glance. Hey, Key. It turns out that this dead dog is called such a name. In the face of this sudden attack, this group of masked ninjas suddenly panicked. This killing ninjutsu is almost impossible to defend. Unheard of by them. The speed of that ninjutsu is too fast, and when the red light flashes, it is a life. A few people quickly left the vicinity of Tsunade and quickly dispersed. Who is it? It won't be Konoha's reinforcements. Humph. What are you afraid of? Even if it is Konoha reinforcements, they can still send 20 ninjas at once. That is, there are 20 brothers behind us. Suddenly, 1,000 birds chirped in unison on that slope. It is clear that the birds in the woods have long been shocked away by their fight. At this time, what happened? Where did the sound of 1,000 birds chirp in unison? Just as they were guessing, a blue light wrapped around thunder and lightning pierced straight out of the woods on the slope. Chidori's sharp gun. At the end of the Chidori sharp gun, Shuoyu's pair of chakra eyes were scarlet like blood. This stab, although unexpected, but the ninja who had already raised his guard still escaped a catastrophe and retrieved a life. However, a broken arm fell from mid-air, and blood spurted thin. "AAA my hand." The screams of the ninja Shuyu directly ignored, and only after walking in did he see clearly that the masks on these people's faces were a little familiar. Aren't these the iconic masks of Yu Ninja Village? Could it be Hanzo's revenge? The country of rivers and the country of rain are connected, and it makes sense to walk the same road. Teacher, do you want to be tight? Shuyu, I'm sorry. Seeing Shuoyu, Tsunade's face was full of shame, and her trembling hands prevented her from exerting her full strength. Otherwise, how about the 13 ninjas? No 3 ninja Tsunade him. If it weren't for the phobia of blood, she would have chased back the water a long time ago. Let's not talk about this. How is the situation now? Shuoyu, although Shuoyu didn't mean to blame in the slightest, Tsunade was finally crushed by his guilt. Don't force it, I know your symptoms, it's enough to be able to hold on here, Shuoyu said with relief again. Next. It's time for these people to regret coming out of their mother's womb. Shuoyu, their strength is not bad, comparable to our Konoha's upper ninja strength. Shangnin, 13 upper shinobi at once? This handwriting is a bit too much. However, Shuyu is not afraid in the slightest. Today, they and their horses are bis. Hey, little ghost, are you Uchiha Shuyu? Hanzo-sama told us to come and take your family's life. The ninja, who looked like a captain, shouted at Shuoyu. Hearing this, Shuyu smiled back angrily. If Hanzo remembered that battle, he wouldn't have sent you to die. Nanny? So, who the hell of you wants to blame Hanzo? 13 upper ninjas, this is enough to build a lineup of a small ninja village. Even for you Ninja Village, it is definitely the mainstay. Pulling out so many people at once, Hanzo is willing to give up? If he remembered that battle, as long as he had experienced that battle, who would send these people to die? You can't say that unless you haven't seen that battle with your own eyes. Blame? Ha ha ha, little ghost, don't you think too much, we are just avenging Hanzo-sama. On. It seems that in order to hide their weakness, these ninjas did not dare to say more, and directly replaced them with actions. They don't have extra moves, they are simply the tactics of killing for the sake of killing. He has seen this kind of killing technique, and the eldest son of the Ape Flying Sun, the one in the dark department, is even more direct than this. However, it has always been Shuyu who rushes others, how can it make the other way around? That's not looking for death, what is that? Wind Escape Big Breakthrough. Ninfa, Wind Breaking Dragon Fire. The 2 ninjutsu were released almost at the same time, the wind fueled the fire, and the originally powerful wind and fire fusion technique, at this time, changed and swept the world. It has truly become a super wide-range ninjutsu that attacks indiscriminately. All around this are wild mountains, and under this fire, it instantly turned into a sea of fire. I really answered Hanzo's title. Rushing to the front, that is, the one who saw the Grim Reaper the fastest. A few in the rear hurriedly made the excavation escape for defense. But under this powerful fire, the rock was swallowed little by little, and finally turned into pieces. Ninjas who used Tsukudo are cremated on the spot. When the flames dispersed, the original 13 ninjas were now only 8 left. Fortunately, it is still the Earth Ninja who sacrifices himself, otherwise they will all die. This fire is terrible. See sand, get ready for the water. This little ghost is really not simple. No, it's not simple. My water escape may not be as good as two done to him. Something is better than nothing. This person is much more difficult to deal with than Tsunadeheim. What about people? Just such a ninjutsu got them into trouble. But in fact, this fire is just to say hello. The moment the fire subsided, Shuoyu took the initiative to rush forward. Patience, what is a person in this place? The thunder suddenly started, I don't know when, he actually appeared in the rear of these people, and the thunder and lightning in his hand had already penetrated the moon chest of one person. Nanny! The few people who turned back were shocked and were about to fight back, but found that the thunder was repeated. Directly penetrating the body of their teammates, it instantly extended by 15 meters, directly stabbing the farthest one, and the ninja closest to the rear happened to face a pair of chakra eyes. Suddenly, the soul shook, and he had already been hit by illusion. In an instant, kill 3 more people. But all this did not end, and the few living people who reacted immediately held the kuwu in their hands and attacked and killed Shuyu. At such a close distance, he would never use the fire ninjutsu like that just now. Then under close combat, it is difficult to defeat 10 hands. Several people seem to have seen the miserable defeat of this little ghost. However, close combat with Shuyu? I don't know what these people think. Why do people who think that ninjutsu is strong in close combat will be weak? Did you know that he called Tsunade-sensei just now? Facing Ku-Wu, Shuyu waved his fist without hesitation. Seeing that Ku-Wu was about to pierce his arm, but Ku-Wu suddenly broke. The terrifying force above that fist directly smashed into the enemy's arm, twisted, shattered, and the entire arm crackled and exploded, and then the force pierced the shoulder, and then the whole body. 2/3 of his body was dented by that terrifying force. Bones and internal organs mixed into a ball of powder. This power. The other 4 saw the power of this terror and almost subconsciously fled. There is no need for calm analysis, the body subconsciously wants to escape. However, at such a close distance, Shuoyu's physical skills seem to be more direct than their killing techniques. Say you bis. This is a complete face-to-face slaughter. When the last person was stepped on the ground by Shuoyu with 1 foot, it was only 10 seconds. Say, where is the water stop? You kill me, your brother will also be buried with me, and I think it's worth it to have the younger brother of someone like you to accompany the funeral. You should be in pain for a long time. Illusion Sherinan. A pair of scarlet Sherinan eyes met the ninja's eyes. Asking him just gives him a chance to say the answer, however, he does not cherish it. Searching for answers with the Sherinan will delay a little, but that's it. It turns out that you have been lurking in Konoha for 5 years, and I don't know how you got over these 5 years. With a slight force under his feet, he stepped on the ninja's last breath. At this time, Tsunade also walked up and asked with evasive eyes, Shuyu, I can still help, where is the water stop? I'll go with you. Everyone could hear the guilt in Tsunade's tone, and she wanted to atone for her sins more than anyone. If she is not allowed to go, maybe this matter will always be a knot in her heart. Can your body still hold on? Much better, it can be overcome. After all, hemophobia is a mental illness, and as long as you have a stronger belief than you did at the beginning, it is not difficult to overcome. Shuoyu rushed ahead, Tsunade trailing behind. The two came to a bridge hole. In the middle of the bridge, a rope falls, and in the middle of the river directly below it, densely packed steel spikes are placed. And above the rope, there is a stop of water. Stop the water! Tsunade exclaimed, but did not rush forward recklessly, because this was obviously a bureau set up by the enemy. Shuoyu's eyes carefully stared at the water stop, and after confirming that the water stop was not seriously injured, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that people are safe. Oh, yes, I said, why is there so much movement over there? It turns out that the main lord and the bonus came together. A ghostly figure appeared under the bridge cave, also wearing the iconic mask of Ninja Village, and also looked dead. The man held a very rare blade in his hand, like a sickle and a long sword, which was initially estimated to be a shabai. Tell me your name. Shuoyu's tone was flat, which was the calm before the storm. Me? Name? Lao Tzu is Lord Demon Rain, but I hate that I was not present that day, otherwise Hanzo-sama would not have been on his hands. Your fire will definitely not have the slightest effect under my water. Today, Uncle Ben will let you see. Shut up, bark dog, your sand feed is all over, stop pretending to be from the Ninja Village. Nanny? Demon Rain, no, the ninja who gave himself the name Sabi was suddenly shocked in his heart. Could it be that those people betrayed? No, I almost forgot that this little devil has a writing wheel eye. But, that's right. It is true that Uncle Ben is not a ninja of the Rain Ninja Village, but the fact that he wants your brother's life is absolutely true. Saying that, the man smiled cruelly, and gently slashed the blade in his hand on the rope. This knife cut the finger-thick rope in half. Shuoyu silently lowered her hands and said, I don't care what purpose you guys have, it's okay to kill anyone, whatever you want, but, for now, give me back the water, and then I'll give you a comfortable way to die. This is the most arrogant joke I've heard this year. The man laughed maniacally, and with his gesture, the 20 ninjas who were hiding in the shadows also appeared. Judging from their chakra, it turned out to be a pure shinobi. That's a lot of money. 3 generations of Kazekage-sama. Sending so many dark departments to carry out this one task, is it still quite respectful? 5 under the bridge and 15 on both sides, and quickly spread out to form an encirclement, encircling Shuotsuki and Tsunade in the center. At this time, the man spoke again. Uchiha Shiyu, you can now choose to cut off one of your own hands yourself, or I will throw your brother into the water, and he will definitely be stabbed into a sieve by these iron thorns. Stop doing this kind of cliché. You might as well let me kill myself directly, wouldn't that be more direct? Mentally retarded will do it. First weaken yourself, and then wait for the enemy to come up. You are powerless to fight back, and everyone will die together? Please, what age is this? Don't eat that set. No, Uchiha Shugetsu, there are so many of us, it doesn't matter if you commit suicide or not, we just want to watch the ninja of Konoha die little by little, it's very valuable to watch. While saying wildly, he turned his gaze to Tsunadeheim beside Shuotsuki, especially Tsunadeheim, one of the 3 shinobi of Konoha. They were laughing maniacally, like spectators in a gladiatorial arena, watching how 2 people in the encirclement died. However, one fact is forgotten. Those 13 people just now, but none of them were left. Tsunade said that the strength of those 13 people was equivalent to Konoha's upper shinobi. Now, these 20 ninjas in front of him were a little higher than those 13 in the intelligence that Shuyu got from the enemy's mind. But it doesn't matter at all. For example, the ninja with the strange blade does not know that he has been hit by illusion. After all, he is the elder brother of Shui, and his pupil power is only strong but not weak. Unknowingly, using illusion to control a person is as simple as the addition of 1 plus 1. I saw that the ninja under the bridge cave, as soon as he finished speaking, was still proud, and suddenly found that his body was out of control. The blade in his hand was actually wiped towards his neck. No one could have imagined that there were such strange techniques in the world, because they were short-sighted. There was no doubt that the sharp blade slit the man's throat very easily. Blood flew and he died contentedly. Hey, Captain, what are you doing? The ninja behind him spoke and persuaded. It was too late. Up! Don't give this imp time. Go together, watch his eyes. The death of their captain instantly ignited the lead to battle. The remaining 19 ninjas immediately swarmed toward Shuotsuki and Tsunade. Shuriken, Kunao, ninjutsu, attacks from all directions, and it was also a joint shot of the upper ninja. Such an attack, if he used ninjutsu to defend, it is estimated to be enough. Using physical skills to dodge is not a suitable method. If there is absolute defense, Susanoo and other techniques, it is excellent. It's a pity that until now, Shuyu has not opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. And it is said that when you turn on Susanoo, the cells all over your body will hurt sharply. However, although there is no Susanoo for the time being, there are other ways to materialize chakra. For example, tailed beast chakra mode. This is a secret of his. He has encountered the matter of the 2-tailed human pillar force in the country of thunder, and he didn't say anything. Even when he reported to the 3rd generation of ape flying sun, he also lied. Meeting with the Neo-Buddha figure, it is even more impossible to say it. And the gift of the tailed beast that Ireo gave him is a secret among secrets. This secret didn't even come out of the way to the Renzo Lyuki himself. Different from the yellow hair usage of a certain savior, his usage is more inclined to the golden horn and silver horn. It's just that it won't be so ugly. After all, it was chakra voluntarily given by the 2 tails. I saw that the shuriken, kunao, and ninjutsu that were spreading in the sky were about to fall on the heads of the 2, and Tsunade had already opened the 100 Heroes technique, intending to resist this blow for Shuyu. But at this moment, a huge and terrifying chakra suddenly erupted. Rumble! With Shuyu as the origin, a shockwave visible to the naked eye exploded, turning all attacks into nothingness. The shockwave spread far away, and even those enemies who attacked from a distance were repelled several steps. You don't have to blame yourself so much, teacher. Fortunately with you, I can know the direction of stopping the water. If you are not there, I may not even be able to find it. Let's go. The trio returned to Konoha without alerting anyone. As for who else is responsible for this, that's an afterthought. The priority is to solve the problem of Uchiha Mai. Number 1 sent Uchiha Mai to the Shuotsuki house. She climbed back into her room on her own. When the 3 of them entered her boudoir, she was already unconscious. His face was even paler than before, his lips had dried up, and his whole body was a little thinner. This kid, Tsunade's face showed embarrassment. I'll use medical ninjutsu to restore her legs first. Shuyu did not shy away, directly reached out and touched Uchiha Mai's calf, as well as up. Originally in the face of this white jade-like double moon retreat, he would have thought about it. But now, he is only full of sadness. The muscles of both legs are almost necrotic. The usual cultivation strength is not enough, and suddenly so desperate, it ended up in such a situation. Just as he caught up with her, she was still using pupil power to forcibly bless her body. It's just using your body as a puppet. Teacher, can her leg be cured? I try my best. No, I will definitely cure her. If medical ninjutsu doesn't work, please tell me and I'll think of something else. When it comes to the human body, Tsunade is not alone, there is another way in Konoha village. Tsunade was not reluctant, nodded and whispered, yes. It can be seen that she still feels guilty. There is no way around this, all the words of relief should be said. There she treats Uchiha Mai's leg injury, and Shuotsuki stays on the sidelines thinking about how to make up for Uchiha Mai's body. Under normal circumstances, a ninja who actively consumes the chakra on his body will feel weak and will not be able to use ninjutsu. The physical performance in this case is actually not so serious, at most it is pale and weak. And now the situation of Uchiha Mai is almost the same as the situation after Nagato went crazy and used the golem of the outer way. Nagato is a whirlpool family, born with strong vitality. Even if it is drained of chakra, it is a little empty. Uchiha Mai, this little girl is different, she can't afford such consumption. With her own physical recovery ability, she may even not wake up at all. Therefore, there must be external forces to help her. However, the way ninjas return to blue is not like blood transfusion. Some are chakra pills and some are mouth. Paying over for it is biting, but now both situations are unrealistic. The pill has a limited effect, and it is okay to take it during the mission, but now this life-saving time is not very effective. As for biting, there is no suitable candidate. Although medical ninjas can also help patients recover chakra, it is difficult to follow the situation of Uchiha Mai. Suddenly, he had a wit. Yes, he's got a clever move again. System, give me the transcription seal of the fusion new learning, and 1/10 of the tailed beast chakra. Ding! Add a transcription seal. Ding! Add a 10th and 2-tailed chakra. The success rate of integration is 65%. Do you start integration? Use a lucky grass. The props are successfully used. The current fusion success rate is 75%. Has the fusion started? Fusion. Ding! Congratulations on the success of host fusion. Obtained the chakra transliteration art Neo. Perfect. Transcribing seals can set trigger conditions by themselves, such as seeing who's sharing non-triggers. Therefore, what is to be said in Shiyunao is, when the target body chakra consumption reaches less than 5%, it will be triggered. Receiving the flow of information given by the system, he quickly understood the new version of the ship. So, he stretched out 2 fingers and lightly tapped Uchiha Mai's forehead. As chakra flowed, the 2-tailed chakra in his body was quickly consumed by 1/10 and sealed into Uchiha Mai's body instead. Immediately afterwards, due to Uchiha Mai's physical condition, the conditions for the chakra transliteration technique had been triggered, and immediately, the 2-tailed chakra was released from the seal. The tailed beast chakra entered the body, and a layer of fiery red chakra cloak soon floated on Uchiha Mai's body. This is Tsunade, who was treating her legs for Uchiha Mai, was stunned. This chakra pattern, she had seen. Every time the human pillar force uses the tailed beast power, or the human pillar force is about to storm away, it is such a state. Could it be that this kid of Uchiha Mai is still a tailed or pillar force? But that's not right either. Konoha only has 9 tails, and the 9-tailed human pillar force is Uzumaki Jushine. She knows this. This is not the 9 tails. Shuoyu explained, but only said so much. Could it be the chakra of the tailed beast you gave by Shuyu? Are you sealing the tailed beast? Human pillar force? Tsunade wondered. In Kawanakuni before, the 2-tailed avatar made him feel very strange, but he had never seen such a state. In this world at present, who can still use the power of the tailed beast like that? Now the people of Konoha don't even have the idea of taming the 9 tails. Who would have thought? And now, looking at this familiar tailed beast coat on Uchiha Mai's body, Tsunade was sure that this was definitely the power of the tailed beast. I'm not a human pillar, it's just a bit of chakra borrowed. Shuoyu explained again. Tailed beast? Can you still lend someone chakra? Tsunade lost his mind for a while. Why hasn't the era changed now? Why can't I keep up with these operations? If that is said, everyone in Konoha village goes to the 9 tails to borrow a little chakra alone, wouldn't Konoha village be invincible? Anyway, the chakra of the tailed beast is a terrifying batch. It's a bit of a channel, and secondly, it depends on the character of the tailed beast. The 9 tails kind of Dogecoin temper, even if it is called grandpa and grandma, it is not necessarily borrowed. Dog temper? Have you seen the 9 tails? Tsunade was stunned again. How could there be more and more things beyond his comprehension? The 9 tails were directly transferred by her grandmother to Juzine's body, and at that time there were enchantment guards around, and even a fly could not fly in. Even now, Shuoyu has quite a relationship with Juzine, but the 9 tails have never stormed in the village. How can they have seen it? Is it the Sherry Non? Unlike Tsunade's crazy brain supplement, Shuotsuki quietly watched Uchiha Mai in the coat of the tailed beast. Nourished by the tailed beast chakra, Uchiha Mai's face quickly recovered and refreshed. Looking at this magical scene, Tsunade forgot to use chakra to maintain the medical ninjutsu in his hand. Well, how are you feeling when you're back? I felt a lot of strength in my body, which was strange. Looks like it's okay. After a few days of rest, Uchiha Mai was considered to have completely recovered, and he was also blessed with misfortune, not only in terms of physical skills, but also greatly increased the amount of chakra. So, Shuya directly took out the psychic scroll from the warehouse of the Uchiha clan. There are not many people who use this crow's psychic scroll in the Uchiha clan, perhaps because the patriarchs of the past generations take this too seriously and are unwilling to disclose it. Shuya doesn't care about so many things. Directly taken back to his own house, he called Uchiha Mai to him, unfolded the scroll and said, "Mai, come, write your name on it." Uchiha Mai fixed his eyes and couldn't help but be surprised. This is the psychic contract scroll. Yes, what's the fuss, write your name quickly. No, I can't do this without the permission of the patriarch. If you sign it, you will sign it, don't talk so much nonsense. Saying that, the three-hooked jade writing wheel eyes in Shuoyu's eyes appeared. As that pupil power was released, Uchiha's body actually moved uncontrollably. She wrote her name in a daze, and Shuyu was satisfied. Well, it's good, it's much easier to contact in the future. Nodding in satisfaction, the three-gouged jade in his eyes slowly hidden. At this time, Uchiha Mai suddenly came to his senses. "Lord Shuyu, please don't force me with magic. You do this very gentlemanly. A gentleman is a gentleman, please scold me more." "Gentleman." Shuyu looked enjoyed, then tied up the psychic scroll, casually leaned behind the door, and said, "Okay, you use psychic art now. See what kind of crow can be channeled." "No, Lord Shuyu forced me just now, I don't have this intention myself, so I won't use psychic." "Well, illusion writing wheel, please stop it, I'll do it." Although Uchiha Mai looked angry at being forced, he quickly formed a simple psychic seal, and finally slapped his palm on the ground. Boom! A cloud of smoke cleared, and a total of 3 crows flew in the air. Obviously, their reaction was to disapprove of Uchiha Mai's meaning. However, since he is a psychic beast, where do so many things come from? System, melt these 3 crows for me. Ding! Add psychic beasts, crows, ding! Add psychic beasts, crows, ding! Add psychic beasts, crows. The success rate of integration is 99%. Do you start integration? Fusion, ding! Congratulations on the success of host fusion. Obtained the psychic beast, the super large crow. Not bad. Shuoyu gave the system a thumbs up in her heart. Outside, Uchiha Mai looked confused, because the crow she had just channeled out, before she could see what it looked like, suddenly disappeared again. "Lord Shuyu, what is the situation? Maybe you're not skilled in using it, let's try to use the technique just now." Uchiha Mai was helpless, but she could only use it again. This time, the same seal, the same chakra. However, when the smoke clears, it is a different psychic beast. It was a super large raptor with a height of 1.5 meters and a wingspan of 5.5 meters. "Eagle, is that you?" "Ha! What is it?" Uchiha Mai was taken aback, and the name of the staff was revealed. Psychic beasts have their own group, maybe what you channeled is one of the larger ones, very powerful, Shuoyu said as she made up. "And this kind of thing? But isn't the psychic crow only able to cooperate with our clan to use illusions? Will there be such a big one?" "You're not a crow, how do you know how big people want to grow?" "That makes sense." Uchiha Mai nodded, feeling very reasonable. At this time, the purpose of Shuyu was achieved. Whether the psychic beast can help Uchiha Mai fight still needs her own run-in, but if it is used to transmit a message, it is absolutely first-class power. In the future, if there is anything, you can directly let these guys send letters, and the psychic technique is used well, which is actually very interesting. By the way, you can also reverse psychic. Reverse psychic. Uchiha Mai was puzzled. Helplessly, this cane that has never passed in this cultural class, it will never work to reason with her. It can only be practiced in one fell swoop. So, Shuyu could only bite his finger, walk to the yard, and channeled number 1. Compared with the oversized crow, the size of the number 1 is not much worse. However, when this appearance is compared, it is clear who is a nobleman and who is not a chief. Number 1, use psychic after going back. The target is that girl, don't psychic me, otherwise this group of Sabi will not know to channel me back. Number 1 nodded, and then removed the psychic art himself, and disappeared with a bang. "Ha! Can your psychic beast know ninjutsu?" Uchiha asked. "Yes, how?" Before Shuyu finished speaking, Uchiha Mai disappeared directly from the spot. It seems that no one's action is quite fast. While the blood on his fingers had not yet coagulated, he used psychic arts again to channel number 1 back, and then number 1 flapped his wings and summoned Uchiha Mai back. Looking at the second transformation of the world, Uchiha Mai looked confused. After being stunned for a long time, she was full of excitement and shouted, "I still want to play, I still want it." "Stop! This is not for you to play, this is psychic." "Ha, this is so." "Maid, I'm just going to show you, can your mind not go astray from going off track?" "So, why is it so difficult for a staff maker to become a good ninja?" "Alright, another day I'll play with my big bird." Uchiha Mai set her sights on the oversized crow that she had channeled. However, the simple fusion of crows, understanding people's words is a basic operation, and cooperating with combat is also a basic operation, but whether it can learn to use psychic techniques and the like, it is unknown. Shuoyu shook his head helplessly. For the loyalty of the psychic beast, he fused one for her. I don't know if it's good or bad. By the way, what about Tsunade-sensei? Where did she go? Why is there no figure? Uchiha muttered and replied, Tsunade-sama said that she still has something to do today and is going to leave for a while, so let me not tell you, but you have asked them all. This is not what I said, I just answered your question. Originally, I planned to take her after graduating from the silent ninja school. However, the situation in the outside world has changed drastically, and traveling with a silent travel that has just graduated is definitely not a good thing. Therefore, the next time we meet, I am afraid it will be time to endure in the mute upgrade. This kind of thing, there is no way. Sighing, then she pointed to the psychic scroll behind the door and said to Uchiha, when your sister comes back, let your sister sign this too. Questions? No problem. After telling this, Shuyu left the house. Recently, Land of Thunder, Union Ninja Village. The third generation of Thunder Shadow smashed the seat under him with one punch, like an angry lion. Nanny! Yaoi is storming away again. Yes, Lord Thunder Shadow, since he came back, Lord Bullet and Ruby has not been in very good shape. How can it be repaired? Let's go. The battle between the three generations of Thunder Shadow and Yao can be described as wonderful. This is the battle between the ultimate reckless man and the beast. However, Union Village's own ninjas have no time to admire, because they may be killed by the violent Yaoi tentacles at any time, or a shot of tailed beast jade exploded so that the ancestral tomb could not be found. Originally, the eight-tailed man Zulai Bubi was an extremely excellent ninja, both in terms of ninjutsu combat power and moral quality, and even his origin was very good. But such a perfect ninja, after becoming the pillar force of the eight-tailed people, gradually changed. He didn't know what to fear all day, and he was always a little wary of people and things. In fact, it was after he became the pillar force of the eight-tailed people that outsiders' eyes on him changed. It was this long-standing discrimination that left him physically and mentally exhausted and increasingly weak. And the tailed beast is precisely to take advantage of the weak will of the human pillar to run away. Hell Spurt Shibun Jutsu. After World War I, Yao was forcibly suppressed back by the three generations of Thunder Shadow. Renzili Bulabai fell to the ground weakly, but no one dared to step forward. These, the three generations of Lei Ying all saw in their eyes, and they could only step forward and help Bulabai by themselves. Lord Sandaime, Bullet and Ruby barely opened a slit, breathless like a gossamer. Blubby, your body is no longer allowed to have a next time. Next time, you'll be dead. No, I'm still a ninja of Union Village, and I can still fight for Union Village. Then, however, Bulabai had already fainted. How can it be repaired? The roar of the Thunder Shadow shook the Cloud Thunder Gorge. The next candidate of Thunder Shadow, Ai Shan, was late, and he ran to his father's third-generation Thunder Shadow and took over Bulabai. Ai, your cousin can't last the next time. It's all my fault. No. Instead of saying this, it's better to decide on the next eight-tailed pillar force as soon as possible. Then, the then he pronounced was the young Kiribi. Let that child become an eight-tailed human pillar force. How can he bear it? Cousin Borobi is an example. He had seen his cousin's changes step by step. Now, is it the turn of the competition? All this is to blame on those heavenly killing IWA Shinobu. If it hadn't been for their sudden attack, Bullet and Ruby wouldn't have been able to hold out so early. Yes, IWA Shinobu should die. Everyone packed up and left Yunlii Gap. In the corner, a ninja dressed in Cloud Ninja skin grinned at the corner of his mouth. So that's the case, that's the eight-tailed human pillar force, which is far from the nine-tailed human pillar force in our village. The wind and sand are everywhere. A stupid ninja with his head bandaged and seemingly no more than 3 minutes alive stormed the village again. Ignoring the shouts of the villagers, he rushed directly to the sandcastle of the Wind Shadow. Lord Wind Shadow, the big thing is not good again. I don't know how many times I have received bad news, and the three generations of Mikaze have no feelings. What's wrong? The daimyo cut the budget again. No, it's not, Kazekage-sama. So what's going on? Yes, it's our dark part, the one that infiltrated the Fire Nation. Oh, what's wrong? Were you being pursued by Konoha ninjas? Don't be afraid, as long as that Uchiha imp dies, I have the certainty to start a war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain again. Listening to the confident words of the three generations of Mikazekage, the 100,000 grass and mud horses in the heart of the bandaged ninja galloped and roared. Let's have a degree of self-confidence. Kazekage-sama, according to the plan, the informant kidnapped Uchiha Shuotsuki's brother to Kawanakuni, but the first to catch up was Tsunadeheim, one of the three shinobi. Tsunadeheim? Didn't she leave Konoha long ago? Yes, I don't know why Tsunadeheim went back again, it's just that even Konoha's own people don't know. This is an intelligence loophole for our informant. The three generations of Kazekage tensed up and hurriedly asked, then won't all our dark parts be defeated by Tsunade? No, Kazekage-sama, Tsunadeheim seems to have a hemophobia and can't exert her full strength. Hemophobia? That's good. We killed Tsunadeheim and earned more. It doesn't matter if the mission is not a task, even if it fails. Wind Shadow felt that if this was bad news, it could really be taken as good news. However, the bandage ninja looked like a grass mud horse. Third generation Mikaze-sama, can I finish my sentence? You say, you go on. Tsunadeheim didn't die. Uchiha Shugetsu came in the end. He was strong, saved Tsunade from our 13 dark hands, and killed 13 of us. You said he killed 13 of my elite dark parts. No, it's just a newcomer in the dark department, then it's okay, as long as my elite dark parts are still alive. Madame-sama, you say. After that, they took the initiative to step into the trap, and we already had the victory in hand, and took it together with Uchiha Shugetsu and Tsunadeheim. However, I don't know what technique Uchiha Shiya used, suddenly turned into a blue monster, and used an extremely strong fire ninjutsu, and even destroyed the mountain in Fang Yuan with one blow. Our dark part has failed, the mission has completely failed. Above, the bandage ninja finished reporting. 3 generations of Wind Shadows almost ran away, more than 30 people, not to mention killing Tsunadeheim, but at least cause a little irreversible loss to the other party. No, it's really TM's nothing. It's all TM rice buckets that used to give away people's heads. Grass. 3 bodies appeared between the two. This is exactly the dark part they sent out. The mask on the face, the habitual outfit of Yoshinobu are all there. Okay. The third generation of Mikazekage exhaled. But at this moment, the bandage ninja took out the kunao and cut the back clothes of these 3 dark parts. I saw that on the backs of these 3 dark parts, several characters that had been condensed into a blood scab were engraved. You, horse, this. What does this mean? It seems to be insulting Lord Kazekage. What you mean? How do you know that he is scolding me? Maybe he is scolding Hanzo. Kazekage-sama, now is not the time to talk about this. I know. Even if I know, what can I do? Ape Flying Sun slash that old thing does not dare to start a war easily. The 3 generations of Wind Shadows are very confident. It's this Uchiha imp who lives impatiently. Please instruct Kazekage-sama. Looking at the 3 corpses in front of him, Fang Ying groaned slightly, and finally decided, don't worry, I need to hold a round table. This round table is not another round table, but is named because the conference table is round. After all, the advice of the 2 elders is very important. Land of Fire. Konoha Ninja Village. Konoha Garrison. Uchiha Shuyu came to the door with a knife. Stop. Whoever is coming, hurry up and go aside. Oh, it's Shuotsu-sama, please, Fugaku-sama is inside. As the captain of the Konoha garrison, Fugaku was still quite busy all day. According to his situation, he can give him a whole 100 episodes of NTR movies. Shuyu? What are you doing here? Hearing the voice outside, Uchiha Fugaku took the initiative to come out to greet him. Let me see what the captain is busy all day. The work of the Konoha garrison department looks busy, but I don't know how efficient it is. Why is yin and yang weird? Uchiha Fugaku frowned, feeling that things were not simple. Shuyu, how do you learn those people outside to speak? I didn't learn. I asked from the heart. If I don't ask, it may be the 3rd generation of Hokage who came to ask personally. Is it that serious? Yes. What happened? The water stop was robbed by the ninja of the sand hide. Nanny. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. He always thought that the biggest enemy was the village, the Hokage and Danzo, but he didn't expect that it was Tsunahide who made the first move. Shuyu, don't worry, I'll send someone to recover the water now. I'll go with me. No need, I've already rescued it. Huh? Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, and then breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's okay to stop the water. I'm sorry, Shuyu, my job is not in place. Why should the captain apologize to me? I am the captain of the Konoha garrison, and the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. It is my duty to protect the clansmen. I didn't do it, I'm very sorry. Listening to the words of this usually fierce-looking captain, his eyes almost fell to the ground. When will this person also apologize so sincerely? Isn't he the fierce-eyed Fugaku? However, in the face of such an apology, Shuyu was simply indifferent. He didn't come here in an attempt to ask Uchiha Fugaku for any benefits through this incident. Not even more for his apology. Just to inform, now that he is disappointed in this family, let's see how UTM can remedy it. Forgive? Inexistent. I never forgive the hero properly. In this way, Shuyu, I will send someone to tie up one of the sons of the high-ranking people of Shane. You see, if you want to kill or kill, it's up to you to decide. How? Well, yes. With Shuyu's approval, Uchiha Fugaku was relieved. If there was a half-point difference, the 10-year plan that their family carried out with the strength of the whole family would almost be ruined. At this moment, a dark department wearing a cat-faced mask appeared at the entrance of the Konoha garrison headquarters. Towards the guard outside the door, he said, Uchiha Shugetsu, Naruto-sama summons. Even in the headquarters, Shuoyu and the 2 heard this voice. Senior, then this matter is so decided for the time being, I will go to see the Hokage first. Okay. With the pace of the dark department, Shuotsuki quickly entered the Hokage's office. I don't know why, but the recent group of elders is particularly active, living in the Hokage's office every time. Fortunately, the old dog of Tuanzang is not there, otherwise, the mood will be very bad. Shuyu, you are here. I have heard about the water stop, but there is one thing I am confused about. Please, Naruto-sama. What's going on in the battle in Kawanakuni? It's that I killed all the sand ninjas, and then saved the water. It's that simple. No, we want to know some processes, such as, what force did you use to blast the surrounding mountains? Mito Minion asked. This thing, although not some villain, but asking questions, always with a thorn, hit the nail on the head. Very helpful for Hokage, but as a questionee, it's annoying. Shuoyu thought for a while, then said, at that time, the ninja of Sand Hidden Village used joint ninjutsu, which seemed to be a powerful change in the nature of wind and earth. But fortunately I was fast and dodged that blow. Ape Flying Sun Chop, turning to sleep Koharu, Mito Minion, keep making up. Okay, after dodging that blow, the ninja of Sand Hidden were overconsumed, and their strength dropped significantly. I took the opportunity to break them one by one, and at the last moment, the enemy threatened me with a water stop, so I made a clever move, used a substitute technique to replace the water stop, and then went over and killed all those people. Above. Shuoyu said without blushing and not panicking. Shuyu, Saname finally couldn't stand it, and he spoke. You are the junior of Kagami. I don't want to embarrass you, but the dark part is in the local area, and the residual breath of the tailed beast chakra has indeed been found. Good. Shuyu didn't want to think about it, and answered directly. Cheyenne Village dispatched a human pillar force, and is a Zen master. If the village wants information about Ichigo Zulai, I can track it down at any time. What? You even know the identity of Ichigo Renzhuli? You didn't lie? Xiao Chun was stunned. If what Shuya said was true, then this was strategic information. At present, the entire Konoha Village Intelligence Department does not know who is Ichigo Renzhuli, but this kid knows. Yes, subordinates don't dare to lie. I seem to have heard them say that dividing blessings. Shuoyu said seriously. Then you talk about the physical characteristics of Ichigo Renzhuli. Suddenly, Koharu asked again. Shuoyu thought about it. It seemed to be an old man with a bald head and the word suffered written on his hand. Up in the air? Therefore, he said, I forgot. Forgot? Have you forgotten to say this kind of thing? Suddenly, the three generations seemed to wake up. I'm afraid this kid has never seen a human pillar force at all. In the battle in the country of Kawa, the probability of Sandyan sending a human pillar force is infinitely close to zero. This kid is simply teasing them. He blamed the villagers in Konoha village for not protecting himself. Ahem. Shuoyu, your ancestor Uchiha Kagami is an excellent ninja who loves the village very much, and I hope you will not cause a gap in the village. Listening to the brainwashing of the three generations of Hokage for at least 10 minutes, Shuoyu was a pain in the eggs. Started that set of selling feelings again. Uchiha mirror is excellent, but that is not enough to live 25 years old. Lao Tzu really didn't want to learn from him. Whoever learns dies. This is the eternal curse. If you don't believe it, let the smelly brother stop the water and demonstrate it. So, Shuyu, you must tell the truth at that time. I don't know how much the three generations said, and finally the question returned to the original point. Fact? Do you want to tell them that they have met the two tails, and they have been involved in the relationship and received a little gift? No, think beautifully. Don't talk about those persecution paranoia theories that are afraid of slice research. Don't talk about those. I just don't want them to take advantage of this. As for what to say, Shuoyu's brain was running wildly, intending to make up a new story of a ship. At this moment, Mito Minion spoke again. Also, when you rushed back to Konoha, a ninja found Tsunade. You explain how this is going on. The last time you fought in the Land of Rain, you used the 100 Heroes technique. This time I don't want to deny it. You little devil really lies a lot. Tsunade? Tsunade. As soon as the moonlight bulb comes on, inspiration comes. So, he replied, yes, under it is a disciple of Tsunade-sama. I know without saying it. But Tsunade-sensei has never let me tell you that this incident is actually related to Tsunade-sensei. I know that although a lot of strange things happened to me, but this time, I really couldn't do anything, and the technique that caused the mountain to crack was actually done by Tsunade-sensei, when a red chakra appeared on her body and two tails behind her, which was very scary, but with just one blow, she killed more than a dozen sand ninjas. Sorry, Tsunade. I'll be able to make it up here. After listening, the three generations and the elders were still skeptical. This version does sound a little more credible than the previous version. However, I can't fully believe it. When did Tsunade become a human pillar force? The tailed beast is a strategic unit that every ninja village focuses on. Uchiha Shugetsu, I ask you, how many tails are in her body? Mito asked pressed. How many tails? There were two tails behind her at the time. Mito Monitis, grass. This kid pretends to be really bad. However, he is now the Hokage advisor of the Elder Order, and his identity shelf is placed here, and he cannot be seen with his son. So, he turned his words to Saname, Sarutobi, it seems that we need to dispatch ninjas to find the whereabouts of your apprentice. Now regardless of her identity, the tailed beast in her body is the most important. You must bring it back to the village and guard it. I second. Koharu said. Edit, continue to make up. Wait for Tsunade to be recalled and see how else to make it up. At that time, go directly to the Konoha interrogation department. Let those interrogators dig open your brains and see what secrets are inside. There is no rush for this time and a half. Ape Fly, what do you say? Mito Minion pressed again. Okay. The third generation ape flying son took a big puff of smoke and replied helplessly. The tailed beast, for these people, is still too important. They have forgotten what Jade is. He was also helpless. That said, I also missed Tsunade a little. They've all gone back to the village, why don't you meet everyone? Then, quit in the next. Let's go. With permission, Shuotsuki left the Hokage office dashingly without taking a cloud away. The so-called, the partition wall has ears. After he left, the disabled old gentleman who was hiding next door threw away the teacup in his hand with hatred. Syllable. 3 Shibai, asked for a long time, not a single fart thing came out. After living for so long, he lived to the belly of a dog, so that Lao Tzu didn't overhear anything. Leaving the Hokage's office, Shuoyu directly found a dense forest and drilled in. There are many more gifts from the two tails, these chakras, which he can usually hide all the time. But if something happens to Baokai, it will be used subconsciously. So, it's better to digest it early, so as not to waste brain cells to make up stories. System, come out and hazy. Can you fuse the two-tailed chakra with my chakra, or my body? In short, it is to fuse this tailed beast chakra without changing the regular state of my body. The system experienced a 10-second outage. It took a long time before there was a reply. Back to the host, it is recommended to put your body in the first box and try it once. Try? You made it clear to me, will this try turn me into a monster? Lao Tzu doesn't want to be a catman. Back to the host, no. That's okay, fusion. Ding. Add host body. Ding. Add host chakra. Ding. Add neo chakra. The success rate of integration is 35%. Do you start integration? Only 35? Seems like a good thing. After so many fusions, he already had a general understanding of the characteristics of the system, but everything with a low success rate is basically the best. Use a lucky orb. Props used successfully. With a current success rate of 60%, is integration starting to begin? Fusion. Click. Fusion failed. Still failed? That must be a good thing. Seeing the failure, Shuoyu was strangely happy, using a lucky orb. Blend again. Click. Fusion failed. Ha. Again. Click. Fusion failed. Please don't be discouraged. Lao Tzu does not believe in this evil. Come again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing and obtaining the blood succession limit. Yan done. Shipped. Yan refers to brilliance and flame of light. Among the chakra attributes of Shuyu itself, there is the fire attribute. Later, by picking up dropped items, he mastered 2 other attributes. He also tried to fuse his own 3 attributes of wind, fire, and thunder, trying to fuse and eliminate blood. But despite the use of lucky orbs, the success rate is 50% of the edgeline, and if you have not succeeded 10 times in a row, you dare not waste props. You can only wait for the pearl of extreme probability who has a plus 100% success rate to check in later. And now, it happened to fuse a blood succession limit. It was his fire attribute that fused with the fire attribute of the two tails, resulting in a flame with a special nature of fire that can finally burn people in the ninja world. Shuoyu took out a steel kunao, held it in his left hand, and then pointed it as a sword in his right hand. Chakra quickly changed in nature in his right hand, and a blue chakra short sword appeared, with black ghost talismans rising at the end, which looked like the blade of death. Gently touch the chakra knife with the change in the nature of this simply Chu, and the stainless steel kiwa will be broken in 2 in an instant. Not even a hint of resistance. I can cut through stainless steel without pressure, and I don't know how special metals are. While thinking about it, he took out the famous knife yin that had accompanied him for a long time. I didn't think much about it, just gave it a try. However, with a slight touch, the so-called famous knife is no different from the flow of steel bitterness, and it is broken in an instant. Wait a minute. Lao Tzu's knife. Shuoyu, who reacted, looked at the blade that fell on the ground, and his heart ached. How can this knife be broken? Losing her beloved blade, Shuoyu was distressed for 3 seconds. Then, his attention turned back to the new blood succession limit. Although it has just been successfully integrated, the system has introduced its information in great detail. Therefore, he has just obtained and is a Grandmaster level proficiency. So, he made a one-handed imprint towards an ancient tree not far away, Yandun Flash Cut. This technique is similar to Wind Cut. He He originally tried it with reference to the wind escape wind cutting technique, but unexpectedly, the smoothness of this blood succession limit is somewhat unexpected, and the speed of wind cutting is already very fast, but if you feel it carefully, you can still feel the resistance of wind cutting to break the air during operation. But this Yandun flash cut, he hasn't had time to feel it, ninjutsu has been completed. The ancient tree slowly collapsed to the left, and although the cut surface was scorched black, it revealed a smooth color. And the amount of chakra consumed is negligible. Seeing this, Shuoyu suddenly had a bold idea. He sealed the seal with one hand, mobilized more chakra, and then, Yandun flash big cut. Scold. It was like a flash of light, just for a moment, and even the caster himself did not react. Pieces of ancient trees fell in unison, and he emptied the fan-shaped area of up to 500 meters in front of him in one go. In terms of attack speed and power, there is no need to try again, and I can't help but try it again. So, it's better to try the defensive ability. Shadow Doppelganger Art. He separated a doppelganger, and then said to the doppelganger, use fire on me, pay attention to the small range, don't move too much. Understood. The shadow avatar is very obedient, and he sealed it with one hand, and used the most powerful fusion fire ninjutsu at present, Wind and Thunder 10,000 fires. That monstrous fire immediately illuminated the entire dense forest. Even if you were across a Konoha village, you could see the distant fire here. It was like a second sun. It's still daytime. You can see the power of this ninjutsu. Hanzo only dared to run away when he saw it, and did not dare to take it. However, although Shuoyu looked grooved, he still used Yanduan. This time, he was not talking about the change of Yanduan's mentality into a sharp blade, but covered the chakra of the change in the nature of Yandun all over his body. He was covered in blue flames, and from time to time a handful of pitch-black ghost drawings appeared around him, to be honest, a little dazzling. When the ninjutsu used by the shadow avatar bombarded, he did not have the slightest fear in his heart. It was a strange confidence. In the information given by the system, this Yandun can devour flames, which seems to be true. The ninjutsu of Wind and Thunder 10,000 fires has a huge attack range and extremely strong attack power, but it attacks him without even a trace of scars. All of them were absorbed by that blue Yandun chakra. As a part of the Wind and Thunder fire was absorbed, Shiyu was surprised to find that his chakra was actually increasing. Could this be absorbing the flames and transforming into chakra? The hungry ghost road of the fire system? I don't know if the system didn't give such an explanation, or because the amount of information was too large, his brain hadn't processed it completely. This thing, can it still be used like this? After that, whoever dares to use the fire done in front of Lao Tzu, let him know who is the father. Suyu, the wind and thunder fire used by the shadow avatar dissipated, and this forest was completely wasted, and this prison had to be worn through. I asked you to use a small fire. Do you have a hole in your brain case? In here, out there? Ontology, when you scold me, you are scolding yourself. Grass. Shuoyu, who was angry, directly waved his hand and dissolved the shadow doppelganger. Who will use the shadow avatar in the future? Who is Sabi? What did Naidame develop this technique for? Is it some ulterior act? It's still better to be the original Mudun doppelganger. There is a chance to steal. Looking at the forest that had turned into a sea of fire, Shuoyu hurriedly withdrew the yen escape on his body, and then Ji Yin unleashed a large-scale low-attack water escape. The next second, slip away. At this time, if you don't sneak around, you will be invited to tea by the dark department later. Hokage office. Saname walked to the window and looked at Fankei's firelight, looking sad. That kid, after all, is still angry in his heart. He actually used such a powerful fire near the village to defend. Alas, what to do? Kagami, your junior is even more difficult to deal with than expected. At this time, a dark department suddenly appeared, half knelt behind the ape flying sun, and said respectfully, Naruto-sama. What are the instructions? Hearing this, the corner of Sandame's mouth twitched, and finally decided to go. Let Uchiha Fugaku lose money. Uchiha Fugaku? Dark question, that is, everyone knows that Uchiha Shiyu did it. Of course it's Uchiha Fugaku, aren't you quite clear? I'll repeat one more side, Uchiha Fugaku. After tasting the sweetness, Shiyu was full of thoughts about how to obtain the gifts of other-tailed beasts and then fuse them. One-tailed magnetic escape, four-tailed melting, five-tailed boiling. If these things are arranged, you will wake up laughing in your dreams. Unfortunately, in the following period, there was no big movement. Until the end of the year, what Uchiha Fugaku had promised finally found an opportunity to progress. It snowed heavily, but Konoha Village received an escort mission from the Land of Wind. The mission is directly positioned as A-class, requiring ninjas to set off from the Land of Wind and escort a batch of luxury goods into the Land of Fire. This task was assigned to the 8th shift. Since Akai broke his foot in skiing and was not suitable for long journeys, the 8th class temporarily replaced a ninja, Uchiha Mai. After such a long period of cultivation, Uchiha Dance has broken through the cocoon and turned into a butterfly, and his physical skills are no worse than Akai. Captain Chan, do you say that Akai is a sand sculpture? Why can he break his feet when he slides snow? The corner of Qianxiaomo's mouth twitched, scratched the little head of Sunset Red beside him, and whispered toward Shiyu, compared to Akai, Shiyu, you should care more about your little girlfriend, right? Ha! Shiyu looked back strangely, and saw that the Sunset was red with puffing out his cheeks, pouting, cute and dead. But why is that? Red, do you have a toothache? Your face is swollen. Senjumo wa Uchihamai Shuotsu-sama, maybe it's because of me, then I'll just walk behind the line. Oh, I was jealous. Shuyu waved his hand without care, okay, you stay behind. Yes, Lord Shuyu. However, Uchihamai was arranged to the back of the team, and the anger on Sunset's red little face still did not dissipate. This is puzzling. The previous red, obviously it will not be like this. Hong, what's wrong with you? Don't you even see anything different about me today? Shuyu frowned, opened the writing wheel eyes and took a closer look, but really didn't find anything different. What's different? I went out to wash my hair today. I'm afraid that this can only be distinguished after opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. If you can't do it again, you can only reincarnate the eye. In a place like the Land of Wind, I really come once and don't want to come a second time. All four of them wore masks and sand-proof mirrors, but they always felt sand in their mouths on a psychological level. Although this is an excellent place to train ninjas, normal people who like to suffer without incident. The trading point is far away from the Sand Ninja village, so there is no need to worry about encountering the Sand Ninja brawl. When the squad arrived at the trading point, a man wrapped in a cloak approached. You're Kanaha's ninjas, right? If you don't need your eyes, donate to those in need. Shuotsuki pointed to Kanaha's forehead and said, what do you mean by that? Qianxiaomo answered, excuse me, are you the boss of the Red Sand Chamber of Commerce? Under it is Ongsha, the owner of the Ongsha Chamber of Commerce. The man under the cloak replied. So, is it convenient for you to uncover the cloak? We need confirmation information. Yes, the cloaked man answered without emotion, and then raised his hand to open his big hood first. The hood was lifted, revealing the man's true face. Different from the mystery just now, this man has a small dirty braid, his face is extremely fierce, and he looks like a desert bandit. Staring at the man's face, Shiyu couldn't help but frown. He always felt that this person was a little familiar. Boss, did you wash your hair today? Nanny? Why do you ask such strange questions? The Chamber of Commerce man still had no feelings. No, asked crookedly. Shiyu sweated wildly, thinking all the way about how to observe whether the girl washed her hair or not, and she was poisoned at this time. Boss, don't you need to prevent sand and dust? No need, the man replied coldly. To say that the competition faced paralysis, this person is the king. In other words, when the wind blows, it is sand and dust. Usually when it is smog, you have to wear a mask, and the people of this wind country are really not afraid of lung diseases? Iron lung? Wrong. Shuyu stared at the face of the Chamber of Commerce man, and suddenly found a very strange thing. Although the wind and sand blew into the eyes, they did not blink, but blinked at a certain frequency, and the snort was completely absent. This seemingly trivial detail makes people care. The eye organ is very special. Even if the adult is here, the eyes have to rub him when they enter the sand. Boy, why do you keep staring at me? It seemed that he had been staring at Shuyu for a long time, and the Chamber of Commerce man asked. Faced with such a question, Shuyu did not answer immediately, but silently opened the Sharingan. He suddenly had an idea, so give it a try. If so, then this single task is interesting. Uncle, you're a puppet, right? Puppet. The expression of the man of the Chamber of Commerce still did not change in the slightest, but several people from the 8th class were startled. Such a big talking living person standing in front of you, you suddenly say that he is a puppet, it is indeed a little scary. Shuoyu, how can you say that about others? Thousand Hands Mowa was about to symbolically persuade Shuoyu, but subconsciously unfolded his perception ability. This perception is incredible. This person in front of him, it doesn't matter if he is chakra or not, the key is that he doesn't even have a little life vitality. It really made Shuyu say it. He is a puppet. Thousand Hands Mowa along the puppet perception. The puppeteer to manipulate the puppet needs to use the chakra line. In such a dusty day, the visibility of the chakra line is extremely low. However, the perception ability is different. She follows the chakra line to reverse perception, and soon, she finds movement. Similarly, Shiyu, who opened the Sharingan eye, also saw the 5 chakra lines. He even guessed more things. Puppeteer is a major feature of Cheyenne Village. They often only need to make a puppet powerful enough and skilled enough to manipulate the puppet, and then, they don't need to be strong enough to sweep Fang Yuan on the battlefield. Puppets, often also strange, always have unexpected attacks. Hearing this name, Qianxiaomo directly took out Ku Wu and blocked in front of Sunset Hong. As for why she didn't block in front of Shiyu, it was probably because she now knew that Shiyu no longer needed her protection. Others may not know about the Red Sand Scorpion, but she came out of the dark part, but she had some channels, and she only received news not long ago. The Red Sand Scorpion has been listed as a traitor by the Sand Hidden Division. Rebellion is equivalent to a red name. Don't be nervous, ninja of Konoha. This voice came from afar, and in the flying sand of the sky, a slender figure was outlined. There is no hostility below, but entrusted by people. As he approached, several people also saw his face. Short red hair, beautiful face, even, looks a little immature. He looks like he is 2 or 3 years older than Uchiha Mai. Uchiha Mai is only 12 this year, and only 13 after the new year. And he has already become a traitor. You are the Red Sand Scorpion? Senju Mowa asked defensively. Yes, in the next exactly. The Red Sand Scorpion didn't even look at Senju Mowa, his gaze had always been on the two Uchiha's bodies, and finally, he asked Shuoyu, you are Uchiha Shuoyu, the young ninja who was given the title of Naruto no Yen by Hanzo? Hearing this inexplicable nickname again, Shuoyu was too lazy to complain. Why do these people in the ninja world always like to give nicknames to others? A certain Color Flash, Legendary 3 Ninja, Konoha White Fang, etc., these titles are considered good, but a certain title called Copy Ninja, sure that it is not funny? It's not a boast of people, right? There is also this title of Naruto no Yen sent by Hanzo. Konoha village belongs to the land of fire, but now it gives you a whole Naruto no Yen. Are you sure it's not a curse? You sent Konoha 1 million taels specifically to find me? What a rich! Shuoyu complained. A-level tasks, the remuneration range is very large, and this mission directly gave a maximum value. I'm afraid this is not a Dubai prince. The Red Sand Scorpion nodded and said, yes, can you talk to me alone? Shuoyu, don't promise him, this person is dangerous. Before Shuoyu could reply, Senju Mowa warned first. But as soon as her words fell, the Red Sand Scorpion waved with one hand, using the puppeteer's chakra line to pull out a cocoon-like object from the desert, which looked like a container. Shuoyu's chakra eye saw what was inside, and instantly understood. This thing, leave it to you at your disposal. It is considered that my task has been completed, but I still want to entrust you and help me do one thing. A rare smile appeared on the handsome face of the Red Sand Scorpion. If it was a daughter, it would definitely be amazing. You must also be very interested in this matter. The two made eye contact, and Shuoyu nodded very knowingly. What this, that? What are you talking about? Uchiha Mai looked confused, and then waved his fist again. Do you want to fight? Others don't understand what the Red Sand Scorpion is talking about, but Shuoyu understands it very well. And, as he said, Shuoyu was indeed very interested in his invitation. Where is the target now? He lost something important to him and will soon come out to find it, and with his ability, finding something should be fast. Well, how sure are you? I'm not sure alone, but with you, it's 10% sure. However, this matter is still too dangerous after all, and what he is looking for should not be here, perhaps a little further away. I think so. So, what the hell are you talking about? Thousand Hands Mowa was confused. How did he feel that Shuoyu was very familiar with that Red Sand Scorpion? Is this an illusion? Also, now that this mission has been confirmed to be commissioned by the Shinobu of Suna, the Konoha ninja has the right to directly interrupt the mission without punishment. In other words, the 8th class can go back to the same way to collect the money. At this moment, Shuoyu turned around and said, Captain Chan, just stand here and don't move, I'll go buy some oranges and come back. Ha! Thousand Hands Mowa still wanted to ask, but unfortunately, in a gust of wind and sand, Shuoyu, Red Sand Scorpion, and the puppet man all disappeared together. In the midst of the rush, Shuoyu took the puppet cocoon handed over by the Red Sand Scorpion. When you open it, inside is a little boy with short dark blue hair. That look, not to mention how similar it is to the 3 generations of Mikaze Shadow. It's not cheap, is it? Well, it's actually the money I entrusted to the task. The Red Sand Scorpion replied expressionlessly. Poor Fugaku. Shuotsuki mourned for Uchiha Fugaku for 2 seconds in his heart, and then pulled a bundle of rope from the ninja bag and tied the dark blue-haired boy. The ancients were cloudy, and they came and went without being rude. The ancients had clouds, and they gave back to each other in their ways. In other words, Scorpion, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow's technique has finished the puppet technique. How do you fight with that dog thing? Shuoyu asked. With poison and non-metallic puppets, the Red Sand Scorpion replied simply. I think 8 can do it. His magnetic escape can completely manipulate the sand iron to destroy your puppet. I prepared 100 puppets for him. Then your special lady is really a talent. You are not familiar with the intelligence. Indeed, I just feel comfortable. After all, it has been so long since I gave the battle book to the 3 generations of Wind Shadows. If I continue to delay, people may think that I can only talk quickly, which is too cheap. The Red Sand Scorpion was slightly stunned, and then said faintly, War book? You mean those 3 corpses? It just so happened that I stole them all out and made them into puppets, and I will give them to the 3 generations to admire later. These words amused Shuoyu's heart, and she clapped her hands and applauded. If it weren't for the fact that you are a devil, I would have wanted to teach you this, friend. Infuriating enough. How am I the devil? The Red Sand Scorpion resisted the word a little. Your body, if you are willing to change your body back, I am still willing to make friends with you. Hearing this, the red sand scorpion looked at his hands and said arrogantly, then after we cooperate this time, let's treat it as if we don't know each other. Sour. More tsundere than a woman. Scorpion Layla? Shuyu's brain was clear, and he inexplicably thought of this name. What? I said, if you perform well enough in this battle, then I will give you the name of Scorpion Layla as Naraka no Yan. Enter the trap area laid out by the red sand scorpion in advance. He took out a pill from his sleeve and handed it to Shuoyu. No, eat this first, otherwise you will be poisoned like sand aim in a while. Taking this black pill, Shuoyu pondered for 2 seconds. To be honest, although he can talk to the red sand scorpion, who dares to fully trust the ninja who met for the first time? System, fuse, 1 pill, 1 unit of fresh water. Ding! Add an antidote pill from the red sand scorpion. Ding! Add a unit of fresh water. The success rate of integration is 100%. Do you want to start integration? Fusion. While silently reciting the word fusion in his heart, Shuoyu made a motion to swallow pills. Sometimes, the system just has some magic uses. Ding! Congratulations on the success of host fusion. Obtained hydrating anti-poison pills *1. After eating this pill, I only felt that my whole body was much refreshed. However, all this, from the perspective of the red sand scorpion, is completely different. You trust me that much? Why, you don't look like a bad person, and if you talk like this, you will give me poison? The red sand scorpion didn't know how to feel. Anyway, Shuyu is lying, without the slightest pressure. Life is like a play, all relying on acting skills. If you act well, someone will be hooked. For example, that adult, a long time ago, in a battle, the Thousand Hands Flying Thunder God killed Uchiha Senna. Uchiha Madara let Senju Pillar commit suicide or kill his brother to forgive him. Senju Pillar knew that even if he stuffed the whole Kumu into his throat, he couldn't die, but he still charmed Uchiha through acting, and finally the two began a life without shame. Just like now, Shuoyueming knew that this pill had been reviewed by the system, and he was full of such big words, which made the red sand scorpion stunned. Of course, Uchiha Shiyu is a big straight man, and he definitely doesn't disdain to do those strange things. Here it is. A black dot jumps rapidly in the distance. The sand and iron in the desert trembled. The 3 generations of Wind Shadow's magnetic sand-iron secret technique is actually very powerful. What are you doing? The red sand scorpion suddenly looked at Shuoyu strangely. It is clear that the enemy is now, but he used Tudun to make 2 crossed pillars, and then took a rope and dropped the son of the other in the air. It's okay, although it can't be completely restored, but this look, it can be regarded as giving back to the other way. Oh, no, it's almost something. At that time, the water stop was suspended in the bridge hole, and there was a dense row of iron thorns directly below. However, the 3 generations of Wind Shadows have magnetic escapes, and fiddling with iron thorns here is to add help to others, so you can only post 2 detonation charms to show sincerity. Here it comes. The red sand scorpion whispered again. Shuoyu looked in that direction, and the figure of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows was already clearly visible, and he attached chakra to the soleace of his feet, jumping on the desert, as if walking on the ground. It should be said that it is worthy of being called the strongest wind shadow in history, and the sense of oppression given to people is not small. Hey, Scorpion, do you have the first hand or do I have the first hand? First hand? You go first, just let my poison fully work, and then the magnetic escape of the 3rd generation of purpose will not play much role. Ha! Hearing this, Shuoyu was happy. It is said that iron weapons can't get close to the body of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows at all. That's just right. When I was cultivating in the past, I accidentally broke my famous knife, and today I don't have to suffer losses. Soon, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow stopped 50 meters away from the 2. He looked fixedly at the red hair and asked, is it a scorpion? It's under the bottom, Madame-sama. The red sand scorpion replied without emotion. The 3rd generation of Kaze Cage frowned, not because he thought of the red sand scorpion, but because he found the Konoha protector on Shuoyu's arm. Scorpion, did you actually hire a ninja from Konoha as a helper? You actually joined forces with this village. Joining forces with Konoha is the place that makes the 3 generations of Kaze Cage the most angry. He will never forget the mocking words, you horsebiss. No, I didn't join forces with Konoha, but with your enemies once. The red sand scorpion said lightly. He was not in a hurry at all, but seemed to delay a little more time by arguing. That way, the 3 generations of Wind Shadows would be poisoned deeper. Looking at Shuoyu's figure, the 3 generations of Kaze Cage smiled disdainfully. However, are you a ninja who overestimates Konoha too much? With such a little ghost, how can he become your helper? He may just drag you back. Yes, among the new generation of ninjas in Konoha, there are very few ninjas that I can see, but 3 generations of me, there is one you may never forget. Speaking of this, the pupils of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows trembled, and they looked at Shuyu in amazement. He is wearing sand protection mirrors and masks today, and his appearance is indeed different from that in intelligence. However, if according to the words of the red sand scorpion, this Konoha ninja must be only him. You! Is it Uchiha Shugetsu? The three generations of Wind Shadow stared at Shuoyu fiercely. He was a very confident person, but his confidence was destroyed by this little devil again and again. Even, in the end, he rode on the head of his shadow and spread wilderness. Seeing that it was his turn to speak, Shuya scratched his fingers and said with a smile, "That's not me, who else can I be? You little devil actually dares to enter the land of wind. Today is your time to die." Saying that, the three generations of Wind Shadows are about to be sealed, and they intend to use the Sand Iron secret technique to completely kill this son at one time. But as soon as his hand was raised, he found that Shuyu's hand knife had already touched the neck of the dark-haired child. What's wrong with me? Let me think about how that was said. By the way, three generations of Wind Shadows, now cut off one of your own hands, otherwise, I will kill your son. That's not my son. Then who knows? No, if you don't cut, I'll kill him and finish. The momentum on the three generations of Wind Shadow was uncertain, and suddenly, he clenched his fists and roared, "Today, I will kill the enemy for the village in addition to the rebellion. Don't blame me." Probably, this was said to the child on the stone pillar. It seems that he gave up the child, chose to save himself and then used all his strength to deal with Shuyu and the red sand scorpion. I saw that with his anger, the black sand iron in the surrounding desert flew up, and under the control of his chakra, it slowly condensed into countless thousand books in midair. Magnetic sand iron rain. This is a range of killing ninjutsu. Dare he no longer care about the child's life or death, and want to kill these two together. This kind of ninjutsu is extremely difficult to dodge, and it is used by the three generations of Wind Shadow himself, and its power is probably not able to be carried by ordinary earth duns. The sand iron is polymerized layer by layer, originally only 1,000 shapes. This short work almost become a shuttle. If you let three more generations of Wind Shadow use the magnetic escape to stab these dark things, I am afraid that they can directly beat the human body into rotten. Scorpion Layla, the disaster is coming, each of them is flying. The red sand scorpion was already speechless, because he found that Shuyu's speed was abnormally fast, and after speaking, his figure had already jumped out of hundreds of meters, completely out of the attack range of the three generations of Wind Shadows. Immediately afterwards, the sand and iron thorns in the sky struck like a violent storm. Looking at the sand iron that covered the sky, the red sand scorpion's eyes were horizontal, his 10 fingers moved slightly, and the chakra line was tight. Suddenly, 10 puppets broke through the ground, and their appearance was the same as that of ordinary humans. However, under the manipulation of the red sand scorpion, the bodies of those who were made into puppets quickly deformed and unfolded into 10 overlapping shields. She even used this puppet to carry the attack of 3 generations of Wind Shadows. Moreover, he even protected the child. I don't know what kind of psychology he is at this moment. You didn't want to care so much either. He is now in a relatively safe position, which means that the 3 generations of Wind Shadows are about to suffer. The dog is choppy, he tried to harm me twice in a row, and if I don't peel your skin today, Lao-Tzu's name will be written backwards. While speaking, Shuoyu produced some special chakra nature changes on his body. Say you horse bis. The 3 generations of Wind Shadows have good ears, and although they are hundreds of meters away, they still hear this sound clearly, and their faces immediately become extremely ugly. From his point of view, of course, he will not feel that he has done anything wrong, only knows that this shadow of himself has been repeatedly teased and insulted by a little ghost. Uchiha Shugetsu. You must die in this desert today. However, before the voice of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows came, Shuoyu's figure disappeared in place. What kind of power is that sand and dust storm in place? Just the power of the leap is like an explosion. The 3 generations of Wind Shadow were horrified. They had long heard that the speed and power of this sun were extremely terrifying, but when they saw it with their own eyes, they were completely two concepts. He would never dare to raise his mind, and immediately gave up attacking the red sand scorpion and turned to defend Uchiha Shiyu with all his strength. As soon as the technique in his hand changed, countless pitch-black sand iron quickly formed a 3-inch thick wall on his side. Such a wall of sand and iron, even the most powerful ninjutsu can be defended, not to mention the physical arts. Before the 3 generations of Wind Shadow were finished, the center of his confident sand and iron wall quickly became red and hot. In less than a second, the metal was completely liquefied and dispersed by the strong hot air. A figure with a burning blue flame and a ghost drawing talisman around his body appeared in front of him. This turned out to be the flame on his body, which instantly melted a 3-inch thick wall of sand and iron. The high temperature alone, no formed ninjutsu has been used. How is this possible? 3 generations of Wind Shadows doubted life. What the hell is this ability? Why is the information about this imp incomplete every time? Why is there something unknown hidden in him every time? Magnetic sand iron skywing. At the moment of crisis, the 3 generations of Wind Shadows decisively froze, and some sand iron quickly transformed and condensed, forming a bunch of wings behind him, and flying him into the air. Although his speed was already fast, he was still scalded by the melted iron juice. A layer of skin was retreated on the spot. Hiss, think you'll be fine when you fly? Shuyu scoffed. Hearing the sound, the pupils of the 3 generations of wind shadows shrank, and the next moment, the 2 puppets outflanked left and right, and their arms turned into sharp blades, piercing straight into his ribs. The red sand scorpion, the genius puppeteer among the geniuses, is definitely not a joke. However, iron is not effective against me. The face of the 3rd generation of wind shadow sank. Magnetic shield. Sure enough, after familiarizing himself with the magnetic escape, these iron tools could not get close to him. However, how could a scorpion as smart as Red Sand foolishly take an iron tool to stab 3 generations of wind shadows? Duh! With a crisp sound, 2 sharp blades cracked from the center, and the blades turned out to be hollow. Not good. The 3 generations of seals were shocked, but it was too late. A large amount of deep purple poisonous mist erupted from the hollow blade, directly submerging the 3 generations of wind shadows in it. Well done, HXD. If I wasn't prepared, how dare I attack the Sandaime-sama? The red sand scorpion said expressionlessly, and then looked at the special chakra on Shuoyu's body. Your technique looks very powerful, you really deserve to be the legendary Naraka no Yan. Business boasts of each other. This is definitely a business compliment. Don't be too proud. You too. Suddenly, an angry voice came from mid-air. The two looked up and saw that the poisonous mist dispersed, and the 3 generations of wind shadows were slowly dropping grains of sand and iron. He had just wrapped himself in sand iron, fending off most of the poisonous mist. Resist and resist, he still has iron burns on his body. The poison of the red sand scorpion, think it doesn't matter if you don't inhale it? No, as long as you touch it. The wound that was originally burned was extremely painful, and now it was corroded by the poisonous mist, and it was so sour, Shuoyu didn't dare to think about it. Don't get too smug? No, Lao Tzu is proud. Dog Miscellaneous, do you know what happened to you after you died today? Am I dead? No, it will be you too who will die. I am the wind shadow. It is necessary to get rid of you for the village. Saying that, the 3 generations of Wind Shadow Chakra, who was a shadow level, began to erupt, using the magnetic escape with all his strength, and the sand iron in Fang Yuan was mobilized by him. This desert, he can be said to have taken advantage of the location. It's probably not easy to defeat him in this busy desert. Suddenly, those countless sand irons formed a wave under the 3 generations of I Wind Shadows. Magnetic Sand Iron Layer Burial. Looking at this ninjutsu, Shuoyu was also stunned. I have only seen the sandfall layer burial. It is a sand wave in the sky, or the first time I have seen the sand and iron wave. Similarly, depending on the use of media, sand iron is definitely much stronger than sand. But it's a pity that strong is strong, that is, choose the wrong opponent. In the face of this indiscriminate ninjutsu that swept the earth, Shuoyu's palms closed unhurriedly. Syllable. Yan Dun Yen River Birth. A large amount of chakra is evaporating. This, you are, the red sand scorpion looked at Shuoyu's back in shock. Everyone is a ninja, they are all people who are called geniuses by the layman. How come some people suddenly become gods? The intertwined flames of blue and black will form a sea of fire in front of you. The sand iron of the 3 generations of Mikaze's shadow was instantly melted and became the molten slurry at the bottom of the sea of fire. The desert has also been melted into a glazed riverbed. Is this still the fire ninjutsu that ninjas know as ninjas? Phew, it feels okay. Fortunately I didn't try it in the village. Shuoyu exhaled. Compared to the tailed beast jade, the power of this technique was not much worse. The tailed beast jade is instantly destructive and has a high explosive explosion. The instantaneous destructive power of this technique is not weak, and the continuous damage is extremely high. After all, it is the blood succession limit obtained by taking the gift of the 2 tails and the integration of the system. If the final ability is not as good as the state of the tailed beast, wouldn't it be a big loss? It can be said that this Yandun is a mutated evolution in the tailed beast mode. Sandaime, is he dead? The scorpion looked ahead stunned. Because the light was distorted by the flames, the human eye imaging was crooked. However, Shuoyu said, it is impossible to die, but his situation is definitely not optimistic. After all, he is the strongest wind shadow in history. Everyone can hear the irony in this last half of the sentence. The strongest wind shadow ever? But so. Or is it that the wind shadows of all generations have weakened into chickens? Sure enough, beyond the sea of fire, a mass of things wrapped in sand and iron gradually broke through the shell. The embarrassed faces of 3 generations of wind shadows were revealed. He feels very humiliated now. Obviously he still has a lot of chakra, obviously his sand iron secret technique is very strong, but he is always powerful. It's like a 100 level tuba being abused by 2 level 50 cancelling trumpets. But I couldn't find a way to fight back. The sand iron secret technique was completely restrained by that ghostly flame. How can you cultivate, although you are prepared, but the toxicity of this poison is so strong? Now, the 3 generations of Mikazakage are in trouble everywhere. As for retreating, that's something he can't do. These 2 people are obviously sincerely killing him. If they flee back to the village, it will affect the innocent. The glory and pride of being a wind shadow made him think about how to fight back even if he was in a desperate situation. Kazekage-sama, a voice came from behind, and the wind shadow's soul trembled, wanting to quickly open the distance, but found that another figure had blocked his retreat. Really, not at all impressed. Don't dare to move. Scorpion, you. Why? Why unite with the ninjas of rival villages and kill your wind shadow? What good is it for you to do this? Although you are a rebel of the village, you defect to the enemy. Did you know that the ninja who killed your parents was the Konoha ninja? The 3 generations of wind shadows roared in a desperate voice. It seems that he knows that the battle is hopeless, and he intends to question his soul and perform his own mouth. However, he seems to have forgotten the fact that Wind Shadow has always been the character who was silenced. Faced with such a soul question, the Red Sand Scorpion's face did not fluctuate in the slightest, and said in a flat tone, whether it is a Konoha ninja or a Iway ninja, it has nothing to do with today, I killed you just for your powerful body. Nani! Hearing this, the pupils of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows were filled with disbelief and even greater despair. He could never have imagined that he was targeted by a pervert. People are not for the village, grudges, but TM wants to kill him. Don't be afraid, Kazekage-sama. At least, I came to kill you with hatred. Is Ning satisfied? Behind him, Shuyu said with a smile. Achi-ha. New moon. I know, don't call me by my name so loud, you say. How familiar are you going to be today? By the way, put down your right hand. Oh, don't make small movements, otherwise the hand will be gone. 3 generations of wind shadows, yes, making small movements in front of the writing wheel. Ridiculous. Shuyu, do you still have something to say? If I don't say anything, I will do it, and I can't wait to make the 3 generations of adults into an adult puppet, the Red Sand Scorpion urged. Hearing this, Shuyu mentioned the 3 generations of wind shadows and pinched a sweat. You Kong, you were also a sand ninja, and now you can't wait to kill you. Sorry, the strongest wind shadow lord in history, let you do nothing, just die in such a grievance. I'm not willing. Do you dare to fight me again? Coward. You said yes, in order to kill you today. I did my homework for half a year. You hold back. What do you mean by saying yes? Is it an admission of cowards? No, in the eyes of the 3 generations of wind shadows, that is an even greater insult. That's what the superior does not care about the inferior. It's like a child scolding an adult twice, and adults don't make general calculations. He gritted his teeth and glared at Shuoyu. He could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, stirred the chakra in his body, released the magnetic escape with all his strength, controlled all the surrounding sand iron, and surrounded the 3 people from all directions. He is going to die together. Whoosh! At the moment when the sand iron covered the light and caused a slight shadow on the earth, an electric light flashed, and the arms of the 3 generations of wind shadows were broken together. That said, let you not make small movements. Under these eyes, your chakra flow can be seen clearly. Under the eyes of the chakra, the 3 generations of wind shadows have not yet used ninjutsu, and when he mobilizes chakra, he has already seen through by Shuoyu. The 3 generations of wind shadows were in pain, looking at their hands that fell to the ground, and their faces were like dead ashes. Why didn't you just kill me? It's not cheap to kill you, teased Shuoyu. At this moment, I saw the Red Sand Scorpion wave its hands, and 5 puppets emerged from the desert. 3 of them were the dark parts that were engraved with Horsebists by Shuoyu at that time. Their backs were exposed, and several dark red characters were constantly enlarged in the eyes of the 3 generations. Looking at this, his body couldn't stop trembling. However, what really made him despair were the 2 bodies behind. It turned out to be his brother and lover who died in the war. These have all been dug up by the Red Sand Scorpion. Even if they die, their bodies will not be peaceful. Scorpion. You, 3 generations of eye-catching shadows died violently. What's wrong with me? Before he died, he also heard the innocent inquiry of the Red Sand Scorpion. What's wrong? Scorpion Lele, you are really a member of the demon sect. Am I going too far? No, not too much, it's great. To be honest, any femme fatale woman has to climb in front of the Red Sand Scorpion. If it is vicious, the Red Sand Scorpion is the strongest in modern times. Is it to bargain with the 3 generations of Mikazakage, but kill people? Shuyu, what's going on with you and Wind Shadow? In Konoha village, the high-level side is aware of the kidnapping of the water stopper, and Senju Mowa can be regarded as the last high-level person. In the end, that matter is the fault of the 3 generations of Wind Shadows. She also knows that whether or not war breaks out in the future, Konoha and Tsunahide are hostile. However, this kung fu of buying an orange will kill the Wind Shadow of the people? Shuoyu did not answer Chien Shao Mowa's question, but set his sights on the 3 generations of Wind Shadows. This is a shadow, equivalent to a boss, and the items that burst out are much brighter than those miscellaneous ninjas. Among them, there is a golden legend. Blood succession boundary, magnetic escape. Secondly, there are the secret techniques of sand and iron and some miscellaneous ninjutsu. Pick these things up one by one, and Shuoyu is satisfied. Kill 3 generations of wind shadows and relieve the breath in his heart, burst his blood succession limit, rejoice. One word summary, cool. Yes, did you too kill 3 generations of Kazekage-sama? Senju Mowa asked with a frown. After all, it is the shadow of a village, and after killing, it will cause a series of chain reactions. What makes her care more is that just these 2 people killed the 3 generations who were known as the strongest wind shadows in history. The red sand scorpion was unfamiliar, and the corpses of the 3 generations of wind shadows who were always looking away from it disdained to answer this question. Shuyu thought for a while, then explained, we didn't kill it, just now Lord Wind Shadow walked here, and suddenly died of heat. Heat to death? Are you too lazy to make up lies with your heart now? Thousand Hands Mowa sighed, in front of this kid, she didn't know when, she had become only accepting reality. Unable to refute, powerless to educate. You can only follow him. Lord Shuyu, awesome. Uchiha Mai who follows behind him doesn't know why, so he will only follow as a licking dog. As for Sunset Red, it will always be on his side. Seeing this, Chienshao Mowa sighed helplessly, alas, let's go quickly. If a nearby ninja finds us, the situation will not be good. I'm the ninja of Tsunahi. The red sand scorpion suddenly said, ha, aren't you a rebel? Oh, I mean, although I am a traitor, I can prove that we did not kill the Honorable Sandeme-sama, we just fought with him, and he himself off. Scorpion, the way you speak, like a big artist. Shuyu, we have to go. Senju Mowa urged. The mission has been completed, and there are still unexpected gains. He didn't want to linger in the desert now. Okay, Scorpion, see you again. When the words fell, everyone in Konoha rushed in the direction of the Fire Nation. Looking at the back of their departure, the red sand scorpion was full of yearning. I really want to make him my puppet. If it is a competition ability, it is obvious that Shiyu's blood succession limit is stronger. However, looking at the miserable situation of the 3 generations of wind shadows under his feet, the red sand scorpion can only be reaped when it is good. Looking at the inexhaustible ghost flame not far away, he silently left with the body of the wind shadow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood succession limit, magnetic escape. Shuyu has always felt that magnetic retreat is a very powerful blood succession limit. Whether in the era of cold weapons or the era of hot weapons, metal is indispensable in people's utensils. It's just that several magnetic ninjas in Sand Hidden Village use magnetic ninjas like a younger brother. Actually use magnetic escape to control sand iron and placer gold, that's all. The way they control is actually to gather small into large and use volume to deal with enemies. That's just stupid. Isn't it easier to deal with the enemy with a smaller size? For example, is the sand iron condensed into an iron cone, or is it spread out with fine sand iron flowing into the opponent's body and attacking strong in its body? A good magnetic escape is still used as a 5-attribute escape technique. It's a pity that in this ninja world, the ability of Magneto is not excellent, otherwise, he really wants to be a Magneto. System, can you help me see, what is better to fuse with this magnetic escape? Back to the host, any unit in this system can be fused. What's the difference between what you said and what you didn't? Forget it, throw it first, and wait for me to explode to the blood succession limit next time, and the 3 of them will fuse one by one. The 3 blood succession limits fused, and he didn't know what strange things would come out of the fusion. However, I heard that the fusion of the 3 attributes of the Earth Shadow will make a dust and blood succession elimination. If the 3 blood succession limit realms are fused, wouldn't it be directly hanging the sky? The bitter and humble technique that exists in the theatrical version is to absorb blood and follow the boundary, claiming that he cannot die by absorbing 5. If he followed this, then he would directly fuse the 5 blood succession limits. Wouldn't he be able to directly go and play cards with Kagaya Niang Niang? After returning to the village, the 8th class reported truthfully. It was on the issue of 3 generations of wind shadows that several people firmly said that he was passing by and dying of heat. This reason made the ape flying sun chop and puff of smoke. The descendants of his former teammates have already killed even the strongest wind shadow in history. What else can stop him? Uchiha Kagami is still just a thinker, and Sarutobi now feels that this son may not be able to become a strong person like Uchiha in the future. Of course, the mention of Uchiha here is only taken out to make a strength positioning. If Shiyu really became a person like Uchiha, Ape Flying Sun would be able to cry out for the new year. Without further ado, there is now a very serious question before us. That is, in today's international situation, Yunyin and Yinyin are both stinky tempers, and they are too lazy to explain to anyone, and the posture is about to start. The land of fire and the land of wind often have trade, but the practice of the sand-hidden wind shadow is very unpleasant and has formed a bond. Coincidentally, at this time, a country's top combat power has been damaged, and now even if the Ape Flying Sun does not want to start a war, the daimyo side will exert pressure. In other words, there is no need to wait for the sand-hidden side to be held accountable, and the Konoha ninja village in the land of fire must take the initiative to prepare military strength. Prepare for war. Well, some ninja groups are about to adjust again. It is good to bring the old with the new, but if in a frontal war, the 3+1 group will definitely not work. In this way, Hokage's workload has increased a lot. There are no snakes in the snake cave because the snakes have gone out for cross-dressing. Generally, ninjas have to be approved to go out of the village, but Orochimaru seems to often disobey this rule, but there is nothing he can do about it. After all, it is the mainstay of the village today. But seeing that the daimyo was about to hold a strategy meeting, where did he go? In the end, Saname still gave up looking for the great snake pill. In other words, his 3 disciples were a little disregardful. Scumbag. In recent times, the high-rise has been busy one by one, but the villagers of Konoha have taken advantage of the tranquility on the eve of the storm to relax. The Uchiha family residence, with a pine door at the gate and a note rope hanging on the door, is auspicious and comfortable. Shiyu was wearing a cotton jacket, looking at a group of little fart children wearing shorts on the road, full of embarrassment. These bare children don't know what to think, with a scarf around the top and sandals and shorts below. Are you cold or hot? I have to say that the costume in the Hokage is very distinctive. Although he is physically strong and not afraid of the cold, wearing cotton clothes in winter is a habit that cannot be changed, and it must be symbolically commemorated. Nissan, my artillery battle is over, can you give me some more? A little boy ran over, and now the 3-year-old Shui Shui has shown wisdom far beyond his peers. Those bare children like to play in the mud, have snowball fights, and like to fry cow dung with cannon fights when they stop the water. Look, how great this is. Looking at the water stop whose hair had grown a lot, Shiyu helplessly reached into her pocket, took out a few detonation charms, and then spat out a little spit to rub the detonation talisman into a small cylinder. No, here you go, this one will be gone when it's over. Okay. Shui Shui happily took over the hardcore artillery battle, and his little eyes were so squinted that he couldn't see. He jumped to find a lump of dried cow dung, stuffed the hardcore gun into the cow dung, and then took a lot of dried cow dung and covered it. After doing this, he quickly ran away, and then made a sealed boom. Rumble. The hardcore artillery battle blew up cow dung into powder and flew all over the sky, and the entire Uchiha clan trembled. Fortunately, Shiyu is far away and is not affected by the masterpiece of stopping water. But a certain man with goggles was different. He first covered his ears, and after the explosion passed, he looked up at the sky. Looking at the snowflakes falling from the sky, Goggles subconsciously opened their mouths to catch a piece. Ha! How is snow salty? Cousin Obito, this snow can't be eaten. Shui Shui walked over, looking at Obito with a face, helpless. Ha! Little stop water, was it just you firing the cannon? That's right, it's me. Good. By the way, what about your brother? Obito grinned. To be honest, Obito was still quite sunny at this time. My brother is over there thinking about life. Shui Shui pointed to the distance and said, okay, then you continue to play, I'll go over to find your brother. Let's go. Shui Shui hurried away with the soil, lest he find out for a while that he had eaten the powder of cow dung himself. Obito walked along the snowy road, with steps that the 6 relatives did not recognize, towards Shiyu. If you look at it from a distance, you will think that it is an old man who admires his few moments. But when you look closer, you will find that it is a handsome boy, who is secretly sad against the snow. Hey, old watch, what are you doing sitting so high? You're not afraid of falling down? Obito shouted with his head up. Hearing the voice, Shiyu, who was sitting on the wall, lowered her head, glanced at Obito without care, and replied, I'm thinking about life. What life do you think about? Aren't you all done? Obito has some lemons. If you want to say who is the strongest winner in life, it is the teenager in front of you. Competent, girly, prestigious. Such a person, why didn't God give him a jealous talent? Obito thought. Of course, that is, think about it. If he dares to say it, I am afraid that this year, he will not think about it. What the hell are you looking at? Look at the view. Why are you so sour today? With a stomach full of doubts, Obito also jumped on the wall where Shiyu was. On the other side of the wall, there is a large courtyard. In the courtyard, several beautiful women sat together, talking and laughing, and their new kimonos set off their mature skin. It's a little warmer with the snow, and a little smoother than the ice. Especially one of the beautiful women with a comb in the middle, she is undoubtedly the most eye-catching one here, like the bright moon in the night sky. Ah, so you peeked at the patriarch madam here? Peek at your mother's legs. Can the artist's thing be called a peek? It's called watching. Grass and wood fools. Saying that, Shiyu took out a handful of kunao from that pocket, and if Obito dared to refute, he would stab him. Sure enough, looking at the bitter supreme cold light, he took the soil suit. Don't you all have sunset red? By the way, and the beautiful girl in the clan, why do you still steal? Look at other people's wives. And still, pregnant. Woman. As he spoke, the atmosphere became gentlemanly. Shiyu glared at Obito with a look of disgust. You are a child, how can you understand men? Ha! We're the same age, right? The same? When you have the same state of mind as me, you will understand Mikato now, and your whole body will radiate. Sai Jo. Calculate the time, Mikato has been 4 months. April is your XX. Old watch. Obito's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Although you will hit me when I say this, I still want to ask. Old watch, you won't be hentai, right? Hee hee, of course a gentleman under the bottom. It's not common to see a little fart like you. A true brave person will not be afraid of the eyes of others. In other words, you pure love little Shibai. Did you take it for that sister? That sister means Rin Nohara. Rin Nohara is just an ordinary girl. I really can't figure out how to fascinate this person. In terms of appearance, she is only average. In terms of education, she is still mediocre. In terms of family situation, it is even more incomparable with the Uchiha family. Obito twisted for a long time before he plucked up the courage to say, I came here to ask you, what gifts should I give to girls for the new year? Hearing the sound, Shuya raised his forehead with grief. As soon as I heard this, I just haven't won it yet. Although licking the dog, the orientation is as straight as steel. Old watch, if you continue to be like this ghost, I won't recognize you as an old watch. Ha! Want to break the paternity relationship? Okay, your wings are hard. Me, Obito gritted his teeth, who dares to fight with Shiyu? It is definitely a fiasco, so he can't fall into the set. My good brother, just help me. I think Lin is starting to like me now, and if I take advantage of this opportunity to confess success, then I will call you daddy when we meet in the future. I don't have a son like you. Dad, okay. Shuyu looked away from Mikato's body, looked at Obito seriously, and said, I can teach you an illusion. You study hard. After you learn it, Nohara Rin will be yours. Hearing this, Obito was slightly stunned. What do you mean? I took this illusion as a gift and taught it to Rin. No, I mean, you controlled Nohara Rin with illusion, and she will be yours from now on. Nope. Obito immediately objected resolutely. No one can use that illusion on Rin. If anyone dares to force Lin like that, I will fight with him. Looking at Obito's firm eyes, Shiya nodded. How else to say that licking dogs are invincible? Oops, my good brother, just help me. I feel like Lin already likes me a little bit now, and if I work harder, I'll succeed. Obito hugged his thighs and begged. However, in Shiyu's opinion, all this is useless. One of life's 3 illusions, that girl likes me. What do you mean? It means, alas, don't you yourself grow brains? Yes, I don't have a brain, brother. Please, give me a suggestion. What gift should I give Lin? The skin with soil is thicker than this wall under your feet. Shuyu thought for a while, and the girl liked more things. As long as he likes someone, she will be happy if this person sends him a mouthful. If you don't like it, you will send her gold and silver, and in the end, it will be a strong melon that is not sweet. Suddenly, he had a wit. Otherwise, you try to prove your strength. After all, female ninjas still have some yearning for powerful male ninjas. Hearing this suggestion, Obito's eyes suddenly lit up. The advice given by my cousin is definitely a divine strategy. During the last Konoha festival, he listened to Shiyu's words and gave Nohara Rin 5 Kunao 3 shurikens. At that time, Nohara Rin's expression was something he had never seen before. That at least proved that he had seen the unknown side of Nohara Rin in this way. Then this time the suggestion is ironclad and a good idea. Then how do I prove my strength? Obito asked like a strange baby. Shuotsuki rubbed her chin, thought for a while and said, you try to beat Kakashi to the ground in front of Nohara Rin, and she will know how powerful you are. Kakashi? Hearing this name, Obito is about to vomit. How is Kakashi again? The matter between me and Lin, why does he always appear? Because Kakashi is strong. Kakashi is famous. Defeat the first, aren't you the first? Then I think you are more famous. So you try to compare with me? No, compared to you, it's better to deal with Kakashi. At least, Kakashi wouldn't hit him all over the place. Even if Kakashi is powerful, he still talks about the rules. Then why don't you hurry up and make a date with Kakashi? Okay, I'll go. At this time, in the Kiki mansion, Kakashi suddenly sneezed. As everyone knows, when people sit at home, woe comes from heaven. It was supposed to be a good day to rest, but inexplicably fell into someone's routine. After taking the soil away, Shuotsuki was no longer satisfied with watching Mikato from a distance. He jumped off the fence and walked towards the pile of women in the courtyard. Mikato, if you give birth to a boy, I'll be his godmother. A woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth said. Being the godmother of the patriarch's son, that identity is not shy. However, how can this kind of thing be the turn of a dead dragon set, and Mikato's best friend is Uzumaki Jishine? What about a daughter? Another woman teased. If you have a daughter, marry my son. Mikato is so beautiful, her daughter must be as beautiful as a fairy. Where? The crowd was filled with cheerful air. Daughter? It is said that his daughter is like a father. Uchiha Fugaku is so ugly. Are you sure his daughter will be as beautiful as a fairy? Besides, this fetus is carrying Uchiha Itake. I just don't know if Uchiha Fugaku is Uchiha Fugaku's biological child. Anyway, judging from the appearance in my memory, the two have nothing to do with each other. And realistically, Uchiha Fugaku is busy with official business every day. and basically has no time to make children. Maybe he will be NTR by some neighbor. No, you can't think about it anymore, it's so evil. Hey, Shuyu-chan, why are you here? Aren't you basking in the sun over there? Mikato's pleasant voice suddenly came. Shuoyu looked right at Mikato, who was full of maternal brilliance. Immediately, the old face turned red. He was still thinking evil just now, but Mikato's smile was still so gentle. Guilt, the sun over there can't shine anymore. I come over to bask in the sun, don't you mind? How could I mind? Come and sit next to your sister. Shuyu-chan sit, sister, Bien? This is the genius of the clan, and he has a good relationship with Mikato. When the women saw Shuyu, they began to talk about it. Who says it isn't? The relationship between Shuyu-jun and the patriarch is also very good. That's for sure. Shuo-yu-kun is so good, and Mikato's children will definitely be as good as Shuo-yu-kun in the future. Ha ha he. Shuyu-chan, do you think my sister's child will be a boy or a girl? Mikato suddenly put her arms around Shuyu's neck and asked. Then don't mention how intimate. Xiang is dead. Don't think about it, it's the intimacy of my sister and my brother. It must be a boy. Haha, if it's a boy, can you help your sister choose a name for him? Shuyu pretended to think, and then slowly said, Uchiha's family. Mikato is so beautiful, then, let's call it Uchiha 2 Dogs. Uchiha 2 Dogs? Several people don't understand what kind of terrier this is. There are many people in Konoha village who are named after animals, and it is not wrong to be named Urgu, but they just think it's a little strange. I invite you to come here, hoping to bring me someone back from Konoha. Of course, the reward will not be less. At the border of the Land of Water, the Ninja Blade 7 intercepted a mysterious man. What a big deal, this gentleman. Obviously we surrounded you and were so arrogant. Now, I want to slash at you. Wooly Shiba grinned and laughed, while weighing the explosive knife droplets in his hand. I want to stab down, you will die. Any one of the 7 people of the Ninja Deo is quite famous in the mist-hidden village. Even in the outside world, it is like the symbol of the village. When these 7 people come together and work for a superior at the same time, it is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Now, they have surrounded this mysterious person who sneaked into the mist-hidden village. Even if it is a shadow, I dare not be careless here. However, this mysterious man did not have the slightest fear in the face of these 7 people. There was a sneer under the mask, and then he said, I think we better not do anything extraneous. You, obey me, I give you benefits. Follow you? Hey, do you know what it costs to say this in front of the Ninja Deo 7? The long knife and stitch in Orikimura's hand have moved. His knife is like a large flying needle. Once stabbed by such a knife, the consequences are quite miserable. You can imagine yourself being sewn together by countless wires. Orikimura's movements were extremely fast, and the ninja knife in his hand had already stabbed towards the mysterious man. However, this mysterious man didn't even have a trace of unnecessary movements, just tilted his head, reached out, and grappled. Although Ryoka's Homaru is not a well-known ninja world, he is at least the #1 person, but he was easily taken down by this mysterious person. Humph. The mysterious man sneered again and threw the chestnut shrapnel out. Just such an action was enough to prove what great strength he had. The 7 people of the ninja knife immediately clenched their ninja swords, and their faces changed greatly. Why is this person who seems to be no threat so powerful? Be careful. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost whispered. Unlike the Ninja Knife 7, who were ready to attack, the mysterious man still stood in place so easily. Well, you can refuse me if you want, it's a big deal. I'll find someone else, such as your boss. The boss of the Ninja Deo 7 is a water shadow. Do you think Lord Mizukage will listen to you? He'll listen. When the words fell, the mysterious man's body slowly melted into the earth like that, and the 7 people of the Ninja Deo watched the scene, and no one dared to step forward to stop it. It is clear that they did not even fight, they were afraid. Who is this mysterious man? 3 days later, the Ninja Blade 7 are heading in the direction of the Land of Waves, and they need to pass through the Land of Waves and enter the Land of Fire. Moreover, this is indeed the Order of the Water Shadow. You must know that since the death of the 2nd generation of Muzan in battle, the successor Shuiying has implemented a closed policy in Weian village, and will never rashly attack other villages. The mission content is to bring back a ninja of Konoha. Its name is Uchiha Shuotsuki. This is the legendary Uchiha family. Even the 7 of them felt Alexander. The winter snow melts and the spring gradually progresses. The Land of Fire and the Land of Wind have entered the final preparations for war, and whether a war will start in the future depends on which side is willing to give in. And the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth have already engaged in skirmishes, and the name of Abby's duo has also spread. It is said that the ninjas who were defeated by them were all in different places. In the Hokage office, the 3 generations of Mikaku Hibiki once again gathered a group of elite ninjas. According to the informant, in the conflict between the Land of Thunder and the Country of Earth, I found that there was a problem with the troops invested by the Country of Earth, and there was definitely some conspiracy in the 3 generations of Tokage Tude weighing Oniki. So, send you to infiltrate the Land of Earth and investigate the movements of their main forces. This time, the elite team was different from the last time they infiltrated the Land of Thunder, removing several ninjas whose strength was below the average line, and joining 2 elite shinobi. Wave Fang Shuiman, Senju Moka, Uchiha Shugetsu, 2 oil women, and 2 Hinata. 7 people in total. Just from the 2 people who joined, they knew that the 3 generations of Ape Flying Sun valued this mission. Yes. Times 5 the 5 accepted in unison. Seeing this, the 3 generations of Mekai Hinata set their sights on the Hayaga brothers who did not respond. What's wrong, Hinata, do you two still have any problems? In the face of the question of the 3rd generation Hokage, Hinata glanced at his brother, and then said, Naruto-sama, I disagree with Uchiha Shuotsuki joining this operation. Oh? Why, Hinata, you are not the kind of ninja who judges others by age. You should understand Shuyu's current strength. Why don't you approve of Shuyu's participation in the action? Mayome asked patiently. But the patience of the 3 generations does not mean the patience of the elders. Mito Minion directly said with a cold face, Hinata, this is Hokage's decision, what qualifications do you have to deny it? Minion, wait, I want to hear the opinion of Hinata. Naruto-sama, once a battle occurs, Uchiha Shuotsuki will ignore the team and fight completely as he wishes, which is easy to affect his teammates. Please, no, you're still thinking about last time. Shuyu complained frantically in his heart. The last time he obviously injured Hayashi, how could Hinata be entangled like a brother fetish? Tell you nothing. Even Senju Mowa felt a little awkward, and scanned the 2 Hinata brothers with a strange look. Bofang Shuman also spoke for Shuyu, well, I will persuade Shuyu a little. Wash the road with peace of mind, Hika-san. What do you mean by this? Is it like that when he teamed up with you before? Bofang Shuman smiled and said nothing. When others output, you yourself will not hide far? Didn't have long legs? Don't be afraid of being affected. Now blame others in turn, 2DD. At this time, the 3 generations of Mikaku Hibiki took a big puff of smoke, and finally announced, I emphasize one point, this operation, no matter what the reason, must avoid fighting with IWA Shinobu, and the blood succession elimination of the 3 generations of Tokage in 2 days is not something you can resist. I have already transferred the Watergate, and once discovered by the other party, I will immediately retreat with the Flying Thunder God technique. No fighting, that is, no accidental injury to teammates. Hinata was relieved. Shuo Yuguang glanced at his expression, and really wanted to continue to complain. Shouldn't this brother fetish and brother control be exclusive to the Uchiha clan? To say that now, what Saname is most worried about is that the country of Earth suddenly becomes difficult. The ninja forces of Iwane village in the land of Earth are developing extremely fast, and they have this certain advantage in numbers, and secondly, they are united in Iwahide village and united like a rock, which Konoha can't compare. Moreover, that 2-day scale Onaki is not a horn to mess with. Go! Yes! Times 7 The land of Earth is located northwest of the land of Fire, and you only need to pass through the land of Grass to enter the country. Along the way, Shuyu was blinded. Land of Thunder. Union Ninja Village. In the conditions of constant good news from the front, a ninja finally broke into Thunder Cage's office. He is a guide to the upper ninja, he himself has a good reputation in Union Village, and there are several very excellent disciples under him, even the 2-tailed human pillar force is his student. Lord Thunder's shadow. Well, here you are. Yes, I have one thing to report. What's going on? About Yujito. Mentioning the 2-tailed human pillar force, the 3rd generation of Lei Ying immediately cheered up, put down the battle report in his hand, and asked, could it be that the 2nd tail also has a condition? There are 2-tailed beasts in Union Village, the front foot is 8 tails violent, and the back foot and 2 tails are also to make fun. No, not only will Neo not run away, but now Yujito is already able to use Neo's chakra. Hearing this happy event, the 3 generations of Lei Ying smiled like a 200-pound macho man. I really didn't misunderstand you, you actually taught Yukito to use the power of the tailed beast. I'm sorry, Lord Lei Ying, this may not be my credit. Shinobu said truthfully, since that return, Yujito seems to have changed as a person, and since that day, she has already produced some tailed beast chakra overflow. I thought she was just emotionally overwhelmed. The so-called time was the one when IWA Shinobu invaded. At that time, dozens of Yunren sacrificed, and the 3 generations of eyes jumped like thunder, and he did not dare to report it. I originally planned to report it after Lei Ying settled down, but I found that the situation took a turn for the better. It dragged on until today. Unfortunately, listening to Lei Ying's ears, this is completely guiding Shangnin in self-modesty. No matter what, Yujito needs to be cultivated well. If she can perfectly control the tailed beast in the future, then it is also a kind of luck for the 8-tailed human pillar force. Yes. The instructor Shinobu quickly responded, and then, with some uncertainty, he said, Lord Thunder Cage, there is one more thing. What else? I only recently discovered that Yukito behaves abnormally, often investigating a ninja with Naraku in his name in private, but from now, she has not achieved anything. Hearing this, Lei Ying's eyebrows were twisted into a Chuan character. How old is Yamu? as a human pillar force, although she is discriminated against by many people, she still tries hard to be recognized. However, this does not make her go out of her way to investigate someone. Make friends. How can there be such a thing as an investigation? Naruto? Have you inquired if there is a ninja named Naruto? The instructor Shinobu replied back to Lord Lacage, I specially investigated, there are not ninjas called Naruto in the village, but there are a few civilians with the word Naruto in their names, but after my in-depth investigation, these civilians have never interacted with Yuji. Lei Ying exhaled silently, and then said, although the safety of human pillar power is very important, but it is not necessary to specially report for such a person. Maybe Yama-ren fell in love early? I've heard that kids nowadays are especially prone to early love. The guide Shang Shinobu shook his head and smiled bitterly and replied, I don't think so, Lord Lacage. I made a little statistics on the direction of Yukito's investigation. Most of the time it was towards the outside of the village. Moreover, the target was pointed to Iwahide Village. Iwahide Village. Hearing this name, Lei Ying jumped directly from the seat like an electric shock. Glaring at a pair of tiger eyes, he asked seriously, you mean to say that the purpose of the gang of bastards in Yinyan Village was our human pillar power in the first place? Human pillar power is an important strategic unit of a village, especially like the country of thunder, they value human pillar power very much. Or rather, the tailed beast. There are even plans to let the pillar force completely control the tailed beast, and eventually achieve the human pillar force weapon instead of the tailed beast weapon. Being able to control the tailed beast is definitely a big deterrent for other countries. And now that he heard this information, he deduced that the purpose of the previous invasion of Iwa Shinobi was actually the idea of beating their tailed beast. Moreover, the situation with Nioi is already bad. This made the 3 generations of thunder instantly furious. Where is Yujito? You brought her to me immediately. If necessary, we must take a special approach to her. This, when it came to the life of his own disciple, the guide Shinobu hesitated. Lord Lacage, according to my observations, Yukito is absolutely loyal to the village, and she investigated that person's intelligence. I'm afraid it was just to take revenge. Revenge? I remember that there was no one related to Yujito in that sacrifice. Lei Ying said. Yes, there was no list of victims that time, but before that, on our way back to the village, we encountered Iwa Shinobu's interception, presumably to buy time for their main force. The only person intercepting our team at that time was a small ninja who was very fast and good at illusion. At first, he led us away and tried to get close to Yujito, but then I realized that something was wrong and immediately returned, sure enough, by Yujito's side. Presumably, it was at that time that he had a fight with Yujito, and Yujito has always held a grudge. In this way, Lei Ying felt very reasonable. Yukito's nature is very clear, he is a very strong girl, after all, he is one of the people of the village, how can he not understand as a thunder shadow? Investigate the other party, 9 times out of 10, to win back dignity. That tall ninja is afraid that she provoked her as a 2-tailed human pillar force by saying something during that time. Iwa Shinobu, that bunch of dwarfs. Even the earth shadow is a dwarf wintermelon. Laughed to death. Lei Ying mocked mercilessly. Seeing that his disciple was safe, the guide Shangren also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would make a report and let Lei Ying lock up his disciples to brainwash. Then, Lord Lei Ying, please instruct. Instructions? No need, we just need to help Yujito and put this energy into the war, and the great victory Iwa Shinobu is the best instruction. Heading to the land of grass, Kanaha's ninja cheered up. I heard that there has been civil unrest in Kusanagi village recently, and no one is worth fighting them, but if they are entangled, it will be very annoying. It can even cause the mission to fail. Along the way, Hinata and Hinata Hayashi took turns looking around with their white eyes. Hinata, it's your turn. Hayashi spoke, then closed his eyes, looking a little tired. After all, this kind of blood succession limit, unlike a trick, as long as it is open, it needs to supply chakra all the time, not much at one time, but no one can withstand it for a long time. Yes, brother. While responding, Hinata opened his eyes. After 10 minutes of marching, he suddenly shouted, there are ninjas fast approaching us. Heptad. The pursuit of the 7 ninjas made everyone immediately wary. Bofeng Shuman even directly took out his own Flying Thunder God technique style Kuwu. After all, Hokage reminded that he should not fight with Iwa Shinobu. As soon as the situation is not right, everyone immediately retreats. Are you sure the other party is coming for us? Shuyu teased. Hinata's white eyes have always had problems. Also, always scare Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu will find an opportunity to scare back. Okay, don't you have a chakra eye? Don't believe me, you look with your eyes? The writing will does not have the strong insight ability of the white eye, and the words of the day difference are clearly showing off. However, Shiyu is a cultural person, this low-level scaring ability, he can casually fight back. Everyone knows the ability to write chakra, just you alone don't know. Say you are smart or stupid? Do you have the ability to compare illusion with me? See that your white eye illusion is powerful, or am I powerful? White eye illusion. The crowd heard the concept for the first time. It seems that the White Eye does not have the ability to amplify illusions, right? Okay, the day difference, it is important to the enemy. At the critical moment, Big Brother Hayashi stood up. Despite the fact that it had been consumed for a long time, he opened his eyes again and observed with the day difference. Judging by the other party's chakra, it's all Shangnan, and not Iwa Shinobu, but Mist Shinobu. This was not said by Hinata, but by Jiwei, an oil woman who has been silent. There was a small bug parked on his finger. It seemed that he had already obtained information from the other party. 7 Mist Shinobi, it won't be the Ninja Sword 7, right? Ha ha. Shuoyu joked, if he could meet the 7 people of the Ninja Dao in this arid place in the northern country, it would be like winning the lottery. It seems, yes, everyone has a strange ninja knife, Oil Nu Jiwei said with great certainty. Really won the lottery? Why did the Ninja Dao 7 come here? This is already close to Kusanagi village. The land of water is far from here. Bo Feng Shuman said suspiciously. You said the other party came directly at us? Senju Mo-wa is also asking. The 2 Hinata brothers nodded very affirmatively. It's obvious that they're following us. Since it's Kirito, then don't you disobey Hokage's orders, right? Hokage told us not to fight with Iwa Shinobu, didn't say not to let us kill a few Mist Shinobi. Shuyu said frantically. Bo Feng Shuman hurriedly denied, Shuoyu, we don't know their intentions yet, it's better not to start first. We have a mission. Coming from? The Ninja Dao 7 have been chasing us for a century. If they don't kill people, will they still come to deliver us takeout to eat? Bo Feng Shuman said that he couldn't refute it, so he turned his gaze for help to Chien Shao Mo-wa. In his opinion, Thousand Hands Mo-wa is Shuyu's teacher after all, so he should always be a little majestic. However, he didn't seem to know about the 8th class. Chien Shao Mo-wa is very pitiful. She only has one apprentice, that is, Sunset Hong. The remaining one teased her like a vase, and the other had pure cerebral palsy. Teacher? Inexistent. Then do it according to Shuoyu's ideas. Bo Feng Shuman has a question mark. Why does this teacher still follow the opinions of his apprentices? It's a bit humble. He turned his attention to oil girl Jiwei and oil woman's Hai, but the oil woman said that they would not express any opinions. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi suddenly said, it's better for us to take the initiative to fight. Judging by their speed, they don't plan to let us go. Once the pursuit reaches the country of grass, and even a battle breaks out in the territory of the country of earth, our mission will be completely defeated. So, Hinata is also on the side of Shuyu? Good bro. Shuyu didn't think so much at first, but the ideologically transformed Rizu added a 100% reasonable condition, and everyone immediately stopped and put up a position. The border of the fire country is all wild forests, and on the strong branches of everyone's combat power, the 12 points of battle intent are mentioned. They must resolve the battle as soon as possible. But on the opposite side is the Ninja Knife 7 of Mist Hidden Village, and due to policy reasons, Konoha does not have much information about the Ninja Knife 7. Just stay at the level of knowing. But Shuyu is different, his time-space intelligence thief knows more than anyone. Hey, Brother Mo, watch out for that machete ninja for a while. Shuoyu reminded. What he was referring to was Loquat Juzo, the man who could survive under the feet of Hachiman Meitei and eventually joined the Xiao organization. His life's achievements are not clear, but he eventually died under his machete. The strength of this ninja should not be underestimated. If you mention the fat man who also escaped from the feet of Maturde, the fat man of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, it is estimated that he is also a younger brother, and his survival depends entirely on luck. In the end, his luck ran out and he was easily killed by the ghost mackerel. Shuoyu, do you know the Ninja Dao 7? Let's be careful with that person, Hinata asked rhetorically. Not only do I know it well. Even Naruto-sama doesn't know much about it. You actually dare to say big things. Tell me where you learned about it. I learned from comic books, the new issue of Water Ninja in the Village. Didn't you read it? Didn't follow? New novel? Are you kidding me? If you don't understand, don't be. That author knows more than you. He also predicted that you would die later. Here it comes. Chien Shao Mo-wa suddenly reminded. Her perception ability does not see as far as the White Eye, but if the distance is closer, she may see better than the White Eye. Sure enough, under her reminder, everyone's eyes could already see those jumping figures through the Maolin. Rushing to the front is none other than the Loquat Juzo carrying a machete. You are the Ninja Dao 7? What is your purpose in infiltrating the Land of Fire? Bo Feng Shuman asked politely. Who are you, yellow-haired? It's okay for you, get out of here. The older Tonko bait man shouted directly. Poor Bo Feng Shuman, now just an unknown yellow hair. At this moment, a purple chakra group flew towards the 7 people of the Ninja Knife. Ninja Fa Lei Yan explosion. Watergate, you're following some forced nonsense. Shuoyu was puzzled. You didn't hesitate before, could it be that your suffering is dull? It seems that there is really no need for nonsense. Watergate also replied. The Ninja Sword 7 vs the Konoha 7. Dodging a thunderous explosion, the Bateman shouted, "Look, that little devil who used ninjutsu is Uchiha Shiyu, hurry up, catch him, rush rush, Euler 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 Euler, a cult parasite." The 7 people of the ninja knife who rushed up faced an overwhelming dark swarm of insects. Oil Girl Jiwei shot, it is a group AoE, the intuitive attack power of insects is not as good as the trick, but these things are extremely strong for the harassment of ninjas. The 7 people of the ninja knife who did not know why only dared to spread out from both sides, and did not dare to hard connect head-on. They are killers, assassins, and not berserkers. Wrapped around to the left are the Loquat Juzo, the Grass Bateman, and the Black Hoe. On the right are the Chestnut Shotball Pill, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Pear Shinyachi, and the owner of the dragon set of the Hirame Flounder. It just so happened that the 4 of them were Hinata and Oil Girl brothers of Konoha mixed 4 dozen. 7 people in Konoha against 7 people, and I have never been intimidated. The older Tonko Wild Bateman is the owner of the blunt knife, that is, he holds a hammer in one hand and an axe in the other, and he is full of stones and says that his weapon is a ninja knife. Cerebral palsy. He was also the first to rush to Uchiha Shiyu. It seems that if the first one tied Uchiha Shiyu, Mizu Cage will give him a promotion and a raise. Little Ghost, obediently tie up your hands, uncle, I can't let you suffer. Laughing maniacally, the Bateman threw the axe in his hand toward Shuoyu. Say good and not suffer? Hammerman, you deserve it too? Shiyu is angry, not to mention whether to fight or not. This non-compliance with the promise makes people very angry. Hammer man? Hearing this, the 7 people laughed at themselves. Look at the 7 of them, those who can really be called ninja swords. It is estimated that they will behead the big knife Loquat Tenzang. What kind of monsters are the others? There are those with Samsung mobile phone films, those with axes and hammers, those with their mother's embroidery needles, and those carrying a fish on their backs. It's a bit excessive. Do you obey the term ninja sword? Little Ghost, it seems that you have to suffer a meal. Don't worry, I won't kill you, after all, the mission is to live. In the face of this kind of talkative uncle, Shuoyu likes to bombard him with socialism. Ninfa, wind and fire. Ninfa, wind-breaking dragon fire. One body, a group of attacks, 2 fusion ninjutsu released at the same time. The Bait people don't know where to hide. After all, he jumped in mid-air. This is a branch of a wild forest, not a meadow. It's hard to find a place to stay. In other words, the intelligence only said that this target fire is very strong, but it did not say that it can be done without sealing. Those who play ninja swords are strong in one who does not need to make a seal, and they also kill a lot of enemies on the way to the other party's seal. Why can ninjutsu not be sealed? With a stomach of doubts, the Grass Wild Bateman stone with nowhere to land carried the wind and dragon fire, but it was directly pierced by the extremely piercing wind and firebolt. A black hole with a thick arm opened on Yuhun's mouth. Flesh and blood and charred, even blood will not come out. Very well in place. Such an injury, even Tsunade can't be saved here. Ninja Deo 7 people, lost 1 on the spot. The corpse of the Grass Bateman fell heavily on the ground, and this movement caused other people's hearts to tremble fiercely. How did this damn thing die? What happened? Is he being yin? CNM, have we run into ruthless characters? Only the Loquat Juzo, who was in the same direction, could see clearly the death process of the Tanjeo Bateman. A pair of eyebrows without eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together, and their eyes stared at Uchiha Shiyu in amazement. This little ghost. Haha, I finally know why that mysterious man insisted on taking this little ghost back. If you are stunned in battle, you will die. Bo-Fang Shuman suddenly appeared behind Loquat Ten Hide, interrupting all his thoughts. Your opponent is me. Returning to his senses urgently, Loquat Shizo skillfully picked up the decapitation knife and swept and slashed behind him. Oh, I know. I won't be allowed to take that imp without killing all of you, right? Konoha's ninja. Take away the imps? Bo-Fang Shuman was full of doubts. Just now he didn't pay attention to what they said, and now listening to the arrogant words of Loquat Shizang, he knew that these people came for Shiyu. In this team, there is only one person who can be called a little ghost. You guys don't want to take Shiyu away. Moreover, it's impossible to hurt any Konoha ninja. Saying that, Bo-Fang Shuman used the instantaneous body technique to avoid the sweep of Loquat Juzo. The other side. Shuoyu jumped off the tree and looked at the corpse of the wild Bateman. Mudun, what are these things that burst out? Brother, don't you care all day? It is obviously one of the 7 people of the ninja knife, and the items that burst out are all chicken ribs. Even this blunt knife, he can't look at it. Fighting with such a sand sculpture weapon, he himself laughed to death. Cos Ray Fatty? A hammer in one hand, an axe in the other? Give the grandpa a whole smile. After kicking the Grass Bateman twice, he then raised his head, looked at the battle above, and began to look for the next target. I don't know which stupid ninja used the mist concealment technique, and the entire sky was filled with a thick mist. Visibility is extremely low. But, are they all elm heads? Using the mist concealment technique before two pairs of white eyes? Using the mist concealment technique in front of two oil female brothers? Using the mist hidden art in front of a ninja who inherited the perception of the second generation of Hokage? Or do they want to compete with Wave Feng Shuman for extreme reaction nerve transmission speed? This group of cerebral palsy. Saying that, Shuo Yu rushed directly upwards, and did not intend to look for a target. After going up, see who came up, and slaughter him. In the mist concealment technique, Black Hoing Thundertooth thought that he was very good and thought that he had taken the advantage. Therefore, he launched an attack towards the only target, Uchiha Shugetsu. As long as he paralyzed him with thunder, then taking him away was just a matter of who was carrying him. The two thunder knives in his hand flashed with electric light and stabbed towards Shuo Yu's back. Unfortunately, just when his twin knives were about to stab Shuo, an incredible repulsion suddenly appeared. That repulsion made his twin knives unable to advance half an inch further. What the hell is this ninjutsu? I saw that Shuo Yu held the magnetic seal in his hand and slowly turned around. At this time, the Black Ho Thundertooth felt a strong gravitational force between his hands, but this gravity was towards the left and right. His weapon is a double knife, and the attraction of magnetism to him pulls him into a big character. If at this time, he does not choose to give up one of the knives, then he will be a lamb to be slaughtered. In desperation, he could only let go of his left hand. As he let go, his body was dragged by the thunder knife in his hand and hit an ancient wood, and the other thunder knife was manipulated by magnetic force and fell into Shuo's hand. Weighing the weight of the thunder knife in his hand, and then looking at the shape of the thunder knife, Shuo Yu was a little dissatisfied. I wonder which craftsman made this thunder knife. Material A, Feel D, Shape F. Violent heavenly creatures. Why do you little devil keep talking wildly? Forget it, let me accept this pair of thunder knives for you, go back and melt it for you, and refine it. Little ghost, less wild words in that mouth. The Black Ho Thunder Tooth reacted, lifted the only remaining thunder knife in his hand and rushed towards Shuo again. This time, he decided to make a hole in this imp. Won't die, but it hurts the kind. However, his information appears to be wrong. Only said that Uchiha Shuo was powerful in fire, but did not say that his sword skills were equally powerful. Uchiha Ryu Ken Yuian. Ever since his famous sword Yan was cut off by himself, he hadn't practiced swordsmanship for a long time. Even the daily tasks given by the system avoided swordsmanship practice. Today, a long-lost sense of familiarity strikes, which is very satisfying. His chakra was suddenly attached to the thunder knife he snatched, and the nature of chakra quickly changed. First of all, the wind attribute chakra to enhance the cutting ability. This knife slashed over, even this fog concealment technique was split a vacuum crack. Scandium. The Black Ho Thunder Tooth barely resisted with the thunder knife in this hand. Feeling the power of this blow, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. You little devil actually has so much strength. Saying that, Black Ho Thunder Tooth shouted to the other side, hey, come and help. Penetrate. What a few handfuls don't face. Invisibly, the strength on Shuo Yu's hand increased, and the sword leap was due to the switching change between the wind attribute and the fire attribute. When the wind attribute restrained the Black Ho Thunder Tooth's thunder knife, the flame blade with extremely strong suppressive power came smoothly. This blow directly broke the block of the Black Ho Thunder Tooth. Then, Shuo Yu's figure suddenly appeared behind him, containing a knife of fire, and cut down mercilessly. Ha! This knife did not feel like it hit the human body. It turned out that it was blocked by an even more bizarre ninja knife, and he saved the life of Black Hoing Thunder Tooth. The Black Ho Thunder Tooth's shaking ability is really strong. Shake out a wild daddy in minutes. Looking at it, this strange ninja knife is plastered with detonation charms. This is Blaster Droplet. Really, Thundertooth, you know that if I deal with this little ghost, I might blow him to pieces. Wooly Shiba's mouth grinned with a perverted smile. No way, the intelligence is wrong, this little ghost is too powerful to be treated as an ordinary little ghost, we must cheer up. Well, the bugs over there are also difficult to deal with, I'm afraid we won't meet Kanaha's elite squad. Shuo Yu stared at this ugly-looking thief Wuli Jinba, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. What does the water shadow of Wuyan think, and isn't Wuyan village a village with plenty of moisture in the air and is very nourishing? Shouldn't there be handsome men and beautiful women in the village? How the hell did you give birth to such freaks? Do you want to dance too? Saying that, an extremely powerful chakra fluctuation came from the knife in his hand. Immediately afterwards, his figure moved, and that speed of movement was fleeting. In the sight of Black Ho, Thundertooth, and Wuli Jinba, Shuo Yu disappeared all of a sudden. Fierce wind. Suddenly, a flame tornado swept through the fog, and this close-range flame tornado, Black Ho Thundertooth and Wuli Jinba originally wanted to directly cast an instantaneous technique to dodge. They simply do not have the courage to resist head-on. But I don't know when, the feet of the two of them were covered with black insects. These bugs devour their chakra and fix them on top of the branches. This is equivalent to turning them into live targets. No, it should be said that a stake that does not move in place. The flame tornado rolled the two into the air without suspense. In Konoha Fluid, there are many cases where you need to knock enemies off first, and then connect combos. And for Shuoyu, as long as he knocked these two people flying, then his other almost certain sword technique could send them back to the west. The wind is fierce. Sounds happy. But in fact, this is a sword that contains continuous instantaneous techniques, unfolding. It's more like a blade waltz. It's just that there is a need for a front-loading flight. Hit by the flame tornado and flew into the air, his body was already burned by the blast wind, but at this unbearable moment, the sword's shadow flashed. This can only be done by those who have used the instantaneous technique to the extreme. His figure flickers in mid-air, and every time he appears, every time he swords, he will definitely stab the target at the point. The blood bloomed in the air with a beautiful flower, gradually dyeing the mist red. When the 12 swords stopped, the Black Hoe Thunder Tooth and the breath of the Perilous Even 8 were extinct. The Ninja Deo 7 who could not gather together were so vulnerable. Playing more and less and perfectly matching is their strength. If they fight alone, they are probably not the opponents of any of the 7 people in Konoha here. Shuyu, you've improved again. Oil Girl Ji-Wei came over from the fog. You can think of a person with sunglasses who is still in the art of fog concealment. In this art of fog concealment, walking is as familiar as his own home. What an irony this is for the Ninja Sword 7. Akimichi Dingza was originally a good brother, but now it has become the main output of the Pig Deer Butterfly. No way, the Pig Deer Butterfly family is like that. Shuyu, do you like that knife? It's rare to see you using someone else's stuff. Yunazi is very meticulous in her observation. Since you choose to stimulate, you must follow through to the end. Ah, hello that. While talking and laughing, Shuoyu followed the corpses of Black Hoe, Thunder Tooth, and Wuli Jinba. Reaching out, he snatched another thunder knife over. At the same time, the items that Black Hoe's Thunder Tooth burst out were definitely the most he had ever seen. Even the original 3 generations of Wind Shadow Death did not burst so many items. In the fall, it is basically all thunder tricks with double knives. Small skills are not worth mentioning, and a few big moves are still very good. Thunder and Natural Thunder connect the sky with the thunder on the thunder knife, and then the naturally generated thunder and lightning will be split in the sky. Thunder Dun Lightning Strike Armor, a thunder technique that is both offensive and defensive. Thunder Dun Split Sky Razor. In the first section, hundreds of razors are released to attack the enemy, causing hundreds of lightning strikes to the enemy. In the second paragraph, if the previous blow does not die, then the razor will evolve into the Thunder Rapier to mend the sword. Not to mention the latter 2 extremely practical thunderbolts, just the first one Natural Thunderbolt. Think about how Suzuki's Thunder Kirin came about. If he had the skill, he didn't even need to use the fire to create cumulonimbus clouds in the sky, omitting such a complicated and lengthy prelude, and he could directly cast the unicorn. Of course, this technique is now the great inventor Uchiha Shuyu. As for the perilous pairs on the side, it looks very rubbish. That person looks like a pervert, but in fact, he is relying on a ninja knife full of detonation charms in the waves, belonging to a Krypton Gold player, and he has no ink himself. And from this person, you can also see one thing, that is, the person who invented the detonation charm is really a genius. How many strong people have been created with a single-handed detonation talisman alone? This Xiao Nan without pairs, even 600 billion detonation talismans, and so on. Even if you don't have much potential, as long as you have money, buy the detonation charm. Bound to become strong. So, rich equals strong, this formula holds. Hey, Shuyu, be careful. The oil girl Ji-Wei's shout reminded Shuoyu. Looking sideways, he found that a large embroidery needle was infinitely enlarged, only 1 foot away from his face. This is Long Knife Stitch. Orikimura threw his ninja knife out of the fog. He himself does not appear, and his ninja knife is extremely slender. If ordinary people do not pay attention, they will not notice it at all. Once it is penetrated by this stitch in the head, it is a certain kill. If it penetrates the body, although it will not die immediately, it will also be strangled by the subsequent steel wire. Such a sneak attack kung fu. I'm afraid I've been practicing for many years. But, unfortunately, they may have never fought with the people of the Uchiha clan. From the perspective of the Sharingan, this stitch is like a well-marked curve, and its trajectory is clearly visible. Similarly, the extremely fast speed of the stitch becomes slow under the eyes of the writing wheel. At this time, as one of the very few Uchiha people whose body could keep up with his eyes, Shiryu raised his right hand like that, attached the magnetic chakra, and grabbed the long knife and stitch. Magnetic chakra is a must, because the body of the needle knife is slender and smooth, only by the grip and friction of the palm. Although it can grasp the needle, it will inevitably slide forward by more than 10 centimeters before stopping. In that way, his head would have been poked long ago. But if the magnetic chakra is attached, no matter how difficult this stitch is, it will be directly fixed in the palm of his hand. Then, he used strange force to jerk the stitch. After the stitching, the slender steel wires are connected, and the ends of these steel wires are in the hands of Kurishot Maru, that perverted murderer like Wuri Shinyachi. These two are also known as the Ruthless Duo in addition to the Ninja Deo 7. If the explosive knife without pairs is to blow people up to the point that their limbs and arms are flying all over the sky, then the stitches of the chestnut skewer pill are to penetrate a person, string seams on this person with steel wire, and torture to death. Shuoyu grabbed the stitches, and with the terrifying force of the strange force, the chestnut shrapnel pill hiding in the fog was immediately dragged out. The chakra on his body is extremely unsmooth, and it looks like he should have been dotted by the Hinata brothers. Since this was the case, a blue thunderbolt suddenly lit up above Shuyu's palm. This thunderbolt followed the steel wire of the stitch, instantly conducted, and directly paralyzed the chestnut shot string pill. Ratchet's electric coolness. At the end of the wire, Orochimaru's miscellaneous hair stood upside down, and the paralysis of his body made him unable to use any ninjutsu, and even moving his fingers became delusional. At this time, a black-pressed insect swarm flew over. Don't with desperation, Kurishachimaru was wrapped in a swarm of insects, which is simply a boon for dense-phobic. Well done, Jiwei. Shuoyu threw away the stitches and praised Jiwei. Generally, I'm mainly picking up leaks. Oil Nuzzy pushed the sunglasses slightly and said in a low-key manner, "You still know you're a leak picker." Shuyu belly slander, but to be honest, being able to kill the 3 people of Black Ho Thundertooth, Wooleye Jinhachi, and Kuri Shotball Pill in succession, Oil Girl Ji is indispensable. Although it seems that he did not do anything, in fact, he made the most critical assists at the critical time. If he hadn't fixed the Black Ho Thundertooth and Wu-Pei Jinba with his worm, the chance of Shuyu's flame tornado hitting those two was very low. Although there was no pressure on Shuoyu to deal with those two, it would take more time. Even, it will run for them. And if there is no reminder from the oil girl Jiwei, he may be directly pierced by the stitch. Even the life is gone. I have to say, good brother. It's okay to take a head. The ninja sword 7 vs the Konoha 7. In the blink of an eye, 4 generals were damaged. No matter how good the cooperation is, after being split, in the face of Konoha's elite shinobi, they are just weak chickens. The rest are the strongest Loquat Juzo, the meatiest watermelon mountain puffer ghost, and the most mixed flounder owner. It is also the 3 most peculiar ninja swords. Decapitating a large knife can suck blood and repair itself. The mackerel is able to eat the opponent chakra. Flounder is a dark horse, the more mixed the stronger. I don't know if the level of the user is not good. Until now I have not used the move of Flounder Liberation. Loquat Juzo's opponent is Bofang Shuman, and their battle is already doomed from the beginning, so don't think about it. Big Watermelon has 2 opponents, the Hayaga brothers. 2, hurry up. The 4 of them are dead. I'll drag them down. The Flounder owner yelled. Why does this sound a little damn moving? After liberation, the Flounder instantly swelled to an amazing size, not so much a knife as a monster. Chakra erupted from the 2 round holes on it, and then formed a mass of aggregates, and with the blind GBA slash of the owner of the Flounder, the chakra aggregate suddenly erupted. Rumble. The fog was blown away, and the surrounding trees were blown to pieces. This is amazing. Oil Girl's Haihei was directly shot out. Fortunately, Oil Woman's Haihei was slightly quick-eyed, and with a wave of her big hand, her own insects formed a settlement and caught Oil Woman's Haihei. Why is this sullen old brother not strong today? Actor. To be honest, the strength of the Oil Girl Shihei cannot be underestimated. He has a combat mentality that is 2 or 3 steps ahead of the enemy, plus his nanobugs. It is impossible to be inferior in the process of fighting Flounder. The fog dispersed, and Loquat Juzo's body was already covered with wounds, and the blood almost stained half of his body. And the big watermelon seems to be too fat, and the Hayaga brothers can't point their holes, so they fly kites with gossip empty palms. If they continue to fight, all of them will have to die in the wild forest of the fire country. How can you repair it? I didn't expect this kid to be so difficult. Loquat Juzo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked around with ghostly eyes. Just an unknown yellow hair put him in a bitter battle. There is also a mysterious woman on the edge OB, and the watermelon mountain puffer ghost over there is destined to be useless. From then on, you can only give up Flounder. I just don't know what kind of punishment I will face if I lose my wife and go back in this way. Withdraw. Hearing the order, the big watermelon nodded, and the mackerel forced the Hinata brothers away and fled in the direction of the country of grass. Although they lost, they were not stupid. If you flee back to the land of water and need to pass through the entire land of fire, isn't that equivalent to choosing 9981? Only across the border, Konoha's ninja did not dare to make an easy move. And looking at the actions of the two, the owner of the Flounder jumped into the middle of the pursuit line as if he was possessed, and the Flounder in his hand became a storm of sword blades, using all his strength and attacking defenselessly. He did this simply to delay the people of Konoha and fight for the time for those two to escape. Just in response to the phrase, "Want to chase them? Step over my body first." It's a pity that he is alone. How can he keep 7 Konoha elite ninjas? No need to communicate. Shuotsuki, Hayashi, and Hinata stayed to deal with the Flounder, and the remaining 4 went to pursue the ninja knife duo. The figure of the wave Feng Shui Gate flashed, and then a few people were thrown a long way. They compared the speed with the wave Feng Shui Gate. I don't know if they will be fascinated by ghosts. Shuoyu glanced at the crazy attacking flounder. For this kind of person, he has always disdained to fight head-on. Uncle Hayashi, brother Hinata, come on. I am here to show your support. Don't talk about support, it's good that you didn't anger the two Hinata brothers. In the face of the strange ninja knife of flounder, the Hinata brothers are still quite struggling. The ninja sword envoy who launched the madness, they couldn't get close at all, and if they couldn't get close, they couldn't use the Hayaga family's schooling. For a time, the three reached an impasse. And Shiyu was like a big uncle, sitting on the trunk of a tree, watching these three perform for themselves, almost a bucket of popcorn. Hayashi, you hit him in the rear, kill his waist. Day difference, you are just positive, there is a day when you provoke an egg. Come on, come on. 10 minutes later, the flounder gradually softened and lost its majesty, and the Hinata brothers reached their limit. 3 people dressed roughly, made for a short break. There are 4 people chasing, and I don't know if the 2 of them can retreat smoothly. The owner of the flounder thought so. His body was almost unable to hold up. If those 2 people could not escape, then his sacrifice would be meaningless. Thinking so, he also looked up at the moon on the trunk of the tree not far away. Their mission was to bring this imp back alive, but now, why do they want to kill him so much? What a sword! Just when he was cursing angrily in his heart, he suddenly found that the little ghost in his sight was gone. Obviously 1 second he was still sitting on the trunk. Why did he disappear the next second? That's not right. In his horrified gaze, the sky slowly turned blood red. The whole world is filled with a terrifying smell of blood. And when he lowered his head, it was even more terrifying. Under his feet, it turned into a river of blood. In the river of blood, there were actually the remains of his teammates' severed limbs. This is an illusion? Yes, not with the Uchiha clan. Before he finished speaking, a big knife suddenly stabbed out from the river of blood, piercing straight into his heart. That knife was familiar to him, because it was the decapitation knife. Although he knew that all this was an illusion, he still felt extremely angry and sad when he saw his teammates stabbing at him with the knife he saved with his life. However, this pain is only the beginning. Immediately afterwards, his dead teammates were resurrected one after another. The wild baitman who deliberately gave people's heads, the violent death of Wooleye Shinyachi and the Black Hoe Thundertooth, and the dead chestnut shrapnel pill. These people, using their best killing techniques, attacked him. Suffering, hatred, wrath. In the midst of illusion, he was tortured. In the end, the 2 eyes widened, and they fell in front of the Hinata brothers with a hideous face. Looking at this terrifying state of death, Hinata was so frightened that he quickly hid in front of his dear brother, afraid that the other party would have some secret technique to fight back on the verge of death. It's good that he doesn't block this. After all, there is nothing in the first place, and the other party has died in the illusion. But this block passively lifted Hinata Hayashi, pushed him to the ground, and a wood chip directly pierced Hinata's thigh. Ahaha, brother, are you all right? Do you think something is wrong with me? Yes, I'm sorry. Hinata is about to cry. Why is it always himself who gets hurt every time? Moreover, they are all special teammates accidentally injured. Last time, that's no way. But this time, TMD, obviously he has already killed the enemy. Why should he suffer the sin? Hinata, you can't blame me this time. Next time you will apply by yourself and block yourself. Then you cow batch. What should you do when you look at your brother by yourself? The pain of this wood chip piercing is not something to endure casually. Even if he is directly stabbed through by the tie knife, there will be no such half pain. Hinata's face turned pale with pain at the moment, and beads of sweat beads were like rain. Hinata saw the pain in his eyes, and immediately said, Shuyu, hurry up and help my brother. If you say help, you can help. Why don't you say peace in the ninja world? Hayashi cried. Hinata looked at the bloody wound and immediately knelt on the ground. Please, save my brother, Uchiha Shiyuki-san. This time it was all my fault, I'm so sorry. That's pretty much it. Originally, Shiyu still wanted to tease Hinata more, but for the sake of Hinata, he couldn't bear it, and he didn't dare to delay any longer. In case of irreversible injuries, would it be anything in the future? Well, understand? For this foreign body penetrating injury, the foreign body must first be removed. Although this is a nonsense, it is definitely not a simple matter to take out the whole wood chips. Who knows if there are fragments of this wood, large pieces are taken out, and the fragments will not work if they are left inside. Modern scientific medicine takes a lot of work to cure, and now he is here with his hands. Hinata, or you cut off your hand and bite your brother, because it will hurt very much next. Shuoyu said seriously. Didn't you bring anesthetics? I'm not a professional medical ninja. What to do with that thing? Even if I am injured, it is a non-anesthesia operation. A really fierce man should be like this. Ordinary medical ninja bags will have necessary anesthetics. After all, it is a small injection, and emergency surgery is necessary. But who is Shuyu and what is that thing for? Shuyu, don't tease Hinata anymore, I'll just endure it, Hayashi said with difficulty. It seems that he really loves this younger brother. It is clear that the day difference hurt him, and now he does not mean to blame him, but has been maintaining the day difference. I said, it hurts, you can't hold it, can't hold it, hold it. Shuoyu was speechless. He had been practicing medical ninjutsu with Tsunade for so long. What level this would stabbing pain was, he knew better than anyone in his heart. Can you carry it? Joke. This pain can only be resisted by a Kai. Don't ask how to know, because he's stubborn. How could these Hyaga clans who practice Jukwon be able to bear it? Hey, stupid, go rummage through the bodies of those people and see if there are any goods, Shuoyu said to Hinata. Called stupid, Hinata did not complain in the slightest. After all, his operation today is really stupid. Because his dear brother was injured, he moved unusually fast, and soon found anesthesia on the corpse of the baited man. After half an hour of treatment, he was finally out of danger. Shuyu exhaled, pointed to the wood chips next to him, and said to Hinata, come, brother, eat these. Day difference Hinatsu Shuyu, thank you so much, but please don't tease Hinatsuki. Okay, we're back. What's going on? The voice came from behind, and when I looked back, I saw that the 4 people of Bofang Shuman had returned. There were no injuries on his body, but why is the sullen male oil woman Shihei carrying a big knife very inconsistently? Shuoyu was about to tell the story of the place as it was, but unexpectedly, he was preempted by Hinata. I was careless in the battle just now, and I accidentally got a little injured, but fortunately Shuyu was here. What's the matter? Shuyu was speechless, and the Hyaga clan stole the brotherhood of the Uchiha clan. In this case, it is not interesting to tease the day difference. So, he turned his attention to the oil girl Shihei. In other words, what's going on with you? Aren't the bodies of those 2 brought back for cremation? Bofang Shuman scratched his head a little embarrassedly and explained that our pursuit failed. They fled into Kuzenaga's camp and only took this knife. Can you chase failure? Today, all living beings are actors? The oil girl Shihei stepped forward, stuck the decapitation knife on her shoulder on the ground, and said shyly, Shuyu, I see that you like this knife very much, so I will help you get it back. I was staring at this knife at the beginning, so I didn't solve this person. It was my mistake. I'm sorry, Hayashi-san. Let's just say that such a strong person as the oil girl Shihei, how can he not beat the flounder? It turns out that the attention is not paid to the opponent. No, this kind of thing, Shihei-san doesn't need to apologize. You're welcome. You guys are so embarrassed. After complaining, Shuyu picked up the decapitation knife. Thunder knives and teeth, flounder, decapitation knives, explosive knives and droplets, long knives and stitches, and blunt knives and hammer axes. In this wave of battle, I got 6 ninja knives. Among them, the axe hammer can be thrown directly, the stitches are useless, and the explosive knife is even more of a joke. Then, the remaining 3 knives, if you take it and fuse them, can you make a good weapon? Moreover, with the self-healing property of the decapitation knife, I will not be afraid of breaking in the future. It's also very worry-free to experiment with your own ninjutsu. So, Watergate-san, what should we do with these ninja knives? Shuoyu silently pulled the 3 knives he liked behind him and asked towards the Watergate. Seeing this, how could Watergate not understand the meaning of Shuyu? After all, they are all old teammates. He said, we must give these trophies to the village. After all, explosive knives, stitches, and blunt knives are all rare and good blades, and if they are properly distributed, they can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of our village ninjas. Well said, I approve. Senju Mohua is in line with the Tao. Oil girl Jiwei, Watergate's idea is good. Brother Hinata, that's right. Oil girl Shihei, then it's so decided. Listen, all good brothers. There is such a group of people, it is really lucky for Konoha. Thinking about the village everywhere, it is clear that no one knows about this additional harvest, but he still takes the initiative to hand it over to the village. What a successor to the Will of Fire. Go back? Inexistent. Shuoyu said, 8, yes, this Operation White Eye is the key. Besides, don't you believe in my medical ninjutsu? Don't say that this is a penetrating injury. Even if his leg is broken, I can put him back in full. Don't forget, under the master of Sisha Kunahim. Now the matter of teacher Tsunade is no longer a secret in Konoha's shinobi circle. After all, it has been admitted to the 3 generations of Hokage before. The water-stopping kidnapping incident is not a trivial matter, and the impact is quite large. You may not believe in Shiyu's medical level, but come up with the name Tsunade him, rest assured. That's the celebrity effect. What about these ninja knives? Do it. Saying that, Shuoyu took out a sealing scroll from his ninja bag. Arrange all 6 ninja knives, and then raise your hand to seal it. Bang bang bang. 6 consecutive rings, all the ninja swords were collected into the sealing scroll. Subsequently, this scroll was collected by Shuoyu into his ninja bag. Doesn't seem to be wrong, right? Okay, then we just need to carry out the task as soon as possible, and we'll be fine. Yes. ×5. Listening to everyone's approval, Bofang Shuman had to sigh. Team Ninja, worthy of the name. What captain, what leader, here is all false. We're the team bully, you have to listen to the team bully. So, everyone take a break and move on. After about 2/4 of an hour, everyone rested and continued to march in the direction of the land of Earth. The land of grass is a small country that stands between the land of fire and the land of earth. The fate of small countries in this world is very sad, and once there is a war, small countries become the battlefield of large countries. This is a nightmare for any small country. In the last war, the fate of the land of rain was clear to everyone. Civilians were miserable, and when a group of ninjas were hungry, they could kill a few people for a meal. As the name suggests, most of the country is grassland plains. This is not conducive to Konoha ninja action. After all, the target is easy to expose. All members pay attention. There is a small scuffle ahead. It is recommended to avoid it in the direction of 10 o'clock. On the way, Chien Xiao Mowa suddenly opened his mouth to remind. Who else is fighting in the land of grass? Judging from the attire, it should be the ninja of Iwane Village and the ninja of Union Village. I don't know when. Hinata Hayashi had already rolled her eyes and replied. Yun Shinobu has called here? What a gang! Oil Girl Shihei, Hinata, Senju Mowa, who caused this? However, it is better for them to fight, and it is better to keep them busy than to idle and look for things in the land of fire. And the 3 generations of Ape Flying Sun Slash have already said, Oniki's strategic policy may have a trap, and the defeat of Yunin's battle is as if it was done on purpose. Or, he is here to put a long line to catch big fish, or, the focus of the battle is not on the land of thunder. Or maybe he's both. It is obviously a dwarf winter melon, but like a pebble, the stone is even more cunning. How about we go up and take a look? Look at what? After all, from the ninja strength invested by Iwane, you can also see some situations. If you have the opportunity, you can directly catch a few IWA shinobi. I use the Sharingan to check what secrets are in their heads. That makes sense. Bofeng Shuman thought about it carefully, so he nodded and commanded, then, let's divide the work, go to observe the battle. We need ninjas who are good at stealth and speed. I will go with Shiyu and Shijiro-san. Senju Senpai, Hayashi, Hinata, and Jiwei. The 4 of you will go to the land of earth to carry out the mission first, and after our side succeeds, we will immediately meet with you. Good, no problem, leave it to me. Everyone nodded, indicating that they had no objection to the arrangement of Bofeng Shuman. Immediately, the Konoha ninja divided into 2 groups on the vast grassland. 1 group of 3 people advanced in a straight line, and 2 groups of 4 turned in the direction of 10 o'clock and rushed to the country of earth. There is no need to talk about the speed of Shuyu and Watergate, but the speed of the oil girl Shihei is slightly surprising. He can actually keep up with the 2 who accelerated, and his miniature bugs fly faster than him. Before the people arrive, the worms go first. This is also of great benefit to the safety of the 3 people. The bugs can timely feedback the surrounding information, which can allow them to avoid the minefield, so as not to rush over the head and recklessly enter the battle group of the 2 countries of thunder and earth. It's just ahead, pay attention to slow down. Oil girl Shihei suddenly reminded. The 3 hurriedly applied the brakes and instinctively looked for cover as fast as they could, that is, directly into the grass. Although this was only a small scuffle in the front, the 2 sides involved added up to only 50 people. But the range of the battlefield is very long. Presumably, IWA Shinobu is good at soil escape and changes the terrain greatly. The 3 of them pulled away from the grass and looked ahead. The battle between the red-clothed IWA Shinobu and the white-clothed Yunin is not how fierce. After all, not everyone is Konoha Shinobi, and there are not many ninjutsu who can know. Generally, it is very difficult for the lower ninja to master a C-level ninjutsu, some stupid than even the E-level ninjutsu cannot learn. The upper ninja can barely master the new attributes, and there are only a dozen or so proficient ones. After all, not everyone copies ninjas. In terms of chakra attributes, Lei Dun restrained 2 Duen, so even Yun ninja of the same level had the advantage against Yan Shinobi. Not to mention that the strength of these Yunin is now significantly higher than that of Yan Shinobu. Peerless thunder hot knife. With a roar, another rock ninja's head landed on the ground. Listening to this voice, Shuoyu raised his eyebrows and looked stunned. Why does the name of this technique sound so familiar? His body squirmed a little further, and his vision was wider. I saw that in the small battlefield ahead, there were 2 cloud ninjas, 1 large and 1 small, moving in the rock ninja group like cutting leeks. That's a very high degree of appearance and attire, and it is really recognizable at a glance. Abduo. What? Is the Abduo also there? Ah, those 2 over there. I heard that the Abduo is the heir of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow, and even they have been sent here. Well, to be precise, A is the son of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow. Since even they are here, I think we should retreat. Once we entangle with them, it will be difficult to get out, and we still have important tasks ahead, Shihei suggested. Shihei really wanted to say that. You mean, that's right, that's it. I feel starfish. In this way, we can not only detect the information of IWA Shinobu, but even the information of Yun Shinobu. That's right. HXD. The communication between the 2 was confusing. What is this and what? Isn't it that he and Shiyu are a little more acquainted? Why is Shiyu and Shihei-sen so tacit understanding now? How does it feel a little? What about lemons? Watergate, don't be stunned, go on. Ha! Shall we go on like this? That's right, that's it. Watergate didn't understand very well, but he still chose to believe in Shiyu. The three of them got up on the spot and rushed straight towards the battle group. This Konoha trio, 4 IWA Shinobu, is like a cancer. They rushed into the battle group, regardless of 3721, first surrounded and stunned a few rock ninja, and the oil girl Shihei dug a hole with insects and quietly stolen their bodies. Yun Shinobu next to him just saw this scene. This is the secret technique of the oil woman clan that only Konoha has. But it's a pity that he couldn't even say a word, so he was caught between Shiyu and the Watergate, and it was instantly cool. Similarly, his body was quietly stolen. After getting enough IWA Shinobu's corpses, the three turned their targets and began to persecute Yun Shinobu. Immediately afterwards, one after another, Yun Shinobu fell. The remaining IWA Shinobu looked at this scene. His face was full of confusion. They can't tell now, are these people reinforcements or enemies? If you talk about the enemy, if you look back, there is not even a corpse over there, and there is not even blood on the ground. If you want to talk about reinforcements, why did they strike at IWA Shinobu first? With the abnormal loss of personnel on the battlefield, the powerful Yun inside quickly noticed the three Konoha who were very active on the battlefield. As the duo with the strongest combat effectiveness, they immediately took the initiative to rush up. But when Yun Ninei saw the faces of Shiyu and Oil Girl Shihei clearly, he was immediately furious. He yelled, "You guys! You two heavily killing IWA Shinobi, give me death, IWA Shinobu, meow meow." The Wave Feng Shui Gate was confused, although after entering the territory of the country of grass, everyone took off the Konoha for it, but it would not be judged as IWA Shinobu by others at a glance, right? And the other party still looks 100% affirmative. Looking at the gazes of Shuoyu and the oil girls Shihei, they are all bloodshot. Sorry, we are the ninjas of Konoha, you Yun and reckless men better retreat quickly, so as not to suffer from flesh and skin. Shuoyu's face did not change color, and he said such an amazing word. Listening to Shuoyu's words, Bo Feng Shuman was startled, and the yellow hair on his head almost stood up. It is obviously a good thing to be mistaken for Yin Shinobu by the other party. Why take the initiative to admit the identity? Isn't this a deliberate provocation? However, Bo Feng Shuman underestimated Yun Ninei's hatred and anger. Abominable. Less pot to Konoha. You most damn little devil, just like your earth shadow, smelly and even more rocky rotten stone. Bo Feng Shuman is still confused. It's not a joke here, it's that the IQ of this Yun Shinobu in front of him really owes. Then, let's go up together and kill these few. Yun Ninei shouted at the teenager beside him. Teenager, aka Kiribi. At this time, with a pair of sunglasses, an inch, and 2 short thorns in his hand, there is really no sense of existence. Kiribi's Union Flow swordsmanship is indeed good, but that is also later, and now he is still a little BRU Kiribi? That be in the Abduo. Shuoyu assured that he did not swear. Kiribi nodded, looking at this ninja of the same age as himself, his face solemn. That's right, Uncle Ben is Kiribi. IWA Shinobu burst into hunting. Today is your time to die. IWA Shinobu burst hunting? Hearing this, the nearby IWA Shinobu were stunned. There was indeed a demolition unit in the village, and everyone in it was blasted. The explosion is indeed not fake, but which cookie is this explosive hunt? Is it famous? We don't even know it. There are more people with the name Kai in this world. Could it be that the other party recognizes the wrong person? Shuya smiled, stared at Kiribi and said, "Just you dare to call yourself uncle. Come, you give the grandpa a singing and dancing rap, and the good grandpa will give you this name." Singing and dancing rap? These words changed in Yun Ninei's ears. The Thunder Shadow side only passed the meeting not long ago, making it clear that the invasion of Yen Shinobu was for Union's human pillar power. The two-tailed man pillar force has been exposed. They have even been in contact with Yujito. Now, although Kiribi has not yet become the 8-tailed human pillar force, there is an indisputable fact: Borobi is almost unable to hold on, and after the next violent runaway, he must replace the human pillar force. And Kiribi is the candidate. Sure enough, these rock ninja are for the people of their village. Not only did they know the identity of the human pillar force in their village, but even the candidate for the human pillar force was clear. Even Kiribi likes to sing and dance rap. So, does it prove that there are also spies of IWA Shinobu in the upper echelons of the village? These rock shinobi are really like those stinky stones. The battle group that originally had a total of 50 people now has less than 10 left, 3 Yen Shinobu and 6 Yun Shinobu. Seeing that they were about to win this battle, there were such 3 uninvited guests. The strength of explosive hunting and 2-day weighing purple earth cannot be underestimated, and this yellow hair can stand beside them, and his strength is naturally extraordinary. The 6 of them Yunin are the opponents of these 6 Yan in 2 words. Thinking of this, Yunin immediately winked at his companions nearby. The companion will notice, immediately take out the signal gun and start shaking people. At this time, Yunin's face was covered with a mocking smile. Now, we are surrounding you, rest assured, I will not give you the opportunity to beg for mercy, but will only let you taste Yun Nin's iron fist. Seeing this, Shuo Yu frowned. Yun Ren actually had a garrison here, which he did not expect. However, this also proves that the decision to show up actively is correct, and at least all the intelligence on Yun Yin's side has been obtained. Watergate, you can withdraw, take these few rock ninja. Well, be careful. The figure flashed, and the six disappeared into Yun Ren's sight. How can it be repaired? What is this instantaneous technique? Unlike Yun Shinobu's fucking, the three IWA shinobi who were rescued by the Wei Feng Shui Gate showed a smile for the rest of their lives after the disaster. Through the flying thunder god Kuwu who had stayed at the oil girl Ji Wei beforehand, Wei Feng Shui Gate brought several people back to the side of Kanaha's second group. Gentlemen, are you from the special forces? A IWA shinobu asked very respectfully. As the military strength of a big country, the construction of some special troops in Shinobi Village is a basic operation. Some special forces, even people in their own villages do not know. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. Why are there ninjas with white eyes in this team? Supercilious? Isn't that Kanaha's famous Hyaga clan? IWA Shinobu's expression was funny. That's right, we are special forces, very special kind. Looking at it, IWA Shinobu met a pair of scarlet chakra eyes. Sherry Nan. It's Kanaha's Uchiha clan. White eyes and chakra eyes appeared in unison. He no longer needed to ask, this could only be Kanaha's ninja. However, before he could make any moves, he was pulled into the illusion space. The other two IWA Shinobu were quickly subdued by the Hinata brothers. Chakra's cave path was sealed. Even if they wanted to use ninjutsu to escape, there was no chakra for them. 10 minutes later, the first place IWA Shinobu burped. I can't hold up the torture of illusion, and the information spit out is just some small things. Then came second, third, but again, nothing was gained. So, the oil girl Ji Hei made a seal and took out several trophies that he had collected by his bugs. Fourth, fifth, until Shiyu's eyes were dry and uncomfortable, he finally got some useful information. How? Shuo Yu rubbed his eyes and said, the pupil power consumption is a little excessive, just take a break. I mean intelligence, NMSL. Ha! Shuo Yu rolled his eyes and said slowly, there are also many people in Iwayne village who are dissatisfied with Tokuji Oniki's Thunder Soil strategy, but the supporters are greater than the opponents, and it seems that Oniki still has a lot of weight in the hearts of these people. And then? Watergate asked. Oniki seems to be adjusting the establishment in order to integrate the army. In this way, Union Village is planning to take the initiative to start a big war. Hinata muttered. The army is not a ninja squad. Once Iwayne Village dispatches its army, with the power of the Land of Earth, another ninja world war will inevitably be set off. It hasn't been long since the last ninja world war. They are even going to war again. So, we must infiltrate Iwahide Village and investigate who Oniki is targeting? Will it be Union Village? Yen Shinobu deliberately released water on the Union battle. Could it be that he deliberately let their main force fall into the trap and then annihilate them in one fell swoop? Is that so? If it was to deal with Union, they would not have been adopting a coping policy on the front line, so wasn't it deliberately letting the ninjas die? For the speculation of several people, although Shuotsuki did not dig conclusive evidence from IWA Shinobu's mind, he still relied on his own prophetic foresight and said, it's for Kanaha. Kanaha. Nanny, nanny, nanny. Listening to this, several people were shocked. The 3 generations of ape flying sun slashes were sent to investigate in order to prevent such a thing. Unexpectedly, Iwayne Village was already preparing to wage war against Kanaha Village. Yes, it's Kanaha. Shiyu repeated, and then said, there is no need to sneak into Union Village, it's time for us to return. This result, everyone in Kanaha has long been prepared in their hearts. After all, the 3 generations will not send them here for no reason, and since they are here, they must be mentally prepared to accept it. It can't be said that you all went to the Land of Earth to investigate, and what you still think about is that Iwayne is waging war against other countries. Now it's time to think about how you can help Kanaha deal with your enemies. Before, everyone was obviously thinking about the war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. After all, the relationship between the two countries had reached a freezing point, the daimyo had held a strategic meeting, and the Hokage side had also formulated a plan to deal with Sandhide. But no one expected that it was not Cheyenne who started the war first, but Yunyan. This village didn't even have a little wind before, and suddenly I will make this one for you. I have to say that the consciousness of the 3 generations of Hokage is still very keen, and if there is no investigation this time, or if someone else is sent to investigate, such an intelligence may not be obtained. In that case, once Iwayne launches a surprise attack, Kanaha will only be caught off guard. In a war between major powers, once one side occupies the first hand and the other country wants to save it, it has to cost a lot of money. Moreover, the strength of the ninja of Union Village is definitely not weak. That seemingly low-key village has far inferior living resources to Kanaha, but the strength of ninja troops in this period of time even exceeds Konoha village. Don't forget, they have now started a war with the Thunder Country Union village, and while infinitely delaying the speed of Union's advance, they still have the heart to prepare for a head-on battle against Konoha. And Konoha village, there have been good reasons to launch some plunder against Sunan since years ago, but knowing that this spring, the two are still bickering. Then, let's go straight back. However, this time the detour, after all, in the country of grass, it has been confirmed that there is a lot of Yunin stationed. Yes, times 6, but what about these IWA Shinobu's corpses? There are also many corpses of Yun ninja among the insect swarm, Shihei asked. Hearing this, the oil girl Jiwei stood up and said emotionally, take it out, feed the bugs. Jiwei, there is no way, if you are still a mother-in-law at this time, you are not worthy of becoming a ninja of Konoha. Yes. Fortunately, the insects of the oil woman family eat very well, so that people can't see the cruel picture, and it's gone. As they eat, the bugs also grow and multiply rapidly, and these bugs raised with chakra are different from ordinary bugs. Their reproduction and growth cannot be measured by common sense. Then, let's go around the land of birds, enter the land of Kawanakuni from the edge of the land of wind, and then return to Konoha. There is a rain country between the country of birds and the country of grass, so although it will take a long detour, it can avoid more trouble, and overall, it is a good route. His concern was not what Konoha and Iwayne would do next. Instead, the Ninja Sword 7 who were previously killed by the Konoha 7 killed 5 generals. He could hear clearly during the battle, Mizukage wanted to bring him back alive. Did he mess with Water Shadow? No. I haven't even been to Wien village. But Shui Ying named him and wanted to tie him up. What's going on? You can think clearly with your brain. Targeted by the 2 dogs of Uchiha. Although it is said that in the original work, it was the mask Obito who controlled the 4 generations of Mizukage Yakura, but before that, Uchiha Madara put the only tailed beast of mist hidden into Nohara Rin's body. To say that before bringing the soil, no spot went to contact the Wien village, he didn't believe it. Just as Shuoyu was scolding her all the way, a report was going on in an underground cave. An abnormally white figure slowly emerged from the ground. It was Baiju. Baiju grinned at the underwhelmed face and said in a strange tone, Madara-sama, I'm back, but you didn't bring anyone back. In the darkness, an old voice came. Then in the faint light, you can vaguely see the old man who was about to die. His eyes turned out to be Sharinon. It's just that this pair of chakra eyes does not match his age at all. He is already very old, but his eyes are very young. Baiju hesitated for a moment and replied, Inam, I have brought back bad news, Madara-sama. Humph. The old Uchiha snorted coldly. Even if he was old, he couldn't change his temper. I know when I see you that there is no good news. Well, 5 of the 7 ninja knives were killed, and all 6 ninja knives were taken away by Konoha. Baiju said. What do the people of Konoha want those garbage blades for? Uchiha once again expressed his disdain. I want to hear from my target. Shiro never dared to talk nonsense. Perhaps, Madara-sama, you can change the target. This goal is really difficult. When will even you dare to comment on my decision? The invisible power swept through the audience, and Baiju was so frightened that he almost deformed. After a long time, seeing that Uchiha Madara was angry, he dared to continue that, Madara-sama, the 7 people of the Ninja Deo are a complete failure, and even that person can't be brought back. What's next? Like a dead man, Uchiha thought for a long time before saying, so, what about the second choice? Yes? How fragrant? The first time Uchiha opened his eyes was Sangoyu, but his own strength has been improving slowly. Perhaps, he doesn't even have the potential of a kaleidoscope. The current Uchiha clan has fallen to this point. Big joke. The old Uchiha said and coughed excitedly, as if he would die in the next second. Madara-sama, are you all right? Seeing that Uchiha was about to die, Baiju hurriedly cared. Why, are you expecting me to die? How dare I? My loyalty to Madara-sama can be seen. I am a life created by Madara-sama, and you are my father. Humph. The old Uchiha snorted coldly again, and his gaze fell on a newborn Baiju. When this thing comes out, it can barely provide me to go out and walk. Prepare, let the mist-hidden village go to war against Konoha. Even if the person is dead, bring him back to me. Even Baiju knew that Uchiha wouldn't last long. He is so eager to find a spokesperson to complete the next big business for him. That young man from the Uzumaki clan who inherited his pair of reincarnation eyes ran into the damn Jiraiya, and if he let that Konoha waste continue to guide Nagato, his plan would definitely be in vain. Not to mention that when the time comes to resurrect him, even that pair of reincarnation eyes may be wasted. Something as powerful as the Eye of Reincarnation, not used to destroy the world, oh no, not used to bring eternal peace to ninjas, what's the point of keeping? Tell you to go and live with those ninjas? So, Nagato needs a leader. Otherwise, in the future, Nagato will use up his life, and it may not be him who is resurrected by the outer path, but a little cat and puppy. Benevolence? Joke. What a loving man he was, but now, is the world as he thinks? His brother, that dog thing, died in the war. Although it is good to die, it is very happy. But it proved that such an approach would not bring peace to the world. It is also a special split-tailed beast, which can really give people popularity every day. Madara-sama, the strength of the mist-hidden village may disappoint you. If they start a war against Konoha, even if they invest all their forces, the possibility of bringing back Uchiha Shuotsuki is very small. Since the death of the second generation Water Shadow War, we in village has. Hearing this, Uchiha took a deep breath. Tell me, why is the mist-hidden village in the land of water, also one of the 5 great powers, so rubbish? Maybe they're just an island nation, right? The old Uchiha sneered again. At this time, Baiju suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said, Madara-sama, why don't we find the sand-hidden village in the land of wind? Their 3 generations of wind shadows were killed by Uchiha Shiyu, and their village's hatred for Uchiha Shiyu is very strong. If they let them make a move, it will definitely be more convenient. Moreover, now that the relationship between the land of wind and the land of fire is tense, and the troops are relatively sufficient, it is easy to start a war if you add fire. Unlike we in village, you can't find a good reason to start a war. Land of the wind? Sand-hidden village? Their original wind and shadow intellectual disability. What can this broken village do? Cultivate elite ninjas? It's really the funniest joke I've ever heard. In my opinion, they are not as good as the misty hidden village. As for the reasons for starting a war, Uchiha want them to fight. They have to fight, need a reason. No need, Madara-sama. Baiju hurriedly knelt down and licked. However, Madara-sama, even if we brought Uchiha Shiyu here, what should we do? He is not an easy person to control. Baiju, I found that a lot of problems have appeared in your thinking recently. No, absolutely not. Better not. Although it is brought, I still need you to worry about the rest? Yes, Madara-sama. Okay, you go down, I need to sleep for a while. When I wake up, that thing will be born. Last time I went out for such a short time, it wasted a lot of physical energy. The miscellaneous hair in the Ninja Deo 7 died well. Baiju, why is Madara-sama still so vengeful? Konoha Ninja Village. After the 7 people finished reporting, many people's faces were wrong. Only Shiyu was like a nobody, and after the bowl of udon noodles, he returned home. I was about to take a nap, but I accidentally pulled out a scroll from my ninja bag. Oops, forgot to turn it in. While speaking, he also opened the sealing scroll and took out the 6 ninja knives including the seal. These 6 ninja knives can be divided into 2 groups, Group A Decapitation Big Knife, Flounder, and Thunder Knife, Group B Burst Knives, Stitches, Blunt Knives. System, come out and work. Merge's 3 knives for me. Ding. Add a Decapitation Knife. Ding. Add Flounder. Ding. Add Thunder Saber Tooth. The success rate of integration is 50%, will the integration start? Why is it 50? Are these knives very powerful? I think it's rubbish. It's the kind of thing that barely works. The success rate of 50% has always been a dividing line for Shiyu, and it is not high or low, so a Lucky Grass is added. After adding Lucky Grass, the success rate becomes 60%. Ding! Fusion failed, please keep up the good work. Come again. Macho men can't give up. Ding! Fusion failed, please. The system's prompt was not over, and Shiyu rushed to answer, come again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing and obtaining the ninja knife, lightning blood-sucking flounder. Looking at the name, he almost wanted to uninstall the system. Your name is a joke for me? Can you not have to rack my brains to choose a name every time? Okay, forget it, I'll take a look at the knife first. Stretching out his hand, an extremely strange-shaped ninja knife appeared in his hand. How to say, there is still a flounder shadow in general, but it is similar to watching the beauty camera and adding the face slimming special effect, which incorporates the material of the decapitation knife, and there is a blood groove in the center, and the blood trough is the thunder knife. This thing, if I take it out, will I laugh the opponent to death? To be honest, the model is ugly, definitely uglier than the blade of that doorman duo in Konoha. However, judging by the characteristics of this knife, it is really strong. Let's wait until later. System, Fusion Group B. Ding! Add blaster droplets. Ding! Add a long knife and stitch. Ding! Add a blunt knife to the cut. The success rate of integration is 90%. Does it start to merge? The success rate of integration is so high. What does it mean? Fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful fusion and obtaining the ninja knife. Language, since I was just warned by the host, the system is now more, and the names given are so artistic. Reaching out and pulling out this new ninja knife, its shape was just a black ruler. This new ninja sword has no blade, reflecting the phrase that the heavy sword has no edge, but there is a chakra switch on the grip. If the ninja injects the chakra during use, it will release its sewing needle from the port of the ninja knife, and the sewing needle generated by the change of the chakra form, and with the chakra thread, it can be said that the characteristics of the long knife and sewing needle are completely preserved, and finally, the characteristics of the explosive knife can be blessed both on the ninja knife and on the chakra stitch that flies out. It can be said that it's a garbage. It is suitable for the kind of ninja who is not very strong and is eager to improve their combat effectiveness with the help of other props. A real ninja like Shuoyu himself is barely worthy of the first fusion finished product. The stronger the chakra, the more powerful it will be. It's just that model is really ugly. By the way, Lao Tzu can melt this knife and reforge. With a ninja who has Yan done, what else can't be melted? Even the heart of Kagaya can melt her. If you want to reforge the ninja knife, you must have a suitable mold. And after the mold is reversed, it also needs to be tempered. This is not a problem. Thinking of doing it, he directly left the ninja knife still in the house, so he ran up the street and headed towards the ninja shop. Boss, I want to endure the knife mold and give the master 10 looks. The owner of the ninja shop had a mustache and glanced at Shuyu with disdain. Little ghost, aren't you a little jumpy? I'm not a ninja, and I'm not afraid of your Uchiha clan. Konoha has a rule that ninjas can't strike at civilians, otherwise they'll give you tea and be full. That being said, do the Uchiha clans need to do something with you? Writing wheel eyes opened as soon as you say it. Under his pupils, the owner of the ninja shop obediently asked all the molds in his shop to move out. The mold is very heavy, and after moving, several strong guys are tired. Under normal circumstances, ninja shops do not sell this thing. After all, their own products are produced here. A few guys didn't understand what the boss was crazy about, and suddenly moved out all these properties. Shuoyu looked at the molds arranged in front of him, a little disappointed. Because of these molds, most of them are 2 knives and the like. This slender knife type can't accommodate his materials at all. Such a big ninja sword must at least be made into a broad-edged sword. Boss, you are limited to get me a suitable mold within 3 days. Saying that, Shuyu picked up the paper and pen on the counter and quickly drew a rough model. Remember, I'm not robbing you, it's not bad money. Anyway, the Uchiha family has money. Yes, ninja-sama. When the words fell, Shuyu left the ninja shop. 3 days later. The model is in hand. He opened the art of Baihao and returned home alone with a huge iron mold. Very hardcore. Boom, the iron platform was still on the ground, and a deep pit was directly smashed in the yard. The water stops who slept in the room were scared to pee, and quickly ran out to check. Nissan, how do you buy back an iron pimple? You know a yarn, roll. Oh, Shisui squatted under the eaves aggrievely. I heard that the brotherhood of other people's Hyaga family is very good. Why is our family different? Woo-hoo. Then he saw his brother take off his shirt, like a reckless man. Out of thin air, he took out a huge and strange ninja knife and placed it on the iron platform. Nissan, what is that? Shashui asked consciously. Don't ask too much, kid, ask to cut your little Tintin. Oh, Yandun furnace of molten fire. In a short time, the strangely shaped ninja knife melted into iron juice and flowed into the mold. Molding, tempering, cooling, it's all Shiyu's hands-on. Although I have no experience in this area, and I don't know what to timing, but as long as the original material quality is excellent, everything else is a floating cloud. Seeing the finished product, Shiyu was quite satisfied. The total length of the sword is 4 feet 7, the blade is 3.5 inches wide, the back is 5 points thick, and the body is black and blue. Put on the custom-made grip, reach out and lift this knife, and directly chop it against the forging table that has just been used. Scandium. With a crisp sound, the entire forging table cracked in response. Rubbing the numb tiger's mouth, Shiyu was a little excited. Not bad, with a little chakra you can have such power. Since this knife is so big, let's call it a returning blade. Name change successful. Nissan, you are so handsome with this knife, can you give it to me? Shui Shui didn't know when he jumped over, his eyes staring at the big sword in Shiyu's hand like a glow. Shuoyu looked questionable and pointed to the forging table that was broken in 2. Do you want to try to become like this? Shui Shui looked at the forging table that had been cut in half when it was finished, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and silently went back to the house to sleep. Just kidding, you think Lao Tzu is that disgusting disciple? Pick the stars and send the moon? Who is used to stinky problems? Frightening off the smelly brother, Shuyu ran into the forest of death with a knife. This is the first time this great sword has been used, and many previous sword techniques required running in. As I practiced, I knew it was late at night. Just as he was about to go home, a dark department suddenly appeared. Uchiha Shugetsu, Naruto-sama summoned. The dark part with words is very concise. After speaking, leave. After all, people are doing business. You can bring words, with cannot always bring words. Could it be that the apes found out that I was hiding a ninja knife? With this doubt, he sealed the ninja blade and quickly advanced towards the Hokage building. Before the people arrived, they saw that the lights were bright and the figures were moving, as if something big had happened. With the power under his feet, he jumped up and jumped directly onto the roof of the Hokage building. The 3 generations of Hokage carried the cloak, and even the pipe was put down. Those present were all the same shinobi, even the Uchiha patriarch Fugaku was there, and only Shuoyu was a Nakasaino. Okay, everyone has arrived. Sandame's tone was full of killing intent, and as his words fell, 3 figures also walked over: Shimura Danzo, Mito Minion, and Koharu. These 3 old things appeared at the same time, and as soon as something big happened. Could it be said that the Union side has already sent troops? Seeing the people coming, the 3 generations said to him, "The ninja has invaded the southeast of the country of fire, and now in the name of Hokage, I have ordered Uchiha Fugaku to be the captain of the near and medium distance combat force and go to face the Miss Ninja." Yes. Uchiha Fugaku Zheng. Foggy? Shuoyu couldn't help frowning. How come this war is the same as the storm? They have received intelligence from the 2 countries of terror before, they haven't started yet, but the Wuyan village, which has never moved a little, took the lead. Even in his own understanding, in the Third Ninja World War, it was only during the end of the war that he sent a team to do a little bit of stealing chickens and dogs. I didn't expect that they actually dared to take the initiative to send out the army. This is war, not anything else. Even the Sandian village where the Wind Country died and the Wind Shadow did not dare to make a move easily. How dare they directly send out the army? They don't have any proper reason. Then no matter who the victor of this war is, in the end, their water country will end up with a crime of starting a war. The international image has directly changed from a closed country to an insidious country. Near and medium-range combat units, Shuotsuki looked below the Hokage building, not knowing when, in the darkness, a dense array of ninjas had been assembled. Not to mention 500. After all, this is just a village-to-village war, and it is impossible to directly come to a 100,000-strong joint army like the Fourth Ninja World War. Konoha village now has to guard against the 2 countries of terror, and it is interesting enough to dispatch 500 ninjas against the near and medium-range combat troops of Kirito. In addition to near and medium-range combat units, there are also long-range, short-range, surprise attacks, logistics, and so on. And these ninjas downstairs, there are many Uchiha clans, Nanami and Dancing with a Staff are among them. Presumably, there was also a reason why Uchiha Fugaku was appointed captain. Then, Uchiha Shuotsuki is the squad leader. The 3 generations of Hokage continued to appoint. Ex-Shuoyu was stunned, but still reacted quickly and responded, "Yes, was summoned, and thought that it was just to act as a troop, but I did not expect to be directly given the position." He had never experienced war. How to fight a war is not familiar to him. For the war, he is completely a newcomer, and the newcomer gives a squad leader for the first time, which is inexplicably a little nervous. But the 3 generations don't care if you are nervous or not. His appointment is naturally forced in his heart. Since it is given, it shows complete trust in the ability of this person. In this special period, even if you don't want to go to the battlefield, you have to go to the battlefield. Because the current Konoha also has an unspeakable hidden lack of manpower. Now, Konoha is no longer like the last battle formation. At that time, there were 3 excellent disciples of Hokage and Konoha White Fang, all of whom were talents who could top the beam for Konoha. Now, they walk and die. Okay, near and medium range combat units, go. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku calmly answered, then stood up and jumped up suddenly. Shuyu, as well as the troops, also moved. Like a torrent in the night. The speed of the ninja was fast, and the moment he stepped out of the gate of Konoha, Shuotsuki understood that the real war had begun. Caught off guard. It was as if he had just honed his sword skills, and the next moment, war had come. He didn't even have time to go back and tell him to stop the rest of his life, so he was appointed to the army. As a person born in peacetime, I have mixed feelings in my heart at this time. Every man has a desire for war to a greater or lesser extent. However, when you are actually sent to the battlefield, you will feel uneasy. Fortunately, before this battlefield came, he had done his homework. At least when facing the enemy, he could save his life. There may be powerful enemies, but among the ninja world, there are few who can catch up with him. If you can't beat it, run. Anyway, Lao Tzu is victorious if he lives. In the fast march, Uchiha Fugaku is the leader of the team, Shuotsuki is on his side as the leader of the team, and on the other side is, the future husband is really red. He is also a squad leader, and the 2 have the same position. Just when he looked at the sunset true red, the other party was also looking at him. If he were a pawn, it would be enough, but now he has been inexplicably appointed as a squad leader by the 3rd generation, which is the core of the embarrassment. Yo, oh, husband. What a red senior. Seeing Shiyu greeting himself, Sunset said without changing his face, "Uchiha Shiyu, you don't need to be nervous. You ninjas go to war for the first time. As long as you protect yourself, we will also try our best to protect the future of your village." It sounds like you're a ninja with no personal feelings. I don't need protection, Shiyu wanted to say now. Don't brag, Under is the strongest here. However, I can only think that it would be a bit conceited to say it. I didn't expect you to be the same age as Red, and you would go into battle, and you were appointed as a squad leader by Naruto-sama. Sunset Genhong sighed. Hong, how are you doing? You still have to ask me this. Don't think I don't know that you secretly see my daughter every day. How can you make people feel at ease that they won't go to the battlefield and secretly stab them in the back, right? It seems that it is still necessary to stay away from the old man. By the time the near and medium-range combat units arrived at the southeastern border of the Fire Nation, the close-range combat units had already opened the battle line with the Mist Ninja, a melee force consisting of a large number of Hinata clans and Akimichi clans. The Hyuga clan melee 1v1 definitely does not instigate the ninja of the mist concealment, while the Akimichi clan is more direct, and the per capita multiplication technique is directly crushed as a tank. There were definitely casualties, but most of them were Hinata splits. As a near and medium range combat unit, of course, they can support, but they cannot support all of them, and then they become delayed fighters. Shuyu, lead a squad to support the melee troops, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly ordered. He is the captain and has control over the unit. However, a member of the Uchiha clan, knowing that the Hyuga clan in front of him, and specially sent people to support, this does not feel like Fugaku's doing. A Sema mentality like him should not be able to hope that the Hyuga family will all die. Could it be that this forced to be temporarily brainwashed by the 3 generations? Doubts are doubts, but Shuyu still has to carry out the order. As for bringing a squad, which squad should you bring? Glancing at the rear troops, he shouted, Nana my Uchiha, follow me. Wait, Shuyu, are you only bringing 2 people? Uchiha Fugaku stopped him. According to the battlefield formation, a small captain can directly bring 5 to 7 people. Shuyu shrugged, just 2, that's enough. Nana my Uchiha and my Uchiha are both SI people, who else will take them without them? Bringing a few strange ninjas will breed some conflicts such as you are a little worthy captain and a related family of the Uchiha clan. After that, it takes time to conquer new subordinates, and finally subordinates turn into licking dogs and shouting about. He disdained to pretend to be such a low-level force. Boring. Waste of life. It's better to take 2 acquaintances and directly start the most effective battle. While speaking, the 3 of them facilitated the main force to break away and rush towards the front line. Melee troops are the front line. They face the most numerous mist ninja. In this kind of large-scale team battle, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan still have the advantage. They form a platoon, and they can make the enemy defenseless by gossip and empty palms continuously. Gossip empty palm is not like a trick, ordinary ninjas may not see it, and find that their ribs are all broken. When the Shuotsuki squad joined the front, he first noticed Hinata, who was in a bitter battle. Although his leg injury has been treated by Shuyu, the wounds have healed, but after all, it is a serious injury. Even if the wound is healed, it will still hurt. The pain in this key area can easily reveal flaws. At this time, he was besieged by a group of misty ninjas. I don't know where that brother fetish Hino has gone, his brother is about to be killed. Go back to heaven. Hinata Hayashi roared and used the return to the sky to shoot off several deadly sneak attacks, but after using this time to return to the sky, the chakra on his body has already bottomed out. Finding that Hinata was panting wildly, the besieging Kiri Shinobu was even more excited, and his eyes lit up one by one, like a wolf. Ha ha ha, today Lao Tzu is going to get their blood succession limit. Hee hee, this is the Hyuga family, 2 white eyes are very valuable. You want to sell this white eye? Lord Mizukage said he would turn it in. Turn in your horse. You don't say, I don't say, Shui Ying knows a ghost. Just when a few misty villains were in the middle of their minds, a big sword reflecting the moonlight blocked and chopped through. Blood soars, killing 3 people with 1 sword. The remaining 2, one was kicked and flown by Uchiha Mai, and the other was directly hanged by Nanamai Uchiha with illusion. Hey, Uncle Hayashi, are you alright? Shuoyu wiped the blood stains, and in the night, a pair of chakra eyes looked good. When Hayashi heard this voice, the whole person inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, did not care about his image, and sat directly on the ground. Alas, almost died. Shuyu, why are you here? I was temporarily arrested. Ha ha. Hinata laughed dryly twice, and the pain in his arm made him grin. The grace of salvation, there is no reward. Shuoyu was strong, stretched out his left hand, lit up medical ninjutsu with one hand, and applied it to Hayashi's shoulder. Some reports. Ha! How to report? If you give birth to a daughter in the future, give it to me as a concubine. Well, I mean if. I don't want you to treat it. Just kidding. Shuyu smiled, whether it was a joke or not, then who knows? In other words, if you little thief marries my daughter, you'll have to call me daddy in the future. I earned it. Hinata Hayashi suddenly said faintly. Listening to these forced words, the medical ninjutsu in Shuoyu's hand immediately changed its frequency, like a needle prick. Why does Ning love to take advantage so much? Sell your daughter for a claim to Wyu? Laeti. How am I a layman? Isn't that reasonable? Come on, I heard that you don't even have a girlfriend now, and I have 2, little master. Hinata Hayashi has received 10,000 real damage. Is this the new generation of ninjas? Can a girlfriend have 2 at once? Ha, no, I heard that Sunset Hong is your real girlfriend. Who is the other? Saying that, Hinata Hayashi's gaze fell on the 2 Uchiha sisters beside Shuyu. It should not be possible to be older, is it? Lord Shuoyu has never said who she is. Moreover, she has always felt that Lord Shuyu is a great gentleman, while respectful, while disgusted. But now this mood is really, how nice it would be if Lord Shuyu wasn't joking. After talking and laughing, Hayashi's injuries were also healed. Next, it's time to start working hard. What's with this knife of yours? Didn't we capture a few ninja knives last time? You don't use them. Shuoyu said with a smile, you may not believe it, I melted the ninja knife and refined, and it became what it is now. Can the ninja knife also be melted and refined? Hayashi-san, you're a bit lonely. If you want to marry my daughter, call me daddy now. Apologize. Son, get out. To get back to business, Mistyan's melee ninja combat ability, that's called a sparse. At least that's what Shuyu thinks. They can't compare to a single hair of Yunren. Carrying the ninja knife and returning the blade, rushing into the crowd is a sword blade storm meal. That's called a cruelty. Even Hinata Hayashi couldn't stand it. When he burned those paralyzed Yunin in the Land of Thunder, he didn't show this expression now. After all, when burning, I can't see how it is. But now this is slashing wildly with a big knife, the wreckage of his severed finger is flying, and the smell of blood is full of blood, he really can't stand it. The Hayaga family pays attention to inner family kung fu. Even if they kill someone, the other party will bleed at most, at least a whole corpse. But under Shuyu's knife, where are the whole corpses? Can't find a single one. Shuyu, can you restrain a little and scare everyone? Hearing this, Shuyu immediately collected the knife, threw a few explosions with his backhand, and the fog that exploded and rushed up became a meat shuttle. Hee, you just envy my knife fast. No way, this knife can even split pig iron. Are the Uchiha clans all monsters? I mean, you don't kill so cruelly. Don't worry, I'm not crazy yet. I didn't ask that. What, you let me kill more? I'm not the devil. Not only Hinata was speechless, but even the other Hayaga clan and Akimichi clan were speechless. They now feel that the Uchiha family is really the devil. By the way, there is a term called, very suitable for this Uchiha Shiyu now. Tired. After slashing nearly 100 mist shinobi, Shuotsuki finally retreated to the rear under the cover of Konoha ninjas. These fog ninja are too weak. It is estimated that it is at the level of lower forbearance and middle patience, and cutting leaks is really not interesting. Hinata turned around, looked at the vest on Shuoyu's body, and said, aren't you also a Naka shinobi? What's wrong with me being a Naka shinobu? I have asked 3 generations to upgrade me, and said that my mission contribution is not enough. Today I will exchange that battle merit. Hinata Hayashi smiled bitterly, the same person. Why are some people so ruthless? When he was Shuyu's age, he had just graduated from ninja school. And after today, the name of Uchiha Shiyu will surely spread throughout Konoha village. It is estimated that when the enemy sees Shuyu in the future, he will have to weigh whether he is qualified enough, so as not to be mercilessly killed. The situation in the entire frontline battlefield, with the addition of Shuyu, immediately appeared a huge advantage. Being able to kill so many people in one go, even if it is cannon fodder fog ninja, is enough to inflict a psychological blow on the other side. Let those misty ninja who are greedy for Konoha's blood succession limit all go back a little and reflect on themselves. Fighting until the mandate of heaven, Shuoyu made a total of 2 shots. His fighting style cannot continue to fight, he can only empty his physical strength once, then do it to rest, and when he recovers, he will play the second set. The second time, Mist Shinobu's formation changed significantly. Evacuate all those melee ninjas and replace them with ninjutsu-type ninjas for long-range containment. In terms of tactics alone, it is still good, but that also requires a ninja of the right level, and at the same time the reaction nerves are faster. For example, when the Mist Ninja jointly used the water escape to suppress it, a huge thunder and lightning suddenly erupted above that knife. Water conducts electricity, and Mist Shinobu used water escape, but electrocuted himself. On the other hand, on the side of Shuyu, the blue-black flame burning on his body was evaporated when the water escaped to his side. When the sun rose, Kiri Shinobu finally retreated tactically. But Konoha's troops are also hugely consumed, and there is no spare power to pursue. Even the battle Azura Uchiha Shuyu had to take advantage of the gap to rest and rest. Nanamai Uchiha and Mai Uchiha, who originally came with him, have become guards in front of his tent at this moment. There is not much effort in the battle, so you can only stand guard. When Shuyu woke up, it was already noon. At dawn, Kirito attacked again. It's just that this time they have become smarter, they have suffered the first loss, and now once they see Uchiha Shuyu, they will immediately open the battle line. Lay a trap along the road. As long as he dares to chase, he will inevitably fall into the trap. Of course, Shuyu didn't chase, and for these miscellaneous cannon fodder, he didn't even have the desire to slash and kill. This is not a battle at all, but a boring tactical war. In the afternoon, he received orders to leave his melee unit and return towards Uchiha Fugaku's troops. Hinata is a little reluctant, but this is a war after all, and the combat power like Shuyu must be fully exerted. He cannot affect Shuyu's future. Smart people understand it in their hearts. Take Nanamai Uchiha and my Uchiha through the forest southeast of the Land of Fire. In the intelligence received, the near and medium-range combat units had already engaged an elite force of Wien. Moreover, they were sneak attacked. In order to protect his teammates, Sunset Zhenhong was injured. The level of medical ninjas in the army is limited, so they urgently need a good medical ninja. Dare to love, these Konoha ninjas treat Shiyu as a professional blood station. However, he has no complaints. After all, it is the future husband who is injured, and now he uses to pull a hand. It is a white favor, and he will date Hong in the future, see him an old thing and return the face. Just as the three of them were moving quickly, a fog suddenly filled the woods. Faced with this extremely unnatural phenomenon, the three immediately stopped. Lord Shiyu, is this the art of mist concealment? It seems that Mist Shinobu still has an ambush here. Nanamai Uchiha faintly blocked in front of Shiyu. However, Shiyu stared at the white mist, narrowed his eyes slightly, but found something unusual. Those ancient trees shrouded in white mist turned dark in a moment, as if they had been corroded by acid. No, this is not the art of fog concealment, he said with absolute certainty. Boiling is quite rare in the entire ninja world nowadays, except for the human pillar power that uses the power of the five tails. There is only one person left who can use it. That person is the genius girl Terume of the mist feint. Her boiling is also different from that of the five tails, and her boiling is able to spew out an acid mist that freely adjusts the acidity. Even Susanoo can corrode. After stopping, Shiyu opened the Sharingan. Looking at these acid mist, his hands secretly made a seal. Wind escape great breakthrough. The strong wind blew the acid mist in the opposite direction, and Terumi in the mist saw this, and quickly adjusted the chakra to reduce the acidity. When the mist cleared, Shiyu saw a team of mist ninjas, including a little girl with long chestnut hair. The little girl's age looks even younger than Shiyu, and she has actually mastered the blood succession limit. This is not a family bloodline blood succession limit. Extremely difficult. After all, it is a ninja who can suppress Uchiha spot fire with water in the later stage. It's a girl with a lot of water. Lord Shiyu, please retreat quickly and buy you time at the Zaiwa dance party, Nanamai Uchiha said solemnly. There are a total of 10 mist ninjas, and 6 of them wear masks of the mist hidden shadow, which are probably the elite of Mist Yin. After all, Shiyu's first mission did not have such treatment. Elite and miscellaneous hair are not the same. Miscellaneous hair is directly used as cutting leaks, but when encountering the elite team, even Konoha Kami Shinobu has to weigh it. Hearing this, Shiyu grinned, and then you two sacrificed, making me feel guilty, and carry the shadow of my life from now on. People's hearts are made of meat. Even if a dog accompanies you for a year or two, it will also breed feelings. Not to mention the two sisters who have a lasting appearance online. And listening to Shiyu's words, a touch of emotion appeared on the faces of the sisters. They were arranged by the patriarch to Shiyu. To put it bluntly, they were servants. What master values his servants so much? Doesn't they all use them as tool men? Shiyu stepped forward, stepped on the branch, and looked down at the group of misty shinobi below. Let's go, I'm tired today and don't want to kill anymore. The foggy shadows below looked at each other and talked about it. Sure, he's Uchiha Shiyu. It looks like we've got it today. What the 7 people of the Ninja Deo have not done, today we can actually take over. Unlike the Dark Mist Department, Terumi's squad has some retreat. In the squad she is in, the other 2 people are basically foils, and one of the instructors looks like a bastard. Hades, the other party is the Konoha ninja who defeated the Ninja Saber 7, we fall back. Shinobu said to Terumi, see Roman pronunciation for surnames. This was only said to Miu. As for the other 2 students, he didn't seem to have that meaning. Withdraw or not, go with them. Hearing this, Terumi nodded, but his gaze was always fixed on Shiyu above. How powerful should a ninja be that can defeat the 7 ninja swords? In fact, it was not Shuotsuki who defeated the ninja sword 7 alone, but cooperated with the shinobi on Konoha. But often people who have not seen the preface, after hearing the news, will automatically make up their brains. Terumi believes that it was this Uchiha Shugetsu who defeated the Ninja Blade 7, and the other Konoha ninjas should only be assistants. Moreover, the other party's appearance and body type look only 2 or 3 years older than her. What a good ninja this is. Let's retreat, but Terumi thought for a moment, and shouted loudly towards Shuotsuki above. Uchiha Shuyu, the ninja sword of the mist-hidden village should not be taken privately by you Konoha. Want to endure the knife? This really made Ye laugh. Why don't you ask Laozi for the 6 tails of your village? Oh yes, Bubbleman hasn't defected yet. Shuyu looked at the small photo below Mio. She already showed some flattery at a young age, and when she grew up, she was the kind of woman who made men want to stuff even 00 in. Huh. You, too, want to take back the ninja sword? Shuyu asked. Yes, the Ninja Deo originally belongs to the mist-hidden village. Then you have to exchange it for something else. What do you want? Well, I'm not interested in the things in your Wien village, or else, let's exchange it for yourself. Terumi gritted her teeth and glared at Shiyu. She obviously wanted to negotiate properly, How could she be teased while talking? This man is a bad man. Her heart immediately put a label on Shuyu. Teacher, let's go. In desperation, she can only retreat, wanting to contribute to the village, which is now somewhat unrealistic. Shuyu watched Terumi leave without any obstruction. Because the ninja world is so small, where can she escape? Looking at the only 6 remaining dark parts of the mist-hidden village, he felt that he no longer had the need to make a move. 3 or 2 rotten fish and shrimp, just give it to these 2 people next to you. Nanamai, these people will be handed over to you. Yes. After that, he continued to advance towards the combat unit at a close and medium distance. There is also a future husband waiting for his rescue. Temporary medical department of combat units at near and medium distances. White tents are set up in the middle of a jungle surrounded by dozens of Akimichi clans armed with sticks. If the enemy dares to send people to harass, then they will be greeted by a real fat beating. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed in, without making any stops, and directly rushed into the second tent on the left. Did something fly past just now? One big fat man asked another big fat man. No, you must be hungry, eat more potato chips. Yes, 2. Potato chips are delicious. Shuyu rushed into the tent, and several medical ninjas with poor skills were pressing Sunset True Red with crazy milk. However, their rescue could not keep up with the deterioration of the wound of the True Red of the Sunset. At this time, Sunset True Red's face was as pale as paper, and if he came for half an hour, Sunset Red would not have this father. Get out of the way, I'll come. He rushed forward quickly and directly pulled away the 2 medical ninjas on the side of the bed. The 2 medical girls in white coats were originally angry, but after seeing that the visitor was Shuyu, they instantly closed their small mouths that were preparing chami. Shuyu didn't care about resting, and gasped for breath to perform medical ninjutsu and began to treat Sunset True Red. You cleaned the wound, Shuyu Uedo asked without looking back. This young man of the Uchiha clan, although his qualifications are not high, but who dares not to treat him as an adult here? The commander of this force is the patriarch of the human Uchiha. Besides, the people themselves are also the captains appointed by the 3rd generation of Hokage himself. No, Lord Shuyu, what injured Lord Sunset True Red was an ice pick, leaving no foreign body. Ice picks, Shuyu narrowed her eyes involuntarily. Miss Shinobi, ice pick, these 2 clues can no longer find the second murderer. Those who follow the ice blood limiter, you have to catch a few sacrifices. Let's see if you dare to go to war in the future. Under the medical treatment of Shuyu, Sunset Zhenhong temporarily stabilized her injuries. Glancing up at the blood transfusion bag hanging there, he immediately quickly sealed the print. When he finished the seal, a huge technique appeared under Sunset True Red's body. As soon as the several medical ninjas next to them saw this technique, they stepped back one after another. This is the art of healing and regeneration. No, this is a technique that requires multiple medical ninjas to perform at the same time, and it requires extremely strong time and concentration. How can he be alone? Not only is the combat ability outstanding, but even the medical ninjutsu is so powerful. Surrounded by the admiration of medical ninjas, Shuyu really felt the cerebral palsy. With that horse-beating kung fu, cultivate your medical ninjutsu well, you can save at least a few lives with such injuries in the future. Ashamed. A few people have no land. I thought that I wanted to come to the ordinary person set, but I didn't expect that this one wouldn't eat that set at all. But to be honest, even among Konoha's high-level medical ninjas, there are very few people who can learn this regeneration technique. At this time, he can perform it alone, which is really amazing. Medical ninjutsu is basically to achieve rapid regeneration by accelerating the cell division of the injured person to achieve the healing effect. And the difficulty of this regenerative technique, many medical ninjas can't even understand its ninjutsu principles. This procedure uses a part of the injured person's body as a medium to change the proportion of cells in the affected area to treat the wound, which has certain side effects. That is, it is used in the case of serious injuries such as Sunset True Red, and the trauma under normal circumstances can be directly used with palm cactus. With the large output of chakra, the wound of Sunset True Red began to heal, and finally snatched back a life. Whew, it's okay. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Shuyu silently left the temporary medical department. The 2 fat men at the door left with a slotted face, and the potato chips in their hands fell to the ground. After walking out, he stretched out his hand to seal and patted it to the side. A string of psychic unfolds. Psychic. The smoke cleared and several crows were summoned. These crows do not speak, but they can understand the instructions of their masters. You guys help me find out where there are ice ninjas. If there is a gathering place for ice ninjas, it will be better. The first time to report. After the little crow flew away, a big bird in the sky landed. It was Uchiha's oversized crow, carrying her and her sister to catch up. Lord Shuyu. Before the man could land, Uchiha Mai shouted, "We found Fugaku-sama engaged the enemy in front, if not in the past to support." Support? Are there any ice ninjas? Shuyu didn't want to ask directly. Bing done. What is it? Nanami raised her forehead speechlessly, and she replied for her sister, there is no sign of using the ice escape over there. Is Lord Shuotsuki tracking the ice escape ninja? Shuoyu exerted force under his feet and jumped on the back of the oversized crow. With 3 people standing, the space on the back of the oversized crow seemed crowded, and there was friction from time to time. Forget it, Fugaku's side shouldn't need support, he's the captain, there are powerful ninjas around him, let's go find a few ice ninjas to play. Play? Does anyone say no? Can Miss Shinobi who meet you still survive? In addition to the girl with good looks online? In other words, if you kill according to this concept, will this ninja world cause more men and girls in the future, or even polygamy? Or did it become girl ninja? The invasion of the Land of Fire by the Mist Hidden Fire is basically carried out from the southeast corner. The range of the battlefield was not large, so it didn't take long for the little crows to fly back. These crows are very powerful, and they have found a special ability force of Fog Ninja. I am afraid that it is the kind of team that specializes in sneak attacks. Go, let the Mist Shinobu taste what is called a sneak attack today. Shuoyu stomped the oversized crow under his foot and said. With 3 people, the big crow's flight speed was much slower, but it flew in the sky with a wide view. Lord Shuoyu, why did you suddenly target the ice ninja? Uchiha Mai asked with some incomprehension. My ice escape is a very powerful blood succession limit. Ice ninja will cause great trouble to us Konoha ninja. Lord Shuoyu to eliminate ice ninja. It is a very wise choice. Nanami Uchiha explained to her staff-making sister. Hearing this, Uchiha Mai nodded and said again, I didn't expect Lord Shiyu to be so smart, more powerful than Lord Fugaku. Why didn't the 3 generations appoint Lord Shuotsuki as the commander of the troops? Nanami was speechless again. Is the rule what you want? However, how could Shiyu think so much? Regardless of whether his ice ninja caused great trouble to the Konoha ninja, what did it matter to him? He just wanted to kill a few ice escape blood successors now. It's not that I deliberately avenged Sunset Zhenhong, it's really not. Didn't he already save his life by fawning over the old man? The rest is purely from the point of view of the self, such as burst blood. The ice escape blood succession limit is still quite strong in theory. This is a feng shui synthesis. If he obtains the ice escape blood succession limit, then it is equivalent to 1 more primitive attribute in his chakra. The original attribute is not the same as the attribute mastered later. The 3 flew and soon followed a foggy raiding force that was targeted by a crow. This troop, how to say, the men's appearance is very feminine, one by one with long hair. If you put on some makeup, you will become a huge flow of women's clothing bosses in minutes. A super large crow flies in the sky, and it is difficult for people underground not to pay attention. Therefore, the Mistian raiding force also quickly discovered the 3 people in the sky. Everyone be careful, that should be Konoha's people. None of our people are ninja beasts like that. Watch out for concealment. No need to hide, they should have discovered us and are ready to fight. Therefore, one by one, the Mist Ninja should pay for the bitterness, the seal that should be sealed. How many ninjutsu the Mist Shinobu below threw out at once, and Shueyu couldn't count it. The largest, of course, is the water escape Big Burst Water Rush, which spits out a huge amount of water like an ocean wave from the mouth of the opposing ninja, and in an instant, an elliptical spherical water prison can be formed. The spellcaster can be in your lotus pond like a fish in the water. This technique requires an extremely large amount of chakra, and it seems that the other party also has a ninja with good strength. And if combined with the ice escape, they can even turn this water into an ice lock and directly freeze the target. Not only is the strength good, but the cooperation is also tacit. It's a pity that they found the wrong opponent. If it were someone else, even Konoha's elite shinobi, it might be planted here. However, Shueidun did not seem to be a threat to Shuyu at all. Yandun How Dragon Fire Technique. A blue fire dragon, surrounded by clusters of black flames, rushed towards the water and ice below. Although water overcomes fire, it also depends on what quality of water and fire. Ordinary water can extinguish ordinary fire, but this ordinary water escape, how can it be the enemy of Yanduen? This is a flame that even special metals can melt instantly. Laugh at. A large amount of water was evaporated instantly, and water vapor filled the entire horizon. Perhaps for Mist Shinobi, this is just right for them to fight, suitable for them to perform their best fog concealment technique. However, the mist concealment art must also be combined with extremely strong assassination techniques to have a miraculous effect, such as the 7 Ninja Sword. These ninjas are still shocked by the strength of this fire. Being able to instantly steam several Shangnin's joint large-scale water escapes, such a flame, they had never even heard of it. It has always been water to restrain fire. Who has ever seen the reverse restrained? The water vapor was a little hot, but it was not as flustered as the fog ninjas. Suddenly, from that water vapor, more than a dozen brilliant and dazzling fireballs lit up. Yandun Phoenix Immortal Flower Technique. It was not a conventional phoenix flower technique, each fireball had a diameter of 1 meter. Boom! The fireballs bombarded randomly towards the ground continuously, triggering a series of explosions. At the same time, according to the trajectory of the movement in the water vapor, Shuoyu's chakra eyes also captured the figures of those few misty ninjas. With a slight jump, he rushed up, and during the sprint, he stretched out his right hand and sealed his left hand with one-hand solution. Since the sealing technique of the special ninja bag, the new ninja knife and return blade have been liberated. With his right hand gripping the ninja blade, he slashed at the nearest target. Where did Mist Shinobu expect this blow? They had just dodged the continuous bombardment of fireballs. Laugh at. One person was cut from the left shoulder by a huge blade, and the blood stained the water vapor, which also represented that this person was completely cold. This is a Misty Shinobi, although he has recently been promoted to the upper ninja, but it is also a superior ninja after all. But he was directly killed by such a blow. With a glance at the exploding items, it was some ordinary water escape. It seemed that this person was not the ice escape blood successor Lemiter. Immediately, Shuoyu didn't even bother to look at this dead man, and immediately rushed towards the next target. Ice escape ground ice thorn. Suddenly, from the fog, a voice came. Immediately afterwards, the ground shrouded in water vapor suddenly bulged with countless ice thorns. In this extremely visible water vapor, such an attack is difficult to detect, and if the reaction is slightly slower in half a beat, it will step on this ice thorn by itself and be pierced through the entire body from the soles of the feet. Shuyu jumped into the air and avoided this attack. Still in the air, the ninja knife in his hand flashed with the light of chakra. Return to the blade and liberate. Call. The irascible chakra is released from the ninja knife, which is a trait of the once flounder. Flounder can transform chakra into a high-strength polymer, so this ninja knife now can naturally too. Swinging the ninja knife filled with chakra in his hand forward, a blue crescent sword chi swept through. It was an extremely sharp sword chi formed by chakra's high compression. In the distance, I saw the blood mist burst, presumably hitting a target. Ha! Shuoyu's eyes moved, and the items that burst out of the ninja's body flashed with golden light. Golden legend? No, that's the blood succession limit. Seeing that thing, Shuoyu's face was overjoyed, and he immediately used the teleportation technique in the air. Ding! You have obtained the blood succession limit, ice escape. At the same time as the system prompted, the information about Bing Dun and the ninjutsu related to Bing Dun all entered Shuoyu's mind. At this time, Kiri Shinobu had not yet realized what kind of situation he had fallen into. I only felt that the temperature of this water vapor suddenly dropped a lot, and I couldn't help but shiver. Ice escape magic mirror ice crystal. A mirror of cold ice quickly formed an encirclement, enveloping all the misty ninja present. In this magic mirror ice crystal, he can freely move on any mirror surface. You can also attack the domain at the same time. This is the ice escape technique of our clan. How could he? A few ice ninjas began to doubt life. Did we have a traitor? Defected to Konoha? This possibility is also too low. The concentration of water vapor was too high, and they wanted to see who the spellcaster was, but they could only see a blurry figure. And, densely packed with ice no senbon. There are large and small ones are like embroidery needles, and the big ones are definitely thicker.